Archlich finally turned the thriving kingdom into ruins. His army of undead didn't spare a single human in sight and shredded them to pieces. The only person left standing on humanity's side was the Empire's strongest swordsman, Eos, who already looked worse for wear and was on the brink of giving up. But this story isn't about that knight, nor is it about the Archlich. It's the story of Damien Haxon, working under Archlich's command as his Death Knight. He was just a normal human until Archlich cast dark magic and took control of him. But before Archlich could savor the crown he earned after countless deaths, my guy had already broken free from Archlich's control. He unleashed an attack that struck Archlich right in the chest, so hard even his demon generals couldn't shield him. Damien Haxon had finally moved with his own will, much to Archlich's shock, who had erased Damien's consciousness completely. But as fate would have it, Archlich was never able to fully factory reset our boy's mind. Some part of his soul and mind stayed intact, dormant in his head, watching his own body out of control. Under Archlich's command, his demon generals launched an attack on Damien, only to get obliterated by a single strike from him. In a last-ditch effort, Archlich played his trump card and summoned God knows how many undead. The entire horde charged toward Damien, aiming to claim his life. But once again, all it took was a single hand gesture to incinerate the undead into smithereens. Seeing this, Archlich could tell his end was near. He had unintentionally created a monster so peerless it could rival the gods themselves. To save his own skin, which Archlich didn't really have, he started smoothing things over with mere words. Deep in mind, even if he failed to sway Damien with talk, he planned to transfer his soul into another vessel. I don't think Damien was going to let this bastard off the hook, at least not after losing the people he loved. To kill this sack of bones, Damien went so far as to create a technique that severs souls themselves. At first, Archlich refused to believe such a technique existed. Still, he tried to make a run for it before it was too late. But it was already too late, because my guy had finally unleashed his final strike, hitting Archlich squarely in the chest. At first, nothing happened, much to this bony head's relief, convinced the technique was just a bluff. But he soon learned it wasn't. Some painful magic mojo took hold, and he exploded right there, leaving only his empty skull behind. Even that remaining skull was crushed to bits by Damien. With his revenge complete, Damien lost the will to live. He literally killed his own family while under that bastard's control. He brutally slaughtered them, while some part of him helplessly watched his loved ones die. The only way he could reunite with those he killed was after death. With that in mind, he took his own life. But it wasn't the end. His prayers were heard, and he opened his eyes again. The person in front of him waking up is his sweet older sister. Bro thinks he is in heaven, watching his sister. Though the unusual thing is that she looks way younger. She overhears him calling her younger, and is flattered right on the spot. For a moment, she thinks he is trying to get on her good side, just so she can save him from their father's scolding. Being the good sister she is, she agrees to save his ass in desperate times. She eventually runs off to the mansion, not before telling him to get inside since it will soon start raining. Damien takes note of the mansion standing tall right in front of him, the same mansion he had burned down to ashes. He is clueless about what is happening. The closest thing to describe his condition is that he is dreaming. Or maybe everything he had endured in the past was just a big dream, and he has finally woken up in reality. But he is sure he will find out soon enough. He grabs a tree branch off the ground and stands in front of a giant rock to unleash his knightly prowess he had while he was acting as Death Knight. He takes his stance, and with the help of his past teachings, he pokes the hard rock with that mere tree branch. For a second, nothing happens. Then the giant rock shatters into bits and pieces, confirming that what he went through in the past wasn't just a vivid dream. This realization cracks him up, causing him to pull a classic Light Yagami laughing pose. He slumps down after laughing so hard, the weight of realization sinking in. What he is witnessing isn't a mere dream, nor was his past experience just a dream. He has returned to the past, a realization that hits him deeply. Let's have a little background on Damien's life at his current age. As far as Damien could recall, he was a clown who always brought shame to the family name with his antics. His father was always there to remind him how pathetic and loser-like a son he was, someone who only contributed by tarnishing the family's name. His antics only brought misery to the people around him. He stomped all over his family's future and even made sure their household's properties got confiscated. Because of his talent for bringing shame and ruin, his father kicked him out. Among all the family members, the only person who still saw Damien in a positive light was his older sister. He never understood why she was always so supportive and concerned, even though he ruined her life by destroying her engagement. Before he left, she offered him some money to ease his journey. He hesitated, but eventually snatched the sack of money and ran away as fast as he could, because he could barely look at her without getting embarrassed. After running away from the family, he finally realized how wrong and cursed his existence really was. The shame and guilt gnawed at him, causing him to have profound Back in the present, Damien sits on his knees, racking his brain, trying to figure out what triggered his regression. Sure, he wanted to apologize to the rest of his family, but to think his prayers were actually heard, that he really came back to the past is kind of insane. Only a divine miracle could explain this. He looks down at his trembling hands, still shaking from the recoil of the technique he just executed. The technique is called wave breaking, a move that amplifies the impact of a blow several-fold. He learned it after defeating the knight known as the Castle Wall Destroyer. Suddenly, a familiar voice grabs his attention, a concerned servant calling out to him. The guy is clearly here with urgent news. Otherwise, he wouldn't be dragging his heavy body all the way out here in a full sprint. Damien knows he's from the household staff, but for the life of him can't recall his name. Then the name finally surfaces in his mind. Perhaps he is Victor. Victor confirms his name and immediately questions why his young master is still loitering out here, even though Lady Louise personally came to fetch him. According to the servant, the patriarch is boiling with rage right now. Damien, meanwhile, has no freaking clue what he even did to piss his father off this much. But we're about to find out. Back at the Hoxton Viscounty, the patriarch's furious and thunderous voice echoes through the mansion. The man is so pissed that he tries to strike Damien on the spot with an improvised swing. Luckily, Damien dodges just in time, thanks to his honed skills as a knight. Just then, his mother and sister rush in and arrive in the nick of time, grabbing hold of the patriarch before he actually shreds Damien to pieces. Turns out, our boy got kicked out of a bar for causing a massive commotion, once again staining the family name. The whole town is already talking about how the Hoxton heir is a good-for-nothing troublemaker. If it weren't for the mother and daughter duo, the old man probably would have cracked Damien's skull open right there. They're both trying to smack some sense into the furious father. Meanwhile, Damien is having a moment of reflection. He can't even remember the last time he got scolded like this. But now that it's happening, weirdly enough, he feels alive. Let's do some quick introductions. The angry old man is Paul Deesburn Haxon, the mother is Merlita Haxon, and the sister, his sweet saving grace, is Louise Haxon. It might be chaotic out here, but Damien missed this so damn much in his past life. Tears start leaking from his eyes, totally uninvited. The family stares in disbelief. Their son crying like this? That's seriously unheard of. Even Deesburn simmers down a bit. Before delivering punishment, he gives his son a chance to explain himself. But Damien's got nothing. No excuses, no deflections. Well, this response comes out as a shocker to his father. As far as his family is concerned, Damien is the guy who used to weasel his way out of everything with lame excuses. But now, he owns up to everything. He admits he brought disgrace to the Hoxton name. It's all his fault, and he's not ashamed to say it. Deesburn lets out a long sigh. This isn't how things usually go. Still, he's not sure if a bit of sincerity his son is showing is enough to let him go off the hook. With all due respect, Damien says he's ready to make up for what he did. He's willing to do whatever it takes to fix the damage and salvage the family's honor. And once he's done that, he's ready to face any punishment his father sees fit. The declaration leaves his family stunned. He sounds like a completely different person. The father even wonders if the boy hit his head or something. Scene cuts to Merchant City Landwork. Victor and Damien are sneaking toward the pub. The servant is visibly tense, full of apprehension. He's not sure this is a good idea. There are rumors that the pub is backed by a syndicate. If that's true, things could get ugly. But Damien, who was once a fearless death knight, just walks past his servant, casually giving him permission to head back if he's that scared. Victor, ever the loyal servant, shakes his head. He's duty-bound and isn't about to leave his master, especially not because of fear. Damien reassures him that they are only here to talk to the pub owner and sincerely apologize for the mess he caused last time. He just wants to make things right. As he walks, he hopes everything goes as smoothly as he's picturing in his head. He doesn't know how or why he came back to the past. But if some god really gave him a second shot at life, he's not about to waste it. If he wants to break the curse of always ruining his family's future, he has to start taking bold steps. Once he stands in front of the pub's gate, two thugs immediately take notice. They recognize the face and respond cockily and aggressively. Damien can't remember them clearly as it's been so long, but they do look familiar. Without getting aggressive himself, he keeps his tone calm. He lets them know that he's only here to apologize for the chaos he caused during his last visit. The two thugs freeze for a second, unsure how to react. When his words finally sink in, they burst into laughter. To them, it's hilarious to see Damien, the so-called disgraceful heir, suddenly acting polite and respectful. They've always seen him as the shitty elder son of a shitty household. But now, they're forced to admit he doesn't seem that bad. Damien just stands there, silent, listening to them yap. Then they take it too far. They bring up his sister and start saying vile, disgusting things about her. They're willing to accept his apology, under the stipulation that he introduces them to his sister. Creepy bastards leave no doubt about how trashy they are. And just like that, it stops being about apologies. Damien swipes a dagger from one of them so fast that the guy doesn't even realize it's gone. Originally, Damien just wanted to say sorry and leave peacefully. But turns out, he doesn't have that much patience after all. With a clean, precise swing, he severs one of their hands completely. The guy drops to his knees, screaming in agonizing pain once his brain registers what just happened. The other one immediately draws his sword, though he's visibly flinching. Damien's killing instinct kicks in. The dormant Death Knight inside him begins to surface. And let's not forget Victor in the background, absolutely losing his mind. He's crying out, dreading what's about to go down. The screams of the injured thugs soon grab the attention of passers-by. One guy gets curious about the fight, while the other decides to keep walking before they get caught up in this mess. The thug who still has both hands tries to intimidate Damien with a few shallow threats. He brags about the gang he belongs to, the Black Snake. No one walks away unscathed after messing with Black Snake. Looks like these aren't just random street thugs after all. Even Damien has some memory of this faction. Black Snake is an organization expanding its influence in landwork around this time, and this pub is one of their spots. When Damien complained about their overpriced food back in the day, the only thing he got in the feedback was a brutal beating. Not just beaten, they humiliated him in front of everyone there. Now that he thinks about it, he's the one who actually deserves an apology, not the other way around. Back to the fight, the thug makes it clear that being a noble won't save Damien from the consequences he's about to face. He finally lunges with his sword at full strength. Damien just takes a step back, trips the thug over his feet and lets the bastard eat dirt. Before he can even finish coughing and get up, Damien's already on him with his dagger. The bastard should be grateful he's only about to lose a leg. If it weren't for his family, wiping these guys off the face of the world wouldn't be hard. With that threat clear, Damien slices off the thug's leg, making him double over in pain. More thugs show up, drawn by the screams. They also seem to be a little shaken seeing the brutality that unfolded there. Only one of the thugs is courageous enough to stand right at the front, while the others hide behind him. He demands to know which organization Damien belongs to, and where he's from. Obviously, Damien denies any ties to any gang. As for why he's here, he is here just to apologize. Though after thinking it over, he figures he should be the one getting an apology. He also has a complaint for the pub owner. This sassy dude isn't willing to entertain Damien's requests. All they want is his identity. Since he's not telling, they fear they'll have to make him speak. The leader orders his goons to charge. The brainless thugs rush at Damien, unaware of what's coming. Damien doesn't even feel like wasting time on these small fries. He takes a deep breath and zips past them with sonic speed, slicing off hands that were never meant to wield swords against him. One dash later, 3 guys are down. Damien is seriously rocked, while the leader of the thugs is absolutely shocked, though that quick dash took a little toll on his young and fragile body. Still, he's got enough strength left to finish off the guy in front of him, and he's ready. The bastard tries to beg for mercy, offering an apology if Damien's willing to forgive. But it's clear this whiny little bitch isn't getting any mercy, at least not until Damien claims one of his limbs. The scene quickly shifts inside the pub, which is brimming with life. But the mood changes fast when everyone notices the whiny guy standing petrified near the entrance. Poor bastard couldn't outrun his doom. As his body falls to one side, Damien stands there, all eyes on him. He wipes blood from his cheek while the customers, who were enjoying their drinks seconds ago, scatter for their lives. Good thing that unnecessary nuisance left right away, leaving Damien alone to settle his score with the pub owner. The owner stands above in the corridor, furious about the noise. More than anything, he's mad there's no guard in sight. This bar owner looks like some goofy character straight out of One Piece. His name's Anderson Holm. Damien only adds salt to the wound by casually revealing he already took down the guards Anderson's talking about. The weight of the situation finally sinks into Anderson's mind. It's unbelievable that someone defeated members of Black Snake. He demands Damien explain why he's causing such a mess and disrupting his business. And more importantly, who he even is. Damien introduces himself without hesitation. He clears the air. He never meant to cause trouble. All he wants is a sincere apology from the owner. The place is way overpriced, and he's already filed a complaint before. The only feedback he got was a humiliating beating and being thrown out like a dog. Everyone misunderstood him and assumed he was the troublemaker. This misunderstanding hit his family's honor hard, causing some serious losses. Anderson, the big mustache dickhead, still hasn't realized what kind of situation he's in. Instead of feeling contrition, he mocks Damien and his family. He's heard the Haxon Viscounty has no honor left anyway, which is something this clown finds quite laughable. What's even funnier is that Damien actually expected him to apologize. Seems like my guy had already been expecting this exact response out of this bastard. Initially, he was planning to spare this bastard once he had apologized sincerely. But now, he's got the perfect excuse to exact a juicy revenge he's been craving. He won't forgive this bastard talking trash about his family. In a split second, Damien maneuvers so fast he reaches the bastard standing on the first floor. With the dagger aimed straight, he's ready to yank this bastard's innards out. But it seems like our boy got carried away and let his guard down. Some guy rushes in, bringing a heavy sword down on Damien, knocking him back to the ground floor. The strength behind the blow is insane. The mysterious guy's name is Ted, someone Anderson's been waiting for to intervene. Damien admits this guy's got serious grit. With the strength he's packing, this gets our guy wondering how someone like Ted ended up working at such a third-rate place. Now he's very curious to learn why a knight of this caliber is even here at all. Let's talk about the knights for a moment. The glorious warriors of honor walk the path of martial arts throughout their lives. There's a hierarchy for them, starting off as a trainee and then an apprentice knight. Finally, they become an official knight when their skill level allows for it. The official knights are recognized as warriors capable of utilizing aura, to the point that they're mountain-level warriors, capable of cutting down dozens of creatures ahead of them. They can even cut through castle walls without breaking sweat. In other words, the knights of this story are pretty damn strong. So strong in fact that they're considered as transcendent beings. That's actually the reason why the bar owner is out here giggling like a lunatic, because he's damn certain of his victory. Even though Ted is an apprentice knight, he swears allegiance to the leader of the Black Snake organization. With Ted's involvement, the bar owner is confident that our boy won't be able to leave this place in one piece. And yes, the one piece is real. Damien stands on business, confidently questioning Ted's rank. He can finally understand why he felt a hint of aura in their previous clash. But his revelation just now astonishes Ted, who can't believe that someone as insignificant as our boy was able to sense his aura, even when he did his best to conceal it. Thinking about it for a minute, Damien pieces together the reason why Ted even bothers working in a shitty place like this. He thinks that Ted wasn't considered good enough to become an official knight, and was tossed out from the ranks, leaving him no place to go. The verbal assault has already chipped the knight's armor, while the bar owner tries to calm him down by addressing payment. Hearing the word apprentice attached to his rank, Ted's blood starts boiling. Pissed as hell, he bursts with incredible speed to slice down the arrogant noble's mouth, in an effort to punish him for being disrespectful. But without fearing for a thing, our boy simply stands there as Ted's blade is about to slice him down. He evades the heavy strike at the very last second, which means if he hadn't dodged the attack, the enraged apprentice knight would have sliced him in half. Preparing himself for a second attack, the apprentice knight unleashes his swings at Damien. While our boy is dodging without much difficulty, he's starting to grasp on his opponent's skill. From the looks of it, Ted doesn't appear to be an average apprentice knight, demonstrated by his sword ability and precise swings. Bursting with fury, the apprentice knight unleashes a wide slash, which is easily evaded by the young master. Despite possessing some of his combat ability from the future, Damien is having to struggle with his body's physical limitations. He can't make the best out of his current state, and it's a learning moment for him to prioritize managing his stamina. The apprentice knight is getting frustrated that none of his attacks are connecting. So this time, he goes batshit crazy and imbues his body with a glimmer of aura. Realizing what's coming his way, Damien predicts his opponent's secret technique. The apprentice knight launches a linear sword strike, coated with immense power. As the blade is about to pierce his body, Damien calms down, even in the face of imminent death. He wants to respond with a technique of his own, one that can counteract it successfully. Recalling his traumatizing days as the Death Knight, he remembers facing the legendary killer, the one known as the Blade of Death. This assassin was revered as a force of nature, so the Death Knight came to face him. The Phantom Assassin immediately pointed his blade at the monstrous-looking knight, stating that his intentions of killing him if he didn't run off. Realizing that the Death Knight wasn't going to comply, a sinister side evoked inside of the Phantom Assassin. The bloodthirsty beast was thrilled to find yet another target to kill. In fact, he wanted to use his secret technique to give a performance unlike any other. Thanks to his perceptive eyes, he was able to analyze the vital points of a human body, utilizing the water inside of it. And then he unleashed the ultimate Kit Kat technique, which he probably learned from Sukuna, slicing down on the Death Knight's body. The best part? He did all of that using a basic wooden sword, which shows the greatness of his technique even more. The Death Knight's torn body rested on the ground, while the Phantom Assassin celebrated his victory. Little did he know that the Death Knight wasn't going to die that easy. In fact, when he turned around, he saw doom. The creature's body was linking back together, his flesh and organs forming back into one central piece, even after being cut in half. Yup, that's because the Death Knight whipped out the anti-Kit Kat technique from the Heian era. With his body fully reformed, the Phantom Assassin began to realize that he fucked up by targeting an undead monster. Here's the icing on the cake. After experiencing the same technique used on his body, Damien instantly learned it and was able to use his perceptive eyes to target the Phantom Assassin's vital points. Without even being able to comprehend what was going on, the Death Knight slaughtered the assassin by giving him the same treatment. Instant karma, and he did it without a sword too. The maniacal assassin experienced excruciating pain, all the while being unable to comprehend how someone was able to copy his secret technique. And that leads us back to the present. A similar expression is worn by Ted, one of despair and defeat. He's down on the ground, his body hasn't been severed in half in a gruesome manner, but it did experience a deep slash. Our glorious protagonist explains that every single one of his enemies didn't even know what hit them until they were groveling on the ground. All of his fights went like this. Why? It's because his one inherent ability as the Death Knight is to absorb his enemies' skills and use them as his own. Long story short, bro is out here giving Kakashi the copy ninja a run for his money. Seeing Ted go down the way he did causes the bar owner to become scared as shit. He's out here sweating bullets, thinking that he's next. Bro's got that desperate Vegeta face going on. Seconds later, he's kneeling in front of our boy and apologizing for bringing dishonor to the Haxenvi County. But it doesn't end there. He also offers a serious amount of gold as a consolation for any trouble caused. Damien is out here celebrating on the inside. He only came here for a simple apology, but he's getting easy money too. He decides to let the matter slide and glances at his servant Victor, who quietly observed the whole scene unfold. The servant quickly comes to collect the amount, questioning his own senses after what happened. He saw how the young master dismantled the knight with a crazy technique at the last second. It doesn't make sense to him how the young master suddenly obtained powerful techniques. In the next scene, they're leaving the bar. Victor comments on how he's never had to carry so much money before. But something tells me the bar owner isn't finished, because this scumbag intends to take his revenge in the future. His intention is to speak to the leader of the Black Snake organization. But as he's plotting his next revenge scheme, our boy comes back to humble him by slicing off his right ear. The bar owner screams in agony, while Damien reminds him that he couldn't leave without rendering an appropriate punishment. Oh, and he already anticipates the bar owner's next move, and he's more than happy to leave a message for the leader of the organization. Damien's only warning is that if the organization dares to mess with his family, he'll wipe them all out. Despite having his ear cut off firsthand, he still wants to take his revenge and intends to report to the organization. But that's for later, as our boy keeps on walking ahead. As he's heading out, he fully comes to terms with his own wrongdoings in his previous life. His past leaves a trail of blood, one of murder and only sinful acts. He doesn't intend to run from this past, but this time, he vows not to disappoint his family and always stay by their side. Damien declares that it's time for them to head home. The scene cuts to the Lion Bloom March, where a man addresses his brother regarding the phrase, "Pain always follows love." His brother doesn't know what this dude is going on about, and realizes that this guy's planning to head to another battle. Rejecting his brother's assumption, the dude clarifies that he's actually going on a quest to find love. I would believe his words if not for that ugly expression on his face. Coming back to the Haxen estate, our boy is glad to have gotten a good night's sleep after his adventurous run last night. The same can't be said for poor Victor, however, who was busy processing what happened before his eyes. The horror of it all kept him awake, thinking about what would happen next. Damien emphasizes that everything worked out well in their favor, so there's nothing to worry about. Even though they deviated from the original plan, they achieved their purpose all the same. Next up, our boy is waiting for the rumors to spread around, allowing people to realize not to fuck with the Viscount Haxen's eldest son. With this rumor flying around, no one will ever dare to mess with his family again. He's also happy that his reputation as the useless son will also experience a slight shift, and people will see him in a more respectful light. Even as his servant, Victor can't fathom how the young master is suddenly so competent and self-aware. The servant is deathly afraid of what will happen regarding the situation with the Black Snake group, because what they did last night was provocative in every sense. Damien dog-walked their men and even annihilated an apprentice knight. Even with their threat looming around, Damien is confident that they would double-check before messing with a noble family. And if they're stupid enough to try, he'll beat them black and blue. This alleviates some of Victor's concerns, and he comments on our boy's exceptional sword skills that he shouldn't even have, which makes him question when the young master became so capable in sword fighting. Of course, our boy quickly turns away because he really doesn't have an explanation for it. Damien tells him that he trains every now and then. Speaking of Damien, his father is out here channeling the speeds of Barry Allen, the Flash. Bro is pissed that his son was gone all day yesterday. What's more, he's scared that the kid must have caused even more trouble again. Showing no signs of fear, Damien urges his father to calm down, because he handled everything and rectified his previous mistake. He then tells Victor to reveal their prized possession. The glimmering gold coins seduce his parents very quickly. It's the easiest way to make them happy. The young master informs them of his travels to the same tavern, and how he cleared up a certain misunderstanding, a miscalculation that they did, and because of that, They gave him consolation money for their mistake. I just love how he omitted the part where he cut off like 20 hands and plucked off the bar owner's ear. His parents are doubtful at first, but they're quickly persuaded because of the gold. The funny thing is that Damien even uses Victor to testify on his part, shoving him under the boss as well. In the end, Victor agrees with everything the young master said, which adds more weight to his words and helps his family's trust in him. Damien's parents are happy, while Victor is out here realizing that he's got a Gaslighter Pro Max as his young master. The scene quickly cuts to our boy sprinting in the fields in order to test his stamina. After a little while, he's already exhausted and dying for breath. This makes Damien understand his own limitations, and he has to deal with his shitty body at once, or he'll be at a huge disadvantage. Pulling out a purple gem from his pocket, he's lucky to have acquired a little something that's going to help him in the short run. Before leaving the tavern, the bar owner included this tonic in his list of treasures. A creation of Alchemy Academy, it allows a significant increase in one's stamina and energy. Damien found himself surprised to hear the Academy's name. They specialize in making these types of potions and tonics, and they're so good that their value is equal to a gemstone. All the good for this young master, who got his hands on it for free. At present, he quickly gulps down the tonic, and in mere seconds, experiences a jolt of electrifying energy brewing inside of him. The effects are working right away. He crushes the vial, reflecting that his most important goal right now is to build up his body back to the way it was. To become the unstoppable Death Knight. The Pookie Archlich Dorgo is bound to unleash his army of the undead, ravaging the world to ashes. Damien has to make sure to prevent that dark future from happening, no matter what. That's why he's hell-bent on regaining his powers. It's the only way he'll be able to protect what's dear to him, his family's safety and happiness. Pumped for another run, he bolts off, declaring that he'll kill the Archlich, and this time he'll make sure Dorgo stays down. That very night, the scene cuts to the tower of the Black Snake Group. The grunting Fatso is disappointed in the Apprentice Knight's defeat, especially since they spent a fortune hiring him. Ted's condition is really bad, so much so that even the underlings think they should get him treated. But off-brand Kim Jong-un over here is ruthless, and orders Ted to be thrown into the dumpster. Meet the boss of the Black Snake Group, Cedric Walker, who apparently doesn't believe in second chances and wants Ted to be disposed of right away. After all, they can just buy another one in his place. Mustering all of his strength, the Apprentice Knight takes a stand and comments on how disappointing this ending is. Cedric turns around, surprised to see the knight still capable of holding his ground. He actually offers Ted a second chance if he gets treated, but based on how he was about to dispose of him only a minute ago, the Apprentice Knight is so pissed off that he lunges at him with his blade. But despite his desperate attempt to kill the organization's leader, he is stopped by a shadow tendril, which quickly chains him and renders him harmless. The person responsible appears and prefers killing the Apprentice Knight as part of their contract. Cedric is more than happy to see how their newest hire will perform. The helpless knight can only shout complaints. The mage ends up chanting a command, unleashing demonic creatures from the dark upon the helpless knight. Before the knight can even comprehend what's going on, he meets his bone-chilling demise. Despite him begging for mercy, the 5 demonic beasts devour each of his limbs as well as his head, ripping his body apart as his screams reach the ceiling. By the end, the only thing that's left of Ted is a miserable foot. Bro probably got the worst death I've seen in a while. Cedric is disgusted, but at the same time quite impressed. He accepts the mage into his group and requests for cleaner deaths from now on. The mage is happy to hear that and awaits his next target. The leader of the organization expresses the recent incident, which included a noble who messed with their members. However, Cedric isn't going to be stopping. All he cares about is for Damien to suffer an agonizing and gruesome death, and he's even willing to increase the pay for it. Cedric pays the mage his commission in advance. The dark mage is more than happy to take up this task and execute it with success. Panting in exhaustion, our boy continues his epic training arc. He's out here doing squats with a heavy load on each side, helping him become overall muscular and amp up his stamina. This training regimen is doing wonders for him. But strangely enough, the past few days have been far too quiet, almost as if disaster is right around the corner. He was fully expecting the Black Snake organization to come and shoot him down by now. As he's about to drink from his bottle, he senses the presence of 2 assassins nearby. Realizing that they're the scumbags of the organization, our boy zaps in with incredible speed to pin them down. To his utter shock, the dude he ends up attacking isn't an enemy, but actually Abel, his nerdy brother. Bro immediately releases him, causing his younger brother to flop to the ground. Abel is awestruck by his older brother's incredible strength, and he was fully expecting to get his head popped just now. It's a good thing that didn't happen. Damien apologizes and offers him a hand, sharing that it was never his intent to treat him like this. Instead of accepting his older brother's apology, the nerdy brother reveals that he learned about Damien's situation at the bar, and how he got an apology out of the owner. However, from what he's heard, he knows that a fight broke out, and that dozens of people were injured. Abel accuses his older brother of lying to his own family. Instead of deceiving him, Damien actually confirms the facts as the cold hard truth. Abel jumps in his face in shock, questioning how the hell his brother was able to face off so many people. It doesn't make sense unless he hired Agent 47 or something. Even though Damien fully accepts that he's the one who did everything, Abel still isn't convinced. The only thing he cares about is that his older brother doesn't go around dishonoring their family's reputation. They're already sick and tired of cleaning the troubles he's caused in the past. Fully understanding his little brother's annoyance, Damien pats him on the head, reflecting that his little brother has a pure heart and has always wanted the best for his family. That's why he doesn't find himself annoyed at his attitude. In fact, he smiles at Abel, stating that there's nothing for them to worry about anymore. Their meeting is interrupted by Victor, who comes in panting to deliver some shockingly bad news. His sudden announcement causes both of the young masters to grow alert. In the next scene, they quickly dash into the family estate and burst open the door, only to find his parents sitting opposite to a certain man. This is the same dude from earlier, who wanted to go on his quest for love or whatever the heck he means. Seeing Damien arrive so quickly, the arrogant man expresses his innocent intentions of sharing what happened at the banquet hall. Meet Erwin Lionbloom, the evil and beta version of Erwin from Attack on Titan. Unfortunately, he shares some terrible ties with our protagonist. To understand what happened between them, we'll have to go back to the past. At the banquet hall, he and Erwin had a little beef. Apparently Damien was offended by something, while the calm and collected Erwin only riled him further. The drunk troublemaker reminded everyone that Erwin insulted his sister and spoke badly about him, so he has every right to take offense. Then again, Erwin smartly took advantage of our boy's drunk state, and pinned the blame on that. To make matters even worse, this bastard went right up in his face to call him a retard, and reminded him that even if he did say all of that, Damien couldn't do shit about it anyway. It came as a shock to our boy's system. At the time, he made the biggest mistake he could possibly make in that situation. He chose physical violence and punched the bastard away. To be honest, that punch felt really satisfying, even if it was the wrong thing to do in the hall. Even after eating a clear hit to the face, the noble released a victorious smile, implying that he always wanted the situation to turn out this way. And that brings us to the present. Damien fully understands that Erwin deliberately chose to get hit, because he's actually pretty damn skilled, close enough to become a knight, so it would have been easy to dodge. As it turns out, the slimeball was waiting for this moment. In this family meeting, this man boldly tells our boy's parents that he shares admiration for Louise, their daughter. At first, the Viscount doesn't get what Erwin is trying to say. That's until Captain Douchebag over here boldly declares a marriage proposal between him and Damien's sister. The announcement rocks the Haxon family to their very senses. Damien internalizes his frustration, knowing that this is the exact sequence that took place in his previous life. The bastard took advantage of his family's poor circumstances. Erwin doubles down by saying that he'll forget what happened at the banquet hall, but only if they become a part of his family, therefore preventing any bad blood between the two houses. However, his father firmly denies such a proposal, like the gigachad he is. Erwin's frustration grows after discovering that Louise already has a fiancé set for marriage. But then comes the issue of his humiliation at the banquet hall. Erwin reminds the Haxon family that they won't be able to deal with the consequences that come with denying his proposal. It will end in a wrathful outcome. The scumbag offers them a final dilemma. It's either they choose him for their daughter, or they suffer the consequences. This is truly a difficult decision for the Viscount to consider, knowing that the Lionbloom family is tremendously powerful among the nobles. Even then, he knows just how shitty of a person Erwin truly is. His father's instincts just can't allow something so disgraceful to happen to his daughter. Suddenly, Louise herself makes her presence known, offering herself as the sacrifice and accepting the terms of marriage. Seeing their own daughter sacrifice herself like this causes the Viscount to break down. He tries to assure her that they'll find a way out of this, even though Abel is pissed off and admits that his sister doesn't have to deal with the trouble Damien caused. Seeing her take a stand for the sake of her family even causes Damien to feel sad, but the brave girl maintains her smile, promising to go with Erwin. The whole situation is a great reminder for our protagonist, a reflection of his past mistakes summarized in one scene. Because of the problems he caused, his sister had to bite the bullet. Now that the situation has wrapped up in his favor, an evil smile crosses over Erwin's face. He's glad that they made the correct choice. As he prepares to leave, he tells Louise that a formal request will be officially sent so they can discuss details. But as he's talking all that shit, the devil himself appears before his eyes, glaring down at him. I think anyone who has a sister would have the same expression as our boy after what happened. Mocking Damien openly, Erwin calls him his brother-in-law. Damien doesn't give a damn about him, but the fact that he ruined his sister's life in the original timeline is enough motivation for him to prevent the same from happening again. Louise can't believe that her brother has taken a stand for her. He mumbles something incomprehensible, something that the arrogant blonde noble doesn't even comprehend. What he does comprehend is a Mike Tyson uppercut that launches him to the damn sky. While it's true that Damien shouldn't have fallen for Erwin's provocation again, he just can't sit around waiting for this bastard to tear his family apart. The noble's body hits the ground, while our boy declares his stance strongly. He won't let Erwin do what he wants. To understand why he feels such disdain for this man, we'll have to take a peek into the original timeline of what happened the first time. After being sold off to the Lionbloom family, Damien couldn't see his sister for a long time. So one day, when he realized that they were coming to visit, he couldn't contain his excitement and ran with a smile on his face, excited to meet his sister. Things took a truly terrifying turn, because the moment he arrived, his body shuddered in despair. Before him was his beautiful sister. Her hair was pulled like she was some kind of animal. Erwin dragged her for always complaining about her shitty family. He was pissed that she even dared to threaten leaving him. Oh, but he didn't stop there. To truly educate her and make sure she never defied him again, Erwin prepared himself properly as the innocent girl shuddered in fear. Locking in a fist, he abused her brutally as the poor girl wailed in pain. Just watching that sight broke our boy from the inside. He couldn't even protect his sister, and he's the one who got her into such a state in the first place, all because of his actions at the banquet hall. From then on, a deep hatred took root inside of Damien's heart, a hatred designed specifically for the bastard known as Erwin Lionbloom. That brings us back to the present, where he's just finished uppercutting this man into a knockout. The entire family is shaken. The Lionbloom guards concerningly show up after hearing the sound of their young master moaning in pain. At once, they unsheath their weapons to seize the person responsible for hurting the young master. Damien gave them one look and realized that they're his escort guards. Speaking of the bastard, Erwin snickers like the little pest he is and gets back up. He's done being bitch-slapped twice in the face by now. Taking the situation to violent means, he clenches his sword, while the Haxon family stares in horror. Finally revealing his true nature, Erwin unsheathes his blade, questioning if his brother-in-law is looking for a quick death. To prevent the situation from turning into a bloodbath, his escort guards quickly step in to handle the situation for him, since it could lead to a bad impression of him. But this time, the enraged bastard doesn't listen to reason, and demands that his guards move. When one of the escort guards resists the order, Erwin literally punches him into the nearest wall. I genuinely took him for a weakling, but damn, he really is close to the skill of a knight. Chillingly reminding his guards to move, Erwin glares at them with contempt. Abel and Louise are quivering for their brother's sake, while the Lionbloom young master strides forward to deal with Damien for good. He wonders how the Haxon family will resolve this situation, especially when they've made it worse tenfold. Sensing real danger for her brother's life, Louise understands that Damien will be hurt. She forcibly steps in to resolve everything. But this time, our boy defends her. No longer will she become the sacrifice. This time Damien, her older brother, will handle the situation, as he gives her a look of assurance that everything is all right. It's time for an official one-on-one duel. Hearing the word duel astonishes the Lionbloom young master. Damien makes his offer clear, stating that he'll do anything Erwin asks of him if he is defeated in the duel. But if our boy wins, everything that happened up to this point will be forgotten from both sides. Interestingly, Erwin doesn't want to accept the conditions for the duel, because he already got what he wanted out of Louise. She already signed an approval from her side. Instead of backing down, Damien takes a smart approach by challenging Erwin's ego, stating that he's a coward for backing out of a duel. Basically, bro said no balls to a good argument. The funniest thing is that it actually works. Erwin considers accepting the duel simply because he thinks he'll mop the floor with Damien in a real battle, finding this as the perfect opportunity to crush Damien forever and then steal his sister from him. The sadistic bastard points his blade and accepts the duel. In the next scene, Damien's mother is really worried and wants to intervene, but seeing their son confidently step in like that, the Viscount thinks that Damien must have a plan behind his back. That's why they have to let their hopes rest in his hands. Unfortunately for them, Abel knows just how despairing this situation truly is. He is the only person here who fully understands Erwin's skills, comparing him to an official knight. So from that perspective, this is a losing battle right from the beginning. The arrogant young master wants to kick the battle into motion, but he's stunned that his opponent isn't even interested in using a sword. Damien assures him that he'll be alright. In order to fully humiliate the guy, bro brings out his trusty fork. Ah yes, the ultimate fork sword. The only weapon that can compare to the ultimate stick of destruction. Seeing the damn fork in his hand, Erwin is at a loss for words while Damien's family is out here dying on the inside, questioning what the actual flip he's going to do with that. Erwin straight up laughs in his face, finding it reasonable to assume that his opponent has already accepted defeat. He thinks Damien's gone crazy out of terror. With full confidence, Erwin lunges into the fight, intending to cut him down. But to his utter shock, the first swing misses Damien, who evaded casually. To complicate his attack pattern, Erwin launched multiple swings, unleashing his technique, the fierce roaring lion sword. Bro's got his own Susanoo over here. Anyway, the destructive blow is all smoke and mirrors, because by the end of the attack our boy's feet are still firmly planted on the ground. He's deflected every single strike. Even the escort guards are at a loss for words, not knowing if their young master is playing around or if his opponent is really that good. To deconstruct what happened, we take a look at Erwin's point of view. In that brief time window from when the technique launched, our boy danced around each of his swings, without even getting hit once. As for Damien, he's glad that his physical training has been paying off. Thanks to his increased stamina, he can now keep up with fast movements without gassing himself out. Need I remind you guys that he's doing all of this with just a damn fork? But also, he has gained an understanding of the Lionbloom family's swordsmanship thus far. Here's the neat part. In the original timeline, the Death Knight Damien actually faced off against the eldest son of the Lionbloom family, Micahel Lionbloom, and this guy was a force to be reckoned with. Compared to that, his little brother is disappointing and much weaker. That's why the current Damien isn't having any trouble facing him. Erwin's blood boils as he sends off waves of aura, refusing to accept that it was skill that allowed Damien to dodge his techniques. Unfortunately, the invoking of aura is dangerous for anyone to deal with, so our boy is faced with yet another puzzle. How will he avoid this? Erwin Lionbloom races at incredible speeds to jump right in front of the target, ready to deal a killing blow. In this delicate moment, Damien considers and selects the Sword Saint technique from his list of techniques, and decides to use it. A proper clash breaks out, except Erwin's world breaks into pieces when he sees a mere fork blocking his sword, and even overpowering it to some extent. He can't even fathom what's going on. Before can even process the situation, he is struck with our boy's secret move, the countless Thunder Shadow revelations. Using that move, the ultimate fork of destruction flings the sword away with ease. It's Erwin's ultimate fall, as Damien hastens to end the fight with a fork in hand. The fork stabs the arrogant noble in the neck, ending the battle. Every single person in his family gasps in horror. You guys might be thinking that a fork was used as a murder weapon just now, but it turns out that our boy is quite generous. He only poked Erwin's neck, as if to warn him that he could have done more. Even after receiving a tiny stab, this dude starts freaking out like a little bitch. Of course, in his heart, Damien really would have wanted to kill him and erase the disease from the world. But he knows that he must choose his family's side this time and let this situation slide. So he concludes the duel, declaring himself as the clear winner, and asking if little Erwin over here has any issues with that conclusion. Shuddering like a puppy, the arrogant noble has been reduced to a harmless doll. Damien straight up tells this dude to get lost as the scene comes to an end. If you guys think the way Damien handled that humiliation was satisfying, then like the video and show your support. After the duel, the family shares a quiet breakfast the next day. Having finished his meal, our boy gets up to leave for his training. With him gone, the family sulks in sadness. Particularly, the boy's mother is curious and wonders when they'll talk to Damien about what happened. Speaking of which, Abel is out here having a system reset. Dude is in a permanent state of shock, unable to comprehend how his brother suddenly became so goddamn powerful. Even his parents are concerned. The Viscount breaks silence, emphasizing that it wouldn't be right to force their son for an answer. He thinks the right decision here is to let the boy reveal the truth when he feels the time is right. I really like that they're not forcing him here. Such a nice touch. Apart from that, his father is visibly shaken. Though he's curious about his son, the look of death he sees in Damien's eyes intimidates him to the point he doesn't want to confront him about anything. Even though Damien is his flesh and blood, that boy has become a lot more intimidating than before. Shifting the perspective to our boy's side, he's out here taking inspiration from Rock Lee, arming his body with heavy weight to train for endurance. As he's about to head out, Louise catches up to her brother. She's the first person from his family who wants to talk about what happened the other day. While she's struggling to form her words, our boy realizes his mistake and immediately lowers his head, apologizing for the trouble he caused and how he forced her to be in a vulnerable position. While he's ranting on and on about his apology, his sister stops him, offering her sincerest gratitude. He really did stand up for her, and she feared for her life, even though she didn't show her fear in front of Erwin. It's thanks to her brother that she avoided such a miserable fate. Hearing her admit that makes Damien very happy to have made a difference. Knowing that her brother stepped up for her cause, to save her bravely, is the reason she's so grateful for him. In a warm moment while receiving her gratitude, Damien offers his own. A sister shows her love for her brother, and a brother returns it back with interest. He's thankful for everything she's done for him this far. Before Louise can comprehend what he means by that, he prepares to leave. As he's leaving, she offers him a sword to take with him. It's actually their father's most prized possession, his favorite item. To show love for his son, the Viscount gifted him the blade so that Damien could use it in his training. The boy is shocked to hear such consideration from his father, while Louise reveals that even though their father can be tough on the outside, he loves Damien a lot. Funnily enough, she does her father's impression to remind dear old Damien never to use a fork again because it's disgraceful for the family. Damien's pretty damn convinced by her impression and unsheathes the blade, finding himself impressed by what he sees. He's in his father's debt. Hilariously, when we go back to his father's sword collection, we get to see that this man has a whole bunch of swords at his disposal. He's just complaining for no reason at all. In the next scene, terror looms in the shadows. The evil mage and his dark magic has made its way to a certain estate. The night guards are out here yawning in exhaustion, and right when they're caught off guard, the shadows take over them, dismantling both of them in a mere instant. With the two of them down, this mysterious mage makes his way through the gate. In the few moments that followed, the mage slowly made his way inside the house. Abel and his parents are asleep. The mage quietly steps up to Louise's room, who is also dozing off, not knowing an evil man is hovering over her. This disgusting piece of filth is enjoying himself staring at her. Even though he came here on behalf of the Black Snake, he thinks he's found himself something fun to play with. The filthy mage finds himself startled when he discovers a voice from behind. It's our boy, who is aura farming at the door to look even more badass than he is. He gives the bastard a disgusting look and questions his actions. The call-out is real, as Damien goes on to express that he was able to sense strange energy lurking around their house, so he decided to check it out. The perspective of the dark mage is interesting. Even though he used a special type of magic to put everyone to sleep, it appears that Damien was unaffected by it. Not just that, the dark mage couldn't even detect his presence from behind until he spoke. These factors alone are enough to convince him that this guy is troublesome. So he quickly turns back and unleashes Vegeta's Gallic gun over here. Dodging the magic blast, our boy moves to a different position, all the while frustrating the dark mage as he fails to understand what's happening. Damien prepares his sword, throwing the same question back at him as he reminds the scumbag that he's the one who invaded their house. Suddenly, the mage realizes that he's actually speaking to his target, Damien of the Haxon house. Confirming his identity, our boy pulls his blade, locking a lethal glare at the mage, and demanding to know why the hell he stepped foot in his sister's room. The powerful magic attack shook the house and woke the rest of the family. The mage realizes that he's going to be in deep trouble if the servants have already awoken. Since he's supposed to execute his task cleanly as per his orders, the dark mage decides to retreat for now. As he's fading away into a shadow mist, Damien tries to stop him. Unfortunately, there's little you can do while fighting the damn air, so his enemy escapes through the window and out the house, disappearing into the distance. With the threat neutralized, Damien suddenly spots a shred of the mage's dark energy. It appears that he left some of it behind. In the next scene, we turn to the perspective of the servants. They've just discovered the horrific sight of the Viscount's most treasured horse. If word gets out, the Viscount will raise hell. It's also strange because the horse was doing just fine the other day. As the servants are mumbling in horror, Damien comes up to shock them with his sudden entry, expressing his own concerns. The young master's sudden arrival scares them, but he assures them that there's no need for any of them to panic, as he isn't here to hold either one of them responsible. All he cares about is for him to take a personal look, so he orders them to leave the site. Now that he's alone, Damien inspects the condition of the horse. Turns out that the same shadow trail of energy is somehow connected to this dead horse. From the looks of it, he's confirmed the presence of dark mana based on the terrifying energy signature. This also confirms his suspicions that the man he faced last night is actually a dark mage who practices such mana. Now Damien understands that his family still doesn't know what happened. In fact, he has no intention of revealing anything as it will only create chaos and worry. Instead, he glares back to the trail of dark energy, looming in the atmosphere and creating a path into the forest. A while later, we get to see the hideout of the dark mage. Apparently he's holding his valuables here while snickering like a Walmart villain. It's actually because Cedric recently sent him all of the things he asked for. He lied to the Black Snake's leader, stating that it's a curse, but from how much inventory he received, the dark mage is glad that his experimentations will continue down the line. At the same time, he feels disappointed in his own talent. He's having to struggle with bottom-tier requests just to earn a bit of money. Then again, it's the only choice he has, especially when the Holy Church is already on the lookout for him. It's imperative for the guy to keep a low profile, or so he thought, because following the same trail of dark energy, our boy happily shows up. Think of it like returning a favor for invading his home. He calls out the disgusting stench. I bet it's comparable to that one stranger on the bus ripping one out and killing everyone with their mustard gas. The dark mage can't believe his eyes. The eldest son of the Viscount, the man he fought yesterday, has just showed up to his doorstep. It bothers him that Damien managed to discover his little hideout. I mean, it wasn't hard, I bet, considering the fact that his mana smells the same as the average gamer's room. The Dark Mage shares how he had heard about the rumors of the noble standing up to the members of the Black Snake, but now that he's seen the kid in person, he can tell that Damien is more powerful than people believe him to be. The young master is glad that he was sharp, knowing that the Dark Mage shares a connection with the evil organization. The Dark Mage confirms this, revealing that a part of their deal is to make sure Damien suffers an agonizing death. Hearing this makes him laugh, as he declares what's about to happen, pointing out that the mage will die for taking on such a request. Hearing such a ridiculous remark from him, the mage laughs, unveiling his sinister nature and finding joy in his victim's delusion. He's in the mood to make the perfect experimental pet out of Damien after capturing him. The swordsman prepares his sword, assuring the mage that it won't be the case, because in this life, he promised himself that he won't kill anyone unless absolutely necessary. However, the only exception to his rule are people as heinous as the Dark Mage, who are the definition of filth and disgust. Damien's more than happy to wipe them off the face of the planet. The Dark Mage is astonished yet again by the boy's knowledge, but he thinks it's all meaningless and blasts him multiple magic circle attacks. He's not going to let the Viscount's son escape at any cost. But lucky for him, our boy doesn't share that intention either. Looking cool as fuck, he sweeps right in with an incredible lunge and connects a clean upward slash, cutting his opponent in half. Diseases are hard to kill, and just like a bad disease, this guy is also hard to kill. Despite being split in half, he simply disintegrates into the shadows, reassembling his state. Damien internalizes that his opponent is using the same ability he used back at the estate, and that this guy is actually pretty damn strong, even if he took up a lower tier request to kill someone. Maniacal laughter releases from his mouth, as the Dark Mage assumes his victory, maintaining that he won't be cut by ordinary means. So in order to deal with a pest like him, Damien decides to go ballistic and renders numerous cuts to make sure nothing remains. Even though it's a good effort on his part, it still doesn't change the fact that his opponent's body can reassemble with ease. The Dark Mage thinks he's dealing with someone powerful, but he makes it known that the moment Damien walked inside his hideout, he sealed his own fate. Speaking of sealing his fate, the scumbag uses the same attack he used against Ted, restraining Damien in place and letting his little demons of death devour the rest. The thing is, the Dark Mage knew that the church was on his tail, so he doubled down on his preparations with advanced spells. From the looks of it, the situation is getting really tense. Even our boy is tensed up considering his circumstances. The mage grimaces in victory, laughing at the demise of his opponent, who will regret challenging an officer of the Yulin rank. With Damien restrained, he's moments away from being ultimately devoured by the creatures of the dark, and meeting the same fate as the apprentice knight. The tendrils of dark mummify their victim. It's like watching a spider webbing up its prey and tangling it into place. The Dark Mage returns to his tangible form and calls Damien arrogant for being reckless with his approach. He also remembers Cedric's order to make his target suffer as much as possible, which is made successful by the fact that he'll torture him for a long time. This bastard is also out here celebrating that now he can feast on the beauty he saw at his house without any interruptions. That's until Damien drops a little surprising note for him. He breaks apart the decomposing curse spell that he just used. At a loss for words, the Dark Mage returns a look of despair, questioning how his prey is unaffected. It's impossible to dispel the curse unless someone knows about dark magic, which is exactly what our boy did. Here's the thing though, even Damien is taken aback by what he did. I guess his regression powers kicked in, because it appears he awakened an authority insignia on his body, even though he shouldn't have it at this point in the past. Let's talk about what an authority actually is. In this world, it's known as the power of a god being gifted to mortals. In this case, Dorgo favored his Death Knight so much that he infused the strongest magic and binded it into him. Even after giving him indestructible magic and power, Dorgo was left unsatisfied. He wanted more out of his Death Knight, the ultimate servant and the sword of evil. Hence, he decided to slit his own hand, unleashing a part of his dark power, turning the Death Knight into an ultimate weapon. A column of dark mana pulsed upon the Death Knight. Dorgo forced his authority upon him, and with a final hand sign, he imbued all of it into Damien's body, carving an insignia on his hand. That evil power ripped his body apart, giving him a world of pain unlike any other. By the end of the process, the Death Knight had transcended into a realm of becoming unstoppable. This Gigachad received the authority of God and became a force to be reckoned with. Side note, all of a sudden, I'm starting to realize why Dorgo got his ass nuked. Bro literally turned his Death Knight into a mini nuclear weapon and thought things were gonna be fine. Back to the present, Damien remembers the mark of the authority of greed. It's his power as the Death Knight resurfacing again. Before he's able to process it fully, another magic blast comes his way, which he quickly evades. The Dark Mage raises an immediate question for him. Just how the hell was he able to survive his decomposition spell? Being a good sport, Damien funnily says that he had a trump card, and that's why. The most convincing explanation is actually the power of plot armor, and the author makes sure to slide that part in. Back to the battle, Damien has now gained an understanding of his opponent and his connection to Yu'lon. This Yu'lon is actually another organization, an even more sinister one that practices assassination using dark magic. Compared to them, the Black Snake is nothing. It's not a surprise that this guy is actually pretty damn skilled. The Dark Mage assesses the situation too, internalizing that he can't let this battle drag on for any longer, especially when his opponent is unpredictable. Even though he wanted to save his ultimate weapon for the church, he thinks it's an appropriate time to whip out the good stuff. With his bracelet glowing a bright green, the mage unleashes a wave of mana, exuding from his body as he slowly loses control of himself. Even Damien notices that this guy is using a dangerous amount of dark mana. From his understanding, the bracelet appears to be some kind of artifact to store mana. Well, things go from 0 to 100 really quick when this guy uses his full power. He summons an illusory beast that I don't even know how to describe. Let's call him the Ugly Five Eyes. Having lost control, the Dark Mage roars the demise for his opponent and declares Damien will burn in hellfire. The creature of destruction fully swarms in and connects against our boy's body. With a direct hit like that, the Dark Mage once again assumes his victory. How could anyone on Earth possibly survive such a hellfire after all? Hellfire is something that can't be expunged, even after one's death. Using the power of plot armor once again, Damien breezes through the green flames, pointing out the mage's miscalculation. The thing about the authority of greed is that it simply doesn't dispel magic. Damien stands unharmed as the same hellfire flames get absorbed into his body. He stands uncontested, having become more powerful than ever before, revealing that the function of his authority is to absorb all dark magic. The mage is at a loss for words, questioning how a Viscount's son could have the terrifying power of authority. It's time for this fight to end, as the young master readies his blade, commanding that he has nothing to explain to a dead man. But on the inside, Damien is genuinely pissed off that he has to rely on his dark powers to win a battle. At the same time, he doesn't have much choice but to invoke the techniques of the Death Knight in order to win this fight. The Dark Mage is at a loss for words when he sees the Aura Blade. The sword is coated in a black aura, and it's not just any sword technique either. It's something only achievable by a warrior of the Swordmaster rank. Before he yaps again about his confusion about Damien's abilities, our boy renders his ultimate technique, the soul-severing slash, slicing his opponent's body clean and leaving a massive gash in the cave. The place crumbles after being devastated by his blade, while Damien glares at his victim. The strike is so powerful that it tears through the Dark Mage and slices the mountain behind him. Without pause, Damien walks toward the fallen mage and pins him down with his sword, demanding the location of the Dark Snake hideout. The next morning, the boy heads toward the city of Landwork alongside Victor. The fatty questions the reason for their journey, but the boy quickly shuts him down for asking too many questions. Redirecting his curiosity, the Big Mac's attention shifts to a dark book Damien is reading. The boy claims it's a grimoire of dark magic he recently acquired, though in truth he knows it came from the Dark Mage he took down. Victor remains skeptical, knowing such grimoires are incredibly rare and difficult to acquire. But before he can say more, he's distracted by a strange, foul smell coming from a sack Damien is carrying. Soon they arrive at the market, where the boy hands the sack to him, casually stating that it contains a person's head. Still refusing to believe him, he opens the sack himself, only to spot a lifeless eye staring back. With a panicked yelp, he hurls it away and begins breathing heavily, shaken. When he demands an explanation, the boy tells him to first deliver the head and the book. He'll explain everything afterward. Despite nearly pissing himself, Victor agrees. A while later, the boy arrives at the gates of the Dark Snake headquarters and confidently introduces himself. The guards dismiss the Haxan name at first, until they realize he's the one their boss warned them about. The boy catches on that they already know who he is and pressures them to let him through. To Fatty's shock, they agree. But just as they allow him to enter, one of the guards suddenly fires a flare into the sky. In seconds, the entire compound swarms with assassins and bounty hunters, surrounding Damien with weapons drawn. According to them, this is the welcome gift prepared by their boss. Yet despite being completely surrounded, the boy remains calm, certain they'll regret the choice they've made. Meanwhile, inside the headquarters, Cedric, the boss of the Dark Snake, hosts the Landwork governor and his drunken knight over lunch. The governor, clearly enjoying the meal and company, casually grants Cedric control over the city's red light district. Cedric lights up with excitement at the offer, though he worries the other might protest. But the governor quickly reassures him, claiming he holds the authority to silence any opposition. The knight, slouched and tipsy, tries to offer his help with something, but the fatty glazes him off, insisting the knight's already doing his part by protecting them. He tells him not to waste energy on trivial stuff. The comment flusters the knight, and both he and the governor appear ready to do whatever Cedric wants. Cedric plays along, keeping them wrapped around his finger. In truth, he entertains them only so he won't have to bow to their power later. His ambitions reach far beyond a district as he plans to claim the entire city. Just as they're enjoying the moment, one of their men barges in, urgently calling for Cedric. Though clearly annoyed, Cedric follows him out. When the man reveals that it's Damien, Cedric shouts his name so loud that even the governor hears it from the other room. He fumes with rage, realizing the dark mage he relied on turned out to be a disappointment. Still, he waves the man off, claiming there's no need to worry. In Cedric's mind, Damien has walked into his own death trap, and even if things don't go exactly as planned, he has someone who owes him a favor. Someone who will make sure the job gets done. Sensing something is wrong, the fatty steps out of the building to check, and is shocked to see his assassin lying defeated on the ground, while the boy stands there completely unharmed. The sight stuns him. He had always heard that Damien Haxon was nothing more than the useless son of a viscount, but this boy clearly has skill. The realization makes him wonder if Damien was also the one who took down his dark mages. Panic sets in, and he rushes back inside, hoping to get reinforcements. Outside, the mage fires a blazing fireball at Damien using their staff. To their shock, he counters it with his sword, channeling his countless thunder technique to deflect and hurl the attacks back at them. The rebounding blasts explode in fiery bursts, reducing the mages to scorched corpses. It seems all of them are taken out, until Damien suddenly senses something approaching from behind. He turns just in time to narrowly dodge a devastating sword strike. The blow crashes into the ground, sending up a violent shockwave. Though he avoids the direct hit, Damien can feel the overwhelming aura. It's so intense it even singes the ends of his hair. As the dust clears, a knight radiating deadly intent stands before him. The sheer pressure tells Damien this man might be a formally ranked knight. Soon more soldiers arrive and surround him. The sight stuns Damien as it's clear these aren't just mercenaries. They're official troops, the ones responsible for maintaining public order in the city. He immediately understands what that means. Moments later, the governor bursts onto the scene, shouting accusations at the boy for disrupting the peace in the heart of the city. Cedric stands smugly at his side as the governor publicly declares that Damien will be punished, not only for targeting a respected businessman like Cedric, Big Cap, but for attacking and killing his employees. The townspeople look on, visibly confused as to why the governor is siding with someone like that fatso. Cedric, standing confidently next to the governor, believes the boy is finally in real trouble. But Damien doesn't flinch. He recognizes Cedric as the leader of the Black Snake, and calls him out with sharp, unwavering eyes. Damien suspected the Black Snake leader has some connections, but this level of influence is downright absurd. He openly calls out the governor for supporting someone like that double cheeseburger of a man. The governor, unfazed, demands that he surrender, but the boy refuses, insisting he's committed no crime. Growing impatient, the governor orders his knight, Robert, to handle the situation. Responding to the command, Robert steps forward and tells Damien to submit to arrest. But to his surprise, there's not a flicker of fear in the boy's eyes. Taking this as arrogance, the knight swings his sword in a flash. Damien narrowly dodges, and the strike crashes into the ground, sending rubble flying. Though he's provoked the knight, Damien knows this won't be an easy fight, not at this level. He braces himself, but Robert lands a powerful blow, sending him flying. The boy manages to land on his feet, though the hit rattles him despite his attempt to deflect it. As the fight continues, Damien silently waits for someone to arrive, but the knight gives him no breathing room, pressing in with relentless speed and swinging his massive axe with brutal force. Just as the weapon is about to hit, someone suddenly jumps between them and blocks the attack. The impact is so strong it sends the knight's axe flying. Stunned, the knight demands to know who it is. When the figure reveals herself, everyone stands in shock that it's a muscle mommy paladin. Damien exhales in relief. Their reinforcement has arrived, and Victor is the one who did that. Cedric realizes that a paladin's intervention means the church is now involved, and they might already know about the Dark Mage's connection to recent events. As it turns out, Damien had sent Victor to the church carrying the Dark Mage's head, and Victor followed through exactly as instructed, effectively saving him. A few hours earlier, Victor arrived at the church, drenched in fried oil sweat, carrying both the sack and the book that Damien gave him. He handed them over to a nun, claiming they were evidence of someone collaborating with dark mages. As she examined the book, she immediately sensed the dark energy emanating from it. Upon noticing the symbol inside, her expression shifted to shock. Without a word, she snatched the sack from Victor, and the moment she saw the severed head, she recognized it as the long-sought officer of Yulan. With no hesitation, she stripped off her nun attire, revealing a muscular mommy figure formed beneath it, and demanded to know who sent Victor with these items. Now, back in the present, she seems excited to finally meet Damien and assures everyone that the church will take over the matter from here. Damien respectfully agrees. It's exactly how he had hoped things would unfold. Paladins devoted to serving their god are known for their charity and compassion. But when it comes to dealing with demons and dark arts, they don't hesitate. They become relentless, almost fanatical. They are, after all, the vanguard of the church. And with this development, Damien knows he now has the church on his side. As he reflects on everything, the paladin steps forward and addresses the gathered citizens. She announces that due to evidence of someone within the city communicating with dark mages, the church will be launching a full investigation. Until then, they will assume control of the city. This doesn't sit well with the governor, as the city was granted self-governance by the kingdom. However, the paladin shuts him down, firmly stating that the church holds the authority to overrule even the kingdom, and besides, both he and his knight are prime suspects. Hearing this, they are stunned. But the real shock comes when she points directly at Cedric, accusing them of protecting the man who supported dark mages and hid among them. Cedric immediately denies the accusation when questioned, but the paladin presents the book as evidence. It contains detailed records of Cedric purchasing supplies for the dark mage. This revelation enrages Cedric, furious that the dark mage had documented everything. As the soldiers begin turning on Cedric, he and his men start pleading their innocence, but it's already too late. The paladin orders them to be taken into custody for investigation. As they are led away, the governor spots Damien and realizes he was behind all of this. He's now torn between anger and fear, unsure of what the church might do to him next. Meanwhile, Cedric makes one last attempt to escape justice. He tries to provoke the governor's knight, urging him to act and not let a mere boy frame them. The knight pauses, thinking for a moment, and then, to everyone's shock, breaks free from the church guards and charges directly at the paladin, hoping to take her down and flee. But his strike misses entirely. To his horror, the paladin counters instantly, delivering a devastating punch to his gut, so powerful it kills him on the spot. According to the paladin, anyone who stands in the way of God will be punished according to divine will. After witnessing the knight's fate, Cedric wastes no time and drops to his knees while the governor still resists. Meanwhile, the boys are simply enjoying the spectacle, watching the leader of the Black Snake Gang kneeling in front of the crowd. For that, the boy quietly thanks Victor. From his observation, the paladin is even stronger than he initially thought. Judging by her aura and presence, she's likely an Azure Flame apprentice. The Azure Flame is known as the strongest warrior in the church, famous for taking down numerous powerful enemies. As Damien gets lost in thought, the paladin calls him out by name and thanks him for eliminating the dark mage of Yulan. She assures him that the church will acknowledge his efforts and that he won't be charged with anything. She reveals that the church is aware Damien contacted them not just to report the dark mage, but also to use the situation to cover his assault on the Black Snake faction. Hearing this, Damien apologizes and explains that the dark mage had tried to harm his family. The paladin, moved by this, agrees to absolve him of any wrongdoing. She also confirms that the bounty for the dark mage's head, 1,000 gold coins, will be paid to him. While the amount is more than enough to purchase a small castle, Damien doesn't ask for the gold. Instead, he requests something else, one of the church's mana cultivation techniques. This request genuinely surprises the paladin that despite his apparent strength, he still desires advanced training. Yet Damien knows the truth. Although he managed to defeat the dark mage using his authority skill, he won't be able to survive the trials the future holds without further growth. For that, he definitely needs the advanced mana training technique, the very one used by paladins. He reveals that he has only learned the basic level of it so far, and now wishes to master the advanced stage. This shocks the paladin. Reaching such a level of power using only the basics is nearly unheard of. She can sense the tremendous aura flowing through his body, and the fact that he managed to defeat a dark mage only adds to her impression. Moved by his potential, the paladin offers something even greater than the training technique. She enthusiastically invites him to become a paladin himself. But to her dismay, the boy politely refuses. She struggles to understand why he would reject such an honorable position, one considered a great privilege, granted only to a few chosen to serve God. She insists it's incredibly difficult to earn that title. However, Damien isn't particularly religious, and more importantly, he has no desire to become the church's pawn. Of course, he can't say that out loud. Instead, he claims he's not worthy of such a title. For now, he lies that he simply wants to travel the world as a humble devotee in search of truth. To Victor's shock, the act worked perfectly. The paladin appears genuinely moved by Damien's humility. Impressed by his words, she agrees to grant him access to the mana technique and warmly invites him to visit the church any time. With that, she formally introduces herself as Agnes, the first apprentice of the Azure Flame. Damien respectfully acknowledges her name and then requests her permission to take care of one last matter. She's a bit puzzled, until she sees him walk over to Cedric and, without hesitation, punch the fat straight out of him. He follows up with a brutal kick that sends Cedric flying across the street. Only then does Damien finally feel satisfied. With that, he and Victor have accomplished exactly what they came for. Meanwhile, at the Lionbloom family estate, Erwin's father rushes to his son after hearing about the incident. Erwin, trembling in fear, claims that Damien tried to kill him with a fork. This enrages his father. He demands to know who dared lay a hand on his son. To his shock, the guards reveal it was Damien of House Haxon. This intensifies his fury. The idea that a so-called lowlife like Damien managed to beat his son using what he considers cowardly tricks drives him into a rage. He begins smashing furniture around the room, completely consumed by anger. In a fit of vengeful fury, he orders his men to drag Damien to him like a dog immediately. Meanwhile, at the Haxon household, Paladin Agnes arrives with her men and greets Damien's father. Upon seeing them, his father immediately grows angry, furious that his son not only caused trouble, but also brought what he calls a group of lunatics into their home. Agnes, remaining polite, informs him that their presence is related to the investigation of a heretic. Despite his irritation, his father grows visibly concerned about whether their house can accommodate 4 additional guests. However, his house somehow expands magically when she offers some gold. Later, as Damien's parents retreat to their room, Agnes thanks Damien for allowing them to stay. Internally, he never expected her to make such a request. To his surprise, she has another one. Even more unexpectedly, she wants to ask personal questions about him, apparently as part of spreading the gospel. His parents overhear the conversation and immediately begin misinterpreting it as something flirtatious, which only makes Damien more embarrassed. Eventually, Agnes gets to the point. She hands over the mana training technique he requested and, in addition, gives him a matching sword technique, explaining that both complement each other perfectly. These 2 books, a destructive sword style and an advanced energy cultivation method, are unlike anything Damien has seen, even in his previous life. As he begins skimming through one of the books, Agnes starts yapping about how difficult it was to acquire them. She continues talking, making sure he knows she went out of her way to help. She even reveals that after reporting everything to her master, the Azure Flame himself expressed interest in Damien joining the Paladins. With that, she once again invites him to join their order. But our boy, as always, declines. Agnes doesn't press further. She simply smiles, offers her help if he ever needs anything, and then leaves. Watching her go, Damien grows uneasy, as one thing becomes clear. She's a true fanatic. Elsewhere, inside the ruined cave of the Dark Mage, church investigators carefully examine the remains. One of them appears visibly shocked as he still can't believe that a kid like Damien managed to defeat a mage trained in dark magic. The other investigator shares the same doubt, but points out that Lady Agnes hasn't raised any concerns about it. Still, the situation troubles both of them. As they discuss, Agnes herself arrives and addresses their concerns directly. She acknowledges that their skepticism is understandable, but insists she's confident Damien is telling the truth. One of the investigators argues that they still can't grasp how he did it. In response, Agnes reveals that they already heard the full account from Damien himself. She explains that on the day his servant delivered the severed head, she also had her doubts about his abilities. That's why she stayed behind and secretly observed him when he was later ambushed by assassins. To her surprise, Damien completely overwhelmed them. What shocked her the most was seeing him deflect a fireball with nothing but his sword. Hearing that, both investigators are in disbelief. However, Agnes explains that she's heard of warriors who, upon reaching a certain level, can deflect magic attacks with raw skill and aura control. One of the investigators speculates that Damien might be a swordmaster, but Agnes remains unsure, though she firmly believes he's at least a gifted warrior. She also reveals that after Yulan's defeat, she considered taking Damien with her to meet her master, believing he could be a valuable asset to the church. With that, she firmly orders them to stop doubting and focus on their work. Outside the Haxon estate, an official knight of House Lionbloom arrives, leading 2 apprentice knights behind him. He confirms the location, and one of the younger knights nods in acknowledgement. The leader then repeats their mission, to arrest Damien of House Haxon. According to him, it should be an easy task, but he makes it clear that he intends to make them suffer. For him, this is personal revenge for Erwin's humiliation. Just as he speaks, he notices an oldie barely on 1 HP walk by. He calls out to him, asking if he's from Viscount Haxon's household. When the old man confirms, the knight, without hesitation, cuts him down in a flash. Wait, what did Gramps even do? F's in the chat. The knight thinks it's disrespectful for a mere servant not to bow before the lion crest. Meanwhile, the apprentice knight quietly realizes that the old man might have been blind. But the commander doesn't care. Without a hint of remorse, he orders his men to drag Damien out of the estate and to kill everyone else once they're inside. Upon receiving the command, the knights charge forward, heading straight toward Victor, who's casually standing at the front gate. busy cleaning. Deep in the forest, Lady Agnes's team stands together, casually chatting. Agnes explains that the site ended up collapsing, which made it harder to gather as much intel as they'd hoped. Still, she assures them it's fine since everyone did a solid job. But then, out of nowhere, something catches their eyes. Something that stops them dead in their tracks. Upon a rock sits a lone figure, calmly manifesting magic in the most mesmerizing way. Their jaws drop as they watch, stunned. Agnes stares in disbelief, wondering what on earth is happening and how he's even doing it. She finds the whole thing remarkable, even though she has no clue what kind of technique it is. In her mind, she starts piecing things together. That destructive energy technique she handed to Damien must be a cultivation method, and if taken to its highest level, it supposedly allows the user to absorb surrounding mana freely. What shocks her most is that he's reached such a height in just a matter of hours. As Damien snaps out of his focused state, he looks down to see 3 wide-eyed onlookers, Agnes and her team, staring up at him like curious baboons. Agnes can't hold herself back. She bolts straight to him. Damien, calm and casual, glances her way and asks if they're done with their investigation. Right then, Damien's feeling pretty good about the book in his hands, fully absorbed in its contents. Agnes, watching him closely, can't help but notice the impressive progress he's made. It hits him that Agnes wasn't exaggerating when she talked about how rare this book really is. It's the real deal. Hard to get and even harder to master. As a swordsman in his past life, traditional sword techniques don't hold much meaning for him anymore. But this cultivation method is a game changer. Something truly useful, even for someone like him. Come to think of it, the destructive energy technique was specifically designed to compensate for the insane mana drain caused by the destructive sword technique. Thankfully, it's built differently. It collects mana way faster than most other techniques, and can even temporarily pull in external mana from the surroundings. That alone makes it a powerful asset, especially for someone like Damien who needs fuel for high-level combat without burning out. Lady Agnes and Damien catch themselves locking eyes, and for a brief moment, everything seems to pause. The snow-white beauty blushes softly, while the weirdo himself breaks the silence, casually pointing out that it's already dinner time. He suggests they head back together. But out of nowhere, Damien suddenly senses a sharp wave of bloodlust. His instincts scream that the vermin is here. Without wasting a second, he tells Agnes that he's got an urgent errand to take care of and that he'll head out first. He kindly tells her to return at her own pace. Agnes is left stunned, watching him disappear with unbelievable speed, especially considering he used such a small amount of mana. She realizes then, he must be controlling it with incredible precision. Agnes quietly wonders just how far Damien's limits really go. Meanwhile, back at House Haxon, things have taken a violent turn. Knight Lavender is mercilessly beating Victor, landing a gut-wrenching punch straight to his stomach. Victor collapses, begging for mercy, but the knight isn't finished. He keeps cursing Victor with every hit, while Garrick and Ulpus stand by, enjoying the cruel display like it's entertainment. Victor cries out in pain, but it does nothing to move them. That's when Viscount Paul suddenly rushes onto the scene, demanding the knights hold their horses. Garrick instantly recognizes him. It's Paul Haxon, the Viscount himself. Paul hurries to Victor's side, catching him in his arms as the poor guy lies unconscious, bruised and battered. With fury boiling in his eyes, the old man demands to know what kind of knights assault civilians like this, especially when their estate has already done worse to House Lionbloom, and what Victor did is nothing in comparison. With that, Garrick steps forward and announces that the Marquis Lionbloom demands Damien Haxon. He coldly warns them to hand over the young master, or else the land of House Haxon will suffer dearly. The Viscount expected retaliation, but not on this scale. Still, Paul stands firm, calling it a bluff. He declares he won't hand over his son no matter what. In fact, he's certain that even if he did, Lionbloom would still reduce their estate to ashes. With a quiet yet defiant smile, the old man looks Garrick straight in the eye and makes it clear he refuses to give up his son. Garrick, gritting his teeth, says the fool will regret that decision. But it seems they've now left House Lionbloom's knights with no other choice. Garrick gives the order to his sidekicks to destroy everything until that jerk Damien shows himself. The Viscount shouts for them to stop, but a chilling voice suddenly cuts through the chaos, asking if the vermin have completely lost their minds. Everyone freezes as a dark, purplish, toxic aura seeps in from another direction. Garrick turns, sensing the pressure, but has no clue who the man behind that monstrous energy is. Meanwhile, Ulpus and Lavender are paralyzed on the spot. Damien's aura has them frozen stiff, unable to even lift a finger. With calm steps, Damien walks in and kneels beside Victor, checking if his loyal servant is still breathing. One glance is all it takes to stir his rage. His voice sharp but controlled, Damien tells the knights they're lucky Victor's built tough, because if he had died, Damien would have ended every last one of them right here without hesitation. Garrick stiffens at the sheer weight of that threat, and finally puts it together. This guy, This terrifying presence must be the infamous Damien Haxon, and clearly he's got the guts to defy the Marquis himself. Apparently, Garrick scoffs and confirms to himself that Damien's just some deranged madman who's too full of himself. Or maybe he thinks the kid's just gotten cocky after pulling off some cheap trick to beat a noble. Either way, the blonde gorilla has had enough. He snaps at his minions, ordering them to crush Damien's legs and make him kneel before him. Without hesitation, Ulpus and Lavender march forward in perfect sync, ready to carry out the command. But in a flash, Damien whips out his blade, meeting their attacks with flawless precision. Steel clashes and sparks fly. The ace isn't backing down. In fact, he's been looking forward to testing out the mana he's been gathering. With the destructive energy technique now coursing through him, Damien's just getting started. The hero doesn't waste a second. He grabs Lavender's arm and twists it with brutal force, making the knight scream in agony. Then comes a solid punch straight to his chest, launching him across the yard like discarded trash. Damien smirks, never expecting the guinea pigs to line up and come to him so willingly. Seeing his buddy wrecked, Ulpus rushes in to take a shot, but he gets met with a sharp kick to the chin that sends him flying like garbage. Damien's not holding back. He's out here, ready to use his abilities to the fullest. Garrick, the Lionbloom family's official knight, steps onto the scene, heading straight for Damien. He's shocked to see this guy not falling for Lord Irwin's cheap tricks. Still, it doesn't sit right with him how Damien practically crushed Ulpus. Those mad skills are not something Garrick ever expected him to have. Damien brushes it off, saying there's no need to go that deep. But Garrick suddenly shifts into this dramatic mode, like all the puzzle pieces just clicked for him. Damien's completely confused, and that's when this blonde gorilla of a knight claims that Damien isn't actually Damien Haxon, but an imposter. His father, Viscount Haxon, holding Victor, is completely stunned by such a wild accusation, thrown even deeper into confusion. Even Damien looks disgusted that this gorilla-brained knight could think he's dumb enough to pull a stunt like that. But the blonde gorilla keeps yelling, saying Damien must stop lying, that he's not the kind of guy who falls for traps, and that this is clearly a setup by the field dogs to stop the Lionblooms from rising. The man keeps going on, insisting that Damien isn't the real Damien Haxon. And honestly, the rant is starting to get boring for Damien. He calls him a fake poser, just some hired hand sent to take down Lord Irwin and drag the good name of House Lionbloom through the dirt. Garrick starts reaching for his sword, calling them all a bunch of lowly jerks for throwing mud at the Lionblooms and daring to mess with them. Damien can't believe this King Kong wannabe's got a brain the size of a pinball. Lavender's lying on the ground pretending to be knocked out just to stay out of the mess. Viscount Haxon calls out to his son, while Victor quietly prays for Lord Damien's victory against Garrick. That's when Garrick pulls out his sword and charges at Damien, probably aiming to chop his head clean off. No doubt he can tell this fake Damien's got skills, but he figures the guy's luck has finally run out. The old fool's got it all planned. Once Damien gets just half a step closer, the moment he's within his range in the blink of an eye, he's going to split him in two. With that thought, Garrick swings his blade right at Damien's neck, ready to slice it in half. But Damien dodges it fast, flashing a smirk. He knows the Lionblooms didn't send a clown this time. They sent a real knight. The gorilla can't believe this poser just parried his thrust, but brushes it off, thinking it's just a lucky fluke. The knight is furious seeing the poser deflect his attacks, so he charges at Damien again, this time unleashing a wave of fire with his strike. He shouts at the lad to try blocking this one, daring him to handle something with real heat. Damien stands there, cool as ever, blocking the attacks like they're nothing but a puff of air. He mocks the blonde gorilla for being too slow for such a big guy, and that pushes Garrick over the edge. But now it's Damien's turn. He whips out his sword and dashes forward at full speed, aiming straight for Garrick's forehead. Damien's so fast that Garrick can barely even see him, let alone his attacks. In a blink, Damien lands a solid kick to his face, sending him rolling across the ground like a piece of trash. The big guy's down, catching his breath, while Damien coolly says that kick was for Victor. Garrick pulls himself back up, using his bloodied arm for support and muttering curses under his breath. In no time, he charges at Damien again, sword blazing with fire. But even his ultimate lion's mighty sword of speed doesn't shake Damien's confidence. The ace meets it head-on, letting the tip of his blade collide with Garrick's. The impact shatters Garrick's sword into a spray of metal shards, leaving his jaw hanging mid-run. And before he can react, Damien's sword drives straight into his shoulder, slicing it off in one go. Garrick's mind was losing it under pain, with his mouth coughing up blood. Dude drops to the ground. Viscount and Victor can't believe it's Damien's strength to beat an official knight. Garrick whines that it's hurting, but applies warm pressure to his wound. Right then, Damien slides his blade closer to this gorilla's face, threatening to chop it off. Pretty quickly, this old fool starts begging for his life, not knowing who he messed up with. Damien tells him outright that he is Damien Haxon, saying that he should have begged for his life much earlier. Now it's a little too late when he messed up with his family and made his ugly servant even uglier. Now this begging session won't work. Garrick begs for forgiveness for what happened earlier. Damien isn't impressed by the way he apologizes. Not his style. So the ace turns away and leaves the blonde fool to his father and Victor, who both look more than ready to beat the crap out of him. The official knight of the Lionbloom family, Garrick, along with his sidekicks Ulpis and Lavender, is walking out in pure shame. Their bodies are wrecked, all thanks to a guy named Damien Haxon, who even sliced off Garrick's hand. Turns out, Damien gave his not-so-pretty servant Victor full permission to beat them to a pulp. Victor still didn't feel fully satisfied and wondered if he could land a few more hits, but Damien told him that if he went any further, Garrick would definitely die. Victor casually suggested cutting off another limb or two instead, since Garrick looked close to crying. The old fool was dragging himself away like some horror-struck wreck, and Damien was honestly liking the idea of treating Garrick like their personal toy. Just then, Viscount Haxon stepped in and told Damien that it was enough. Right on cue, Garrick landed at the Viscount's feet, admitting he was totally in the wrong and apologizing for all the disrespect he had shown him. However, Paul isn't letting it slide that easily. The old man says that this gorilla's apology better be worth something after all the chaos he caused. He points out that if his son didn't have this level of strength, their entire territory could have been wiped out. On top of that, the Marquise family would have dragged them out by their limbs and made them suffer badly. Garrick slams his head to the ground, bowing and begging for forgiveness, pleading for mercy. But Viscount Haxon's anger isn't cooling down. With just a glance from Paul, Damien finally slides his blade back into its case, saying he wasn't actually planning to kill this trash. He knows that taking Garrick's life would mess up the relationship with House Lionbloom and tear their ties apart. Honestly, Damien admits that if it were just him, he wouldn't hesitate to take on the Marquis family alone, no matter the odds. But he can't afford to act solo when he's got his own family to think about first. And he's not that stupid either. He's well aware that if he sends these dumbnuts back like this, they'll definitely try to retaliate. Now it's just plain tiresome to figure out what to do with this troublesome trio. Then, out of nowhere, Lady Agnes comes running in, calling out to Damien and demanding to know what's going on. The ace is completely thrown off by her sudden appearance, but then it hits him. Lady Agnes might actually be useful right now. So he quickly fills her in on the whole mess, and she gets the picture. Once she understands Damien's concerns, this beauty's fully on board to back him up. Damien asks if she's got any clever ideas up her sleeve, and she pauses. Then thanks House Haxon for successfully taking down one of Yulin's executive officers for the first time ever. That's no small feat. With that win, Lady Agnes figures she can officially recognize House Haxon as an allied household, which honestly does ease Damien's mind a bit. Not to mention, Viscount Haxon and Victor exchange a knowing glance, both realizing that if this plan works out, their family might just dodge a major crisis. Meanwhile, Damien's pulling his best puppy-eyed look, trying to charm Lady Agnes into accepting his request, asking if she can really make it happen. The girl's clearly dazzled by him and is totally ready to grant the favor. Deep down, this wicked smooth talker had been aiming for something like this all along. Protection from the church. In the back, Paul and Victor watch their son's little flirt game work like magic on the noble lady. Lady Agnes agrees to Damien's request without a second thought. With that, Damien makes sure everyone hears him loud and clear, ordering that this matter be reported to House Lionbloom immediately. He tells the troublesome trio of knights to go back and inform their boss that House Haxon is now under the protection of the church. The ace straight up said that if they tried to force again, the church would hit them with everything they've got. Damien shoots a deathly glare at those scumbags, giving them one final warning without saying a word. Then he tells them to get the heck out. Right away, Garrick and his sidekicks, Ulpis and Lavender, dash toward the exit like their lives depend on it, thanking Damien for his mercy as they flee. The whole thing fires up Victor's spirits, and he mocks them, saying they got lucky today. He's clearly thrilled to see how Damien's strength made those brutes run off with their tails between their legs. Now they can finally catch their breath and relax a little. However, Paul's not so sure about that. He reminds them they still need to figure out what happens next. For now, he decides to hold a family meeting to discuss everything further. Later, once all the high officials are gathered, the meeting kicks off. Paul opens by briefly touching on the issue of how to handle their feud with House Lionbloom, which has definitely become a growing concern. Abel, fully suited up in the nerdiest way possible, turns to his father and asks why this meeting even matters if they're already secured by the church. He doesn't quite get the point of worrying about the feud at all, now that they've got the church watching their backs. That said, Louise steps in and points out that they're not really in a position to expect the church to fully protect them or step in when things get serious. Come to think of it, Paul agrees with his daughter. He explains that the church usually avoids getting too deeply involved in noble affairs, especially ones that could spark political backlash. Besides, the true power of the Lionbloom family doesn't just come from their military strength, it runs much deeper than that. The Viscount is fully aware of the power struggle they're caught in against the Lionblooms, who could crush smaller noble families like theirs in countless ways if they really wanted to. Thinking about the wisest way to handle the situation, he figures the most realistic option is to pay them off, a decent sum to keep House Haxon out of further trouble. If that doesn't work, the second option would be to seek protection under a high-ranking noble who could shield them from the Lionbloom's reach. Lady Agnes listens to Paul's reasoning and understands that, realistically, entering the protection of another great house might be their safest move. Still, she speaks up, suggesting there could be one more option. Without missing a beat, she slides in her favorite idea, making Damien a paladin. She says that if he becomes one, it would solve all their problems at once. Damien's face says it all. He's had enough of this nonsense. He didn't expect this to be tossed into the middle of a serious meeting. But it's too late now. With everyone in the room staring at him, waiting for a response, Damien straight up rejects the idea. Paul doesn't try to force it either. He respects his son's decision and considers the option off the table. On the other hand, Abel is clearly flinching at the mention of it. Suddenly, the nerd slams the table, demanding his father's attention. When Paul turns to him, Abel questions why he accepted Damien's refusal so easily. He argues that if Damien became a paladin, all their problems would be over. But it's obvious. Abel's trying to sabotage his brother, pushing him into a path that would keep them from ever clashing again. Damien knows exactly what Abel's doing, running his mouth and stepping into things that don't concern him. Damien's completely disgusted by this punk. Abel catches the look on his face and snaps, asking what's with that nasty expression. The nerdo throws all the blame on Damien, saying the whole ruckus happened because of him, so he better take responsibility. Since it's all his fault, Abel demands that Damien become a paladin and fix it. But before he can go on, Paul shoots Abel a glare so sharp it shakes the whole room, reminding him there's a guest present and he better sit down and act with some manners. That shuts Abel up real quick. No doubt Paul agrees that Damien's actions sparked the feud with the Lionblooms, but he also knows it's not entirely his fault. Then Paul drops the real bomb. Lionbloom's second son had lustful intentions toward Louise. The old man knows that if Damien hadn't stepped in, that guy wouldn't have backed off easily. In short, their son protected Louise in place of a powerless father who couldn't act. Marilda and Louise quietly console Paul, seeing the weight he carries. Just then, the proud figure of Viscount Haxon rises, walks over, and pats Damien on the shoulder, telling him he did well today. The old man is genuinely proud of his son for saving the family's honor, standing tall against the insult to their house, and giving those loafers exactly what they deserved. That moment sparks a warm feeling in Damien's heart, something he never expected to feel. He quietly says it was just something he had to do. Paul decides to take matters into his own hands for now, asking everyone to let him act like their father for once. But just then, the butler walks in with news that someone from House Goldpixie has arrived. Paul has no idea what business they'd have with them now. Turns out, their young master Damien borrowed money using the family's wheat fields as collateral, and the repayment deadline has already passed. The real shock, they've already sold the fields off. Damien's caught completely off guard, not expecting his luck to crash this fast. Paul's face turns dark, rage building fast, and in a full-blown fury, he grabs Damien by the neck and starts choking him, cursing his very existence. One man lifts his hat for a moment to show respect to young Master Damien, wishing him a good day. Damien squints, vaguely recognizing the guy. It's Olin Demishi, the West Branch manager of Dash and Cash, standing beside his personal guard. It's been a while since they last met, but Olin's here on official business, showing up right on the repayment date they previously agreed upon. This wicked guy casually pulls out the contract that young Master Damien signed, reminding him that he agreed to use his family's land as collateral. He flashes a smug smile, saying that's how he could assure Damien he'd get the money in the first place. Then, with a smooth tone, he presents the paperwork to make it all official, calling it just a simple formality. He tells Damien there's no need to worry at all, like everything's perfectly under control. The old man snaps, saying that someone of such low birth could never take land from a noble like him. Meanwhile, Damien starts to piece things together, finally remembering that Olin is the one who manipulated him into handing over the land deed in the first place. He can't help but question what made him even agree to such a thing. Looking the man in the eye, Damien asks how much he actually owes him. Olin calmly replies that he borrowed 200 gold, and with interest, the total now comes to 300 gold. That amount sends shockwaves through Damien's brain, making his jaw practically hit the floor. He stares at Olin in disbelief, asking if the number is actually correct. Olin, with that same smug calmness, simply tells him to go ahead and read the contract. Damien struggles to even remember why he borrowed the money in the first place. It feels like it happened ages ago. But one thing he knows for sure is that their family doesn't have that kind of gold lying around. At this rate, he's convinced he's about to drag his entire household into poverty, left begging for coins like filthy, homeless barbarians. His family would be tossed into the streets with nothing to eat, and the thought crushes Damien. Olin then coldly declares that if the debt isn't paid by today, the land used as collateral will officially become the property of Dash and Cash. Damien fires back, reminding him that he said the collateral was just a formality. Olin, still calm and smug, admits he did say that, but things have changed. Duke Goldpixie has ordered them to collect on all outstanding debts, no exceptions. It doesn't matter if it's from nobles or commoners. He then advises Damien to gather the money and casually asks if he even has that kind of sum. Damien, stunned to his core, confesses he hasn't prepared anything for repayment. That's the exact answer Olin was hoping for. Deep inside, he's thrilled, though he keeps up a fake look of concern for the young master. With a lazy air, he drops onto the couch like he owns it, saying Damien should have thought twice before borrowing money in the first place. Then he snaps his fingers, and two towering gorilla-like bodyguards step forward, locking deadly stares on Damien. Olin insists on handling the situation his way now, fully aware that Damien can't repay the debt on his own. As much as he likes collecting money, what he truly enjoys are moments like this, watching arrogant nobles fall to their knees, groveling, humiliated, and licking his shoes. Now, Olin's practically buzzing with excitement just imagining what kind of face Damien will make next. The thought alone sends a chill down his spine. It's the kind of thrill he lives for. Meanwhile, in a totally different vibe, Marilda and Louise are casually sipping tea while the Viscount paces around like a madman, eaten up by stress. Abel's sulking on the sidelines, probably cursing his own existence at this point. Marilda gently offers the Viscount a seat, telling him to rest before he ends up carving a hole in the ground with all that frantic pacing. Even Louise tells her father to calm down a little. But the old man's at his limit, practically pulling his hair out in frustration, burdened by the disaster his sons dragged them into. Paul's on the verge of losing his mind, knowing full well they can't just sit around when their entire future is hanging by a thread. Marilda casually sips her tea, calm as ever, and tells them to trust Damien. He took the matter into his own hands, and all they can do now is wait. Even Louise backs him up, saying Damien's never let them down whenever he stepped forward. The Viscount knows that's true, but he also points out that it's only because his swordsmanship is top tier. Still, combat skills and negotiation skills are two completely different things. Just as he says that, in a flash, Damien proves himself again. He slams Olin's sidekick's face straight into the ground with brutal force, hard enough to crack the floor beneath them. Olin is totally stunned by what just happened, frozen with shock as chills run down his spine. After knocking out those two King Kongs, Damien knows full well his father's going to flip and start yelling again, especially since they just fixed that wall. The remaining bodyguard doesn't waste time, drawing his blade and lunging at Damien with a curse, clearly aiming to slice his head off. But Damien doesn't flinch. He smoothly catches the guy mid-strike, grabbing him by the throat and choking him right there. He glares, insulted that some scumbag dared to draw a weapon on a noble, calmly calling it self-defense. Now that he's got a valid excuse, Damien turns to Olin with a nasty smirk, making the man squirm. As Damien steps closer, he tells him to loosen up his legs, and Olin obeys like a frightened puppy. Damien drops the aggression for a second and speaks civilly, saying he can't make the payment right now. Olin, completely rattled, has no issue with that anymore. Then Damien grips his shoulder tightly, leaning in and saying he'd like to pay in another way. Olin feels a cold sweat forming, the chill in his spine growing worse, terrified of what's coming next. The next day, Abel gloomily tells his father that violence won over justice, and that truth alone breaks his heart. Meanwhile, Marilda and Louise warmly chat with Damien, reminding him to eat well on his trip and take care. On his knees, Abel looks up to the sky, asking God why, but Paul shuts him down, telling the nerdo to cheer for his brother instead of crying like a baby. Even so, the Viscount has second thoughts, wondering if their plan will actually work out in the end. Lady Agnes, standing nearby, says it's a pity they have to part ways now. Damien thanks her sincerely for everything she's done. The White Beauty mentions that their investigation is nearly wrapped up, so they'll likely be returning home tomorrow. She wishes him a journey full of blessings, and Damien gives her a grateful nod. Then, she adds, just in case he changes his mind. But Damien already knows where she's going with that. He gives her a calm, firm look and assures her that nothing will change his mind about what she wants. Afterward, Victor finishes loading up Damien's luggage, and with all the goodbyes done, the dude climbs into the carriage. Surprisingly, Olin is accompanying him. Olin assures the ace that he'll make sure nothing disrupts the trip. Damien actually likes the sound of that and gives him a nod of approval for the change in attitude. He even throws in a casual request. He'd like a lobster for lunch if Olin's really bringing that kind of energy. Victor hops in as well, and with everything set, the carriage finally rolls out, heading straight for House Gold Pixie. The lavish carriage pulled over, and the three-man party could finally stretch their legs. In front of them was the luxurious ducal mansion. The Gold Pixie family, rumored to be the wealthiest in the kingdom, truly lives up to their name. Damien turned to his personal servant / loan shark and thanked him for the comfortable journey. He could tell that this Orlan Dimichi guy was fuming due to how he was treated like a dog the whole time they were on the road. With a phony smile, he wished the young noble well while cursing him to the depths of hell inwardly. With confident strides, it's time to put Damien's next move into action. He was directly escorted to request an audience with the wealthy sovereign. Adam Gold Pixie, the Duke of Apple Kingdom, examined the brat from the Hoxton family with discerning eyes. Of course, our boy behaved formally and politely like a proper noble would. Without wasting any more time, the Duke asked the young man his reason for this sudden visit. Damien frankly confessed that he borrowed money from the dukedom's loan company, and the date of repayment was fast approaching. He also disclosed that he does not have the money to pay the debt off. With that in mind, he wanted to propose another way to settle the bill. Instead of paying in cash, he wanted to pay by representing the Gold Pixie dukedom to defeat the Lionbloom family once and for all. The Duke seemed intrigued, while his inner circle was taken aback. Adam Gold Pixie chortled at the sudden proposal. It sounds like the young man did his homework and came to him after hearing some rumors. Well, within the Apple Kingdom, the hottest gossip circulating around is the recent development in the border between the Lionbloom Marquisate and the Gold Pixie dukedom. A large gold mine was recently discovered, making it a point of contention. The two families have been rivals for a long time now. The discovery of riches is the breaking point. Now, they are preparing for a duel between low-class knights to settle the generational beef and determine the ownership of the mine. In Damien's past life, the outcome was quite a definitive one. The duel would end in Lionbloom's complete and overwhelming victory at the hands of their rising star. Afterward, the Lionbloom Marquisate would leverage the wealth extracted from the gold mine to rapidly expand its power. In contrast, the Gold Pixie dukedom would slowly lose its influence. To sum it up, helping the Duke win this upcoming match would kill two birds with one stone. Not only can Damien pay his debt, but he can also keep those Lionbloom bastards in check. Adam Gold Pixie was drawn to the young man's boldness. He had also heard rumors about the Hoxton heir taking down the second son of the Lionbloom family and crushing a major crime enterprise in Landwalk City. Those accomplishments certainly boost his credibility, so there's no need to deny them. His arrival is just right on time. Currently, the Duke has been having a hard time finding a suitable knight for the duel anyway. Damien confidently declared that he was the perfect candidate, dubbing himself as the only low-class knight who can stand toe-to-toe against the Lionbloom heir. Saying that he can defeat Michael Lionbloom is quite a daring claim. He's known as a generational genius after all. While there is no denying that the kid is impressive, Damien is a whole other beast. But while he was selling himself as the rightful representative, one of the Duke's knights butted in to oppose his claims based on exaggerated rumors. Besides, Lady Chelsea Gold Pixie is still on the road trying to find a suitable candidate. Middle-class knight Ernst Horwitz is not even hiding his disdain for Damien. It has been a month since the Grand Duchess Chelsea ventured out to find a knight that could cut down Michael Lionbloom. Her supporters are confident that she will pull it off. Horwitz continued trying to dissuade the Duke from disregarding his daughter's efforts, telling him to trust the process. Duke Adam listened to his knight and accepted the validity of his words. Damien suddenly felt an itch to strangle this skinny knight, spoiling his moment. He looks like a chewed-up bone that an orc spat out. He values the advice of his retainers, so he asked Damien to defend his proposal. For this scenario, he'll just have to show his qualifications through actions for maximum effect. So, he boldly blurted out that not picking him would be a massive mistake. If Gold Pixie wants to win the duel, Damien is the only right choice. Whoever the Grand Duchess brings won't even compare. To back up his claim, he challenged the skinny knight to a little contest. Boney should take up his blade, and Damien will block his strike. If he can block an attack from a mid-class knight, then that should be enough proof that he's the real deal. It was a successful rage bait. Horwitz wanted nothing more than to teach the brat a lesson if the Duke gave the permission to do so. Fascinated and excited, Adam gave them the green light for an exhibition match. A few moments later, the training ground was prepared to be the venue. The combatants mean-mugged each other while the Duke and his posse watched. Victor just arrived, only to find his young master mixed up with some bullshit again. He looked at his boss's opponent and felt the fire of rage burning inside the knight. This is what happens when rage-baiting goes too far. The dukedom's Guardian Knight, J.L. Heinrich, stood beside the Duke and presided over the match. When given the go signal, Sir Horwitz stood ramrod straight like he had a stick up his ass and offered the arrogant young man a last chance to kneel and surrender. In response, Damien yawned and demanded that they hurry up this little test. Limited to only one decisive strike, the mid-class knight made sure to bring out every bit of mana he had, manipulating the flow to converge on his spear's tip. Sensing the dangerous amounts of power coalescing, Damien worries that he might have rage-baited the guy a little too far. With his face grimacing with rage, Sir Horwitz aimed his tip at the arrogant bumpkin with killing intent. As fast as lightning, he closed the gap while gathering absurd amounts of momentum. It was an impressive opening, but if Damien knows where the strike's path is, blocking it should not be hard. He raised his sword with a clear view of the spear's tip, ready to defend with perfect placement. At the last second, Horwitz's tip seemingly bent and snaked its way past his defense. It was a minuscule change in angle, but it left the young man's chest wide open. With perfect precision, his sword crumbled and shattered in half. Upon feeling the sensation of steel fragmenting under his strength, Horwitz knew that the fool fell for his dubious trap. Without a blade to bear the brunt of the attack, the spear tip continued roaring until it reached Damien's chest, drawing his blood. The Duke was taken aback, and Victor felt his stomach turn upside down at the sight of his young master's blood. Much to everyone's surprise, Damien regained his balance and did not fall. He looked like he was in pain, but he remained standing. Horwitz could not believe his eyes. A mere low-class knight should not be able to withstand his surprise attack. Breaking the silence in the training ground, the young man wiped his blood with a grin, and asked the Duke if this was enough proof to give him the representative position. Seeing his master safe and conscious, Victor ran onto the stage and rushed him with a concerned hug. It was definitely more painful than the knight's spear strike. Damien had to wrestle off his loyal attendant on account of his chest wound. The Duke immediately followed, pleased with the show he just put on. Withstanding Horwitz's strike is no easy feat. Frankly, Duke Adam was a little skeptical at first, but he just saw how capable the kid was. He's got a gem in his hands. So, he turned to his retainers and proudly announced that Damien Haxon, after proving his strength admirably, shall be appointed as the Gold Pixie family's representative. Horwitz tried to bitch about the outcome of the exhibition, but the Duke quickly shut him up with a sharp glare. Adam is in a good mood right now. If someone ruins it, who knows what might happen. Horwitz was in shambles. He recalled what happened in his head over and over. He was certain that the attack landed cleanly. There's a reason why he has mid in his title and whore in his name. Honestly, Damien, as he is right now, is already beyond the middle class of the knight hierarchy. Since only low-class knights are permitted to participate in the upcoming duel, he has to hold back and fake his level. He had to make sure that his performance was convincing enough to fool anyone. He had to resort to using a magic shield to defend himself and dampen the spear's force for a split second. If he got the timing wrong, he could have been in real danger. The Duke assessed his condition and saw signs of some light internal damage. Duke Adam can't let his new blade get damaged like this. He tapped his ring and opened his subspace storage. A magic item like that must be expensive as fuck. The wise Duke retrieved an ornate box from the subspace and offered its contents to Damien as a gift. Inside the box were 5 little golden balance pills. He had to pay a high price to get these things from the alchemy school. Knights usually take these precious pills during training, but it's also an excellent remedy for internal injuries. Damien graciously accepted the gift and extended his gratitude. With that, the Duke cemented their new working relationship. The young Baron's plan is progressing smoothly. The next day came. Damien spent the night in one of the mansion's lavish rooms. Today he came to check out the training facilities. He was quite surprised at the efficacy of the balance pills. His internal injuries from yesterday practically healed overnight. He didn't have time to look around yesterday, but as expected of the Duke's household, they have top-notch training equipment everywhere. Coming to this place was the right call. Now, he gets to train using some good shit. While he was admiring the weapon rack, someone with a squeaky voice called his name in an arrogant tone. He looked ahead to see a shorty that had to stand on top of a platform just to reach the same height as him. When asked what's up, some douchebag named Pavel Vermond, a low-class knight of Gold Pixie dukedom, flashily introduced himself. As for the 2 goons behind him, they are his sworn brothers. These 3 were also selected to participate in the upcoming match against the Lion Blooms. Pavel claimed that they were out training in the field yesterday, so they were not around to witness the shit show. He claimed that if they had been there, they would have stepped in and easily dispatched Damien instead of getting Sir Horwitz involved. Pavel sees the duel with Lion Bloom as a matter of honor for their house. Now they can only hope that an outsider's mediocre skills won't drag the team down. With that being said, Shorty warned Damien never to interrupt their intense training. He quietly walked away since he preferred training on his own anyway. In addition, he's quite curious about the level of skill his teammates possess. Now is a chance to see them in action. After quickly getting into their positions, Pavel gave his brothers the go signal with a loud harumph. Leading the 3 stooges, Pavel Vermond gets into his flag-style, immovable king technique. He looked like he was holding in his piss. On the opposing corner, the lanky one performed his secret technique, Vermilion Bird Ascension, though it would be more fitting to call it an awkward chicken jump. The 2 bumped wooden swords with little to no impact. They looked deathly serious, for this was their 987th duel. For a bunch of noobs with such weak-ass techniques, they seem to think that they are the main characters. After breaking off the shitty stalemate, Pavel grabbed the chance to wave his sword around randomly in hopes of landing one strike against his buddy. Lanky had to matrix dodge his way out of the chaotically sweeping sword. As soon as the wild swings died down, he grabbed the opportunity to turn the table. With all his might, he struck down with his wooden blade and landed a clean hit on Pavel's head with his eyes closed. When he opened his eyes, he was in awe of brother Pavel's genius planning. Lanky got it into his head that Shorty somehow saw through his attack and blocked it with his forehead. Look at this dude, bleeding and crying in pain. He's definitely a mastermind. They broke off and gave their respects to each other. Pavel tried his best to stay conscious while insisting that this round was a draw. Afterward, Fatty walked up the stage for his turn at a spar, and Pavel stammered that he just needed to take a little break first. There is only a month left until the duel, and they somehow think that this type of training will make them strong enough to sweep through the Lionbloom Knights to protect the honor of the Duke's house. They raised their puny little wooden swords and shouted corny "They're all for one for all" chant. At this rate, these three are on track to being humiliated by Lionbloom Knights. Off to the side, Damien quietly watched with a continuously worsening dark expression. He was so focused on securing his spot as a representative that he did not take his would-be teammates into account. Now, he's feeling a sense of impending doom upon seeing the clowns he has to share a stage with. He might have been as strong as an actual god in his past life. He served as the blade that brought the entire world to ruin. Yet these three idiots make him feel completely powerless. In his office, the Duke is in high spirits after securing a pretty good proxy for the duel. He's laughing at what just transpired with his guardian knight and the young pup last night. After the trial with Sir Horwitz, Duke Adam called Damien up to his room to offer the tutelage of Jael Heinrich himself. But the young man politely refused, insisting on training by himself. A night had passed since then, and the Duke still couldn't hold his laughter. Damien Haxon is quite an amusing fellow. Being his most trusted aide, he asked the guardian knight for an honest evaluation of Damien. Sir Heinrich stoically rated the young man highly. He was the only one who saw the kid use mana for a split second to block Horwitz's spear. Not anyone can just pull that off with that much control. As for their chances to defeat Michael Lionbloom, it's still hard to tell with certainty. Since 3 duelists will be selected to participate, the first team to win 2 rounds will take the match. Even if Damien Haxon wins his bout, it's not a guarantee to win it all. To get the dub, the rest of their local knights must perform well too. That is why they are training under Sebastian Vincenzo, a middle-class knight. The Duke thinks that there is no need to worry, given Sebastian's capabilities. But if you ask Damien, he would tell you that the local knights are a hopeless bunch. He's been watching them fool around and call it training. They are incredibly stupid. Their stamina is hot garbage. They practice swordsmanship with all style and no substance. They have no drip and no hose. With great reluctance, he has no other choice but to step in to prevent a stain on his record. So, he called the 3 stooges over. While he was putting on handicap weights in his arms and legs, he challenged them to a spar. With a cocky grin, Pavel the Shorty praised his guts for challenging them even after seeing their impeccable skills. He volunteered to go first, and Damien looked at Shorty like he's a dumbass. He cannot afford to waste time by whipping them one by one. It would be best if they just came at him all at once while he's wearing Rock Lee weights. Of course, the challenge hurt the pride of the 3 stooges. To demonstrate their stupidity even further, they tossed their wooden swords away, thinking they could pummel Damien with their bare hands. Even though it's against the chivalry code, the 3 jumped into action with a synchronized attack. With angry fists a few inches away from him, Damien was not in the least bit threatened. 5 minutes later, Pavel woke up discombobulated. He's lying on the floor while staring at the ceiling. Getting from his daze, he racked his brain, trying to remember what the hell just happened. A few meters from him were Lanky and Fatty, who were still sleeping like babies. As Damien thought, this group was simply pathetic in combat. By his side, Victor is stressed over his young master, which causes another scene. The last thing Pavel remembers was jumping into action alongside his boys, launching a multi-angle attack. After forcing himself to remember what transpired afterwards, he recalled bits and pieces of what happened. First, Damien nonchalantly moved his head out of Fatty's attack. Then, he let Lanky hit nothing but air, leading to a loss of balance. With 2 quick chops to the back of their necks, he dropped the goons to the mat without much trouble. Since the side characters are out for the count, the delusional Shorty was literally left in the air. He braced himself for impact, trying to sneak a punch in, but was clobbered on the chin instead. Just to add salt to the already wounded pride, Damien followed up with another brutal strike. He unleashed a barrage of attacks like he was juggling a noob on a fighting game, breaking and dislocating every bone in Pavel's little body. It was then that his mind broke and blacked out everything. The outsider really overpowered the pride and joy of the dukedom's knight order. What kind of monster can do that at the low-class night level without even breaking a drop of sweat? After whipping them up to shape, Damien had essentially beaten the three to complete submission. When asked who their instructor was, Pavel stuttered the name of Sir Sebastian Vincenzo. Damien could not believe that someone at the middle-class level trained a bunch of kids to be so pathetic. Honestly, they would be better off ditching that lousy-ass teacher, but there's no need to start drama. So, to supplement their trashy education, Damien demanded that the three come to him to spar after formal training every day. Pavel worries that if Sir Vincenzo finds out about such an arrangement, the knight might take it the wrong way. Fortunately, Damien is so well versed in beating people up that he can do it without leaving a single mark or injury. Come to think of it, Shorty clearly felt his bones breaking and dislocating while he was getting thrashed, yet he woke up without a scratch. You see, Damien learned how to beat people up in a very specific way back in his Death Knight days. Long ago, there was a man who traveled the continent making a living with criminal reformation. He was widely known as the character corrector. His method was very crude and simple. Inmates that misbehave get their asses handed to them. He would beat them up for an hour straight. If that did not work, he would double the beating time. Rumor has it that he once beat a criminal continuously for 512 hours straight. Over time, Character Corrector began to feel pity for the criminals he left bloodied and mangled. Instead of quitting his job, he devised a technique to beat someone up endlessly without endangering their lives. With countless hours of practice on these poor criminals, he had reached mastery over the bizarre technique. He called the state Amsa or My Kill. It's just one of the many techniques that Damien picked up in his past life. Inflicting unbearable pain without leaving a single scratch is quite useful in times like these. Today, he made the Three Stooges face the fact that they are just pathetic worms. But there's no need to worry. They have a whole month to turn worms into something else. Within that time frame, Damien will make sure that they become something useful. The Three Stooges felt a very painful month coming their way. Before they could get back to today's training, the Duke's personal attendant interrupted with urgency. He came running to inform Damien that he was being summoned by Duke Adam. Well, his presence has been requested since the Grand Duchess Chelsea Goldpixie returned. Straight out of her long travels, she paid respects to her father. The Grand Duchess bent her knee with a strapping knight alongside her. There was no one more pleased to see her return than Sir Horwitz. Even though he was humiliated yesterday, Lady Chelsea has arrived to correct what's wrong. Duke Adam welcomed her with indifference and asked if the man behind her is the knight she chose to enter into the upcoming duel. With a confident and sly smile, she presented the hulking warrior. At first glance, the Duke didn't seem impressed. In fact, he looked sus. The man stood up, displaying his tall frame. With a roaring voice, he introduced himself as Guillaume Blackwing, also known as the Wild Beast. Some of the Duke's retainers recognized the name. The Wild Beast is the famed Free Knight. Combat nerds across the kingdom have heard tales of what happened when he took part in the Acclenant Kingdom's conflict. In one battle, Guillaume was credited with wiping out every opposing low-class knight. The streets are saying that there's no match for him at his level. Even the Duke had heard tales about the Wild Beast and his exploits. He was granted the nickname for a reason. For that, Duke Adam's interest was piqued. Lady Chelsea proudly announced that Sir Guillaume had already pledged loyalty to her name and had agreed to participate in the upcoming duel. She is extremely confident that this man would be the answer to their Michael Lionbloom problem. In terms of reputation alone, Sir Guillaume could be considered a bigger name. If Michael Lionbloom is still in the making, the Wild Beast is already complete. While this would have been great news a few days ago, Sir Guillaume's arrival is a bit of a headache now. Lady Chelsea did not like seeing her father hesitate at all. To explain, Duke Adam introduced the young man he picked for the job as Goldpixie's representative. Sir Damien Haxon arrived just in time to aura farm and stunt on everyone. Of course, Lady Chelsea did not like this breaking news at all. She's been on the road for a whole month, working her ass off to give the dukedom a shot at winning, only to find out that the position was already filled without her knowledge. Looking unhinged, she asked Daddy to just change the representative to her pick so they could square this mistake away. The Duke maintained a neutral stance and swore to keep the suggestion in mind. With Daddy not backing her up right away, Lady Chelsea threw a tantrum. She's never even heard of the name Damien Haxon before. She thinks it's only natural to choose someone with a great deal of accomplishments under his belt over a nobody. Damien does not like being treated like some background extra. On the other hand, Sir Guillaume Blackwing is looking at him with palpable mockery. For some reason, the young man picked up a really bad vibe from the Wild Beast. The Duke listened to his daughter's ravings and calmly defended the young man he appointed. He brought up the fact that Sir Damien was skilled enough to withstand a full-powered blow from Horwitz. Being reminded of what transpired shook the toothpick knight. Lady Chelsea finally dropped all formalities and called out her daddy for always looking for the perfect excuse to undermine her abilities. Chelsea started babbling about the Duke's treatment of his family, and Adam warned her to watch her tongue in front of the guests. Preventing herself from crossing the line, the Grand Duchess excused her behavior, citing the fatigue from long-distance travel clouding her judgment. Everyone in the room could see and feel that the father and daughter had some deep-seated issues between them. Declaring the meeting over, the Duke dismissed everyone and promised to consult his retainers before coming up with a final decision on who would get the job. Out of nowhere, Sir Guillaume erupted with a boisterous laugh. He dropped all formalities and asserted that there is no point in deciding with just words. Offended by such brutish words against the Duke, Guardian Knight Heinrich almost drew his blade right then and there. The wild beast continued by saying that the strongest one should naturally represent the Gold Pixie Dukedom. They can just keep it simple and find that out right now. Lady Chelsea reprimanded her knight for speaking out of turn when she specifically told him to stay quiet. Knowing that the brute's words have some truth to them, the Duke asked Damien what he thinks of the veiled challenge. To be frank, all these tests are getting tiresome. Either way, he's also aware that the fastest way to resolve the situation is by showing a bit of force. So he agreed with Sir Guillaume's sentiment, but proposed that they settle this dispute without an actual fight. He extended his hand, wordlessly offering a simple contest of sheer strength. In addition, there is something he would like to confirm by touching hands. Once again, Sir Guillaume laughed his ass off and warned the young man about the dangers of losing an arm. Matching his threats, Damien announced that he would be nice and settle for just pulling the brute's shoulder out of its rightful place. Feeling offended by the trash talk, the wild beast pounced at the young man's arm like it owed him money. He moved as fast as he could and with as much intensity as he could muster. But in the end, his whole body got flipped upside down in front of everyone watching. Damien showed off his judo skills by taking down an opponent much bigger than he is. You know you just did something shocking when even old Heinrich here is at a loss for words. Sir Horwitz, on the other hand, felt his already sunken cheeks sink even deeper. Lady Chelsea was closer to the action than everyone else, but it happened so fast that she could not make sense of what transpired. Sir Heinrich inwardly praised the young man for such a remarkable show of skill and finesse. With his veteran vision, he clearly saw Guillaume go for Damien's hand first. But that young pup skillfully turned the giant's raw power against him, flinging him aside like a sack of shit. His physical ability is top-notch, but his technique is the aspect to watch out for. Instead of accepting his loss like a real knight, Sir Guillaume quickly collected himself while cursing the young man out for humiliating him in front of everyone. Damien had already expected this kind of reaction. So, he decided to fan the flames even further, and snidely remarked that he unfortunately failed to dislocate the brute's shoulder. His vision went dark with rage, and the wild beast motioned to draw his weapon as his dark mana circulated. With dual axes in hand, he assumed an offensive stance, ready to slice and dice the young man. Lady Chelsea tried to stop her champion, but her words were not reaching his ears anymore. He rushed towards Damien, eager to shred him to bits as painfully as possible and split his skull open. Before his mana could manifest itself into a full-blown attack, he was interrupted by a more dominant power. When his circulation stopped, Sir Guillaume immediately knew that someone had stepped in. Damien stood on business while the dukedom's guardian knight unleashed some of his energy, angered by the audacity of the outsider. Swinging a weapon so carelessly in front of the duke is a grave sin. The guardian knight imposed upon the wild beast and asked if he had a death wish. Guillaume felt all his animosity melt away as the old man's mana suppressed him. Damien was quite impressed with the pressure that the old knight could muster just from a basic aura release. No wonder he's a high-class knight. Out of respect for Lady Chelsea's dignity, the guardian knight would overlook this disrespect once. Still, he left a warning that this will be the last time the brute can act so callously. He doesn't believe in second chances. Feeling the cold embrace of the old man's aura leaving his body, Guillaume slumped down to the floor, huffing for air. With that settled, the Duke demanded everyone's attention. Judging by what he saw from this unruly commotion, it would be best for their house to keep Sir Damien as representative. Once again, Sir Horwitz protested that what transpired was not a fair match at all. He excused that Sir Guillaume Blackwing had yet to fully recover from his travels, giving Damien a clear advantage. The young man is starting to regret not slitting this toothpick's throat when he had the chance. In addition, he whined that Sir Guillaume is a knight versed in weaponry, and he should not be judged based on a brief hand-to-hand combat test. This time, Lady Chelsea backed his protest. She argued that they should not make decisions based on childish scuffles. An official duel must happen between the two. The Duke is starting to get irritated by the other camp moving their goalpost. Disappointed and angered by her daughter's demands, Adam struck his desk and yelled at her for being such an incompetent brat. Lady Chelsea was shaken to her core. After calming down, she stammered an apology for overstepping. The toothpick knight gritted his teeth and held his tongue on the sidelines. With an awkward silence hanging in the air, Damien raised his hand and addressed the Duke. Looking mischievous as ever, he asked if he could share something. Much to everyone's surprise, he accepted Lady Chelsea's proposal, a formal duel to determine who would represent the Duke. Since that is his wish, Duke Adam had no choice but to relent. Later that day, Victor is all over his young master, pestering him about accepting a needless duel when all he has to do is stay quiet instead of risking a loss. Ignoring Victor's nagging, they finally arrived at their destination, a workshop that the Duke personally recommended. Adam Goldpixie added a stipulation to the incoming duel. Since Damien's long sword was destroyed during the Horwitz fight, he ought to get a new weapon made at the Duke's smithy. In all honesty, he could probably beat Guillaume within an inch of his life with a training sword. But there's no reason to turn down the Duke's generosity. Free stuff is free stuff. When they entered the workshop, Victor relayed Duke Goldpixie's orders and asked him to collect a blade for the young master. Since the smithy was already notified in advance, they were invited to the arsenal. Inside was a lineup of high-quality blades in all shapes, forms, and sizes. Even someone like Damien, who had seen a fair share of legendary weapons, was quite pleased by the workshop's collection. Among all the glittering blades displayed in cases, only one firmly caught his attention. Seeing that he's interested in such a unique blade, the owner shared that it was commissioned by a valiant knight once employed under the Duke's family. Before the blade was finished, he had to leave for unknown reasons. The blade never reached the intended owner's hands. Interested, Damien asked if the knight provided some resonance steel for the forging process. He asked because the uniquely shaped sword resembles the signature blade of a swordmaster known as Sword Maestro. The thing looked like a tuning fork. The owner was quite shocked that the young man still picked the blade even after knowing that it was forged with something as finicky as resonance steel. Unlike other rare metals that amplify mana, resonance steel has a different property. It has the unique trait of repelling mana and generating waves. When asked for the blade's name, the owner tried his best to remember. The knight who commissioned the odd weapon dubbed it the Thousand League Sword. With that, Damien easily secured a brand new weapon that could amplify his power. As they were walking out of the workshop, someone approached them in the streets. Flanked by armed guards, the personal maid of Lady Chelsea, Rebecca, politely introduced herself. She relayed that the Grand Duchess wished to speak with Damien. It would be nice if he would spare the lady a moment to talk. Of course, Damien had no reason to accept such a sussy invitation. However, Rebecca insisted that the Grand Duchess holds more cards than one might expect. Maybe a conversation would do him good. That Chelsea girl will probably try to win him over with all kinds of persuasion. Since Damien has a few things he wants to confirm, he decided to play along. So, Rebecca led the way, and they eventually arrived at a restaurant personally run by the Grand Duchess. It's a high-end place that only accepts reservations from nobles. Rebecca emphasized that this meeting is important enough for Lady Chelsea to clear the entire place for the whole day, just so they can talk in private. The sussy maid opened an ornate gate and urged the young man to enter. The Grand Duchess is waiting inside. Admittedly, he was quite curious as to what kind of offer this lady would make to get him out of the picture. As soon as he entered the private room, his senses were assaulted by a hypnotic scent. Lady Chelsea poured herself a glass of wine with a single hourglass sitting on the table. With a bewitching smile, she invited Damien to sit with her. A single whiff of that pink stuff in the air, and I know some of you would have folded like a lawn chair on the spot. Even after noticing the sketchiness of this meeting, he sat his ass down and directly asked what she wants. Instead of talking about business right away, she asserted that they share a meal first. Not one to waste his time, he demanded that she lay her offer down on the table right away. Since he insisted, she relented. Lady Chelsea only has one request. Of course, that would be for Damien to step down as the family's representative. He accused the lady of not trusting in her champion's chances of winning against him, but she calmly explained that she has complete confidence with regards to Sir Guillaume coming out on top. It's just that she wants to save the man's strength for the real duel with the Marquisate house. It would truly be troublesome if he got injured from some meaningless duel, wouldn't it? For the sake of negotiating, Damien asked what he would gain by accepting such a big request. Lady Chelsea simply answered that he could name his price. Anything he wants is on the table. She only sees him as a countryside noble who would be happy with money, fame, or other materialistic stuff. This girl doesn't even bother hiding her arrogance and judgment. Still playing along, Damien argued that he could just get all those things from the Duke himself. She relented that while that might look like a good route to go down on now, isn't it better to be in good graces with the future Duke instead? Throughout their conversation, Chelsea's eyes kept darting down to the hourglass. She relayed her offer. If Damien wants to take it, he should go and talk to the Duke about backing out right away. As soon as the last grain of hourglass sand fell, the bewitching air intensified, and she ordered the young man to step down as the family's representative. Damien felt a wave of warmth and stimulation wash all over his body. Instead of falling prey to the blatant attempt at putting him under a spell, he definitively refused the offer. Expecting her sneaky maneuver to work, Lady Chelsea was confused that her demand was being denied by a bumpkin noble. Damien enjoyed seeing the spoiled brat squirm in her seat as she panicked at the allure scent's failure. The moment he entered the room, he recognized the black magic that induced false affection wafting in the air. It is commonly used to manipulate a target at will. Thankfully, he retained all his black magic knowledge from his previous life. That enchantment incense is quite hard to miss when you know what you're looking for. Based on the size of the room and the scent's concentration, anyone would become a slave within an hour of exposure. Thanks to the authority of greed, Damien simply absorbed everything without being affected. Deciding to have a little fun, he pressed the spoiled Duchess about her odd reaction to his refusal. She stumbled over her words and doubled down on giving him everything he wanted. Done with his fun, Damien turned his back and walked away. He doesn't need anything from this brat. She couldn't possibly give him what he's seeking in the first place. Desperate to keep the discussion open, she asked what this thing he's fighting for really is. Considering everything Damien has gone through, the only thing he desires is happiness for his family. His answer confused the bratty Duchess. She simply can't relate to someone who loves their family. Finally, he warned her to get Guillaume Blackwing ready and primed for the upcoming duel if he wants to survive. Pursing her lips, Lady Chelsea decided to take off the incentives and resorted to threats instead. Since he values his family so much, she flipped the script and alluded to doing something very unkind to Damien's family if he doesn't play ball. She swore to send people to absolutely crush the Hoxton household, completely erasing the insignificant family off the map. Before she could get every word of her ultimatum out of her rotten mouth, Lady Chelsea felt a tight grip suffocating her neck, nearly crushing her windpipe as her body hit the table. Even in such a perilous position, she still acted high and mighty, insulted that a country bumpkin dared to lay a hand on her. She demanded to be released, but she made the stupid move of threatening a former Death Knight's family. Hearing the commotion in the room, Lady Chelsea's guards rushed in. They swiftly drew their weapons, ready to cut down the boy who dared to endanger their Duchess. Damien controlled his anger and tossed the filthy witch away. In the blink of an eye, he grabbed a knife from the table, took the guards by surprise, and slit their throats in one fell swoop. The guards took a second to notice that something was wrong as the slits on their necks started bleeding. As they panicked and clutched their lethal wounds, Damien walked towards the exit. He only sliced their carotids lightly. If they apply some potion to the wounds in time, they should survive. As for this waste of space, Chelsea Goldpixie, nothing would please Damien more than severing her head here and now, but he will choose to restrain himself. Resorting to run-of-the-mill violence would be far too merciful a punishment for her stupidity. He would rather be around to see how horrible things will get for her in the very near future, instead of being an emotional executioner. While she was trying to catch her breath and the guards slowly bled out, her maid, Rebecca, entered the room. She quickly attended to her boss, making sure that she was all right. This girl must be deaf. She did not hear all the foreshadowing Damien had just dropped. She's focused on getting her bloody revenge instead. At the top of her lungs, she yelled the name Mustang Fury. Such a badass name belongs to this pale dumpling man. I was expecting an assassin or some shit. Lady Chelsea chewed out Mustang for what happened. She was promised that the allure scent would be immutable, but it did not work for Damien Haxon. Mustang reckoned that the kid must be one of those people with a natural resistance to black magic. The Grand Duchess has a zero-tolerance policy for excuses. She slapped the dog shit out of Mustang for putting her in such a humiliating position. As for Guillaume Blackwing, he was last seen at the tavern, claiming that he needed to cool off after everything that happened today. Hearing that her champion is getting drunk the night before a pivotal duel exasperated Chelsea even more. For one last time, she asked Mustang if their beast would win against that Hoxton kid. Of course, Mustang Fury vouched for Guillaume. That guy is Yulan's pride after all. There has never been a knight more gifted for black magic than that man. Mustang asks the lady for a little more patience. Yulan is working hard behind the scenes to give her the gold pixie dukedom. As usual, she threatened to kill Mustang and everyone in Yulan if they failed to deliver on their promise. This girl has no other moves, bro. While she was blatantly discussing a collusion with a heretical organization, Damien was listening just up on the roof. Even while eavesdropping, this dude has to aura farm. After this, Damien heads to the training room. He sits in a cross-legged position to meditate while Victor is busy snoring. Damien doesn't believe that he would run into Yulan again so soon. He already has his suspicions that Chelsea was involved with the dark mages. This tells him that the energy he felt when Guillermo was standing in front of him is dark magic. Damien starts tapping his new sword, creating sound waves from it. Instead of going to the Duke to explain the situation to him, Damien thinks of showing it to him directly. The following morning, Guillermo arrives at the arena, totally confident that he has the win in the bag. Pabel and his brothers are there to watch the fight. They ask Pabel who he thinks will win the fight. Pabel says, considering their reputation, he thinks Guillermo will win. When he says this, his brothers immediately start to rejoice because they will finally be free of Damien, because he has really done a lot for them in just 2 days. Damien has been beating them up, and they even conclude that he is having fun with it at this point. Pabel lets his brothers know that he would be happy if Damien also loses, but he doesn't think there is any reality where he loses to Guillermo. Damien steps into the arena, looking casual as usual. Guillermo tries to act tough, telling Damien that he is impressed that he didn't run away. Damien taunts him, telling him that he is blabbing nonsense. Adam finally arrives on stage and he reminds them that whoever wins will be given the position to represent the family in the duel against the Gold Pixies. Adam hopes that everyone will accept whatever the outcome is, and by this, he is indirectly speaking to Chelsea. Deep down, Chelsea is confident that Guillermo will win the battle. Adam raises his handkerchief and he starts the duel. Guillermo whips out his 2 axes. He starts spinning them aggressively, telling Damien that he has made a huge mistake in accepting the duel. He is prepared to show Damien why he is called the Wild Beast. He rushes toward Damien, but before he reaches Damien, Damien taps his sword just as he has practiced. With this, he creates a sound wave that hits Guillermo. The effect of the wave sends him flying backwards. Guillermo angrily asks Damien what he just did to him. The same way Guillermo is shocked is the same way everyone else watching can't comprehend the unusual technique that Damien is using. Guillermo is pissed, and he claims that Damien is using a weird sorcery technique. He rushes toward Damien again, but Damien doesn't move from where he is. He just continues tapping his sword to create the sound waves one after the other. This continues hitting Guillermo in his insides. Before he knows it, he is already panting from the excessive breakdown of waves splitting his insides. The waves soon reach his brain, causing him to start vomiting black substance. Guillermo still has enough strength in him to call Damien the B word. Damien then decides to finish everything at once. He unleashes a huge wave and hits Guillermo with it. This finally breaks through his armor and shatters whatever dark attribute that has been infused into him. This leaves everybody shocked. And right in their presence, Guillermo starts to vomit a large quantity of dark substance from his body. Adam is left confused as he asks Jael why Guillermo is acting all weird. It starts to dawn on Adam and Jael that it might be what they are actually thinking. At the same time, Chelsea realizes that she is screwed. Guillermo cannot control himself as he spills every dark substance stored in his body. He loses body fat while vomiting everything inside him. Damien walks up to him saying Guillermo's true nature has finally been exposed. Guillermo crashes to the ground, looking totally drained of life, and Damien calls him a fake knight. Adam is confused when he hears Damien call Guillermo a fake knight. Damien then proceeds to tell the Duke that Guillermo is a fake knight because he was enhancing his physical abilities with dark magic. Everyone present at the arena is taken aback when Damien makes mention of dark magic. One of the butlers knows that they are done for if the church finds out that they are involved with dark magic. Adam then asks Damien if he already knew about Guillermo's true identity before the match, and he says yes. Damien apologizes for not telling him beforehand. However, he lets the Duke know that he didn't want to tell him because he wanted to figure out who the real culprit was. The Duke is shocked to hear this, and he becomes even more curious about the whole thing. Damien lets Adam know that dark mages have infiltrated the Duke's house. He then drops the bombshell saying the person working with them is Chelsea. Chelsea freezes up when she hears her name coming from Damien's mouth. Chelsea tries to defend herself, telling her father that she has no idea what Damien is saying. Adam holds his head in his palm, looking all disgusted. He has always suspected this, but didn't want to believe it. Adam is pissed that Chelsea brought the dark mages into his house. Enraged, Adam tells the soldiers to arrest Chelsea and all of her accomplices. He orders that they be locked in the prison until they figure out who they really are. Chelsea still tries to argue her case, telling her father that she has been framed. Two of the soldiers grab Guillermo in his weak state and disgustingly drag him off the arena. Two soldiers approach Chelsea, and she realizes that everything will be exposed if she is captured. Chelsea then screams at her accomplices among the knights, telling them to protect her. They all rush at the soldiers to take them down and try to get Chelsea out of there. Adam realizes that things are already getting out of hand, and he tells Jael to apprehend his daughter. Jael acknowledges the order and swings into action. Jael steps onto the arena and urges the knights protecting Chelsea to step aside. Jael's aura overwhelms the entire arena as his eyes glow. The knights realize that they lack the capability to actually deal with Jael. Even though they know that they are not capable, they still scream at Chelsea, telling her to run away while they hold Jael off. Jael finally unleashes his sword, letting the knights know that they have taken the very wrong turn. Jael swings his sword, and just the aura from it cuts through the knights, leaving destructive damage in its wake. Chelsea barely manages to survive the swing, but the knights protecting her have been sliced in half by Jael. At this point, Chelsea screams out in horror as she sees the scary image of Jael walking toward her as she sits in a pool of blood. Chelsea starts crying, telling Jael to stay away from her. Chelsea then turns to Ernst, begging him to save her. Ernst then makes the tough decision of jumping between Jael and Chelsea. Damien sees this and realizes that Ernst is basically asking for death at this point. Before Jael does anything, he acknowledges every good thing that Ernst has done for the growth of the house. He adds that Adam considers Ernst a valuable person, But Jael lets him know that if he insists on protecting Chelsea, he will have no choice but to execute him. Jael's aura swirls like a scary wave while telling Ernst what will come of him if he doesn't back down. Ernst finally comes to his senses, and he realizes that he is asking for death. He drops his weapon and falls to his knees, giving the soldiers the opportunity to grab Chelsea. Chelsea still tries to convince her father that she is innocent, but Adam tells her to shut her mouth while calling her a worthless piece of trash. Adam lets her know that her actions might come back to bite the family. Adam is pissed that Chelsea has managed to drag the entire household into the mud. Adam stares at Chelsea in a very disgusting way while letting her know that the greatest mistake he made was making Chelsea a part of his life. Tears run down Chelsea's face when she hears this, and she starts screaming at her father that she has nothing to do with everything that is happening. Adam then tells the guards that he is done hearing her annoying voice. He orders the guards to silence her and remove her from his sight. The guards do as told, and they cover Chelsea's mouth before she is dragged away from the scene. Damien can only smile as he has finally taken out one more enemy from the board. A few days after the match, the soldiers are working on the captured knights by inflicting pain on them so that they can confess everything that they know. One of the knights reveals that he fell for Chelsea's suggestion after smelling a strange scent. Jael finally realizes that Chelsea has been expanding her influence in the Duke's household with the help of the Dark Mages. Jael is utterly disappointed, and he wonders why Chelsea will do such a thing. Chelsea is also in her cell, and she has been tortured too. Chelsea blames her father for everything that happened. All she wanted while growing up was to be acknowledged by her father. However, no matter what she does, Adam doesn't seem to be satisfied. Even when she brought him flowers, he threw them away while staring at her like a piece of trash. Chelsea never understood why her father looked at her with such cold eyes. While crying in her cell, a servant brings food for her. Chelsea doesn't hesitate before taking the food. She starts eating to fuel her determination since she is not ready to die like trash. She is ready to do everything within her power to survive. While she is busy eating, the servant is staring at her with a scary expression. On the other hand, Damien learns from Victor that Adam is looking for him. Damien then heads to Adam's chambers. Adam pours them a cup of wine to drink. After having a taste, Damien admits that the drink is good. Adam laughs, and he is impressed that Damien was able to notice. He tells Damien that the wine is not expensive, but it is his favorite wine. Adam gulps down the drink while Damien stares at him. Adam then brings out a plate of cheese that he claims is from the Blanco region. Adam assures Damien that the cheese goes very well with the wine. Damien thanks Adam as he tears into the cheese. Adam then reveals that he finally accepted help from the church concerning Chelsea's case. Damien is surprised to hear this since he was expecting Adam to investigate the whole thing by himself. Adam says this was his plan, but in the end, all of the Dark Mages escaped their grasp. Damien is shocked to hear this, and Adam mentions that all of Chelsea's close associates were captured except the Dark Mages. Adam is telling Damien so he will know the current status of things since he helped with the entire case. Damien is disappointed that not a single mage was captured, and he starts wishing he had gotten involved in the whole thing. Adam then reveals that he is no longer involved with tracking down the Dark Mages, as he has left the responsibility to the church. Damien then asks Adam if Chelsea said anything about the identity of the Dark Mages, and Adam says she refused to say anything. Adam mentions that Chelsea's lips remain tight even though they have tortured her over and over again. Adam admits that she is a tough girl. Adam then confesses that Chelsea was never the way she is. Adam then narrates the story about Chelsea's background. Apparently, her mother was a commoner. Adam was out hunting when he was still very young, and this is when he met her. Something happened between them, and in no time, she became pregnant. Adam couldn't believe that a one-time thing with her would make her get pregnant for him. After this, Adam doesn't want to accept the fact that a commoner has his blood running through them. This was why he chased Chelsea and her mother away when they came to him. Later on, Adam got curious about Chelsea and he made inquiries. This was when he learned that Chelsea's mother had already died of the plague, but Chelsea survived. Adam then brought Chelsea into the household. After narrating the story to Damien, Adam wonders why he even brought Chelsea into his household in the first place. Damien then subtly tells Adam that he might have done it because Chelsea was family to him. The mention of family strikes something in Adam, and he starts wondering if Chelsea really wanted to become a member of the family. It then dawns on Adam that Chelsea doing everything that she has done is a way for him to acknowledge her. Adam is disappointed because Chelsea could have just lived a normal, noble woman's life. Adam realizes that he is saying too much and figures out that it is the effect of the wine. Adam apologizes for dumping his life story on Damien. Just then, a butler runs into the room, telling Adam that something bad has happened. Adam hears this and fears the worst. It turns out that the guards arrived in Chelsea's cell to find her swinging from the ceiling. 4 days after Chelsea's death, everything pointed to the fact that she sent herself to the afterlife. Since she is dead, the investigations into her accomplices also came to an end. As punishment for dragging her family through mud, her grave was made plain. Damien knows that the crisis that struck the Gold Pixie Duchy seems to have ended at the present moment, but he is confident that it is not the end. Damien is confident that Yulan will not give up. Damien is lost in his thoughts until his annoying servant calls him back to reality. Apparently, Victor was complaining about how Damien arranges his dirty laundry without considering who is washing them. Later on, Ernst is seen drinking himself to a stupor in the middle of the street. He is mourning Chelsea's death by drowning himself in alcohol. He soon crashes to the ground while thinking about Chelsea. Apparently, he has been Chelsea's personal guard since she was little. They have always spent time together. He listened to all of her stories about how she wants to win her father's trust by giving him flowers. She plucked flowers from the field where her parents met, aiming to make her father happy with them. But this was the flower that her father threw away like trash. Ernst is heartbroken that he couldn't protect her beloved Chelsea. To punish himself, he starts hitting himself, regretting why he didn't die alongside Chelsea. Ernst is in the middle of his depressing moment when Rebecca shows up. She approaches Ernst, looking all bright, but the moment Ernst spots her, he attacks her. He grabs her by the neck, asking her why she is so brave to show herself. Ernst blames Rebecca for what happened to Chelsea. Rebecca is choking while trying to calm Ernst down. Ernst is not ready to hear what she has to say as he prepares to snap Rebecca's neck. He finally calms down when Rebecca reveals that she is trying to get revenge for her late mistress. She tells Ernst that the house claimed that Chelsea sent herself to the afterlife, but this is not true. Rebecca says Chelsea died because she was not able to withstand the torture inflicted on her. Ernst is enraged when he hears this, and he asks Rebecca if he has any proof to support her claim. Rebecca reminds Ernst that Chelsea is not the kind of person to terminate herself. In addition to this, she claims that she heard from those who recovered Chelsea's body that there were torture marks all over her body. These are wounds that are so severe that no normal person would have endured them. Rebecca claims that the wounds are deep enough to cause death. Rebecca then finishes her argument by saying the duchy terminated Chelsea and covered it up by saying it was a self-termination. After hearing this, it dawns on Ernst that the Duke is actually capable of doing such. Rebecca then continues by saying she actually approached Chelsea because she had an ulterior motive, but she was treated like a human by Chelsea. Because of what she feels for Chelsea, Rebecca tells Ernst that she can't look over what happened to Chelsea. Rebecca reveals her determination to get revenge for her beloved master. Rebecca tells Ernst that if she is going to do this, she is going to need his help. While saying this, she holds Ernst's hand while releasing the charm fragrance. Since Ernst is in his weak state, the charm easily captures him. Since he is already under the influence, Ernst then asks Rebecca what she wants him to do. After she is done giving him instructions, Ernst walks away. Mustang Fury appears on the scene, commending Rebecca for a job well done. Mustang was initially worried that the spell might not work on Ernst since he is a middle-class knight. Rebecca grins like a maniac while revealing that no matter how strong someone is, they always have a weakness in their heart. If that weakness grows, it is much easier to get the said person under the influence. Rebecca knows that for Ernst, his weakness is Chelsea. She merely exploited this weakness. Rebecca laughs, saying Ernst is so dumb not to have figured out Chelsea's real killer. Rebecca knows that Ernst will basically lose his mind the moment he finds out who is behind Chelsea's mysterious death. Rebecca then asks Mustang if they have to go after Damien. Mustang replies that they can't just sit around while Damien runs wild. They also learned from their spy that it was Damien who killed Agito. In addition to this, Damien has interfered with the plan entrusted to them by their big boss. Just by doing this, Mustang lets Rebecca know that Damien is worthy of death. Mustang believes that Damien doesn't know who they are yet. Mustang concludes that they have the element of surprise since the duchy thinks they have run away. Mustang's prime aim is to make sure that they use their golden chance to kill Damien. In the training hall, Damien is meditating when some figures appear behind him to ambush him. 3 wooden swords come at him at the same time, but he easily parries all before dealing severe punishment to the 3. It turns out that these 3 dudes are Pabel and his blood brothers. Damien is disappointed at the trio because even though he gave them the chance to ambush him, they still could not land a hit on him. The trio falls to their knees, apologizing for being a total waste of semen. Pabel concludes that they are dead because they failed the mission. Surprisingly, Damien tells them that training is over. This shocks the trio, who are forced to ask again. Damien then subtly demands to know if they are still interested in training more, but the trio quickly says no. Pabel wonders why Damien is not beating the crap out of them like he usually does. Damien lets them know that he is dismissing them so that they can rest. Since the match against the Leon Blooms is in 2 days, Damien believes that it is appropriate for them to rest. He then tells them to think carefully about everything that he has taught them. The trio is genuinely confused about this, since they can't recall learning anything other than getting battered every day. Damien is disappointed that none of them actually understood what he was doing for the past couple of weeks. Apparently, the reason he has been sparring with them is not something as simple as physical training. Damien has something else in store for them the entire time. but he is disappointed that not even one of them was able to grasp the idea. Just then, he notices that Pable is silent and thinking hard about something. Damien smiles because Pable seems to have gotten the hang of what he was teaching them. Damien takes off the sandbags on his body while looking forward to the duel. Soon afterward, Adam and his men arrive at the leafy plains where the duel is to take place. They can see House Leon Bloom in front, and Adam asks Damien how the house appears to him. Damien takes a closer look and reveals that they appear to be a very high-level army. Damien says their individual skills appear to be quite at the top, too. Adam laughs after hearing Damien's take, and he reveals that Leon Bloom takes pride in training his soldiers well. Just then, a messenger from the opposing side comes over to deliver a message. Apparently, Leon Bloom wants the representatives to meet before the duel begins. Adam then agrees to the suggestion since there is no reason not to. At Leon Bloom's camp, Holland walks into his son's tent to find him still sleeping. He kicks Michael on the bed, telling him that they need to meet Adam's men and he is busy sleeping. Michael rolls on the bed while telling his father that he is being too loud. Holland reminds Michael how important the duel against the duchy is. Michael returns to the bed, telling his father that he is not interested. When Holland realizes that he can't get Michael to stand up, he starts talking about facing Damien himself. This immediately catches Michael's attention, and he asks to confirm if Damien is in the Duke's group. Holland mentions that Damien was the one who was selected by the Duke to represent them. The moment Michael hears this, he goes into overdrive mode, and he finally shows interest in the battle. Not long after this, the two camps meet. Adam berates Holland for coming late to the meeting when he was the one who basically asked for it. Holland teases Adam, asking him if he is angry about something so minor. The two laugh at each other, but the tension between them is glaring. Jael then calls them back to the real reason why they are there by clearing his throat. Holland then greets Jael, since it's been a long time since they saw each other. Holland then urges Jael to join his household because the duchy's house must be boring him to death. Jael simply lets Holland know that he has no desire to join his household because he has pledged his allegiance to the Duke. Holland uses the opportunity to take a dig at Adam. Just then, Holland spots Damien behind Adam. A wave of rage takes over Holland because he would have personally preferred to beat Damien up himself for what he did to his knights and son. Damien can sense Holland's intentions, but he just stands there, smiling at him like he doesn't care. Just then, Holland feels something strange in him, and he realizes that this is because of Damien. He can't believe that a high-class knight like him is feeling tense in front of Damien, a low-class knight. Holland then wonders if he is getting the chills because of Damien's hidden potential, but he admits one truth, and that is the fact that Damien might actually be at the same level as his son, Michael. Suddenly, Michael gets triggered by Damien's presence, and he angrily reaches for his sword without even thinking twice. He takes a pose and aims directly for Damien, while Damien remains unfazed. Thankfully, Holland is able to caution his son, telling him to drop his weapon. Michael finally returns to his senses, leaving him stunned because he didn't even realize that he had pulled his weapon. Jael berates Michael for pulling his weapon in front of the Duke. Adam reminds Michael and his father that it is a grave sin for someone to pull a weapon against a noble. Holland tries to justify the situation, saying his son drew his sword because of his desire to win. However, Adam lets him know that he is not ready to overlook it. He asks Holland how he plans to pay for his son's mistake. Holland realizes that everything has become complicated, all thanks to Michael reacting without even realizing it. Holland understands that Michael must have seen Damien as a wild beast that needs to be taken down. Adam decides to ride on the opportunity very well. He tells Holland that he would have suggested they cancel the duel, but he would not. Holland already knows that Adam is not the type to let things go without gaining something from it. Just as he expected, Adam tells Holland that he would like to add a few more terms to the duel. After hearing the terms presented by Adam, Holland groans but has no choice but to accept the terms. With this, Holland and Michael start going back to their camp. Damien is impressed with what Adam just did because he used the situation to get more things on his side. Adam then stares at Damien, saying it is quite strange for Michael to have drawn his sword at Damien. Damien plays dumb, telling Adam that he has no idea why Michael behaved the way he did. Damien is surprised and impressed at the same time that Michael has awakened his sixth sense at such a young age. Damien is already looking forward to the duel as he considers it to be one that holds promises. On the other hand, Holland asked his son why he drew his sword. He mentions that he could have put their family in danger. Michael then asks his father if he saw Damien's reaction. Apparently, Damien knew he was going to draw his sword, but he just stood there, smiling like he didn't care. Michael is excited because he has never met an opponent like Damien before. Michael's face lights up in joy as he says Damien might be the opponent that will finally give him what he wants. Holland finally realizes that Michael has been so bored with fighting weak boys, which is why he is so hyped at the opportunity of fighting Damien. Michael then asks his father if there is anything they can do because he had to accept some terms that are not great because of what he did. Holland is not worried about this as he tells his son not to worry himself because their victory is certain. Soon afterward, they prepare to begin the first match. The referee tells the dual representative from both sides to step forward. Since it is the first match, and it is important to gain momentum for the team, Adam asks Damien who they should send out first. Damien is about to make his recommendation when Sebastian Vincenzo shows up on the scene. Vincenzo reminds everyone that he is the person in charge of training the knights. Since this is his role, he thinks he should be capable of recommending someone far more suitable than Damien could. Damien is surprised because this is the first time he will be seeing the so-called Vincenzo. He realizes that Vincenzo is such a loser since he is the one training Pable and his trash brothers. Damien figures out that Vincenzo is worried that he might steal the spotlight from him. Damien decides to step back and allow the dude to have his moment. Damien then tells Adam to allow Vincenzo to recommend the first knight. Adam then tells Vincenzo to recommend a knight of his choice. Surprisingly, Sebastian Vincenzo nominates his son, Fabian Vincenzo, as the first dual knight. Sebastian is confident that his son will win the first match and gain Adam's favor. Adam is impressed that Vincenzo nominated his own son, whom he has heard great things about. Adam genuinely hopes that the kid wins. Lion Bloom then presents their own representative, a chubby, ugly dude called Ronald. As the duel begins, Fabian excitedly announces his name and demands Ronald's name and house. Ronald replies that he is Ronald and he has no family or house. The moment Fabian hears this, he realizes that he is about to fight a commoner. His blood starts boiling as he prepares to teach Ronald a huge lesson. Ronald doesn't seem to care so much, as he tells Fabian that he is like the rest of the nobles, who like running their mouths. This is enough to get Fabian to attack, and he charges at Ronald with a blue aura swirling around him. Fabian tries to cut Ronald down, but he easily dodges the strike. Since he had lost balance while trying to take Ronald down, it gave Ronald the chance to easily launch a counterattack. Ronald continues teasing Fabian with no stress while calling him a pathetic loser. Fabian lets his emotions run wild, and he tries catching Ronald again, but this time Ronald catches him off guard and cuts off his hand. Fabian's face lights up in shock as his arm flies off right in front of him. Even Adam is stunned as he sees his knight's arm fall off. Vincenzo holds his head in pain, realizing what he just put his son into. Ronald mocks Fabian, telling him not to act all mighty and big in his presence. He then uses the famous word, telling Fabian that he is fired. Fabian rolls on the floor in pain while Holland smiles, as this is the beginning of his victory. Fabian is stretchered off the battle stage while he cries for help. Damien already expected that Fabian was weak, but he never thought it was up to that extent. Adam is frustrated when he sees this since he wasn't expecting the Lion Blooms to be cutting off people's arms when the deal was just to win matches. Adam then calls Damien, asking him what they need to do. Since they have lost the first match, Adam suggests that it would be nice for Damien to join the fight, but Damien points out that it is not the right time yet. He mentions that if he steps out for the second match, and Michael ends up coming out for the third, that means they are going to lose either way. Damien then assures Adam that he has someone to recommend for the second match. Adam is surprised to hear this, and he asks Damien who it is. Just as expected, it turns out to be Pable. Pable almost loses his mind when Damien picks him as the second representative. Damien then tells him to remember the training he received while he was getting trashed by him. Pable is still worried, but Damien assures him that he is going to win. His blood brothers also cheer him on, telling him how much they believe in him. Adam is skeptical about Damien's suggestion since Pable has never been one to stand out, but Damien assures the Duke that Pable will definitely win. He says he has given Pable special training just for the duel. Before Pable steps onto the stage, he almost breaks down from fever while his friends attend to him. He finally gets into the arena, and he finds himself facing off against a scary knight, Huey Selesion. Just by staring at Huey, Pable can easily sense that he is far stronger than him. The guy is so strong and confident that he thought he would be facing off against Damien. Since Damien is not his opponent, he decides to finish the duel pretty quickly. He aims his weapon at Pable and dashes toward him. Pable is still caught up in his scaredy-cat zone when Huey's attack catches up to him. Just as the sword is about to touch him, Pable finds himself instinctively blocking the attack. Pable falls to the ground, but Huey is surprised that Pable was actually able to block his attack. He admits that Pable is better than he initially thought. Even Pable is stunned that he was able to parry the attack, and he assumes that it is nothing but beginner's luck. Huey comes after him again, but Pable is able to dodge the hit as he jumps backward. Pable quickly pays attention to the resulting dust, and he is able to block a surprise attack from Huey. At this point, Huey starts to realize that something seems terribly off because Pable was not supposed to be able to block his surprised attack. Before Pable knows it, he is already standing his ground against Huey. Pable doesn't believe that he is actually staying much better in the fight than he anticipated. He finally realizes why Damien was so confident that he was going to win the fight. Damien smiles while standing behind because it seems Pable has finally figured out what is going on. Apparently, the swordsmanship that Damien was using to beat Pabel and his team is the signature style of House Lionbloom, the great lion sword art. After Pabel has been beaten countless times by the same style, his body has learned to instinctively block or dodge the attack. Damien is confident that Pabel is already used to the style, that he might even be able to block it with his eyes closed. Pabel figures out that Huey is using the same swordsmanship that Damien used on him, but it appears that his own is slower, pointing out that Damien is on an entirely different level. Pabel finally gets to appreciate what Damien has been doing for him. Pabel lets go of his fear and starts reacting to Huey's attack much better. Pabel pushes himself a step further, and he breaks through Huey's defense to reach him. Pabel has the chance to push his sword into Huey's neck, but he only cuts a side of his face. Everyone is shocked by the impossible feat that they just witnessed. Huey falls on his butt, and Pabel holds a sword to his neck, and the referee declares him the winner. Pabel's friends roar in excitement as Pabel claims victory for House Goldpixie. Even Michael is surprised that Huey is stronger, but for some reason, he still lost. For the last and final battle, Michael steps onto the stage, and this leaves the Duke worried since he knows what Michael is capable of. Damien and Michael walk to the front, and Damien mentions that he is excited to be going up against Michael. Michael also smiles, saying he has been waiting for someone like Damien. Michael considers Damien an equal who can easily give him the fight that he needs. Damien scoffs when he hears Michael regard him as his equal. Michael pulls his sword, urging Damien not to disappoint him in the duel. A few minutes before Michael stepped forward to fight Damien, Huey was asking for death from Holland for disgracing the family. However, Holland tells him to get back on his feet, because it was not his fault that he lost. Holland could clearly see that Huey was stronger, but things didn't go his way. Nonetheless, Holland is not worried because victory is certain as long as Michael does his best. Holland tells Huey that he is free to leave, although Holland feels something is wrong. He knows Huey is far stronger than Pabel, but Pabel somehow anticipated all of his attacks. Holland knows that the Great Lion sword art is only passed down in their house, and there is no way it could have leaked to the outside world. While thinking about the possibilities, Michael excitedly tells his father that he is eager to fight Damien. Michael tells his father that he has finally found someone like him, and his father assures him that he is going to win. When Michael was a kid, he had always loved swordsmanship from the first day that he was introduced to it by his father. Because of this, Michael was filled with expectations that loads of powerful warriors would be in the world. However, this was not the case, as his expectations quickly faded away. Michael quickly dominated everyone that he came across, even those who were rumored to be pretty strong. Michael started winning pretty easily, and he considers this a normal thing. Tired of winning, he finally put down his sword. But this was when Damien finally showed up. Now that he has found someone whom he considers to be his equal, he hopes that he doesn't disappoint. Michael brandishes his sword and runs toward Damien, but our MC remains in one position and he easily dodges the strike. Michael suddenly finds himself getting hit with a blow from Damien. As if this was not enough, Damien followed through with a kick that sent him flying into the air. Michael managed to pull himself back together and he went after Damien again. This time around, he unleashes a powerful sword technique, but just like before, he couldn't reach Damien. Michael suddenly sees Damien standing beside him and he still hasn't removed his hand from his pocket. Michael then puts everything into his next attack as he uses an aerial attack against Damien. Michael lands his hit, leaving a loud explosion and resulting dust. When the dust clears up, Michael is shocked to see Damien standing unharmed. Michael berates Damien for dodging instead of fighting. He comes after Damien again, and Damien finally reaches for his sword since Michael is looking for an enjoyable fight. However, Michael is confident that his sword will definitely reach Damien before he can get the chance to pull out his sword. However, Michael suddenly sees his sword cut in half, and before he can process it, his head follows. Damien does all these while maintaining one hand in his pocket just to aura farm. Suddenly, everything becomes clear to Michael. The entire area still looks good as if there was no fight, and it turns out that there truly was no fight. Everyone is shocked to see Michael groveling in front of Damien, but none of them knows what Michael just witnessed. Michael basically saw himself dying while fighting Damien. When he looks up to look at Damien, Michael finally realizes that Damien is a huge figure that he can never reach. Everything that he witnessed was nothing but a mirage, or basically what would have happened if Damien had decided to fight him. With this in mind, Michael bows to Damien, admitting defeat. The third victory then goes to House Goldpixie, basically making them the winners of the duel. After the battle, the Duke holds a banquet, hosting House Lionbloom too. He urges them to drink and have fun. The Lionbloom Knights want to thank Adam for his generosity, but they dare not because their master is staring at them like some rabid dog. Adam tells the Marquis to forget the beef and enjoy the moment. Adam even pours Holland a drink, since it is his duty as the victor. While getting the drink from Adam, Holland is busy thinking about what made Michael surrender. Holland assumes that he was struck with some sort of misfortune. In addition to this, Adam is hosting a party, which is basically a party to mock him for losing the battle. Elsewhere, Damien is staring at the fireplace, thinking about how he managed to achieve his original objective. He was able to bring victory to the Duke's household, and at the same time, he made sure to show the Lion Blooms not to mess with his family. However, he knows that he still has the Dark Mages to go after. Suddenly, Michael shows up, asking to sit beside Damien. Damien is surprised to see this, but he is more surprised when Michael starts to glaze him, telling him that he really respects him. Michael even pours Damien a drink, leaving him more confused. Michael admits that he never thought he would meet someone at his level, or someone who surpasses him. However, he is happy to have met Damien. Michael considers them the same level but corrects this, saying Damien is far greater than he is. Damien is shocked that Michael is all nice to him, even though he beat Erwin up. Michael then confesses that he still doesn't understand what happened, but he could at least sense what would have happened if they actually crossed swords. Damien finally realizes that Michael doesn't know that he has awakened his super senses. Because he possessed this super sense, Michael was able to fight Damien in his mind. And this is when he realized that Damien is way above his league. For the first time, Michael felt true fear like King Meruem. Damien is happy that Michael has the super senses because this is what really saved his life. Damien knows that Michael would have lost not only his arm, but his life if he had tried to fight him. Michael looks into the sky and declares that the world is bigger than he thought. Damien then asks Michael if he would like a word of advice, and Michael says yes. Damien then points out that the world is vast, just like Michael has said. He lets him know that his talent may be rare, but it is not unique to him alone. Damien tells him that in the Empire alone, there are at least 3 people who are stronger than he is. Because of this, Damien advises Michael not to grow complacent. Damien admits that he once thought he was the best too. However, his arrogance was crushed when he was defeated by Dorgo. Michael then asks Damien if he is still living with the mentality that there is someone stronger than him. Damien quickly clears the air, telling Michael that he is currently the strongest. Michael tries to argue with him, but Damien just tells him that he is trying to tell him not to get complacent until he is as strong as him. Michael takes the advice to heart, assuring Damien that he will always remember it. Just then, Adam and Holland walk up to them. Adam is impressed that the two are already getting closer. The two bow to the Duke, asking him why he has come to see them. Adam tells the boys that he is done talking to Holland, which is why he came to see them. Apparently, before the duel, Adam and Holland had agreed that Holland would grant Damien access to the Marquis's vault if he came out victorious. However, Holland was being stingy, and Adam had to persuade him to another arrangement. Holland is pissed at the entire thing because he clearly cannot forgive Damien for what he did to Erwin. However, he has no choice but to let his anger pass for the meantime. Holland then apologizes to Damien for sending knights to his home as a show of force. Damien can sense that Holland is not being sincere with his apology because he left out the Erwin part. Holland then reveals that he cannot open the vault to Damien, but in return, he has something else to give him. It turns out to be a ring imbued with spatial magic, which was crafted in the White Tower. The ring can store up to 100 kilograms of items. Damien is impressed when he sees this because it's a dimensional artifact, which is worth at least a small castle. Damien doesn't like the fact that Holland is straying away from the actual deal, but he decides to just let it pass. Damien takes the ring and thanks Holland for it. Holland lets Damien know that he is ready to give him something else if he wants, but he can't open the vault for him. Since the Marquis household still has many fine weapons, Damien starts thinking of what to pick. Suddenly, it dawns on him that there is something he wants, which should be in the Lionbloom household at the moment. Damien then tells Holland that he would like a bow. Holland considers this a weird and unexpected ask. Damien then reveals that he needs the bow because he is planning to marry off his younger brother Abel. Abel is at the estate having fun when he suddenly feels a chill run down his spine. After they return from the duel, Damien informs the Duke that he is ready to leave. The Duke is surprised that Damien is already heading back to his estate. Adam lets Damien know that a banquet is being prepared for him, and he suggests that he wait till after the banquet. Damien tells Adam that he has been away from his family for too long already, which is why he needs to go back. Since Damien is insisting, Adam decides to bend to his wishes, but urges him to wait till the next day so that he can organize escorts for him. Damien is surprised when the Duke mentions escorts, and the Duke admits that Damien is strong, but at the same time, he is trying to keep him safe because he might run into bandits on his way home. Damien knows fully well that he doesn't need escorts, but since the Duke is offering, he doesn't want to throw away his goodwill. Damien accepts the Duke's offer and he thanks him for everything so far. Soon afterward, Damien and Victor leave the Gold Pixie estate and they start heading back home. They are assigned 2 escorts by the Duke, but Victor is the only one walking since he is the damn servant. Victor reveals his relief that they are finally going home, since the incident that Damien caused has been resolved. Damien stares at him intently, telling him to say what is on his mind, but Victor quickly looks away. Victor then mentions how comfortable the journey was when they were coming rather than now that he has to walk. He still takes a dig at his master because he is on a horse. Damien realizes that Victor has actually gotten a bit fatter, and he plans to whip him back into shape once they return to the estate. Once the sun starts to set, the knights inform Damien that they are going to set up camp. Damien gives them the go-ahead to do so. Momentarily, they set up the camp and Victor prepares grilled meat for them. He serves his master, and he calls on the knights who are standing watch to come join them. The knights appreciate the gesture but tell Victor that they will be eating separately later. Just then, Damien remembers his parting moment with Pabel and his brothers. Pabel was in tears while holding Damien, telling him not to leave just yet. Damien starts to wonder why Pabel and his brothers are acting so clingy all of a sudden. Pabel lets Damien know that he has opened his eyes to a new level of strength, and because of this, he thanks him. Damien assured Pabel that he also worked hard, and the dude assured him that they would never forget the lessons that he gave them. With a very respectable gesture, the trio bows their heads to Damien, holding him high as their master. Now in the present, they hear a rustle in the woods, and one of the knights offers to go check it out. Damien tries telling him not to worry, but he just cannot abandon his duty. Suddenly, a spear imbued with dark magic comes flying toward the knight, sending him toward a tree and impaling him right there. Panic ensues immediately after this happens. A voice echoes from the woods talking about his surprise that the Duke assigned escorts for Damien. Nonetheless, he doesn't think the escorts are strong enough to stop him. The man behind the voice finally emerges, and he turns out to be Ernst, who is now under the influence of the dark mages. He looks totally terrifying, and the second knight asks him why he is doing what he is doing. At the same time, Mustang and Rebecca appear behind Ernst, and they release the charm fragrance from their bodies. This moves toward Damien and his subordinates. The second knight falls under the influence since he is a low-level knight, but Damien remains unaffected. The moment Damien realizes that Victor will also fall, he knocks him out cold to prevent this. Rebecca then controls the knight, telling him to spin his own head. Damien tries to stop the knight, but the knight is far gone, and he eventually spins his own head off his neck. Once everyone is taken care of, Damien is left with the trio. Rebecca reveals that she is impressed that Damien wasn't affected by the bewitching scent, even though he is a low-level knight. She assumes that Damien has a strong constitution, which is what helped him. Because of this, the creepy Rebecca becomes more curious about Damien. She tells Mustang that they need to kill Damien and dissect him so they can learn more about him. Damien remains on guard as he prepares for an assault from the trio.
Finally, Sir Howard speaks. His voice drips with venom as he says to Damien, "So we finally meet at last," calling his name aloud, Damien Haxon. He promises to rip Damien apart and offer him as a sacrifice at Lady Chelsea's grave. Immediately after the words leave his mouth, he stretches his hand forward, his sword aimed straight at Damien. Instinctively, Damien takes a battle-ready stance. However, a confident smile curves his lips. He tells Howitz with scorn that he is utterly laughable. For someone who once wet himself out of fear of Sir Jael, Howitz is quick to blame others for his failure to protect Lady Chelsea. The moment those words land, rage boils inside Sir Howitz, the veins on his face bulging, his muscles twitching with fury. Rebecca, one of the two dark mages, steps forward with a deceptively gentle smile. She holds Howitz's arm as though soothing him and, with mocking sweetness, addresses Damien. "Oh my, you're so cold-blooded, Sir Damien. How could you rub salt into a wounded man's heart?" Her tone quickly turns sharper as dark magic flares around the three of them. "Still, where are you getting that confidence from? Don't tell me you actually believe you can take on all three of us by yourself." His unwavering calm unsettles her, making her narrow her eyes. She warns him that she doubts he even knows who they really are. But before she can finish, Damien cuts her short with a smirk. He describes them perfectly, down to the last detail. "You're dark mages of Yulon, and at least on the rank of executives, right?" The accuracy of his words freezes her in shock. Her mouth falls open, her eyes widening. She stutters, unable to form her response. The other dark mage is no less stunned, both of them staring at Damien as though he has pierced their very disguise. Rebecca finally finds her voice and stammers out, "How? Do you know that?" Damien only acts more nonchalant. He casually sticks a finger in his ear and says, "I've got pretty sharp ears." As Sir Howitz raises his spear, pouring more mana into it, the dark mages regain their composure and scoff at Damien's arrogance. "Your bravado is pointless," they sneer. Sir Howitz points his weapon with killing intent, the dark mages promising that today will be his end, that he will die a truly painful death. Their screeching voices fill the clearing. Yet Damien remains calm. He hasn't even drawn his sword. Without hesitation, Howitz lunges forward, spear crackling with mana. Damien doesn't flinch. He only watches, his calm demeanor unshaken as the weapon hurtles toward him. Then, footsteps. Heavy, swift. Someone clad in full armor charges forward. In an instant, the clang of steel against steel echoes like thunder. A knight intercepts the attack, blocking Howitz's strike and shielding Damien completely. The sudden intervention shocks everyone. The dark mages and Sir Howitz stare, mouths slightly open, eyes wide in disbelief. Howitz retreats quickly, putting distance between himself and the knight, gauging the situation. Now standing beside Damien, the knight radiates overwhelming mana. Damien, regaining his cocky smile, tells the dark mages they are mistaken. He isn't alone either. The knight's presence fills the air like a storm. He is the middle-class knight of the ducal house of Goldfixie, Sebastian Vincenzo. Damien's mind drifts back to that day in the Duke's office. He remembers bowing low, thanking Duke Goldfixie for permitting his return home. "Understood, Your Grace," he had said with a genuine smile of gratitude. But before he could leave, the Duke had stopped him. Concern weighed in his tone as he said, "There's one more favor I must ask of you. It's about Ernst Howitz. He's gone missing." Damien had stiffened, already anticipating what the Duke meant. With sharp insight, he had replied, "I see." The Duke, serious and grim, explained that Howitz bore a grudge against both of them for Lady Chelsea's death. He warned Damien that Howitz might seek revenge, and that the dark mages whose plans Damien ruined would also come for him. Damien had listened intently, eyes locked on the Duke as he processed every word. Then the Duke, gesturing to his guard Sir Jael, admitted that while he had protection, Damien did not. So, he intended to assign one more skilled knight as Damien's guard. At that moment, the door opened. A silhouette entered, framed by light from the corridor. The figure stepped closer, a knight in full armor. Damien had recognized him at once. Sebastian Vincenzo. The Duke explained that the other middle-class knights were away on missions, leaving Sebastian as the only one available. He had turned to Sebastian and said firmly, "I entrust Damien's protection to you." With resolve, Sebastian had bowed deeply. "Understood, Your Grace. I shall guard Sir Damien with my life." Back in the present, Damien smiles inwardly. He knows the Duke gave Vincenzo secret orders to follow him from the shadows, to provide hidden protection. Because if Vincenzo stayed openly at his side, their enemies might never reveal themselves. Damien remembers the Duke's cunning smile, a glass of wine in his hand. So while it was phrased as guarding me, it was truly a stratagem to draw out the hidden dark mages. Truly, such a cunning noble. Howitz, assessing the situation, twists his lips into a rage-filled grin. He greets Sebastian with mocking familiarity. "It's been a while, Sir Sebastian." Sebastian, unflinching, demands to know why Howitz is here. Howitz answers without hesitation, "I have decided not to let a single person connected to Lady Chelsea's death live." Sebastian frowns in confusion and scolds him. "What nonsense is this? Lady Chelsea took her own life." The words ignite Howitz's fury. His eyes burn red as he roars, "No one's fault. Don't spout such nonsense." His voice shakes the forest as he shouts. He insists that Lady Chelsea was steadfast, unyielding, a woman who would never have committed suicide. Dark magic stirs violently within him, wrapping around his body, consuming his mind. He screams that the Duke must have killed her, that she must have died under cruel interrogation. The dark mages watch, smiling with relief as Howitz is overtaken. Now fully consumed, his body overflows with dark mana. His face twists with wrath as he declares he will not let Chelsea's death go unavenged. He will kill Damien Haxon. He will kill those who interrogated her. His eyes glow a deep, sickly purple. Steam hisses from his mouth as he spits his final vow. And lastly, "I will kill the Duke himself." Sebastian scoffs at his madness. "To think you'd speak of murdering his grace. You're truly out of your mind." Howitz only laughs and gives Sebastian one chance. "Leave Damien Haxon behind, and I'll spare your life." Sebastian's face hardens. Disappointment sharpens his tone as he calls Howitz arrogant. Then, with aura surging, Sebastian ignites his entire body and blade with overwhelming power. "A worm like you dares claim you'll spare me?" Damien, watching Sebastian's fury, smiles inwardly, as expected of a middle-class knight. But Howitz doesn't falter. He chuckles darkly and admits Sebastian is right. He used to be stronger than him. Not anymore. He tears away his clothes, revealing a body warped and enhanced by black magic. His grin stretches wide as he announces, "Not anymore." Sebastian's eyes widen in disbelief. He shouts at him, calling him a fool. "You've resorted to black magic." The dark mages beam with pride. With Howitz's eyes glowing bright purple, they declare that he has undergone the same enhancement as Guillermo Blackwing. In exchange for his life force, he has gained immense mana and strength. Howitz, sneering down at Sebastian, commands him to open his eyes wide and witness the power he has seized. With a serious stance, he lets loose an immense surge of dark mana. The air twists under its pressure, forcing Sebastian to grit his teeth just to remain standing. What overwhelming aura, Sebastian thinks, sweat beading on his brow. Could he already have surpassed middle-class level? Howitz sees his struggle and mocks him coldly. "What's wrong? Surprised?" Gathering dark mana into his spear, he prepares to strike. "I warned you. All you had to do was leave Damien Haxon behind, and I wouldn't have killed you." He unleashes the attack, a massive blast of compressed purple light. Damien and Sebastian both feel its intensity, the brightness burning their eyes. It tears through the forest with explosive force, carving a straight path of destruction and ending in a blinding detonation. When the smoke clears, Damien stands unscathed, having dodged. His sword is still sheathed, his calm intact. He studies the vast destruction carved into the forest with silent curiosity. Howitz stands where he struck, spear still raised. Damien turns back, eyes narrowing as he fixes on Howitz, deep thoughts swirling within him. Howitz's veins bulge, his grin twisting sinisterly. His glowing purple eyes burn with maniacal light. Steam escapes his lips with every breath, and his expression contorts with unhinged rage. As the smoke clears, Damien stands unscathed, having dodged the blast. His sword remains sheathed, his calm unshaken. He studies the vast destruction carved into the forest with silent curiosity, eyes narrowing as he turns back toward Howitz. Thoughts swirl in his mind, sharp and deliberate. Howitz's veins bulge, his grin twisting into something sinister. His glowing purple eyes burn with maniacal light, steam curling from his lips with every breath. Rage contorts his expression into something nearly inhuman. A voice cuts through the settling dust. That strength there is incredible, for sure, Sebastian Vincenzo says, his words carrying a sharp edge. Hearing him means the destructive attack failed to take him out. Shock flashes across Howitz's face, and on the faces of the two dark mages behind him. The smoke continues to thin until Sebastian stands clearly in view. With a confident smirk, he waves his hand to sweep away the last lingering haze. However, he says, I'm not as weak as you think. Such a simple attack wouldn't work on me. Inside, though, Sebastian admits to himself that he is only putting on a show. How much longer can I keep this up? First, I'll need to. He cuts off his own thought and calls out sharply, Sir Damien, please leave this place to me and head to the Duke's estate to request help. Damien blinks at him, confused by the sudden command. He stares at the enemies in silence, weighing his options. Finally, he comes to a decision. All right, he says evenly. Without wasting another second, he lifts Victor and hoists him onto his shoulder. He and Sebastian exchange a brief nod of confirmation. Then Damien moves, like a blur. The dark mages jolt in alarm as they spot him fleeing. You're not going anywhere, they shout, panic edging their voices. Instantly, they surge forward, dark magic propelling them through the forest in a desperate attempt to catch him. Howitz watches them go, worry flickering across his features. He gathers dark mana over his entire body, positioning himself for a throwing strike. Not so fast, Damien Haxon, he roars. But a sudden flash interrupts him. The sharp tip of a sword comes for his neck. Howitz barely notices in time, blocking at the last instant. It's Sebastian Vincenzo, blade aimed to kill. The unexpected attack stuns him. Their clash drives both men back, leaving a narrow gap between them. They stare at each other in taut silence. Sebastian floods his body with mana, his voice a furious roar. No chance, Howitz. We fight to the death here. Howitz answers in kind, dark mana spilling out in waves, his rage mixing with raw frustration. If that's what you want, he snarls, then I'll kill you. The forest erupts as their battle begins. Blinding flashes ignite with every strike, their violent clashes shaking the trees. Meanwhile, deeper in the forest, Damien speeds through the trees with Victor slung over his shoulder. A sudden prickle of dark energy makes him glance upward. Two shadowy forms streak above, descending to block his path. He halts, eyes narrowing as the figures solidify before him. From the darkness, Rebecca and her companion step forward, smiling with eerie delight. Peekaboo, one of them taunts. The dark mage laughs cruelly. You should have run away by yourself. Did you really think you could carry that fat ass with you too? For you to even try, you must be looking down on us. Damien regards them with a blank, unreadable face. He doesn't say a word. Then, unexpectedly, a faint smile spreads across his lips. He exhales a long, relieved sigh. No, he says calmly. You're the fools here. He moves to a nearby tree and gently sets Victor down, an excited glint in his eyes. What? The dark mage asks, confused. Straightening, Damien steps away from Victor and toward the two mages. I only lured you away, he says, because I couldn't fight properly with Sir Vincenzo watching. He stretches his arms, his voice carrying a deadly calm. So let's finish this quickly. I need to kill you both, and then rescue Sir Vincenzo. Their eyes widen in disbelief. The male mage fights to contain his laughter but fails, a spit of amusement slipping out before he grins wide. You're planning to face us both on your own? He sneers. Spreading his arms, he lets out a low chuckle. Such arrogance. Rebecca, step back for a moment. Yes, Captain, she replies, retreating. Purple light flares from his body. Magic circles bloom on both wrists, his head blazing with purple flame as dark mana pours over him in a violent surge. His muscles swell, hair shifting wildly as his shirt tears apart. His entire body transforms, becoming something monstrous and inhuman. Moments later, a towering figure stands before Damien, its shadow engulfing the space around him. Tentacles writhe from its back. The creature opens its mouth, razor-sharp teeth glinting as dark energy churns around it. Now, it says, voice echoing unnaturally. Let me properly introduce ourselves. It steps forward, its monstrous form fully revealed. I am Yulan's captain, Mustang Fury, it declares. And this here is my vice captain, Rebecca. Damien looks up at the towering abomination, his face utterly calm. I expected officers, he thinks, but they're far greater figures than I imagined. Still, he exhales softly and says aloud, seeing how you've transformed your body through black magic, you must be of the Frenzy faction. Mustang's grin widens with wicked delight. Oh, you know of us. Then you must also know just how strong we are. With a sudden burst of speed, he lunges. A massive fist swings toward Damien's back. Damien senses the attack in time and pivots, raising his arms in a guarded stance. The punch connects with explosive force, sending Damien hurtling through the forest. He smashes through trees, each impact echoing in heavy thuds until he finally slams into a hard surface, the crash reverberating like thunder. Mustang whistles in dark amusement. To think you could withstand that. Damien pushes himself upright, haggard but standing. He rolls his shoulder, the one he used to absorb the punch. Mustang readies his fist again, eyes narrowing. I guess the rumors weren't exaggerated, seeing as you're still standing. But as he looks closer, he notices something unsettling. Damien appears completely unharmed. The young man stands steady, silently gauging his opponent's strength. Not only is his destructive power immense, Damien thinks he's fast, too. Based on his physical abilities alone, he's at least above middle class. Mustang attacks again, tentacles whipping through the forest in a storm of destruction. Trees splinter and shatter under the relentless assault as Damien darts and weaves, narrowly evading each strike. But after a relentless barrage, Damien's back collides with a tree. He freezes, eyes sliding to the side in surprise. Gotcha! Mustang growls, charging forward with a devastating punch. As the massive fist closes in, Damien's eyes flash. Time itself seems to slow. Within that frozen instant, his hand moves with serene precision, gently redirecting Mustang's fist. He twists the blow with a special technique, Myriad Insight. Time snaps back to normal. Mustang's fist jerks violently off course, the force of the redirection wrenching his arm as pain shoots through his body. He stumbles back, coughing in shock. A faint smile of relief touches Damien's lips. He recalls a memory, sitting in the Duke's estate, munching on an elixir as Victor teased him. Lord Damien, is it so tasty you have to eat it every day? Myriad Insight, Damien thinks, perfected through countless elixirs bestowed by the Duke in relentless training. I've finally reached the level where I can wield it freely. Mustang roars in fury. Such cheap tricks. He launches another storm of tentacles, filling the forest with deadly strikes. This time Damien doesn't dodge. With one hand alone, he deflects every attack, Myriad Insight guiding his movements as he stands perfectly still. For the first time in the fight, he reaches for his sword. His fingers curl around the hilt. In a blur too fast to follow, he draws and strikes. Clean, precise cuts flash across Mustang's body. The draw and the cuts happen in the same breath, too swift for the eye to register. Damien's foot touches the ground. He stands motionless, sword in hand. A heartbeat later, deep slices bloom across Mustang's body. Blood sprays. His neck bears a half-severed gash. His eyes go cold as his butchered body collapses piece by piece. Damien turns away, swinging his sword to fling the blood from its blade. Mustang's eyes flicker back to life, disbelief etched across his monstrous face. You, he rasps. How could a mere low-class possess such strength? Don't tell me he's been hiding his power all along. Then his flesh begins to stretch and twist, dark energy knitting his body back together. Indeed, Mustang growls, voice low and dark. You're strong enough to have defeated Agito. But his limbs reattach, tentacles regrow, his neck seals shut. The monstrous body stands whole once more, pulsing with dark mana. Your tricks are useless against me. He finishes, laughing loudly. This astonishing regenerative power is the might of dark mana. Damien only sighs, a mocking edge to the sound. I was worried it would end too soon, he says softly. But this works out even better. Mustang's eyes narrow, confusion flickering behind his menace. Damien raises his sword, bringing the blunt edge to his own side. He flicks the blade with a single finger, releasing a faint, resonant note. A devious grin spreads across his face, eyes gleaming with excitement. Isn't it more fun, he says, when you can cut loose as much as you want? The fierce battle between Sir Howitz and Sir Vincenzo rages on, tearing the forest apart with every clash that detonates like thunder. In a close-up moment of their struggle, Sir Howitz drives his spear in a murderous arc, aiming to cut Sir Sebastian Vincenzo clean down. The knight dodges by a fraction, feeling the gust of death scrape past as the weapon carves into the earth with catastrophic force. Staggering back, Sebastian jerks away 3 desperate steps before Howitz can swing again, clawing for distance to breathe. Now rooted at a safe gap, he bends forward, chest heaving, lungs burning as his eyes lock on his relentless foe. Howitz notices his faltering breaths and lets a crooked smile spread across his face. His voice drips with mockery. You seem to be struggling badly, Sir Sebastian. He tilts his spear toward him, smirking. Still, you managed to last this long against me. That's worthy of respect. Sebastian's face twists with disgust. Respect, huh? His lips curl into a bitter snarl. This is humiliating. To think I'm losing to someone who clawed his way up through black magic. Howitz chuckles darkly, shaking his head. You still don't understand your place, do you? He raises his spear, its tip glinting with malice, and points it at Sebastian. No matter what you spit from your mouth, the outcome is inevitable. You'll fall. He plants his stance, spear drawn back, body primed to surge forward. Let's see how long you can endure. Sebastian steadies himself, shoulders trembling, breath still ragged. Inwardly, his thoughts churn. It's infuriating, but he's right. All I can do is hold on. His eyes drift toward the distant side of the forest, where Damien wages his own war. Please, Sir Damien, hurry. On the other side, Damien regards Mustang Fury's regenerating flesh with cruel amusement. This is great, he says, smiling faintly. I worried this would end too quickly. His taunt gnaws at Mustang Fury's mind. With a flick of his finger against the sword's edge, Damien sends a ripple humming down the blade. His grin widens. Even better. That means I can let loose. Mustang Fury scoffs, masking unease with a mocking sigh. You're even more arrogant than I thought. His monstrous maw yawns wide, throbbing with roiling shadows. Dark energy condenses in his throat, swelling with destructive promise. Let's see if you can dodge this. Damien's gaze sharpens. He watches the gathering storm of black mana, an impending dragon's breath waiting to engulf everything. Yet he doesn't move. He stands there, still as stone, letting the air quake around him as the mass of energy swells into a sphere of annihilation. At its peak, Mustang unleashes the beam. The explosion of darkness surges forward, a cataclysm roaring to erase Damien from existence. But Damien remains calm. His fingers twitch once. His sword rises. With a flick, the tip radiates concentric ripples of pure energy. They spread outward in a wave, dense as iron, colliding with the torrent. The explosion halts, swallowed and diminished by the rippling wall until it vanishes entirely. Mustang Fury's eyes bulge in horror. His jaw trembles. How did you block that? Damien answers with silence. He launches upward, sword blazing. With ruthless precision, he slashes down. Blades of light rain across the monster's body. One cleaves his eye, splitting his skull. Another hacks his writhing tentacles apart. Two more carve through his chest. Damien lands as Mustang Fury's form collapses, torrents of blood drowning the soil. But already the torn flesh writhes, knitting itself together. With a shaky grin, the monstrosity snarls. Even so, you won't be able to do that again. Damien still gives no reply. He charges again, so fast the air screams. His sword cuts the monster's body into ribbons in the blink of an eye. Mustang crashes down, face first, groaning. I need to regenerate fast. But nothing happens. Damien steps closer, shadow swallowing him. His eyes are lifeless, chilling. Mustang's expression curdles into panic. My regeneration. Damien's voice cuts like a blade. It's not working, is it? Regeneration depends on dark mana. And that is not infinite. Why, you bastard? Mustang snarls through gritted teeth. How do you know so much about us? Damien raises his sword, the tip hovering over his neck. His voice is low, certain. That doesn't matter. If I sever your head, you won't return again, will you? But suddenly, Mustang's lips twist into laughter, all his fear draining away in an instant. Damien halts mid-strike. You were so focused on me. Mustang sneers, eyes gleaming. You forgot, didn't you? His gaze snaps sideways. Now, Rebecca. Rebecca stands in the shadows, dark mana coiling violently around her hands. The circle of a spell turns like a burning wheel. With a guttural cry, she completes it. Purple mana surges, bursting outward. Her voice trembles with exhilaration. Seventh circle black magic, instant death. A towering reaper descends, its vast form materializing above Damien, scythe arcing for his neck. Mustang and Rebecca smile with cruel satisfaction. Inside, they whisper, got him. The scythe drops, slicing through the air, seconds away from decapitating Damien. But then, the tattoo on Damien's palm ignites, burning with the same purple hue. The light blazes, fierce enough to blind. The reaper recoils, its form sizzling. It shrieks, body convulsing as the brilliance consumes it, until it writhes into nothing, erased by the glow. Within heartbeats, it is gone. Mustang and Rebecca stand frozen, mouths slack. Mustang's face drains of color. Impossible. How could this? Damien regards them with disdain, voice thick with scorn. That pathetic trick? Was that your last card? Mustang trembles with rage. Ranups. That spell was Yu'lon's masterpiece. It can kill even a high-class knight or mage under the right conditions. Damien bursts into laughter, manic and unrelenting, the sound clawing at their nerves. Abruptly, he stops. His gaze sharpens into frost. Disgusting vermin. You cling to black magic as if it were divine. But it's nothing but a parasite, feeding on stolen souls, fattening itself on corpses. Then his lips curl into a wicked grin. Still, perhaps I'll indulge. I'll take the very power you worship and use it to butcher you. The bracelet on his wrist erupts, vomiting black energy that climbs his arm, then consumes his entire form. The pressure blasts outward, so fierce it nearly hurls Rebecca into the trees. The darkness twists around him like a second skin. Rebecca screams, "Captain," while Mustang stammers, wide-eyed. That's black magic? Yes, Damien answers coldly. But you've never seen anything like this. Reality itself distorts. Space bends, and in an instant they are trapped inside a sealed void of darkness. His voice echoes everywhere at once. Ninth circle black magic. Pitch darkness. A single finger, coated in black mana, tethers him to the sphere. Inside, Rebecca clutches Mustang, trembling. Mustang's voice cracks, almost childlike in terror. Ninth circle? That's impossible. Outside, Damien lowers his finger. The sphere contracts. Slowly at first, then violently, the pressure mounting, crushing the two within. Screams tear from their throats as their eyes bulge, bones snap, bodies swell grotesquely under the force. The crushing intensifies until, a sickening pop, the sphere bursts apart, spraying shards of darkness across the trees. Nothing remains of them. Damien stands in the wreckage, his eyes narrow, and a vicious smile of satisfaction spreads across his face. With a downward sweep of his mana-imbued finger, which is tethered through the mana to the dark void sphere, the sphere where Mustang and Rebecca are trapped shrinks further. Inside, Rebecca and Mustang gasp and strain, their faces twisting with agony as they are being pressed into an impossible density. As the sphere compresses, Rebecca's and Mustang's bodies swell with unbearable pressure, their eyes, veins, and muscles bulging grotesquely inside of the void. Then a loud pop sound shatters the silence as the sphere explodes, splashing dark energy mixed with their blood everywhere. The dark, volatile remnants of their existence mist the air. Damien then smiles with cold, dead eyes, a look of utter satisfaction as the vibrant purple blood sprays around him. Drops of the spray splash onto Victor's hands and body. Just then, Victor wakes up yawning, his mind sluggish. He blinks around, mumbling and asking where he is, while Damien stares at him, noticing something. Damien then points to his own face in a gesture to show Victor that something is on his face. Victor, still nauseous and disoriented, rubs his face with both hands, unknowingly smearing the dark, sticky blood that sprayed on him. He answers Damien, his voice thick with confusion, asking what's wrong with his face. He pulls his hands away to look at them. He sees the blood. For a moment, his nauseousness and grogginess mask reality, and he doesn't register what he's seeing. But the next second, still staring at his blood-covered palm, the horrific truth hits him. A scream tears from his throat. Blood. He is consumed by raw terror. The sudden, brutal terror makes him almost instantly lose consciousness again as he collapses back to the ground, muttering with a sleepy, defeatist voice, "I never would have thought that this is how I die after following Sir Damien around." This pitiful surrender leaves Damien utterly dumbfounded. Damien, looking at the unconscious Victor, stays confused. He then tries to explain himself, stammering, his cold facade cracking slightly. "No, I was going to tell you that the dark mage's blood got on you." But he goes speechless as Victor is already deeply passed out. Damien, looking at the pool of blood and sheathing his sword with a sharp shank, remembers and sighs aloud with annoyance. "I almost forgot to ask those Yulon guys about Dorgo before I killed them." Extending his hand forward toward the pool of blood, dark, oily mana begins pouring out of his bracelet as he says, his voice grim, "I didn't want to use this method, but it can't be helped." The dark mana from his bracelet snakes out and connects with the pool of blood. A violent effect ripples through the blood. It begins to spin and violently bubble as the dark mana digs into it, extracting the essence of the dead. Suddenly, two dark orbs covered in churning, dark magic begin to bulge out from the pool of blood. As the orbs shudder and rise above the blood, a faint, ghostly voice is heard from each, one screaming a muffled terror and the other letting out a raw, constant grunting moan. Damien, with absolute control, guides these orbs of souls through his dark magic, making them float towards him. As the orbs reach his front, they twitch and flicker, terrified of Damien's presence. He states, his voice low and dangerous, "I'll have to get the information I couldn't when they were alive through their summoned souls." So he calls to them, the single word, "Hey," feeling like a massive threat. The two balls vibrate violently in silence. Damien then extends his hand as if to grab them. With a sinister glare that promises excruciating pain, he tells them to spill everything they know. On the other side of the forest, Sir Vincenzo still struggles, gasping for air in his fight against Sir Ernst Howitz, when he is struck with a crushing, bone-jarring blow to the chest. The force sends him flying like a rag doll all the way until his back slams against a thick tree, snapping it in half with a deafening crack. After crashing against the tree, Vincenzo's body goes limp, losing balance. His chest plate shatters into useless fragments from the devastating strike Howitz landed on him, and he also suffers severe internal injuries, which force him to cough up a gout of bright blood. His loss of balance almost makes him fall, but a fierce will rejects defeat. He refuses, stomping one armored foot to the ground with a grunt, barely regaining a trembling balance. As he continues to force himself to remain standing, his whole body shakes violently from sheer exhaustion and the waves of agonizing pain that flood his nerves. But the effort is too much. His defiance fails. He finally gives up and falls heavily onto the ground, collapsing into a fit of pain-racked coughing. Meanwhile, Howitz stands tall in all his dark, intimidating glory as he walks with a slow, majestic confidence toward him. Upon getting close enough, Howitz, with an excited smile of mockery, savors the moment. He says to the broken knight, "This is the end of the road, Sir Sebastian Vincenzo." He tells him, his voice dripping with condescension, "I'll make it quick for you." Sir Sebastian Vincenzo, panting as he tries desperately to draw a steady breath, grunts inwardly as he thinks, is this truly it? His spirit refuses to break. He vows not to let Howitz reach his grace the Duke of the Gold Pixie estate. "Even if I die, I'll bring Howitz down with myself." But suddenly, a calm, cold voice breaks the tension, telling Sir Vincenzo that he's impressed by how long he held out against his foe. This makes Vincenzo's eyes snap open. He turns his head immediately to see who it is. The person is Sir Damien, who walks calmly towards the two as they both stare at him in quiet astonishment. Suddenly, Howitz's eyes gleam with manic excitement as he sees Damien, roaring and calling him a bastard, and telling him, his voice thick with murderous glee, "I was already planning to find and kill you, but you walked right into your own grave." Damien then holds the two flickering souls in ball form out in front of him, and with a slow, sarcastic smile, asks Howitz if he truly means that, and tells him, "We'll see about that." Focusing on the souls, he thinks inwardly, one more step from Howitz, and he'll be the one to die. Sir Howitz then snarls, grinding his teeth hard in furious anger at Damien's cold provocation, and tells him, "I don't know where your confidence is coming from, but that's enough talk." He then charges straight at Damien, his spear aimed and dark mana swirling violently around it, shouting to Damien that it's time he dies, while Damien stays absolutely still, unmoving. As Howitz's spear reaches mere inches away from Damien's face, a faint, utterly confident smile plays on Damien's lips. And in that very instant, he clenches his fist hard enough to brutally crush the souls of both Rebecca and Mustang under his palm. The souls extinguish with a soundless pop. All of a sudden, Sir Howitz's spear halts mid-attack, stopping completely less than an inch away from gouging Damien's eyes. Then, Howitz, in shock, his entire body beginning to violently tremble with uncontrolled vibration, struggles to form a word. He manages to choke out to Damien, "How is this happening?" But Damien just continues to look on at him with that terrifying, serene smile. Sir Sebastian Vincenzo, from where he sits, clutching his life-threatening wounds, stares in stunned, disbelieving silence at the impossible scene before him. Damien now opens his clenched fist, letting out the residual dark energy left from the pulverized souls. As the dark magic disperses, Sir Howitz's mouth opens wide in a loud, primal roar of agony that forces all the dark magic stored within his body to violently disperse with the sound. As the dark magic is being dispelled, the black crystals used for his body modification embedded directly on his skull also begin to crack and shatter. And just after a few agonizing seconds, almost all of the dark magic stored in his body is violently ripped out, reducing his once muscular, imposing body to a frail, bony structure. Now staring at Damien, his eyes burning with hate, he musters all the strength he can and spits out the word, "bastard." So, with his skinny, trembling body, he begins to drag himself towards Damien, hoping to inflict any harm he has left as he continues to hiss that he'll kill him. But Damien doesn't move an inch and just lets him come. And just before his hands could touch Damien's boots, his full body collapses with a sickening thump to the ground in front of Damien, who looks down at him with grim excitement. Then, with a sigh, Damien clicks his tongue in mild irritation and thinks inwardly, that foolish man. He's sure Howitz wasn't aware of it. If the soul of the dark mage controlling a person is destroyed, all the spells they cast disappear along with it. So he looks down at the helpless Howitz, trembling and defeated on the ground in front of him. Sir Sebastian Vincenzo finally speaks, his voice raspy, asking Damien what this horrifying sight is. Damien had almost forgotten about his injured companion. Damien then looks at him and tells him, it looks similar to Guillermo, and that it's probably a side effect of the dark mana leaving his body so quickly. And Sir Sebastian, laboriously trying to rise from the ground with his aching body, having no other explanation in mind that makes sense, agrees with Damien that it seems that way. Then he asks Damien, his tone serious, what happened to the dark mages? But Damien just ignores the question and goes straight to help him up, offering a steadying arm, making Sir Vincenzo look at him in genuine surprise. So with an excited smile, Damien tells him that they should return to the Duke's estate. He promises to explain everything on the way. Gold Pixie Ducal Estate. From inside, Duke Gold Pixie speaks with certainty, his voice firm, saying that it's just as he thought. Inside, the person is Duke Gold Pixie himself. Walking towards Sir Sebastian, he offers a thankful nod. Now holding Sir Sebastian Vincenzo's shoulder with genuine gratitude, he thanks him for having protected Sir Damien well, just as he asked. But Vincenzo replies to his lord, shaking his head, that it's not that at all, telling him that it's thanks to Sir Damien that he's still alive. So the Duke looks away from him and into Damien, his expression softening, saying that Vincenzo is right. Now fully facing Damien, he says that this means he fully owes him his gratitude as well. So with a heartfelt bow of gratitude, the Duke thanks Damien for taking care of those dark mages, and Damien, feeling deeply uncomfortable with the praise, tries to play it off as he tells the Duke that he merely did what was necessary. And that fortunately, the dark mage's skills weren't as great as he feared, so that was how he was able to eliminate them. But now, he tells Sir Vincenzo, changing the subject, that by killing them, he assumes the dark mana affecting Howitz has also dissipated. But Sir Vincenzo shakes his head. The answer is no. But before Damien can react, the Duke quickly turns back to Damien and tells him, no, but you shouldn't underestimate yourself, telling him sternly that there are far more who cannot do what he calls necessary. He adds, his voice full of solemn respect, that it's thanks to you, we've purged the monsters threatening this house. His tone suddenly dulls with a wave of sadness as he says that. With that, perhaps the souls of those who fell to them can finally rest. An image of his daughter, who was also a victim of the dark mages, flashes in his mind as those words leave his mouth. Damien notices his sudden, gloomy expression and stares in silent understanding. After giving the Duke his moment of grief, he finally speaks, telling the Duke that since the matter is settled as you wished, I'll be returning home now. In response, the Duke forces an uncomfortable smile and tells him, his voice apologetic, about that. I'm truly sorry, but could you stay a bit longer? Telling him that there's someone he absolutely must meet. This leaves Damien staring, completely clueless, as he asks, repeating the words, his brow furrowed. Someone I must meet? And as if on cue, the person the Duke speaks of gently opens the door to enter the room where they all are. Damien's head snaps to look, and as his gaze meets the person's, his whole body jolts as a cold sweat breaks from his cheek. The person offers a soft greeting, telling him that it's been a long time. As she enters, her eyes gleam with excited pleasure as she calls his full name, Sir Damien. In the garden of the Gold Pixie estate, Damien and Agnes sit alone, drinking tea. But somewhere nearby, out of curiosity, Duke Gold Pixie and Victor hide to watch them. Watching the two, the Duke whispers to Victor that it's hard to believe this even though he's seeing it for himself. He asks if that tiny, frail-looking girl really is from the church. Victor whispers back that that's right and adds that she's acquainted with his young master, Damien. Sir Jael stands guard, watching in silence. The Duke comments that this is quite different from what he imagined, that now he can see appearances aren't everything, adding that she truly is a terrifying person. Taking his time to observe them closely, he says he's been feeling this since earlier. From the Duke's point of view, it looks like the two are having some kind of romantic conversation. He tells Victor he feels a strange tension in the air between them. But the real situation is that of Agnes intensely interrogating Damien, trying to know more about the incident with the dark mages. After a long explanation, Damien tells her that was how he cut down the heads of the dark mages. She replies that it all now makes sense, but adds that it's a pity she couldn't see it in person. Now that the tension is lifted, she jokes that it seems he's got quite the history with dark mages. Damien tries to play it off with an uneasy chuckle. Lifting his cup to drink, Damien stares curiously at her and says he knows she's here as an investigator from the church, but wasn't expecting to meet her again so soon. Agnes's face turns red as she blushes and replies that she volunteered for this after hearing he'd be here. This makes Damien freeze with an awkward laugh while she stares at him with glowing eyes. She suddenly remembers and asks if he found out which group the dark mages belonged to before he killed them. About to answer, Damien pauses, thinking that if he tells her the truth, this could get complicated. He decides to make something up. He tells her he didn't get any information on that, and adds that since they weren't particularly powerful, they might not belong to any group. Hearing this, Agnes lowers her head with a resigned sigh and says she understands, adding that she was wondering if they could have been from Yulon. Damien, now curious because of her Yulon comment, calls her Lady Agnes and says it looks like she's been pursuing Yulon for quite some time. So he asks if she doesn't mind. Why? Feeling uneasy, she grabs her cup with both hands, using it to steady herself. Still with a lowered gaze, she says that, to be precise, she's after a particular dark mage who was once associated with Yulon. Damien asks who this person might be. Just the thought of him makes her bite her lip tightly as dread fills her. She says the person is a murderer infamous for slaughtering thousands. With the image of the man in her head, she tells Damien that the person is a monster known as Corpse Play. Hearing the name jolts Damien because he knows who that is. He repeats it, asking if that's correct. She says yes, adding that she's sure he must have heard the name before. She speaks with a clenched fist, veins bulging, her mana already seeping from her hand. Her anger toward corpse play is clear as her mana covers her body. Trying to bottle up her emotion, she says no one knows corpse play's real name. With a flashback of a burning city in her mind, she says that strange title became infamous after a certain event. Her memory shifts to that past as she explains that one day, a noble's territory was completely overturned by the undead overnight. By the time the knights arrived and exterminated the creatures, they found something horrifying in the center of the town square, a grotesque structure made entirely from the corpses and entrails of the townspeople. Across it was written, in bloody flesh letters, "Corpse Play." After explaining, she covers her mouth to keep from vomiting at the memory of that terrible event. She grows even angrier as she remembers that the demon committed the massacre solely to announce his name to the world. Damien watches her body tremble in anger and disgust, and thinks that even now, her reason for chasing Yulon isn't entirely clear. Yet he wonders what this strange emotion he senses from her is. With his eyes still fixed on her, he concludes that he can't tell her this, but he already knows the real name of Corpse Play. Remembering his time as the Death Knight before regression, he recalls that in the distant future, Corpse Play gains the trust of Dorgo, the Grand Lich, and rises to the rank of Legion Commander. His undead army stands on the front lines, brutally slaughtering millions of humans. Lost in thought, Damien is jolted back when Agnes suddenly calls his name, momentarily stunning him. Having calmed herself, Agnes tells Damien that if he ever learns anything about Corpse Play, he should please tell her. He stays quiet for a moment, then with a resigned sigh lowers his head and says it's all right, that he will. He gets off his chair and tells Lady Agnes that that's all the testimony he can offer on the Dark Mages for now. So he asks if she's satisfied so they can end the interrogation here. With a calm smile, she tells him that of course it's all right and thanks him for cooperating. He replies that it's fine. Turning away from her, he looks toward the flowers where Duke, Gold Pixie, and Victor are hiding. He then speaks to his grace, saying the questioning is complete. This leaves both the Duke and Victor stunned because they didn't expect him to know they were there. Before the Duke can respond, Damien asks if he can now return to his original schedule. The Duke finally hides no more, stepping out when he sees that Damien has caught them. Dusting leaves from his clothes, with Victor smiling behind him, he accepts and tells Damien there's no longer any reason to hold him here. As Damien prepares to leave, the Duke wishes him good luck and tells him to be careful on his way back. Outside, at the Haxon estate, Damien Hayden's elder sister stands quietly outside when her attention is drawn by someone calling, asking if she's really outside again. Surprised, she sees it's Abel, their younger brother, and asks what brings him here. He replies, asking what she means, saying that she suddenly disappeared, so he came to find her. Looking slightly annoyed, he asks if she really thinks standing out here will make Damien come back faster, and advises that they just wait inside. But with a playful smile, she says it's all right, and that she'll go back in after a little while. Abel, having no more arguments, sighs and asks if she's really that worried about him. She replies straight away that yes. She tells Abel that Damien is such a gentle boy and that now he's gone alone to the Duke's estate. While she talks, Abel recalls the many times he's seen Damien being brutal and wonders if she's really calling that same Damien gentle. She continues, asking Abel what if the knights at the Duke's estate treat him poorly, how frightening that must be for Damien. But Abel, worried for her innocence, thinks that if anything, Damien would be the one intimidating them, not the other way around. Still, he says nothing and stands quietly beside her. After expressing all her worries, she prays with an anticipatory smile that Damien please come back safely. As if on cue, her eyes suddenly widen as she spots something in the distance. She stands frozen, making Abel worry and call out to her. But she doesn't answer and continues to stare straight ahead, her eyes locked on what she sees. As the silhouettes of two people appear in the far distance, she speaks in a confused tone, asking if that could be. Upon getting closer, one of them raises a hand, waving. Now close enough to be heard and seen, it's Damien and Victor. Damien calls out to his sister, saying he has returned. Seeing him, a hearty smile lights up her face as she wipes the little tears of joy from her eyes. Viscount Paul Haxon stands outside with his wife, Marilda Haxon, staring in disbelief at the many gifts laid before them. He asks if the Duke really gave them all of this. Damien Haxon, still presenting the gifts with a proud smile, replies that yes, the Duke gave them these as he was leaving. He turns, still smiling, and reaches for something among the pile. With that same proud composure, he says the first is for his father. He hands him a book and points to a cart filled with books and other items, telling him that he got everything at the bookstore in the duchy, and that they even have some that are trending in the capital. His father stares, stunned at first, his voice shaking as he asks if Damien really means it. Then, receiving the gifts, he bursts into joyful praise, recognizing Lady Delphinel's new poetry collection and Viscount Dalek's newest novel, exclaiming in awe as he calls out to the heavens in disbelief. Damien then turns to his mother, calling her attention warmly. He tells her that this next one is hers. She stands frozen, both stunned and eager. Damien presents her a beautiful wardrobe crafted with precision, and she instantly blushes in delight, identifying it at once as cedar wood. Her joy deepens as she notices the table beside it, made of rosewood, both fine and elegant, her admiration spilling over. Now focusing on his elder sister Louise, Damien says that her gift is over there. She asks, full of anticipation, if he really got her something too. Abel, his younger brother, remains quiet but visibly impressed, while Damien, smiling with pride, affirms that of course he did. He then presents her a grand piano, a truly exquisite piece. It is a piano handcrafted by artisan Berkeley himself, one of His Grace the Duke's personal treasures, now given to Damien. Louise's face flushes red with astonishment as she breathes out in pure amazement. In a rush of emotion, she throws her arms around him, thanking him joyfully. Damien, still smiling proudly, tells her the soldiers will help carry it inside as she continues to praise him, rubbing his head and celebrating him like the cherished brother he is. Leaving her to admire her piano, Damien turns toward his younger brother Abel, who quickly looks away in embarrassment. Damien clears his throat and asks what's wrong. Abel glances back and asks what he means. Damien looks at him curiously and asks why he looks like that. Abel, feigning indifference with a mock expression, retorts that there's nothing wrong with his face, that he always looks like this. With a playfully teasing glare, Damien asks if he's sure he isn't sulking just because his big brother didn't get him a gift. Abel, caught off guard, stammers and insists that he doesn't care about that at all. Without another word, Damien simply raises his right hand, showing the spatial storage ring on his finger. The air before him ripples open, revealing a pocket of space. Abel's eyes widen as he stares at the strange sight, asking what that even is. Damien explains proudly that it's a spatial storage pocket, a space he can keep his things in and carry around. He raises his left hand and reaches into the space. When his hand comes back out, it's holding a bow. He tells Abel that as for his gift, this is something he got just for him. Abel stares at it nervously, unsure what to say. Closing the spatial space with ease, Damien smiles and leans close to whisper in his brother's ear, asking if Lady Copperhead wouldn't love it if Abel gave this to her. He advises him to keep it and give it to her when the time is right. Abel's face instantly turns bright red. Damien exhales proudly, satisfied with himself, saying that since his little brother wants to get married, it's only right for his big brother to lend a hand. Abel shakes his head, waving his hands nervously, asking what on earth he's even saying. Damien, still teasing, asks why, and whether he doesn't like Lady Copperhead. Abel's protests falter, and though he tries to deny it, he soon gives up. Lowering his head, he admits quietly that Lady Olivia doesn't even know who he is. Damien hums, thinking for a moment, then smiles with confidence. He tells Abel not to worry about that as his big brother, he has a plan. Abel, shyly curious, asks what he means. With a hand on his chin, Damien explains that when he was at the Duke's estate, he heard that the Copperhead family will soon host a martial tournament to celebrate the lady's birthday. He says Abel will join that tournament and use it as a chance to approach her. Abel blinks in surprise, asking if a martial tournament isn't a contest for knights to display their swordsmanship. Damien affirms that it is. Abel grows more confused, reminding him that he can't fight at all. Damien, unfazed, tells him not to worry about that part. Pointing to himself with his thumb, he grins. Abel stares at him, puzzled. Damien, still pointing toward himself, smiles confidently and says he's going to take Abel's place in the tournament. A few days later, on a night in the small town of Rivercross, the sound of laughter and clinking mugs fills a tavern lined with barrels of ale. Around one table, a few knights sit drinking and talking loudly. One leans forward, asking if they haven't heard about the martial tournament being hosted by the Copperhead family. Another replies that he has, adding that the prize is massive, and that one might even win the lady's favor. A third joins in, saying that they say she's unbelievably beautiful, and maybe he should give it a try. The others burst into laughter at that, one telling him not to embarrass himself because he'll just get his ass handed to him. The man grumbles and tells them to shut up. Then, remembering something, one of them says that Viscount Haxon's oldest son is joining too. He pauses, trying to recall the name, before saying it, Damien Haxon. At a nearby table, two people, a man and a woman, hear the name and go quiet, listening in silence. The first knight continues, saying there's a rumor that Damien Haxon defeated Lionbloom's heir without even drawing his sword. Another scoffs, saying there's no way that's true, that it's impossible he beat the Lionbloom prodigy. The first smirks, saying that's not all, and adds that they say Damien is as handsome as he is. The others stare at him blankly, one of them thinking he might just kill him for saying that. Suddenly, a loud burst of laughter comes from the other table. The woman laughs uncontrollably, pointing toward the knights while looking at the man beside her. She asks him if he just heard that, and the man, Jackson, finishes his drink slowly, smiling smugly with his eyes half closed. He says what a joke. The knight who had called himself handsome gets up angrily and strides toward them, demanding to know what they just said. He glares at Jackson and asks if he just laughed at Rivercross's most handsome knight. His friend tries to calm him, but Jackson ignores them. The woman, still with that playful smile, explains that they misunderstood, that she and her companion weren't talking about him, but about Damian Haxon. Jackson sits silently, as if waiting for something. The knight insists that she shouldn't try to talk her way out of it, that he heard everything. Before he can finish his words, Jackson rises from his seat and, with an icy tone, asks if the man is flirting with his fiancée right now. The knight, bewildered, asks what nonsense he's talking about. Jackson presses, asking again if he isn't talking to her right now. The knight starts to shout back in confusion, but before he can finish, Jackson's fist crashes straight into his mouth. Teeth shatter, blood splatters, and the knight is sent flying backward with violent force. The tavern goes silent as Jackson, radiating fury, glares at the remaining two knights and calls them bastards for daring to flirt with Jackson Cutter's fiancée. One draws his sword in panic, asking what the hell he's talking about, while the other draws his in anger, yelling that he dares provoke him and his squire, declaring that Jackson is dead meat. Jackson only sighs, disappointed, calling them arrogant fools who clearly don't know who he is. They charge toward him, shouting to know who the hell he's supposed to be. Jackson remains calm, drawing his sword with steady precision. The fight erupts instantly. The lady sits still, calm, and almost bored, as the sound of steel and screams fills the tavern. She yawns as blood splatters nearby, stretching lazily while one knight crashes to the floor not far from her, missing teeth and bleeding heavily. Moments later, both knights lie beaten and broken. The lady begins clapping slowly as Jackson walks toward one of the fallen men. He stomps his foot hard on the ground, squats before the half-conscious knight, and points to himself with a smile, asking if the man still doesn't recognize him. The knight groans weakly, asking who the hell he is. Jackson's smile fades. He slams his fist again into the knight's face, breaking more teeth and drawing more blood. Annoyed, Jackson stands and calls the lady by name, Sophia, asking if she can believe this. Sophia walks toward him carefully, stepping around the bodies. Jackson sweeps his hair back, grinning, asking if these idiots seriously think that pathetic Damian Haxon is more famous than Jackson Cutter, the Ogre Slayer. Low-class knight, estimated, title, Ogre Slayer, Jackson Cutter. Sophia hugs him from behind, smiling faintly. She tells him that's not it, kicking one of the unconscious knights as she adds that these idiots just don't know any better. Still holding him from behind, her smile fades as anger brews within. In her thoughts, she curses Damian, remembering how he was a complete nobody until recently. Yet somehow, he became a celebrity overnight. The image of his calm, indifferent face flashes in her mind, feeding her hatred. She wonders what kind of scam he pulled this time. Damian Haxon's former fiancée, Sophia Russell. Outside the Haxon Viscounty estate, the entire Haxon family stands gathered in front of the gate to see Damian and Abel off. A carriage waits before them. Damian's mother exhales a weary sigh, saying softly that it's only been a few days since her son came back, and that this departure feels too soon, too saddening. Louise calls out both their names, Damian, Abel, and waves with a bright but trembling smile, urging them to be careful out there. Damian gives her a warm grin, telling her not to worry, while Abel tries to nod through a face already scrunched with tears he can barely hold back. Then, their father steps forward slowly. His presence alone draws silence from everyone around. When he finally stops before his sons and says that he approved this journey because it's a fine opportunity for the Haxon name to shine. But even so, he admits he's still worried, since they're going somewhere far from home. Turning to Abel, Paul Haxon adds that he already heard from Damian, that if he had known Abel was interested in Copperhead's young lady, he would have arranged a formal proposal long ago. His tone softens slightly as he apologizes, saying he's sorry. Abel stammers, waving his hands in embarrassment, insisting that it's fine. But Paul continues as if he hadn't heard him, saying that although winning would certainly bring honor, what he truly wants is for them both to return safely. That must be your top priority. Understood. The brothers respond together, their voices firm. Yes, father. Then, Paul's expression hardens again. His gaze fixes on Abel as he tells him not to forget what he was told. That single line sends an odd silence through the air. Abel stiffens, glancing sideways at Damian, who looks back in mild confusion. Abel adjusts his glasses, forcing composure, and replies, "Yes, father. Don't worry about it." Damian tilts his head slightly, clearly lost on what that was about. After that, Paul pats both their shoulders and turns them toward the carriage, wishing them a safe trip. The coachman cracks the reins, and the wheels creak into motion. As the carriage rolls away, Damian leans halfway out the door, waving back at his family, and the family waves as the carriage pulls away until the estate disappears from view. Their journey stretches long across the countryside until they near a street in the vicinity of Copperhead County. Inside the moving carriage, the air feels stifling. Damian sits beside Victor, while Abel sits opposite them with a book held up before his face. The rhythmic clatter of the wheels only makes the silence louder. Victor shifts uneasily, glancing between the two young masters. It has been hours since anyone has spoken. He wonders to himself why they are so quiet, and how much longer he can endure the tension. Damien feels equally uneasy. He notes inwardly that this is the first time he and Abel have ever been alone together, and that he has no idea what to say. The silence feels like it could strangle him. Across from them, Abel hides deeper behind his book, pretending to read though his eyes haven't moved down a line in half an hour. Eventually, Victor resigns himself to breaking the quiet. He clears his throat and asks if he might pose a question to young Master Abel. Abel looks up from behind his book with a nervous twitch, asking what it is. Victor, forcing a smile, says that he only wishes to know how Abel came to fall for Lady Copperhead. Abel's face reddens instantly as he stammers in disbelief, asking why Victor would even ask such a thing. Victor laughs weakly and says that it is a long trip, and someone has to start a conversation. Damien, watching his brother's flustered reaction, thinks privately that he never actually knew how Abel's interest in her began in their previous life, and admits inwardly that he is curious too. Leaning back with mild amusement, he joins in, telling Abel that he should tell them the story since there is nothing else to do. Abel glances between them both, his voice breaking as he tries to deflect, but Damien insists that after all the trouble he went through to help him prepare for this trip, he deserves at least that much of an explanation. Realizing there is no escape, Abel sighs and mutters that this is all because of Damien's persistence. Then he begins. He says that it happened 4 years ago, at a social gathering of Western nobles that he attended with their father. The hall had been filled with the glow of chandeliers and the chatter of noble families. It was there that his eyes fell upon Lady Olivia Copperhead. Under the golden light of the hall, she stood at the center of every gaze, her green Alizé-style gown matching perfectly with the brown of her hair. Surrounded by the admiration of others, she had looked to him like something out of a painting. Remembering that moment, Abel's voice softens as he mutters that she was beautiful. In the carriage, that single word trails off into the air. Victor stares blankly at him for a long moment before shaking his head, and Damien, beside him, suppresses a sigh. Victor remarks dryly that it sounds as if Abel fell for her simply because she was pretty, and Damien wonders aloud if his brother is the type who goes purely for looks. Leaving Damien's thoughts to wander. Whatever connection Abel and Olivia had, it was certain that in their previous lives they had been lovers. But he remembers clearly how the Count of Copperhead had rejected Abel's marriage proposal, not merely refusing it, but insulting the Haxon name outright. After that day, Abel had lived quietly and alone until his death, unmarried, and killed by Damien himself, the corrupted knight of that past life. Looking now at his brother, sitting across from him with an embarrassed flush, Damien feels a dull ache of pity and regret. The memory weighs on him, and he silently vows that this time, things will be different, that he will make sure Abel does not walk the same miserable path again. When Abel notices the steady, burning stare from the other side of the carriage, he begins to fidget uneasily. 3 days later, they arrive at Copperhead County where the surrounding grounds are bright with decorations and people hurry about. Damien, Abel, and Victor stand before the grand entrance, where a massive happy birthday banner stretches across the gate, swaying gently with the breeze. Victor looks around in awe, remarking that the scale of the place is incredible. Damien, amused, says that the Copperheads must have spent quite a bit of money on it. Before they can move any further, a man steps out from the entrance and raises a hand for them to stop. His tone is firm as he asks who they are. Still caught up in the excitement, Victor steps forward and replies that they've come from the house of Viscount Haxon. The man checks the guest list in his hand, repeating the name aloud. Then, as his eyes lift to Damien, his expression shifts. After a brief pause, he asks if he could be Sir Damien Haxon. Damien places an arm around his younger brother's shoulder and nods. He confirms his identity, saying that he's come with his younger brother, Abel. At once, the man bows deeply, apologizing for the abrupt tone earlier. Introducing himself as Connor, the head butler of House Copperhead, he gestures respectfully for them to follow him. Anticipation written on their faces. Later, at a large tinted lodging within the venue, Connor shows them in, stating that this room will be theirs during their stay. Victor turns in place, eyes wide, commenting on how huge the space is. Connor, standing by the exit, bows once more and tells them that if they need anything, they shouldn't hesitate to call for him. With that, he steps out, the curtain falling closed behind him so smoothly, it's almost as if he was never there. Abel looks around and nods approvingly, saying it's quite fine lodging, and that the Count must be a generous man to host them in such comfort. Victor agrees, adding that even he has a separate room arranged for him. But Damien remains quiet, his gaze moving slowly across the room. The Count, he remembers, was never the type to be this courteous. A faint unease settles in his chest. He suspects that the Count might be trying to win his favor, now that his reputation has grown, and that thought alone doesn't sit right with him. He lifts the curtain aside and tells Abel and Victor to stay and rest, saying he'll go take a look around. Victor waves him off easily, but Abel stiffens. Abel suddenly calls out for him to wait, insisting that he'll come along. Damien turns, confused, asking why. He tells Abel to just stay and rest, but Abel shakes his head, saying he can't. He made a promise to their father. Damien pauses, asking what promise. Adjusting his glasses, Abel explains that their father told him if it ever seems like Damien is about to cause trouble, he must stop him. Damien lets out a quiet laugh and asks if Abel really thinks he's some reckless child. Still wearing that amused smile, he turns to leave again, but Abel refuses to back down. Out in the open, Damien finally sighs and tells him to do whatever he wants. Just as he turns fully, someone walks straight into him. The collision knocks the other person off balance, sending her to the ground. Damien looks down, caught off guard. From a distance, a man's voice calls out her name, Sophia, and comes running toward them. He reaches them quickly, grabs Damien by the collar, and shouts at him to watch where he's going. Damien doesn't react, standing still with that calm, detached look. The man's anger fades as he looks more closely, recognition dawning on him. His expression twists into a mocking grin as he says Damien's name aloud, Damien Haxon. The woman gets to her feet, brushing off her dress as embarrassment flushes her face. She mutters under her breath, wondering why it had to be him, and why here, of all places. Then, forcing composure, she greets him awkwardly with a quiet long time no see. Damien finally speaks, letting out a faint, weary sound before asking who they are, and whether they know him from somewhere. The words strike both of them silent. Because the woman before him is none other than Sophia Russell, his former fiancée, and the man now holding his collar is her current betrothed, Jackson Cutter. Damien slightly parts his lips, his tone low as he remarks that though. His eyes narrow, studying the two before him as he asks who they are and whether they know him. The question itself is enough to make Jackson's face twist with irritation, while Sophia stiffens, disbelief flashing across her eyes. Feeling humiliated, Sophia bites her lip. A flood of anger rises in her chest as she wonders what in the world is wrong with Damien, if he is actually acting as though he doesn't know them at all. Damien's hand suddenly grips Jackson's arm, prying his own shirt free from the man's hold. His voice remains steady as he tells Jackson to let go first, that afterward they can talk it out. Just then, Abel and Victor step out from the tent. Abel calls out to ask what the matter is, while Victor follows, his own voice more formal as he calls out, "Young Master Damien," demanding to know what's going on. Abel takes one look at the people standing before Damien, about to greet them, until recognition stops the words dead in his throat. Victor, too, upon recognizing them, clenches his jaw and mutters a faint, uneasy sound. Abel turns toward the woman, his voice tight as he calls her name. Sophia. Damien glances at his brother, curious, asking if Abel knows her. Abel stares at him, dumbfounded, before saying the name again, as though the reminder alone should be enough. Sophia. With her cheeks flushed from embarrassment, Sophia averts her gaze. Abel reminds Damien that Sophia was once his fiancée. Damien looks back at the pair, his expression unreadable, his eyes fixed on Jackson with detached curiosity. Jackson meets his gaze with a glare, barely containing his anger. Then, as Damien continues to stare, the echoes of a memory forcing their way back. He remembers being dragged out by security guards, under the rain soaked and desperate, shouting Sophia's name again and again, pleading for her to talk to him, begging her not to do this. He remembers calling out that she couldn't just leave him like this. And then another voice had called out from the porch, someone asking who Damien was. He remembers that too. Jackson stood there that night, one arm around Sophia's waist as she told him that Damien was the ex-fiancé she had mentioned before. Jackson's reply came sharp and dismissive, saying he remembered, that Damien was that good for nothing. The words had pierced deeper than fists. Damien had stammered in disbelief, asking what Jackson had just said. When the guards let him go, he stood drenched, his eyes locked on Sophia as he called to her again. He had asked who the man beside her was, demanding to know how she could end the engagement so one-sidedly. His voice broke as he said it must be false, that it had to be. Sophia had only sighed. She had spoken his full name, Damien Haxon, and asked if he still didn't understand the situation. Holding on to Jackson, she explained coldly that their engagement had only ever been because of their grandfather's promise, but that all of that was already in the past. She asked him if he really thought anything she said wasn't true. The rain mixed with tears on his face as she went on, asking if he thought it made sense at all. She reminded him that she was Sophia Russell. Her words cut deeper with each syllable as she questioned how a good-for-nothing from a small noble house could ever be compatible with her. He had sobbed through the rain, asking how she could say such things. Jackson had then led her away, telling Damien he'd let him go quietly out of respect for Sophia. Sophia had chuckled at that, remarking that the good-for-nothing was so embarrassing. Jackson told Damien not to appear before them again, his arm wrapped casually around her. As they walked off together, smiling like new lovers, he had told Damien that if he understood, he should get lost. Damien had stood alone in the rain, his head bowed, his chest hollowed out. Then his trembling hands had clenched tight. Rage overtook heartbreak. He'd charged forward, shouting, determined to at least land a blow. Jackson hadn't even turned at first. Hearing Damien's rush and recognizing the sound, he had sighed. Then his fist had lashed out like a blur, striking Damien squarely across the face. Punches had fallen like rain. Damien had hit the ground hard, coughing up blood, the world spinning. Still, Jackson had stepped closer, grabbed his collar, and mocked him, saying he'd tried to show mercy, but Damien didn't know his place. Calling him filth, he'd grinned, then beaten him until the world blurred white. And even then, Damien's gaze had found Sophia. She had stood there, arms folded, silent. The image lingers still when Damien returns to the present, his eyes narrowing slightly. It had been raining that day too, when he was beaten to a pulp and dumped like trash. Now, Jackson calls out to Sophia, asking if she's all right, checking that she isn't hurt. She answers that she's fine. Damien watches the pair in silence, his anger carefully contained. Deep down, though, the fury hasn't faded. Even after all this time, he's still furious. Sophia scoffs, her tone sharp as she says she sees now. He must be embarrassed about what happened back then, pretending to be calm and collected. Damien frowns faintly, uncertain what she means. She continues, accusing him of acting like he doesn't know her, saying he hasn't changed at all, that he's still just as pathetic. Jackson lets out a mocking laugh, wide and loud, asking if that's what all this is about. He says he thought maybe Damien had become someone important and was trying to cut ties. Then a flicker of mischief enters his eyes, a cruel idea taking root. He straightens his expression and stretches out his hand, saying he hadn't thought he'd ever see Damien again, but that it was good to see him. Damien studies him in silence, then asks what kind of act this is supposed to be. Jackson feigns confusion, saying there's no act, that he only wants to shake hands since he's happy to see him. Inside, though, Jackson's thoughts twist darkly. He mocks Damien inwardly, thinking the fool must believe himself famous now. He decides he'll teach him a lesson he won't forget. Damien looks at the extended hand for a moment longer, his expression unreadable. Then he lets out a short, quiet chuckle and agrees, saying that if this is what Jackson wants, so be it. Jackson's grin widens, his aura shifting as he prepares to strike. For a heartbeat, he's triumphant, until he finds himself suddenly lifted off the ground, Damien's cold eyes locked on him. Sophia gasps, horror seizing her as she sees Jackson's body hanging in the air. The air grows heavy with killing intent. Damien's eyes burn cold and bright. A second later, he slams Jackson down with brutal force, the impact cracking through the dirt. With a falsely clumsy smile, Damien apologizes lightly, saying he couldn't control his strength. Inside, his darker voice laughs, admitting he'd wanted to beat Jackson anyway and thanking him for the opportunity, calling him a bastard in silence. Sophia, shocked by the display, covers her mouth and calls Jackson's name, her voice trembling. Jackson's hand twitches on the ground, then his body jerks upright. Blood drips from his nose, but rage drowns out the pain. Sophia's relief flickers back to life as she sees him rise. Laughing low and dangerous, Jackson grips the hilt of his sword. Abel, seeing it, tenses with sudden panic. Mana surges from Jackson as he begins to draw the blade, shouting furiously and calling Damien a son of a bitch. But Damien only laughs softly, tilting his head as though amused, and points at Jackson's face, teasing that whoever bleeds first loses. Abel's eyes go wide. Sweat runs down his temple as he stammers Damien's name. Before Jackson can move further, a voice cuts through the tension, a deep, commanding tone telling him to stop. The authority in it freezes Jackson mid-motion. He turns, sees who it is, and his voice falters as he calls the man master. The figure approaches, each step exuding oppressive dark energy. His tone is calm yet deathly as he says it's remarkable that Damien, the useless brat, has become this strong in such a short time. Damien remains composed, though his gaze sharpens. He hadn't expected Jackson to have someone like this behind him. Still, with measured confidence, he asks whether this man knows him too, scoffing lightly under his breath. Inwardly, he acknowledges the power emanating from the stranger. It's formidable, at least mid-class level. The man stops before them, his eyes narrowing on Damien as he asks just how strong he's become. Then he turns to Jackson, telling him that if he's done fooling around, they're leaving. Jackson bristles, shouting that the bastard hit his face, but the man's glare silences him before the words finish leaving his mouth. Without another glance, the man orders him to follow. Jackson clicks his tongue, sheaths his sword, and mutters in frustration, damning it all. As he turns away, he sends Damien a final, venomous thought, just wait and see. Damien watches them retreat, his voice light and teasing as he wonders aloud what's wrong with them, if they're really just going to leave like that. The man halts mid-stride, turns his head slightly, and says his name, Jacques Noir. He tells Damien to remember it. Then he continues walking, leaving only the echo of his dark aura behind. Abel, Victor, and Damien stand quietly as the group disappears into the distance, Jacques Noir's final words lingering that they will meet again soon enough. Damien's gaze follows them, his lips curling into a faint, curious smile. He repeats the name under his breath, Jacques Noir, telling himself to remember it well. Then, as something fierce stirs behind his eyes, a grin spreads across his face. Victor and Abel exchange wary looks, sensing what's coming. Damien, his mind already ignited by the memory of that name, murmurs that somehow, He has a feeling something interesting is about to happen. Later, elsewhere at the camping grounds for Lady Olivia's birthday, Jackson tears into their tent, calling for his master. His master stays still, removing his hat with an unhurried motion, and Jackson's frustration surges. He demands to know why he was stopped, insisting he could have handled that bastard with ease. But before his breath even settles, his master swivels sharply and clamps a hand around Jackson's throat. Air vanishes from Jackson's lungs. The shock slams through him. He never saw it coming. He coughs, choking as his master hoists him off the ground. His legs thrash, searching for balance, for breath, for anything. His master's gaze carries the chill of a winter corpse. Jackson trembles under that stare as his master reminds him, quietly, dangerously, that he had already warned him not to draw attention here, not to make noise. Then he asks if his words mean nothing to Jackson. Jackson's face drains of color as he forces out a strangled apology, his voice barely audible. His master studies him with a stillness sharper than a blade. Then a short, derisive sound escapes him, and he releases Jackson without ceremony. Jackson collapses onto the ground, hacking as his lungs finally drag in air. His master turns only his head, as if Jackson isn't worth a full glance, and calls him a fool. He states that had he not stepped in, Damian Haxon would have killed Jackson without effort. Still breathing unevenly, Jackson stares up at him with disbelief. He asks what he means, insisting such a thing is impossible. But his master, recalling Damian's image in his mind, replies calmly that it is the truth. Jackson has no idea what that boy has endured, he says, but his power has long surpassed Jackson's reach. Then, without looking at him, his master warns that if Jackson encounters Damian again, he must not provoke him. He asks if Jackson understands. Jackson hesitates, then forces out a quiet confirmation. His master finally turns fully, his gaze heavy with intent strong enough to crush bone. He tells Jackson to remember this precisely. Their only purpose here is to win the martial tournament. His focus must remain there, nowhere else. Jackson answers immediately, yet confusion presses at him, and he calls for his master's attention again. He asks why they are participating in this tournament at all, especially since his master told him to win Lady Olivia's favor, despite already being engaged to Sophia. His master's annoyance ignites. He turns toward Jackson with a violent shift of presence, and murderous pressure spills into the air. Jackson freezes under the weight of it. His master's voice cuts like steel as he reminds Jackson that he raised him all the way to the rank of a low-class knight, only for Jackson to question his orders over a woman. Jackson's body trembles, sweat gathering along his spine. He looks away and forces out a stuttered denial. His master reclaims his composure and states that winning the tournament and forming a connection with Lady Olivia are essential to achieving his wish. Jackson, confused, asks what he means. His master turns his back to him and answers plainly. Yes, he has a wish. He lifts a hand, mana gathering around his fingers. He clenches it into a fist as a wicked smile spreads across his face. He says his wish is simple, to ascend to the peak realm. Unease spreads across Jackson's features as he echoes the word under his breath. Peak? His master sets his hat back onto his head and steps toward the exit, passing Jackson without looking. He says he will gather information on Count Copperhead and the other participants. Jackson is to focus solely on preparing for the tournament. Jackson nods nervously, giving another shaky yes, master. The moment he steps outside, Sophia notices him leaving the tent. Her curious stare follows him. Then she bursts inside, excitement in her steps, calling Jackson's name. He turns at the sound. Reaching him, she takes one look at his neck and hurries closer, worry rising in her face as she asks what happened, asking if he's all right. Jackson, relieved and warmed by her presence, smiles and assures her he's fine, calling her name with affection. As he hugs her, fury coils inside him. He curses his master in silence, calling him a wretched old man and thinking that if he wants something done, he could at least explain properly. He wonders, irritated, what winning the tournament has to do with reaching the peak master realm. Then anger glints behind his eyes. He vows that once he surpasses the middle-class rank, he'll show that bastard exactly who he's dealing with. Later, near the tournament grounds outside the large arena, people gather in restless crowds. Some glare toward someone approaching, whispering sharply to each other, asking if that isn't him. Another confirms it, saying he looks as vicious as the rumors claim. They click their tongues in distaste. That someone is Damian Haxon. He walks forward with unshaken confidence, smiling lightly despite the murmurs. Victor and Abel flank him nervously. Victor leans closer, voice low, calling him young master, and saying he's become quite the celebrity. Many seem to recognize him. Damian only grins wider, amused, saying it seems so. A heavy drum booms across the arena, silencing the crowd. From the observation post, someone clears his throat and announces that today they celebrate his daughter's birthday with a grand event. Count Chester Copperhead, host of the tournament, thanks the distinguished guests for coming. Abel barely hears him. His attention is locked entirely onto Lady Olivia. The Count's words fade to nothing as Abel takes in her beauty. The young woman beside the Count is his daughter, Olivia Copperhead. The Count continues with pride, announcing that the bravest knights of the Western Apple Kingdom have gathered. The winner will gain fame not only in the West, but across all regions. Damien looks up, excitement thrumming through him. It's finally beginning. The Count adds that along with glory, the champion will receive a worthy reward. Sophia leans toward Jackson, asking if Lady Olivia is prettier than her. Jackson scoffs lightly and tells her no one would say such nonsense. The Count announces that the tournament will last 2 days, divided into team and individual events. He assures them healing magicians are ready, so injuries need not hold back their full strength. While he speaks, Jackson's master stands at the edge of the arena, silently observing. The Count announces the first match will begin in 2 hours and tells the knights to prepare. He ends with arms spread wide, saying he looks forward to witnessing their valor. The crowd erupts in cheers. Damien folds his arms with a satisfied smile. Abel watches anxiously. Victor stares in awe. Damien steps away, then pauses to wave back at Abel and Victor. He tells them he'll see them later. Victor answers with urgency, calling him young master, asking him to be careful. Abel simply nods. Hours before the match, while waiting with his daughter, the Count eyes Olivia suspiciously. She shoots him a resentful side glance. He tells her the event is for her sake and asks if she can at least pretend to be pleased. She turns her glare sharper, asking if he truly believes this is for her. She reminds him she never asked for any of this. She turns away and says he arranged this only to flaunt their family's prestige, and she would never be interested. Her words strike him. His jaw tightens, a curse nearly escaping, but he restrains himself. He exhales and turns toward the arena. With a dismissive scoff, he tells her that even if she isn't interested, the crowd certainly is, and she should watch. Once the match begins, he says, they'll all be cheering. The first event, Team Battle, Monster Hunt. Time arrives. The people chant for their favorite contestants, Andrew Graydon, Gerda Vaughn, names echoing around the arena. Damien stands at the center with hardened focus. Abel and Victor shout his name excitedly. Jackson stands not far from him, staring with bitterness. He clicks his tongue inwardly, annoyed he ended up in the same group as Damien. From above, Sophia's voice cuts through the noise as she cheers for Jackson. He turns quickly, smiling up at her. He declares that with the first event being a monster hunt, this suits him perfectly. Inside, he vows he'll make everyone remember his name after this. He blows Sophia a kiss with a confident gleam in his eyes. The knights ready themselves as a massive gate rises. The moment the creatures emerge, silence falls, shock filling every face. Sweat beads across foreheads. 2 massive, violent trolls thunder into view, rushing the knights with brutal momentum. Terror cracks the moment. Someone shouts holy shit, identifying the creatures immediately, trolls. A knight tries to command the others to stay together and face it head on, but before the words leave him fully, a troll crushes him into a smear of blood. The spray erupts across the arena. A warm drop lands on Damien's cheek. He inhales slowly, and a twisted smile lifts his mouth. He wipes off the blood, murmuring to himself that he didn't expect that. He looks up toward Count Copperhead with dark amusement, noting that the Count seems to enjoy dangerous hobbies. Even as the trolls charge straight for him from the front, he doesn't lose that smile. His gaze stays fixed upward, watching Count Chester Copperhead revel in the chaos with disturbing delight, almost trembling with pleasure.
The man, frozen in fear, only stares as the troll barrels toward him. In the next heartbeat, the creature drives him from head to ground with overwhelming force, the impact bursting him into a violent spray of blood that fans across the arena. A single warm drop flicks on Damien's cheek. The crowd recoils as one, breath catching, throats tightening in collective disbelief at the horror unfolding before them. Blood continues to arc outward, and a streak lands directly across a noble woman's eyes, the metallic scent hitting her before the wetness registers. Terror floods her face and she erupts into a shrill, shaking scream while the men beside her try to restrain her and wipe the crimson from her lashes. Panic fractures the stance. Scattered voices tremble through the chaos, some stuttering out whether that really is a troll, others repeating with growing desperation that it is a troll. Several fixate on the crushed knight, blurting out broken questions about what in the hell is happening and if he is actually dead. Lady Olivia, watching from her seat, lifts a hand to her mouth as grief and revulsion swell in her eyes. Her father beside her clicks his tongue, displeasure tightening his expression as he mutters that a knight dying so easily is pathetic. Olivia wipes her tears, hears him clearly, and turns toward him with heat rising through her chest. She calls him father and demands to know what he was thinking, how he could release a troll for something that is supposed to be a simple match. He only lets out a dismissive breath and waves off her distress, insisting there is no need for such fuss. They must do this to weed out chaff, he tells her, so a true winner can emerge. His indifference stings her raw and she draws breath to argue again, but the crowd explodes with cheers for someone named Andrew Graydon, their roaring voices rolling through the arena with wild exhilaration. Count Copperhead's eyes narrow with dark satisfaction as he gestures toward the sound, urging his daughter to look. The audience always wants something thrilling and stimulating, he says, watching the battle below as if lecturing her. The more intense the spectacle, the better. Then he asks if she knows why. Down in the arena, Jackson Cutter darts low in a precise slide beneath the troll, leaving a clean slice across its massive leg, still crouched in the motion of the cut. He tilts his head toward the crowd, attempting to strike a bold, gleaming pose. Count Copperhead answers his own question. Someone else risks their life while the spectators sit safely above. The troll bellows, rage vibrating through its chest. But even as its roar rips through the air, its torn flesh quivers and knits itself together in a grotesque, crawling motion. Jackson's expression hardens. He clicks his tongue and thinks that, as expected, the troll's regeneration is monstrous. An attack like that is nowhere near enough. A low curse grinds out between his teeth. Damien stands at the far rear of the battlefield, silent, watching the others clash with the creature. As his thoughts deepen, he recalls the strange waiver they forced him to sign before the match and mutters inwardly that it makes sense now. Of course, they would pull something this reckless. One of the trolls, driven into fury, heaves both arms upward and smashes down toward the ground. Beneath it is Jackson, who jerks backward with sharp breath, clawing at his throat, thinking that fighting such a monster alone would even push him into disadvantage. Still retreating, he thinks that with someone supporting him, his odds of victory would be more than enough. A female knight suddenly charges past him, her steps pounding into the soil as she closes in on the troll. She meets the creature head-on, unleashing rapid slicing strikes along its gigantic arm. Blood sprays upward, splashing into its eye, making it swing wildly without control. One of its blind swings slams into her. She blocks, but the force drives her backward until she drops into a crouch, skidding across the dirt. The troll locks its full attention onto her and lunges. Another knight uses the opening and charges from the side with a spear. He reaches the troll and carves deep, furious cuts into both of its legs, hacking until thick streams of blood burst outward and rain across his armor. The troll collapses forward onto both knees, groaning with a thick, guttural note of misery. The knight leaps upward above its head, body coiled for a finishing blow, thinking that it is time to end, but his thought never completes. The troll's enormous hands clap together around him mid-air, crushing him with a wet, suffocating crutch. His attempt to beg for a moment dies inside the fold of its palms as his body liquefies into a burst of blood that sprays out between its fingers. Jackson seizes the opening. Finsing, he pushes forward with a roar, surging into motion. At the end of his charge, his Manaladan blade sweeps once, clean and decisive. The troll's head severs in a single arc. The head lands with a heavy thud that echoes through the arena. A wave of arises from the crowd, shouts blasting out about the defeated troll and demands to know who that knight is. His fiancée, Sophia, gazes down at him with breathless admiration, murmuring his name with warmth. Jackson. Jackson stands tall before the fallen head, air burning in his chest as he catches his breath. A satisfied smile pulls at him as he thinks that it's done and asks himself with pride if the crowd saw it clearly. He lifts his sword high, exhilaration coursing through him, declaring in his mind that if they want to know who he is the man who will become the strongest knight. Jackson cut the thought fractures when a massive shadow swallows him. Another troll stands behind him, fist already descending. Reflex alone saves him. With no room to dodge, he snaps his mana-coated sword upward, letting the blunt of the blade absorb the strike. The blow hurls him across the ground, sending him tumbling and rolling with pain, tearing through his ribs. Sophia's voice breaks into a terrified scream as she calls his name, her eyes flooding instantly. The troll advances on Jackson, and he scrambles to rise on unstable limbs, cursing under his breath as he realizes he completely forgot there was another one. His body shakes as he tries to brace himself. Damon's voice cuts through the battlefield, calm and cool. He says it seems he has no choice. He steps forward for the first time since the fight began, hands still deep in his pockets as he passes Jackson. He thinks that even if watching something like this is a ridiculous hobby, he will at least play along convincingly. The troll charges with a vicious roar, eyes gleaming with raw murder, but Damon remains steady. Jackson watches from the ground, calling him an idiot in his mind, thinking that charging at a troll alone is suicidal. The trolls punch rockets toward Damon's face. Damon doesn't flinch. In the breath before impact, he invokes his secret art, Myriad Insight, letting the technique guide his motion as he slides the troll's fist aside with effortless precision. He leaps lightly onto the troll's shoulder, still keeping one hand in his pocket. Then he pushes off, drawing his sword mid-air behind the troll's neck, mana flowing into the blade as he prepares for the strike. The troll roars, fangs bared, beginning to turn. But Damon's blade carves straight down from skull to groin before it can complete the motion. His secret art, Blade of Death, splitting it cleanly. Blood erupts in a violent sheet. Some splashes across Jackson's face, leaving him frozen, breath stuck in his lungs as he stares at Damien in stunned dread. Damon stands behind the troll's falling body, eyes cold, posture still locked in the finishing stance as blood rains over him. Among the crowd, his brother Abel stares wide-eyed, whispers the name Haxon under his breath, then suddenly erupts, shouting Damon Haxon at full volume with a raised hand. People around him hesitate, confused, asking if that truly is Damian Haxon, if that is the knight's name. But the moment catches, and soon they all join Abel's chant. Damian, Damian, Damian. Count Copperhead claps rapidly, exhilarated, astonishment flickering in his gaze as he thinks that so this is Damian Haxon. Perhaps the rumors about him were not exaggerated after all. Damon clicks his tongue, flicks his blade once to rid it of blood. The spray hits Jackson again, sharp and deliberate feeling, leaving him stung with annoyance and disbelief. Turning away, Damon opens his subspace and drops the sword inside without looking back. He asks aloud why anyone would struggle against a troll of all things. The crowd continues to chant his name while Jackson remains on the ground, fury boiling up his spine as Damon's name echoes through the arena. Jackson's trembling intensifies, jaw clenching so hard the sound grinds between his teeth. Beautiful melodies hum through the Copperhead estate this evening, their softness gliding along polished floors and gilded pillars. Inside the banquet hall, noble ladies stare with flustered fascination. They whisper sharply among themselves. "Oh my, he looks even more handsome up close." "I agree," is the one beside him, his younger brother. The two of them are quite handsome. They're all fixed entirely on Damian and Abel. As the brothers walk in with poised steps, dressed with care and wearing bold, composed smiles, Abel, far less confident, leans closer while checking his attire in a nervous fidget. He wonders when Damon had the time to prepare clothes so elegant. Damon answers with a steady smile, picturing the storefront in his mind. He tells Abel that there is a famous clothing shop in Landwork called Moonlight Wave, and that he bought it there. Abel stutters at the name, startled, admitting that it looks extremely expensive. Grateful now, his voice softens as he thanks Damon, truly appreciative. Damian, still steady and confident, assures him not to worry about it. As they continue onward, the ladies abandon whispering entirely and speak aloud in open excitement. "So that's Damon Haxon, huh?" He's so manly, and some giggle lightly, declaring him so handsome that he will be their top pick from today onward. But suddenly someone crushes a wine glass with a bare fist. The sharp crack draws the ladies' attention in fearful silence. They scatter quickly, leaving Jackson standing there with his fist clenched, cursing under his breath that he cannot listen to this nonsense anymore. Sophia stays beside him, unbothered, her gaze locked elsewhere. Still glaring at Damian, Jackson grumbles, demanding why anyone would recognize that loser when they don't even recognize him. His jaw tightens as the memory of their battle with the trolls flashes through his mind. Damon speaking down to him, humiliating him. He turns to Sophia for agreement, but she remains silent, eyes focused ahead, lost in the thought of Damon Haxon with a faint flush warming her cheeks. She isn't hearing Jackson at all. Her gaze stays fixed on Damon's face as he moves through the hall, radiant in the candlelit glow, and she wonders privately if he has always been that handsome. Her drifting thoughts shatter when someone announces that Count Copperhead is entering. The hall instantly composes itself. The doors open and the Count strides in with proud steps, his daughter Olivia moving quietly beside him. After he settles in his seat, a pot of fire is lit, filling the banquet hall with flickering warmth. The Count rises with open arms and addresses the guests, thanking the knights and esteemed attendees who have come to honor the martial tournament held in commemoration of his daughter Olivia's birthday. Sophia, Jackson, Damian, Abel, and everyone else keep their eyes fixed on him. He continues saying that after witnessing the bravery and fierce spirit of the young knights in the tournament, he feels deeply inspired for the first time in a long while. He expresses hope that tomorrow's final match will show the same excellence. Then he announces that he will reveal the prize that awaits the winner. He steps away from his seat and approaches the fiery pot as guests whisper, "What could it be? Who knows? Whatever it is must be tremendously valuable." The Count plunges his fist into the flame. Damon watches intensely, mind racing, while Abel recoils in horror. Murmurs ripple through the hall, some shocked, some speechless. The Count simply laughs and tells them not to be startled. He lifts his fist from the fire and shows them his unharmed hand. Someone asks how such a thing is possible. The Count opens his hand, revealing a glowing ball pulsing like a living ember. He explains that it is thanks to the power of this treasure. Damian's eyes widen. Wait, isn't that the recognition strikes him hard across the hall? Jackson's master leans against a wall, silent and watchful. His eyes gleam in wicked satisfaction as he smiles inwardly. Just as I suspected, it really was here. Only he and Damon recognize its true worth. Both silently name it, the Spirit Heart. The Count explains that the treasure protects its owner from flames and maintains body temperature, something even mages cannot replicate. His face reflects faintly in the smooth, glowing surface as he states that it is undeniably of immeasurable value. He raises it high to incite excitement, announcing that this will be the prize awarded to the winner. The hall bursts into awe. What an incredible prize. Damon watches with a growing smile, thinking that using the Spirit Heart as a simple tournament reward shows they clearly do not understand its true worth. He admits inwardly that he wasn't interested in the prize at all, but now it is tempting. Count Copperhead concludes his announcement, hoping everyone enjoys the banquet to their heart's content. He snaps his fingers and the musicians resume playing, their melodies warm and lively. A giant birthday cake is revealed as the music swells. Soon after, a young man approaches with practiced politeness before the seated Count Copperhead. He bows deeply and thinks that it is an honor to meet the Count as he introduces himself as friends of House Nason. The Count's eyes narrow with mild curiosity. A realization hits him as he recognizes the family name, House Nason. He recalls sharply that the region is famous for its delicious apples, and he asks if it is not so. Still bowed, France replies that his house is honored to be known by the Count. With a small box opened on his palm, he says respectfully that to celebrate the young lady's birthday, he has prepared a modest gift. The Count releases an amused "oh." While Olivia remains untouched by the moment, her expression flat. France presents his gift, explaining that it is a cosmetic crafted by alchemists of the Mishu school using spirit powder. He recalls the rumor that even an old woman's skin becomes like a newborn's with this. Dissatisfied, the Count clicks his tongue inwardly at the mediocrity of the offering, thinking that it truly is a modest gift. But he outwardly gives a slight laugh and thanks France. Before France can withdraw, another youth steps in and shoulders him aside, insisting that the Count allow him to greet him as well. He introduces himself as Charlie from House San. The Count recognizes the name and repeats it with slight interest. Charlie affirms proudly, saying that he too has prepared a gift for the young lady. Holding a slim tube, he explains that inside rests a necklace made from a 7-color crystal, a rare jewel said to drop only once after slaying 100 golems in rocky regions. At first, the Count acts impressed, echoing the words, "a 7-color crystal," and Charlie responds eagerly with confirmation. But the Count then remarks that the Copperhead storage is full of such items. Pointing his thumb casually to the side, he instructs both Charlie and France that their gifts may be handed to the steward. Below, Damon watches with calm confidence, thinking as expected the competition to win the young lady's favor has already begun. But with a Count as wealthy as Count Copperhead, ordinary gifts will never suffice. Next, Jackson steps before the Count, bowing low and offering his greetings. He introduces himself as Jackson Cutter. The name brings only confusion to the Count. Curious, the Count repeats it, and Jackson confirms it with forced steadiness, announcing that he is known as the Ogre Slayer, only for the Count to respond bluntly that he has never heard of him, demanding to know what it is he wants. The words sting sharply, but Jackson buries his annoyance and states that he has prepared a gift for the Count. The Count asks, mildly surprised, if the gift is for him. Jackson reveals it with a flourish, declaring that it is the elixir of condensed vitality. He explains that with a single sip of this legendary potion, one can go an entire day without fatigue. The Count's interest ignites, and he releases a long, pleased "oh." Jackson, behind his composed expression, grins viciously inwardly. His master entrusted him with the priceless elixir to give specifically to the Count, and he thinks triumphantly that targeting the Count instead of the young lady was a cunning choice. The Count receives the elixir himself, staring at it with genuine astonishment. He calls Olivia to look, thinking aloud that it is not bad. Olivia, indifferent, does not even turn her eyes fully toward him, and murmurs that she supposes so, at least for him. Down in the hall, Damon turns to Abel and calls his name, telling him that their turn approaches and that he should prepare himself. Abel startles, his confidence wavering, and responds shakily that he understands. Above, Count Copperhead tells Jackson that the gift is very good and that he will remember Jackson's name. Still bowed, Jackson declares that the honor is his, chuckling inwardly at the success. Everything worked perfectly. Moments later, Jackson and Damien cross paths on the stairs, Jackson descending and Damon ascending. They pass one another without a word. Jackson glances back, studying Damien with deep suspicion, while Damon remains focused on the Count above, thinking that although the attempt was decent, Jackson still failed to win the young lady's favor. The Count brightens instantly upon seeing Damien. He calls out that surely this is Sir Damon Haxon and praises Damon's feats earlier in the team battle competition as truly impressive. Damien and Abel bow respectfully. Damien states that he is honored, but the Count insists that the honor is his, declaring that Damon's reputation has been spreading rapidly. Damon smiles with tempered confidence, telling him that it is nothing but empty praise, and the Count laughs, calling him modest. Observing Olivia, Damon notes inwardly that she shows no interest whatsoever in the banquet held for her sake, and her tastes appear far more difficult than expected. But glancing subtly toward his anxious brother Abel, he reassures himself that Abel need not worry. When she sees their gift, surely even she will react. Composed and confident, Damon addresses the Count and announces that he and his brother have prepared a gift for the young lady. The Count lights up, eager and curious to see what someone of Damon's caliber has brought. Damon affirms and opens his spatial space. The Count recognizes it instantly with amused approval, noting aloud that it is a spatial magic tool. Damien reaches inside and begins to draw out a wooden item. For the first time, Olivia's attention sharpens. She turns slightly, curiosity stirring. Damon pulls out a wooden bow and lifts it, declaring at the present he and his brother prepared. The Count's expression shifts uncertainly as he studies it, only for Olivia to react at once, her eyes widening, her mouth parting as she leans forward in open astonishment. One guest leans toward another in uneasy confusion and whispers that they don't understand what it is, that it looks like an ordinary bow. Another smirks and mutters that it looks cheap, as if Damon picked it up from some street vendor. The Count's expression deflates. He sighs, thinking that Damon is giving them something that looks utterly unimpressive, that there's no way his daughter would appreciate it. Yet, Olivia suddenly shoots up from her chair in a burst of excitement, calling it an amazing bow, leaving her father in stunned silence. Her face flushes with a rising heat as she asks if she may touch it. Seeing how deeply she's already invested, Damon lets pride curl into his smile and thinks that it succeeds just as he expected. He grants permission at once and tells Abel not to just stand there, but to bring the bow to her. Later that same evening in the Copperhead estate inside the banquet hall, Olivia drags the string with all her strength. Sweat beads along her brow as her hands tremble under its fierce elasticity. Damon, still carrying that satisfied smile, watches her test it and thinks that he now sees the truth. Information about her hunting hobby was real. He concludes that to win someone over, one must understand their needs. After enough testing, she lowers the bow and stares at it with breathless delight, declaring that its elasticity is truly formidable. She turns to Damien and asks if it is made from the horn of a Minor. He answers yes and admits he knew she would recognize it. He then explains further that this bow was crafted from the horn of a Minotaur that led an entire group. Jackson freezes at that, frowning as he wonders if they're truly referring to the monster a middle-class warrior would struggle to fight alone. Olivia peers into the inside of the bow, sees an inscription, and stutters as she reads the artisan's name, August. She clutches the bow to her chest and asks if this is really made by the blacksmith known as August. Her father snaps upright at the name, shouting in shock. Damien, warm and calm, confirms it. The Count rises fast, snatching the bow from Olivia's hands. He inspects it in a near-reverent daze, asking if this equipment is truly made by August. He recalls aloud that August is the finest blacksmith in the entire Apple Kingdom, and that a shield crafted by him once sold at an astonishing price at auction. He practically declares this moment a windfall, clutching the bow close and staring with an overwhelmed joy, thinking that never in his life did he expect to receive something so precious. Olivia immediately yanks it back from him, calling him father and insisting that it's hers. Reclaiming the bow, she turns glowing with gratitude toward Damien, calling him Sir Damien and thanking him for such a priceless gift. Damien redirects the praise, telling her that he is not the one who procured it. She blinks, confused, and asks who did. He gestures toward Abel and tells her it was his brother, that Abel went through great lengths to obtain it for her. She fixes her eyes on Abel and asks if that's true, if he did all that for her. While Abel trembles with nerves, Damon answers for him that yes, that is correct. Olivia looks at Abel with rising admiration and says she is genuinely curious how he managed to acquire something so valuable. Damon nudges his brother forward, asking Olivia if she would like to hear the story from Abel himself. She answers eagerly, gaze locked onto Abel. Damien then turns to the Count and asks if that arrangement will be acceptable. The Count replies with enthusiasm, saying, "Of course," adding that he himself is curious but will hear the story from his daughter later. Damon faces Abel again with a coaxing smile and calls his name. Abel startles, stammers, then forces out an answer. Blushing and drenched in nervous sweat, he tries to gather the courage to approach Olivia. He takes a shaky first step, and Damien watches with patient pride, thinking that this is right, that Abel must seize this opportunity with his own hands. Abel finally reaches her, and in a trembling but earnest voice addresses her as Lady Olivia, and says it is an honor to meet her. Seeing him up close, Olivia lets out a soft, astonished, "Oh my." Damon watches internally with absolute satisfaction, declaring silently that tonight's protagonist is Ael. Abel takes Olivia's hand, lifts it, and moves to kiss it as the atmosphere around them warms into something subtly romantic. From the corner, Jackson's master finally steps forward. Reaching Jackson, he mutters that it seems their plan has hit a snag. Jackson jolts in disbelief at the sight of his master. The master thinks over the name Damon Haxon. He admits inwardly that he expected Damon to be strong, but he did not expect him to be this competent. He sees clearly that Damon has managed to win over both the Count and his daughter. Frustration twists through him. He clenches his teeth while thinking that at this rate the Haxon brothers will take both the tournament victory and the Count's daughter. He turns away, already deciding he cannot allow things to continue this way, that he'll have to make a move himself. He tells Jackson to follow. Jackson responds in confusion, then falls into step before leaving. Jackson turns to Sophia and tells her to wait here, and she smiles, agreeing. As they slip away, the music continues to fill the banquet hall. Damien, back turned to them, stands, as though unaware, but a second later he glances over his shoulder with a knowing, mischievous smile. Morning arrives at the Copperhead estate. Damien, Abel, and Victor walk together toward the arena when Abel notices Damon glaring oddly at him. He demands to know why Damon is looking at him that way, remembering the sight of Abel speaking so freely with Olivia last night. Damien replies that he was just thinking Abel was unusually fluent yesterday, that the atmosphere between Abel and Lady Olivia seemed quite good. Abel freezes at that. His face ignites red as he stutters his response, trying to sound confident as he insists that, of course, even he can do it as long as he puts his mind to it. Damon and Victor, already ahead, laugh. Damon tells him good, adding that he looks forward to hearing good news from him soon. Victor sends a distant fist bump and tells Abel he can do this. Then he wishes Damon addressed his young master Haxon the best of luck in today's match. Damon replies with a simple thanks. Abel lingers behind, then speaks in a flustered tone thanking Damon. Damien turns sharply at that. Suspicion knits his expression as he pauses. Abel clarifies that he means thank you for creating such an opportunity. Damien doesn't by the sudden gratitude. He immediately pulls out a great sword as if in threat and demands to know who he is and where the rail ale went. Abel jumps in panic and tells him not to tease him, insisting he truly means it. Damien answers that this much is expected. He turns away and tells Abel it's natural for a brother to look after his brother, so Abel should focus on doing his best to get along with Lady Olivia. Abel stands still with a quiet smile spreading across his face. A heartbeat later, he begins sprinting after Damien and Victor, yelling for them to wait. The second one-on-one tournament match begins in the arena with Damien's flying fist. With an unbothered expression, he swings once, his punch shattering his opponent's sword before slamming full force into their face. The impact launches the opponent across the arena until they crash into the surrounding wall with a thunderous crack. They fall unconscious. Damien remains exactly where he stands, fist humming with mana. Abel, Victor, and the crowd erupt into wild cheers, chanting Damon's name and repeating his growing fame. The match ends. Damon hacks and advances to the finals. Damien stands smiling, asking if the next match is the last. Abel and Victor shout his name with the others while in the crowd. An unknown hooded figure watches him closely. The figure approaches and calls Abel by name, asking if he's there. Abel looks up in confusion. The stranger shifts their hood, revealing their identity. Olivia Abel stutters her name in shock and asks what she's doing here. She speaks with breathless urgency, telling him, "Sir Damien." She tries again, eyes tight with worry, and tells him that his brother is in danger. A night before the match at the Gold Pixie estate, Olivia walks joyfully alone through the hallway, humming a soft, melodious tune that rises and falls with her light steps. She pauses abruptly, her face brightening as she smiles to herself while thinking of Abel, admitting inwardly that their conversation truly was enjoyable. She calls his name in her thoughts. "Abel, I really would like to meet you again and talk some more." A maid approaches and calls for her, announcing that the Count is asking for her, and Olivia turns with a curious lift of her brows. She straightens, asking in surprise if her father is really calling for her at this hour. Later, she rises abruptly from her seat in the dining room, her voice flaring as she demands what her father is saying all of a sudden. But the Count remains composed, asking if she did not hear him and telling her he means exactly what he said. He repeats it with finality. "You will marry Sir Jackson Cutter." With Jackson, Count Copperhead, Jackson's master, and Olivia seated at the table, Olivia refuses to sit. She tells her father he should not speak such ridiculous things, insisting she has never even had a proper conversation with that man, and he is already talking about marriage. Across from her, Jackson stiffens with irritation, grumbling inwardly that his master is a damned old geyser. He recalls how Jacques suddenly told him to follow, so he rushed over without hesitation, only to hear this nonsense, noting that they never even discussed any of this beforehand. He wonders what all of this is supposed to be. Olivia continues pressing her father, demanding how he could make such a decision without discussing it with her even once. Her father listens in a hard, contemplative silence. Count Copperhead lowers his wine glass to the table, turns toward her with a dominating glare, and calls her by name. He tells her not to delude herself, reminding her she is the eldest daughter of the house and that marriage is not something she is free to decide. It is a matter he, as head of the family, must judge and decide. Olivia's brows tighten as she demands on what basis he is making that judgment. He looks straight into her eyes and answers without hesitation. Naturally, on the profit their house can gain from her marriage. He explains that Sir Jacques, a middle class, has promised that the moment the marriage is formalized, he will lend his strength to the Copperhead house. He tells her she understands what that means. He adds that among the great nobles of the West, only 2 houses possess a middle class in their core forces, Gold Pixie and Lion Bloom, and only those 2. Focusing on Sir Jacques, he explains that if the marriage goes through, the Copperhead house will obtain a mighty fighting force like those 2 houses. Not only that, Jacques has promised to provide weapon techniques and mana cultivation methods for their knights, the very ones a masterclass uses. Jackson almost jolts from his seat at that, fury surging through him because Jacques has never taught those techniques to him, his own disciple. Olivia feels her arguments collapsing around her and breathes out a frustrated sigh, glaring at her father. She forces herself back into her chair and mutters that he is going to sell her off for the benefit of the house. He shoots her an irritated glare, calling her a brat and telling her to watch her tongue. Sir Jacques finally speaks, asking whether the proposal will be accepted. Count Copperhead thinks for a moment and says the conditions are satisfactory, but there is one small problem. Jacques then asked what that problem would be. The Count stares and states that Jackson is a completely unknown knight who has never made a name for himself, and after the trouble of hosting a tournament, taking in a nameless knight as their son-in-law would tarnish the Copperhead family's honor. He clears his throat. Jacques considers this, noting inwardly that in short, it means Jackson is unfit in status. He tells the Count not to worry, asserting that in tomorrow's match, his disciple will be the one who wins. The Count's expression tightens with uncertainty, and he asks if Jacques is sure. With Damen Hacken present, he states, "It will not be easy." Jacques remains calm and says it is possible, adding that as long as the Count offers just a little help. The Count looks curious and warns that he cannot offer unreasonable assistance. A grin begins to form on Jacques' face as he says it is simple. With a smile steeped in devious plotting, he tells the Count all he must do is not interfere, even if Damen Haxon dies. His words crash into the room like a cold wind, silencing everyone as they stare at him in stunned disbelief. Olivia instantly turns to her father to protest, but the words catch in her throat as she sees him actually considering it. Her voice breaks into a trembling father. After a long, heavy moment, the Count lifts his glass and swirls the wine. He drinks and speaks a quiet "very well." Olivia stares at him with burning, helpless anger, her fist trembling as she clenches them on the table, powerless to stop any of it. Back in the present, Olivia stands before Damien and Abel with a strained, apologetic expression. After recounting everything to Sir Damen Haxon, she tells him she is truly sorry and admits she could not stop her father with her own strength. Damien remains calm, fingers thoughtfully resting on his chin as he considers her words and says that, so that is what happened. Abel trembles beside Victor, fear tightening his voice as he says they have to run away, that who knows what Sir Jacques might do. Victor, just as frightened, agrees with Abel while addressing Damien as young master. But Damon stays composed, thinking of Jacques Noir and noting inwardly that he had assumed Jacques simply gave off a bad impression. He did not expect Jacques to pull a stunt like this. And when he considers Count Copperhead, he sees too clearly that the Count is acting no differently from Damien's previous life. Count Copperhead will do anything if it benefits his house. He finally speaks, saying no, that he will not run away. Abel jolts in disbelief and demands what he means. Fear returns to Abel's trembling voice as he insists that Jacques Noir is middle class, far too powerful even for Damien, and Victor shakes just as violently at his side. Still, Damien smiles and tells them not to worry, assuring them he has a plan. He turns toward the arena and says that for now, they should simply finish the match. Moments later, Damon walks with unhurried composure into the fighting grounds, his hands tucked in his pockets and his steps carrying quiet force. Inside, he finds the other fighters gathered together in one tight formation. As he closes the distance, they all shift their heads in unison, staring at him with wary, sharpened eyes. A heartbeat later, someone above strikes a drum to signal the beginning. The drummer continues beating until the Count stretches out his hand to stop him. The Count looks back at Olivia's empty chair and grumbles inwardly. Irritated that the finals are about to begin and wondering where on earth Olivia is, he sets the thought aside and lifts his face with a bright expression to begin his speech. He announces to the honored guests that the final match of the martial tournament will begin shortly, congratulating the knights who have reached the finals. He explains that there will be only one winner and that the last person standing will be the champion of the tournament. With a graceful bow and an extended hand, he states that there are no other rules and tells them to fight as they please. His head remains lowered as his eyes sharpen with hidden mischief, and inwardly he tells Damon not to hold this against him, deciding that for Jackson's victory, this is the only way. The drummer resumes beating the drum, each strike echoing across the arena. The audience erupts and whispers, calling it a death match and sounding excited by the danger. Victor, pale with worry, asks Abel if the young master will be all right. Abel answers that he believes so because Damon said he had a plan, so they should simply watch for now. Damien stands unbothered in the center of the grounds, noting inwardly the real meaning behind the counts. No rules. It reeks of something dirty around him. Swords are drawn and pointed together in the same direction. Before he can blink, he is completely surrounded. Someone in the crowd shouts in disbelief, questioning what kind of development this is. Hidden among the spectators above, Jacques watches with a satisfied smile as the crowd cheers wildly. Jackson, standing just outside the tightening circle around Damien, slowly draws his sword with clear frustration etched across his face. He curses under his breath, admitting inwardly that he hates it, but can't help it. Everyone else is clearly thinking the same thing. He hardens his resolve and finally unsheathes his sword fully, pointing it at a head as he reminds himself that to survive a match like this, the basic rule is to take out the strongest guy first. He steps forward and launches into the air along with the others, all charging toward Damien with blades ready. But Damien, watching them advance, does not move and simply smiles as they rush in. The night before, outside a tent near the Copperhead estate, Jackson bursts into the tent in fury, shouting for his master and demanding to know why he is doing this. Jacques removes his hat without sparing him a glance, completely unbothered, and Jackson's anger spills over as he yells about marriage, demanding how Jacques could suggest something like that without even asking him first. In the next instant, Jacques turns sharply and drives a straight kick into Jackson's gut. The blow folds Jackson over, forcing a painful cough from his lungs as he crashes to the ground. While Jackson crouches there hacking and gasping, Jacques glares down at him with cold contempt and orders him to shut his mouth. He tells Jackson that if he had been skillful enough, he would never have needed to make such a suggestion to the Count in the first place. As Jackson trembles in pain, Jacques continues saying there would have been no need for him to waste his time and knowledge at all. Jackson cursing his master inwardly through the agony, calling him a pos bastard. Jacques' glare hardens further as he tells Jackson that if he understands, then he should shut up and do exactly as he is told. Jackson slowly pushes himself up from the ground, his body shaking as he clutches his stomach. He stammers that he already has Sophia. Jacques turns his head slightly, speaking without emotion as he tells Jackson to throw Sophia away, declaring she is of no use anymore. Jackson freezes, stuttering in disbelief as he asks what his master is saying. Using telekinesis, Jacques lifts a cup from atop a barrel behind him and draws it into his hand, as he explains that the only reason he allowed Jackson to date Sophia Russell was to secure support from House Russell. Facing Jackson now, cup in hand, he states that thanks to that relationship, he was able to obtain the swordsmanship manual he needed, as well as the elixir Jackson will require when he rises to low class. Jackson straightens fully, still clutching his gut, as Jacques raises the cup toward his lips and smiles faintly. He says that House Russell no longer has anything to offer, and that it is time to gain support from a new house. Jackson asks unwillingly if that new house is House Copperhead, questioning whether this is just another attempt to use them as he did House Russell. Jacques answers calmly that it is not just their support he wants. He intends to use this marriage to rule over their house entirely. Jackson is stunned, stammering as he asks why Jacques would go that far. Jacques responds coolly, asking whether he has not already told him why. He drinks from the cup and states flatly that this is for the sake of his long-awaited wish. Jackson continues to resist, begging just this once, pleading with his master to think it over one more time, insisting that he truly loves Sophia. Jacques pauses, looks down at him, and calls him an idiot. He asks Jackson whether he still does not understand. He explains Sophia's nature without mercy, stating that she is the kind of woman who dumped her former fiancé, Damon Haxon, simply because he was not good enough and chose Jackson instead. That means Jackson can be thrown away just as easily. He asks if Jackson did not see it himself. The moment Damon Haxon started doing a little better, her attitude flipped instantly. Memories of those moments flash through Jackson's mind, stealing his voice. He tries to object, stammering that it is not like that, but the words die in his throat. Jacques then produces a ring and tells Jackson to take it. Jackson looks up at it, eyes widening as he asks what the ring is. With a cold gaze, Jacques tells him it is a ring that raises power beyond its limits. Jackson jolts in shock, eyes blown wide in disbelief. Jacques steps closer and tells him that tomorrow he will use the ring exactly as instructed and fight Damon Haxon. And when Damon Haxon loses his mind and goes on a rampage, Jackson is to pretend an accident happened and kill him. Jackson stands frozen, staring at his master, cursing inwardly as he realizes Jacques is not someone who will ever listen. He agrees silently to pretend to follow these orders for now. Reaching out, he takes the ring from his master's palm, adding inwardly that while he is at it, he will get rid of that Izor Damien too. Holding the ring, Jackson stares at it for a long moment before forcing the words out that he understands. The day of the match, Sophia sits among the audience, cheering loudly for Jackson, chanting his name over and over as she urges him to win. Jackson hears her voice and frowns, thinking that she should just wait. Today, he will kill Damien and prove it. He finishes drawing his sword and faces Damien squarely. The next instant, Jackson launches into the air along with the other fighters, swords poised for devastating strikes. As he thinks that he will show Sophia, he is the man who suits her better. All swords come crashing down at Damien from different angles, each blade carving a different arc through the air. Damien remains smiling, and with barely any movement at all, he slips between the strikes, dodging every blow without even taking a single step. Then another knight charges from behind, blade thrusting straight toward Damien's back. At the last instant, Damien jumps, evading the stab and landing lightly on the knight's head. Using it as a foothold, he launches himself higher into the air, twisting his body mid-flight and aligning himself perfectly for the descent. He comes down with a crushing elbow strike that smashes directly into the knight's head, shattering the helmet. The knight collapses face first into the ground, blood pouring from his nose, while Damien lands smoothly beside him, still frozen in his striking posture. The audience erupts. Cheers explode across the arena as Abel and Victor shout Damon's name with wild excitement. Amid the roar, Damien lets out a short chuckle and addresses the remaining knights, remarking that it looks like they thought sheer numbers would let them force their way through and somehow make it work. He lifts one hand casually, beckoning them forward, asking what they are waiting for, and telling them to come at him. Jackson scowls, disbelief, twisting his face as he wonders how Damien can fight several low-class knights without even drawing his sword. Behind him, another knight mutters that Damon is a monstrous bastard. In that moment, a chilling realization dawned on Jackson. Could it be that Damien has already surpassed low class? His eyes sharpen at the thought. The female knight bursts forward from behind Jackson, Mana coating her blade as she shouts that she will show Damon the swordsmanship of House Alter. Her charge snaps Jackson out of his thoughts. At the same time, another knight rushes in from behind Damien, sword raised high as he bellows for the glory of House Saint Troller. Seeing both attacks converge, Damien finally draws his sword from his subspace ring. He scoffs at them, expression flat, remarking that ganging up on someone while talking about house and glory is ridiculous. They strike together, the man from the left, the woman from the right, but before their blades can reach him, Damon's sword flashes. His strike is faster than their movements, and he meets both blades head-on, batting them away. He activates his secret art, Myriad Insight Parry. A sharp ripple of sound erupts at the points of impact. The force twists violently through both weapons, wrenching the knight's hands at unnatural angles and making them scream in pain. Damien does not stop. Without changing expression, he raises his sword again. In a single follow-up strike, he disarms them both, knocking their swords free and sending the female knight flying through the air. The two remain standing only barely, bodies shaking as they clutch their ruined hands. Damien tells them calmly that they all signed the agreement. Didn't they? Then he says then and moves. In a single flash, he vanishes, leaving behind only the cutting light of his sword. He reappears at the end of his strike, poised and still as the knights behind him collapse one after another, felled by the same blow. He tells them to consider meeting him an unfortunate accident. The arena explodes into deafening cheers. Damien's name is chanted again and again, and Abel, caught in the frenzy, looks nearly unhinged as he proudly tells the stranger beside him that Damon is his brother. From above, Count Copperhead stares in shock, managing only a stunned what, while Jacques frowns deeply, irritation and calculation swirling behind his eyes. Damon turns toward Jackson with a casual smile, jolting him. He remarks that it looks like Jackson is the only one left, and asks if he is not coming. Jackson lowers his head, teeth grinding as curses build in his throat. Then he suddenly straightens and bursts into manic laughter, making Damon stare at him in confusion. The laughter stops. Jackson raises his hand and plucks a pill from the ring, sneering as he tells Damon that he has shown off enough. His fingers tremble as he holds the pill for a moment, hesitation flickering through him. Then, without another thought, he pops it into his mouth. Damon watches and asks what he is suddenly eating. The pill takes effect immediately. Jackson's heart begins to pound violently, pain ripping through his chest as he grits his teeth and forces back groans. Damon's eyes narrow as he traces an unfamiliar mana pattern spreading outward from Jackson and crawling along the ground behind him like branching veins. Damon turns fully, following the flow of mana as it reaches one of the fallen knights and seeps into his body. The knight suddenly screams in unbearable agony as the strange energy invades him. The mana spreads further, infecting not just one body, but all of the fallen knights at once, leaving Damon frozen in stunned confusion. Jackson smiles now, mischief glittering in his eyes as he faces Damien. The same aura begins rising from Jackson himself as though he is being fueled by it. Damon senses something wrong and turns again toward the fallen knights. What he sees makes his breath catch, their bodies grotesquely dissolving, consumed by the mana as it devours them from within. Damon stares in horror and demands to know what the hell that thing is. Jackson grins wide as he lets out a low chuckle and tells Damon that this is what is called a mana rampage. In Damien's mind, the definition surfaces clearly. A mana rampage is a phenomenon in which the mana inside the body breaks free of its owner's control and runs wild. When it occurs, there is not only a massive loss of mana, but the body itself can suffer severe damage, often leaving the victim crippled. After that inner recollection settles, Damon speaks coldly, his gaze fixed on Jackson as he asks whether this is the power of the gem Jackson just swallowed. Jackson takes his first step forward and answers yes, declaring that it is the trump card his master gave him. As he continues walking closer, he explains that it is an object that triggers a mana rampage in everyone near him. Grinning with mounting excitement, he tells Damon that he should not have run his mouth this whole time. Closing the distance completely, Jackson leans in until his face is inches from Damien's, still grinning as he tells him that now he has to crawl on the ground like the worm he is. He spits the insult out, calling Damien a piece of... He stands there directly in front of him, energy pouring from his body like thick fog, swallowing the space around them both. Time passes, but nothing happens. Damien remains standing, unmoving, not even twitching. Then Damon lets out a muffled sound as though he has been holding back laughter for far too long. In the next second, he bursts into uncontrollable laughter, slapping his face with his palm as the sound echoes wildly through the arena. Abruptly, the laughter stops. Damon lowers his hand, revealing eyes gleaming with mocking malice. The symbol on his hand, one that nullifies all dark magic used against him, glows faintly. He calls Jackson a low-life piece of and says that he more or less expected this. Then he asks if this is really all Jackson could come up with, remarking that Jackson has been getting help from black magic. Jackson snaps back in furious denial, shouting that it is not black magic and demanding to know what Damon is talking about. He yells again, asking more importantly how Damon is still fine. But before the question can finish forming, Damon drives a brutal kick straight into Jackson's gut. The impact is devastating. Jackson instantly coughs, his eyes going blank as the force launches him backward. Damon holds his leg extended, smiling calmly as Jackson slams into the ground, bouncing 3 times before crashing violently into the arena wall. The impact sends another wave of agony through Jackson's body, forcing a hoarse grunt from his throat. From the stance, Sophia screams his name in panic. Jackson finally slides down the wall and collapses onto the ground with a dull thud, groaning helplessly. Damon steps forward and looks down at him, telling him that it is a shame. His expression sharpens into grim excitement, eyes shining with cold malice as he finishes the thought, but that kind of thing does not work on him. Jacques looks down from the audience seats in sting fury, his face twisting as his thoughts stutter in disbelief. What just happened? The ring's power should have activated. His gaze locks onto Damien below as the crowd erupts in cheers and unease crawls up his spine. Don't tell me a mana rampage doesn't work on Damien. Down in the arena, Damon feels the sharp weight of Jacques stare from afar. He scoffs inwardly, realizing that Jacques nor has teamed up with the Count to get rid of him and has even used his own disciple to do it. But then a realization strikes. Wait. A calculating smile forms as he considers that if he uses this opportunity well, he might be able to make all those bastards eat at once. That thought is cut short as Jackson suddenly appears in front of him, rage contorting his face as he brings his sword down in a furious man-imbued downward strike meant to crush him. Damon sidesteps effortlessly, the blade slamming into the ground and pulverizing it. Jackson whirls instantly to follow up, but Damon jerks back just as cleanly, creating distance in the same heartbeat. Jackson plants his feet and takes a battle-ready stance, mana flooding over his body and sword as fury pours from him. He screams that Damien is a son of A and declares that since it has come to this, he will kill him with his true strength. He launches forward, exploding off the ground in a violent charge. Damon clicks his tongue, smiling faintly as he brings his sword forward and tells Jackson to remember his place. Damon's blade begins to hum, rippling waves of mana surging along its edge. He swings upward in a clean arc, sending those waves blasting outward in a wide spread. The attack strikes Jackson before he can close the distance, ripping the sword from his grip and halting him instantly. Jackson screams in searing agony as the mana waves engulf him, light flaring blindingly. And in the next second, a massive explosion tears through the arena with a thunderous roar, the ground trembling violently beneath everyone's feet. Panic erupts in the stands as dust, smoke, and debris surge upward. Spectators scream, shielding their eyes, shouting in confusion as they demand to know what is happening. Jackson crashes down onto both knees. He clamps a hand over his mouth, gagging as if about to vomit while dark mana begins leaking slowly from his body. Then suddenly he throws his head back as a torrent of black energy bursts violently from his mouth. The audience freezes in horror, every familiar face staring with eyes wide and mouth agape. Jackson collapses face first onto the ground, unconscious. Damien stands calmly looking up as the dark energy floats through the air like thick fog spreading across the arena. The atmosphere grows heavy, suffocating, and ominous. Someone in the crowd feels it and shouts in dread that this ominous black energy is definitely, and then voices erupt all at once. Beat black magic. The Count jolts in sheer terror, fists clenching as panic spreads through the crowd. Shouts erupt everywhere, questioning how a knight could be using black magic and whether this should be reported to the church. The Count trembles, teeth grinding as sweat pours down his face. Damn it, why did this have to happen in my domain? He turns sharply as his butler rushes toward him in panic, shouting his title and demanding to know what they should do, warning that the crowd is becoming restless and that at this rate, word will reach the church soon. The Count's mind races. Then he suddenly strides forward and orders the butler to stop the match immediately and silence everyone before this spreads any further. Meanwhile, Damien calmly opens his subspace and returns his sword, thinking that for now everything is going according to plan. A flicker of suspicion rises, and he tilts his gaze toward where the Count should be, only to find the seat empty. He scoffs aloud, calling him a rat bastard and accusing him of trying to run already. Elsewhere, the Count rushes through the grounds with guard knights, moving in haste toward his prepared carriage. Frustration boils over as he curses Jacques Noir, calling him a crazy bastard and snarling that he trusted him, only for Jacques to smear all over him. As he reaches the carriage, he clings to hope, convincing himself there is no proof of his involvement. If he plays dumb, everything will be fine. Just as he moves to enter, Damon's voice cuts through the air, asking where he thinks he is rushing off to. The Count jolts violently. He and the guard spin around to see Damien standing there, hands in his pockets, wearing an easy smile. The Count forces himself to calm down and stutters out Damon's name, asking what the matter is. Damon tilts his head and asks why he is pretending not to know, stating plainly that the Count must have something to say to him. Panic explodes inside the Count's chest. No way. Does he already know? He denies it internally, insisting it cannot be possible. Still trying to maintain composure, he stammers that he does not know what Damon is talking about and hurriedly claims he is busy, suggesting they talk later. Damon hums thoughtfully and asks if that means he is going to play dumb. Then he says that in that case, he will not have a choice either. Fear cracks through the Count's voice as he demands to know what Damien is doing, ordering him not to come any closer. The guards tighten their grips on their swords, raising their free hands to stop him. Damien's fists crash into their faces before they can react, blood spraying as they drop instantly. In the same blink of an eye, Damon's fist punches through the carriage door right beside the Count's head, splintering wood and making the Count shriek in terror. Damien stands beside him now, his carefree smile intact, and asks in a dark, almost playful tone what he thinks. His eyes sharpen as his voice turns grim, and he asks whether the Count remembers what he needs to say now. The Count nods without hesitation, trembling as his thoughts collapse into panic. Inside the room, an enraged voice suddenly rang out, demanding to know whether Olivia had been responsible for what had happened. Startled by the outburst, the maids hurriedly withdrew while whispering among themselves that the situation had turned into complete chaos. With her arms crossed, Olivia hesitated briefly before admitting to her father that she had indeed been the one who informed Sir Damien. Seeing her response, Chester ground his teeth in fury. He pointed at her and shouted that she had truly gone mad, accusing her of betrayal after all the years he had fed her and given her shelter, and demanding to know how she dared to turn against him. At that instant, Damien forcefully stomped his heel onto the table. Startled by the sudden action, Chester immediately recoiled, lowering his hand and falling silent. Fixing him with a sharp glare, Damien warned him coldly that he was still in the middle of speaking. Sweating profusely, Chester stammered that he understood and hesitantly asked how far the matter had progressed. Damien sighed and explained that the cult would soon dispatch investigators. Casting a mocking glance at Chester, he added that they would inevitably discover that Chester had attempted to have him assassinated by striking a deal with Jacques Noir. He pressed further, asking what Chester thought would happen if the cult learned of this, especially considering that he had even resorted to the cult's most forbidden art, black magic. Panicking, Chester hurriedly protested that he truly had not known Jacques would go so far as to use black magic, insisting that he had never imagined such a thing. Damien scoffed at the excuse and questioned whether Chester genuinely believed such explanations would work on the cult. Desperate, Chester begged Sir Damien for forgiveness, admitting his wrongdoing and pleading not to be reported to the cult. After reflecting for a moment, Damien replied indifferently that even if he said nothing, Jackson Cutter would expose everything regardless. He then reminded Chester of the horrific tortures inflicted by the Inquisitors and asked whether he had heard of them. At those words, Chester's face drained of all color. Damien narrowed his eyes slightly before straightening up and proposing an alternative solution. He stated that he had certain connections within the cult and that protecting a single count would not be particularly difficult. Shocked, Chester asked whether that was truly possible. Damien gave a faint smile and replied that there were, however, several conditions. Eagerly, Chester urged him to name them, swearing that he would agree to anything within his power. Damien calmly began by stating that, first, Chester must permit the relationship between his younger brother Abel and Lady Olivia. Wide-eyed, Chester replied that such a condition was easy and agreed immediately. Damien then pointed his thumb toward himself and declared that, second, Chester must officially declare him the victor of the martial tournament. Chester responded in astonishment that such a matter went without saying and asked whether those conditions were sufficient. Damien paused briefly before adding that there was a third condition. At that moment, Olivia unexpectedly interjected, stating that as compensation for the incident, Chester must pay 300 gold to the Haxon Viscounty. Hearing this, Chester cried out in shock at the sum. Damien glanced at Olivia in surprise, thinking to himself that this had not been discussed with him. Then, turning back to Chester with visible enthusiasm, he remarked that it was an excellent suggestion and proposed adding it as well. Clenching his fists in resentment, Chester grudgingly agreed. Olivia then continued, adding that there was one final condition. Immediately, Chester snapped irritably, demanding to know why she kept butting in and what else she wanted now. With firm resolve, Olivia declared that before the end of the year, Chester must transfer half of the territory to her. Damien was momentarily taken aback, silently questioning what he had just heard. Chester frowned deeply and asked her to repeat herself, then slammed his hand on the table and shouted furiously, accusing Olivia of utter madness and questioning why she was the one constantly laying down conditions. Coldly, Olivia replied that she was the witness who had seen the entire affair unfold from beginning to end. Left speechless for a moment, Chester accused her of trying to fleece her own father. Without hesitation, Olivia affirmed that this was exactly her intention, stating that she would take her share and leave the suffocating family behind. Stunned beyond belief, Chester could only stammer in shock. Olivia continued calmly, declaring that he had used her as nothing more than a tool her entire life, and that this time she would use him as her tool instead. Grinding his teeth in blind rage, Chester could only sputter that she dared to go this far. Damien was momentarily stunned and reflected inwardly that he had never anticipated things escalating to such an extent, realizing that Olivia was far more terrifying than he had expected. At the same time, he could not help but worry about whether Abel would truly be all right. Olivia then gently turned toward him and inquired whether there were any further conditions. Damien responded warmly that the current terms were already more than sufficient. After that, Olivia cast an indifferent glance at Chester and stated that if her father had no objections, she would take his silence as consent. Upon hearing this, Chester trembled with rage, yet in the end, there was nothing he could do but endure it. Several days later, a piercing scream suddenly rang out. Startled by the sound, Chester's face turned pale with panic. Damien calmly placed a hand on Chester's shoulder and said that he would now reveal the truth. Speaking in a gentle tone, he declared that Count Copperhead, who was present there, was innocent. At the same time, Chester forced a grin, echoing the claim. Thomas, the second-rank holy knight of the cult, frowned as he stroked his chin and expressed confusion, saying that they had already obtained a confession from the criminal, Jackson Cutter, who had admitted to conspiring with the Count to target Damien's life. Hearing this, Chester hurriedly defended himself, insisting that the alleged conspiracy was nothing but a lie. He explained that he had merely told them not to interfere with the outcome of Damien's duel and claimed that he had no idea what those men had truly intended to do. Damien pressed down on Chester's shoulder as he affirmed that this was correct. He went on to explain that, on the contrary, the Count had secretly sought him out to warn him of the danger and had even advised him to avoid the match, as the Count himself did not know what those men might attempt. Thomas, still doubtful, asked whether that was truly the case. Damien smiled amiably and replied that it was, adding that if the Count had genuinely intended to kill him, there would have been no reason for such a warning. He then prompted the Count to confirm this. Breaking into a cold sweat, Chester affirmed that it was indeed so. He claimed that after meeting those men, he had grown uneasy and had secretly gone to find Damien, adding that had he known beforehand about the black magic, he would have stopped them himself. Thomas murmured skeptically, expressing uncertainty. At that moment, Damien adopted a solemn and benevolent expression and implored Thomas to believe him, swearing before the name of God that there was not a shred of falsehood in either his words or the Count's. Seeing this, Chester could only let out a helpless, awkward smile. Moved by the scene, Thomas's eyes filled with tears as he addressed Damien emotionally, saying that Damien's words must surely be true. He clasped his hands together and muttered that there was no way their devout Damien, who enjoyed Lady Agnes's absolute trust, could ever speak falsehoods. Hearing this, Damien merely laughed it off awkwardly, inwardly repeating the phrase, absolute trust. Thomas then announced that the case would be concluded with the Count cleared of all charges. At those words, Chester felt a wave of relief wash over him and thought weakly to himself that he had survived. Damien placed a hand on his shoulder and remarked that this was truly fortunate for him. Leaning in closer, Damien whispered that he had kept his promise, and now it was the Count's turn to keep his own. Upon hearing this, a chill ran through Chester's entire body. Damien simply smiled in satisfaction. 1 week later, Victor drove a carriage through the forest. Inside, voices filled the carriage with astonishment, remarking that they had never imagined they would be heading to the Haxon Viscounty so soon. Another voice agreed, adding that it was hard to believe he would be introducing Lady Olivia to his parents so quickly. He then asked how long Damien intended to continue speaking so formally and suggested that Damien speak more comfortably with him instead. Damien responded awkwardly, asking whether that would truly be all right. Listening to this exchange, Damien thought to himself that although he had pushed the two of them together in the hope that things would work out, the situation was turning out quite differently than expected. Across from him, the atmosphere between Olivia and Abel was filled with sweetness. Olivia enthusiastically expressed how much she loved it and insisted that from now on, Abel should continue addressing her in that familiar manner. Abel shyly called her name in response. Witnessing this overt display of affection, Damien could only think with weary resignation that it was rather hard on the eyes. Folding his arms, he reflected that, all things considered, although there had been several hurdles along the way, the original objective had ultimately been achieved. After a week had passed, the cult's investigation finally concluded. The cult determined that there were no other suspects besides Jackson Cutter and Jacques Noir, and a wanted order was issued for the fugitive Jacques Noir. The Count was officially cleared of all charges, yet by that point, Olivia had already fallen into deep conflict with him. As he looked at the two of them, Damien reflected inwardly that Olivia had chosen to leave with Abel rather than remain in the Count's household. He acknowledged that Abel had finally obtained Olivia's love, just as he had long wished, while he himself had gained something else. With that thought, he took out a red-colored orb. Abel, filled with suspicion, asked whether that item was not the prize awarded to the winner of the tournament. Damien replied calmly that it was indeed the prize. He explained that the situation at the time had been awkward, so there had been no formal award ceremony, but he had claimed it regardless. Damien curled his lips slightly as he focused his thoughts, noting to himself that the Count had been unaware of the item's true value, whereas he fully understood what it was. He recognized it as a spirit heart, a substance that could form with an infinitesimal probability when a high-ranking spirit perished, leaving behind a condensed mass of power. He reasoned that if this mass were melted down and absorbed, it would not only grant immense mana, but also confer the power of a spirit itself, making it a priceless treasure. Clenching the orb tightly, Damien felt a surge of excitement as he realized that it was a heart imbued with the abilities of a fire spirit. He noted that this was his first time seeing such an item in person, and concluded that absorbing it alone would greatly accelerate his return to the realm he had reached in his previous life. Damien, holding the orb, was reflected through the window of the carriage as it moved along. High on a tree branch, Jacques silently watched the carriage travel farther and farther away. His face was icy cold, and a violent killing intent radiated from him. As night deepened, the surroundings grew utterly silent. Outside by the campfire, Abel and Victor slept soundly in their sleeping bags, while inside the carriage, Olivia lay fast asleep beneath her blanket. Suddenly, not far away, a figure landed lightly on the ground, his face brimmed with killing intent as he quietly drew his sword. At that moment, Damien, who had been sitting casually atop a tree, remarked that he had thought his neck would snap from waiting for so long. The instant he finished speaking, the branch beneath him was abruptly severed. Damien dropped down enthusiastically, commenting with amusement that this must be what they called middle class, since his opponent's reactions were indeed quick. Jacques questioned whether Damien had known he was tailing him. Damien raised a red orb and responded with a faint smile that he had known all along, and that he was also aware Jacques had come specifically for that item. Upon seeing this, Jacques, who had been holding his sword, froze. He stated coldly that, as expected, the spirit heart had indeed been in Damien's possession. Damien replied with interest that it was only natural, as he was the victor of the tournament. Jacques frowned irritably and asked how Damien had known he was after it. Damien pointed to his own head with a look of disdain and explained that it had been simple to deduce. He elaborated that if Jacques' sole objective had truly been to arrange the marriage between Jackson Cutter and Lady Olivia, then he would not have been so obsessed with forcing the foolish Jackson into victory, nor would he have resorted to something as dangerous as black magic. Hearing this, Jacques' expression twisted with discomfort. Damien then pointed at him scornfully and added that Jacques' true objective had always been the prize bestowed upon the winner, remarking mockingly that such a defunct promise was chilling. Jacques raised his sword gloomily and declared that, in that case, things worked out nicely. He added that with the cult crawling everywhere, he had thought sneaking back in would be difficult, but following Damien just in case had proven to be the right decision, since he could simply kill him and take the prize. Damien sneered and responded that if Jacques truly believed he could do that, then he should try. He drew his sword as well, openly challenging him to take it. Jacques immediately swung his blade, unleashing a twisting slash. Damien reacted swiftly, raising his sword to block the incoming attacks from multiple angles. Suddenly, Jacques' sword thrust directly toward Damien's eye. Damien hurriedly lifted his blade into a circular guard, and the collision forced him back a short distance. Noticing the tear in his sleeve, Damien silently assessed his opponent, thinking that even among the middle class, Jacques was top tier, with no wasted force in his movements and razor-sharp strikes. Jacques expressed surprise, remarking that it was astonishing for a mere low-class fighter to withstand his attacks to such an extent, but declared that this was as far as Damien would go. Immediately afterward, a mysterious purple energy enveloped Jacques' body. He stepped forward, prompting Damien to narrow his eyes in shock as he realized that it was the return sword technique. On the opposite side, the energy manifested several floating shadows identical to Jacques himself. The clones spoke in unison, asking whether Damien found it astonishing, and explained that this sword art was a swordmaster's technique Jacques had restored over the course of his entire life. They twisted their sword tips and added that all of their swords were both false and real, and that with Damien's senses, he would not be able to distinguish which one was the original. Finally, they declared that within Damien Hoxon's ignorance, he would die there. Immediately afterward, the entire group surged forward at once, launching a coordinated assault while simultaneously unleashing techniques known as the Return Sword and the False True Mirage Sword. On the opposing side, Damien lightly tapped the body of his sword and silently infused it with energy. Soon after, an overwhelming power began spreading outward from the sword's tip. Using the blade as the focal point, the surge swept away every single one of Jacques' clones. Witnessing this scene, Jacques stared in stunned disbelief. As the dust and smoke dispersed, only Damien and Jacques remained, standing face to face. Overcome with terror, Jacques cried out in shock, insisting that what he had just seen was impossible. Deep within his heart, he frantically realized that this was the very technique that had once blocked Jackson's blade. Damien then mocked him coldly, remarking that Jacques was making an absurd amount of noise over something as trivial as a simple sword art. Hearing this, Jacques ground his teeth in fury. He angrily retorted, unable to accept that his technique had been dismissed as trivial. In response, Damien gave a light, disdainful smile and casually questioned whether that was truly how the technique was meant to be used. Afterward, Damien calmly stepped forward. At that sight, Jacques' eyes widened in horror. From the opposite side, several silhouettes began to appear, and moments later, thousands of Damien's clones manifested proudly before him. Trembling, Jacques pointed forward and demanded to know how Damien had managed to use the false true Mirage sword. Damien replied with complete ease, explaining that he had merely tried copying Jacques, and to his surprise, it had worked. Jacques felt his scalp prickle as he shouted in disbelief, questioning whether Damien was truly claiming that he had simply copied it. At that moment, memories began flooding Jacques' mind. He recalled how, since childhood, he had believed himself to be a genius, until the instant he encountered a true genius, at which point that delusion had been shattered in a single blow. As these thoughts surfaced, Jacques clutched his chest in agony. In disbelief, he exclaimed that this could not be happening, and demanded to know how Damien could defeat him so effortlessly. Damien merely glanced upward indifferently and gave a non-committal response. That single reaction made Jacques feel as though his heart had stopped for a brief moment. Damien then continued, stating once again that he had simply done it, and that it had worked. After reflecting on everything, Jacques sank into despair. He realized that he had never been a true genius, only someone slightly more gifted than others. He concluded that this was likely when everything had begun. In order to compensate for his lack of talent and catch up to those labeled as geniuses, he had scoured everywhere for elixirs and master-level techniques. If it meant becoming stronger, he had been willing to stop at nothing. After more than 10 arduous years, he had finally managed to reach the middle class. Thinking this far, Jacques clenched his sword hilt unwillingly. With bloodshot eyes, he angrily questioned how the techniques he had barely mastered after a lifetime of struggle could be dismissed so casually as something Damien had merely copied. Standing opposite him, Damien completely ignored the accusation. He lazily waved the sword in his hand and complained that the whole thing had been a waste of mana. Seeing that, Jacques erupted in uncontrollable rage and began screaming hysterically. He cursed Damien madly, shouting with all his remaining strength. In response, Damien calmly walked past him and casually swung his blade, cleanly severing Jacques' neck in a single motion. With indifference, Damien muttered that he had no idea what Jacques was rambling about, adding that according to Jacques' own standards, he had merely imitated what already existed. Concluding that he should go get some sleep, Damien walked away, his figure gradually disappearing into the distance. Damien casually swept his sword through, and Jacques was utterly shocked as his head was severed from his neck. Damien spoke in a light, indifferent tone, remarking that he had no idea what Jacques was talking about, and that there was no point in wasting time on such a pathetic story. Damien's back gradually disappeared into the distance, and he tiredly muttered that he would just go to sleep. Suddenly, Damien halted his steps. He turned back with a provocative smirk and added that if one defeated an enemy, they should farm them. Under the moonlight that illuminated the entire night sky, Damien calmly wondered aloud whether there might be anything useful to gain. 1 month later, at a mansion, Olivia was carrying a wash basin while wiping the sweat from her forehead, letting out a sigh of relief. Seeing this, the maids hurried over in a fluster, insisting that she should leave such chores to them and reassuring her that it was their responsibility. Olivia responded calmly that it was fine and that she could handle that much on her own. From a distance, another voice called out, telling her to leave it to them and go rest. Upon seeing who it was, Olivia responded in surprise, addressing the person as her mother. She then gently asked where her mother was going. Her mother replied kindly that she had heard the stablemaster Silence's wife was pregnant and that she intended to stop by. Hearing this, Olivia exclaimed excitedly that it was wonderful news and suggested that they bring food that would be good for her health. Her mother happily agreed, saying it was a good idea, and asked whether Olivia would come along as well. Olivia smiled and replied that she would like that very much. The two continued chatting cheerfully, with Olivia mentioning that she had noticed the previous day that the windmill blades were quite worn and suggesting that it would be good to repair them before winter arrived. Her mother responded thoughtfully, agreeing and saying they should tell Olivia's father about it later. From inside, near the window, Paul and Damien stood quietly watching the scene. Paul remarked with appreciation that thanks to Olivia, managing the territory had become much easier. Damien agreed, adding that the servants were grateful for how carefully Paul oversaw everything. Recalling the moment when he and his wife had first stared at Olivia in astonishment, Paul spoke nostalgically, saying that she adapted very quickly. He reflected that when they first met, he had been truly surprised that a count's daughter had personally come with half of her family's territory and declared that she would marry Abel. As he spoke, the image of Olivia smiling warmly as she greeted everyone surfaced in his mind. Paul then spoke softly, saying that in just 1 month, she had naturally become part of their family and that she truly was someone remarkable. He stroked his chin with a sinister smile and added that thanks to Olivia, they had crushed the pride of those who used to look down on their family at social gatherings, calling her a true blessing. Seeing this, Damien could only give a helpless, awkward smile. Paul then spoke up again and called Damien's name, and Damien immediately replied in a serious tone that he was listening, addressing him as his father. With his hands clasped behind his back, Paul suggested that Damien should start looking for a partner as well. Damien froze and exclaimed in disbelief, wondering why this was being brought up so suddenly. Paul reached out, grabbed the curtain, and yanked it open, revealing a board filled with information. He enthusiastically explained that it was not sudden at all, saying that Damien had become quite famous lately, so matchmaking offers were pouring in, and urged him to take a look at the list. He even asked what kind of style his son liked. Damien was left speechless and thought to himself that he had wondered why his father had called him over that morning, realizing that this must have been the reason. Hesitantly, he apologized and said that marriage still felt too early for him. Paul immediately retorted in confusion, questioning what kind of foolish talk that was. He shook his head and insisted that there were marriages that happened too late, but never ones that happened too early. He went on at length, emphasizing that above all, a man needed to settle down to gain stability. He reminisced about his own youth, saying that he had rejected countless noble ladies and chosen Damien's mother instead, before clearing his throat and concluding that Damien should meet a good person soon as well. He added that if Damien's younger brother got married while Damien remained single, it would not look good in the eyes of others. Faced with this, Damien could only remain silent, forcing a stiff smile. Suddenly, Paul called out Damien's name in irritation. At that moment, Damien smashed through the window and flew outside, thinking that the holidays were still far away. Stopping at a spot not far from the mansion, Damien wiped the sweat from his face and let out a sigh, saying that he could not believe his father had suddenly brought that up. He scoffed bitterly at the thought of himself getting married, then sighed again and reflected that he had never even dreamed of something like that. His expression darkened slightly. He rose onto the tips of his toes and stared at the dark stain on the ground, thinking that worrying about such things was itself a luxury for someone like him. The image of his past life as a death knight surfaced in his mind. Back then, he had slaughtered countless people, his sword soaked in blood. His thoughts began to flow, acknowledging that even if it had not been by his own will and had been done under Dorgo's control, the fact remained that he had killed someone's children, siblings, and parents with his own hands. For a murderer like himself, he believed there was no way he deserved such happiness. With hatred, Damien clenched his teeth and made a firm vow in his heart that more than anything else, he needed to grow stronger as soon as possible, and that killing Dorgo came first. At that instant, a book appeared in his hands. He flipped through its pages while murmuring to himself that it was the Baolseong Jigwang medicine, also known as the Felling Nature Madness drug, a new monocultivation method discovered after defeating Jacques Noir. He noted that unlike typical methods where one sat still and absorbed mana, this was a unique technique that allowed mana absorption even while moving the body. Although its principles were complex and it had the drawback of absorbing only a small amount of mana, he thought that if he combined it with existing cultivation methods, he might be able to create something quite effective. Damien silently calculated further, thinking that if he could properly absorb the heart of the spirit on top of that, he could definitely grow stronger at an incredible speed in a short amount of time. Tugging at his arm, he wondered whether he should stretch his body a bit after such a long time. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. Damien paused slightly when he heard it. Victor came running over in a panic, calling him young master and reporting that a guest had arrived. Damien felt suspicious and wondered how they had known he was there. He then turned his head and questioned what kind of guest it was, frowning as he sensed that this felt like a bad development. Back at the mansion, the door to the room opened slightly as Damien and Victor stepped inside quietly. The other party greeted Damien softly, saying it had been a while. Damien sighed inwardly, thinking that this was exactly what he had expected. Agnes stood up in a hurry and apologized for coming so suddenly. Damien responded awkwardly, then leaned close to Victor and whispered that next time he should just say he was not there, leaving Victor looking back at him in confusion. Damien then seriously asked what had brought her here so suddenly, while inwardly noting that the atmosphere felt unusual. Agnes hesitated before saying that she needed to ask him a difficult favor. Damien echoed her words in surprise, questioning what kind of difficult favor it was. Lowering her gaze, Agnes explained that they had finally identified the location of the dungeon belonging to the man known as Corpse Play. Damien frowned and repeated the name in disbelief, carefully concluding that they had continued chasing him and had finally found him. Agnes grabbed Damien's hand tightly and earnestly said that this was why she was asking him. Damien responded in confusion, prompting her to look at him with a pleading voice and beg him. She went on to implore him to lend them his strength in order to subdue their archenemy, Corpse Play. The window was half open. Damien crouched and landed lightly on the ground, his eyes darting around as he cautiously scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, a voice called out and addressed him as the young master, causing him to widen his eyes in shock. Not far away, Victor stood gripping a broom with an intimidating aura, staring at him intently as he demanded to know where Damien was going so early in the morning. Feeling uneasy, Damien averted his gaze and awkwardly explained that he was merely heading out for some early morning exercise. Victor immediately rejected the excuse, accusing him of lying and stating that he was clearly sneaking out because of Lady Agnes's request. He questioned whether Damien was truly planning to join such a dangerous subjugation squad. Damien, seeing no point in denying it, calmly admitted that Victor was right. Victor hesitated before earnestly pleading with him, saying that he truly wished Damien would not go this time. Although he acknowledged Damien's skills, he added that a necromancer's dungeon was notoriously dangerous, and above all, the Viscount would never grant his permission. Damien remained silent for a moment, then stroked his chin and agreed that his father would indeed never allow it. With a light, evasive smile, he explained that this was precisely why he was sneaking out and suggested that Victor pretend he had seen nothing. Victor cried out in frustration, calling him young master as he rushed forward and raised his broom to block the way. He insisted that he could not allow Damien to go and declared that he would never send him into a place that was practically a death trap, adding that Damien absolutely could not. Before he could finish speaking, he was struck hard on the back of the neck and collapsed unconscious. Lifting Victor's limp body, Damien casually remarked that Victor was surprisingly heavy and teased that he should lose some weight. After placing him against a nearby wall and seeing him foaming slightly at the mouth, Damien brushed off his hands and reassured him that there was no need to worry, stating confidently that he would not be taken down by something like Corpse Play. With a sinister smile, he added that this was the perfect opportunity to cut off one of Porgo's limbs, and that he could not afford to miss it. Waving cheerfully as he prepared to leave, he told Victor to make sure to put in a good word with his father for him. Several hours later, a woman extended her hand and greeted Damien, introducing herself as Margata, a second-class paladin of the Order of the Burning One, and saying that it was nice to meet him. Damien, observing her, silently noted how enormous she was. He responded politely, returning the greeting and introducing himself as Damien Haxon. As their handshake proved unexpectedly powerful, he reflected that a second-class paladin possessed skill comparable to a middle-class combatant, and that the aura she radiated was far from ordinary. Margata spoke amicably, admitting that this might sound rude, but she had not expected Damien to actually show up, especially considering that the dungeon had been created by corpse play. Zeke chimed in, explaining that he could not exactly refuse Sir Agnes's request and that, moreover, he harbored a considerable grudge against necromancers. Hearing this, Margata leaned closer to Agnes and teased her, saying that she had been worried since Agnes knew nothing about men, but it seemed she had chosen well after all. Agnes, flustered, protested shyly and told her senior to stop speaking nonsense and to simply give Sir Damien that. Margata calmly drew her sword, clicking her tongue as she remarked that it was a bit of a waste, but that it could not be helped. She held it out toward Damien and told him to take it. Damien accepted it blankly and asked what it was. As he gently drew the blade from its sheath and saw it shine with a dazzling light, his eyes widened in astonishment. Margata smiled and explained that it was a holy sword. Staring at the blade in a daze, Damien reflected that a holy sword was a weapon forged from rare metal, tempered countless times by dwarven masters and infused with divine power by priests over many years, and that simply holding it made all his fatigue seem to melt away. Delighted, he commented that, as expected, it was incredible. Margata laughed heartily and explained that Agnes had begged their master to allow her to take it, saying that if Damien was joining the subjugation, she had to give him a proper reward. Hearing this, Agnes lowered her head shyly. Margata continued, noting that even so, it was rare to lend a holy sword to an outsider so easily, before adding teasingly that their junior disciple was completely head over heels for Sir Damien. Before she could even finish speaking, Agnes delivered several affectionate kicks to her in quick succession. Blushing deeply, Agnes told her in a hushed voice that she had already warned her to stop talking nonsense. Seeing this, Margata burst into loud laughter and remarked that she had better stop before Agnes truly became angry. She then casually added that although the item was not top tier, it was still priceless and advised Sir Damien to make good use of it. Hearing this, Damien responded with sincere gratitude. Agnes, feeling shy, softly addressed him as Sir Damien and added that she was once again thankful for his willingness to accept their request. Damien replied calmly that it was nothing, then asked if she could explain the current situation in detail. Agnes answered seriously that she would explain everything while they were inside the carriage. After that, the group climbed into the carriage. As it began to move, Agnes started recalling the events from a few weeks earlier in the Nofri Mountains. She described how several knights had been walking along a forest path, chatting as they went, noting with unease that it was already the third person to have gone missing and wondering aloud what on earth was happening in such a quiet countryside village. One of them admitted that he had no idea and lamented the situation. Suddenly, the dog leading the way became agitated and retreated backward. Seeing it tremble uncontrollably, the two knights cried out in alarm, asking what was wrong with it all of a sudden. At that moment, the agonized voice of someone echoed through the forest, repeating that it hurt. One of the knights frowned and asked whether the other had heard it as well, remarking that it had sounded like a human voice. The groaning continued, repeating that it hurt, and at the same time, a massive dark silhouette slowly emerged from the opposite direction. The knights stared in shock, barely able to react. As they heard the creature utter broken, ominous words about playing with corpses, both knights began to tremble in terror. When they saw that its body bore the anguished faces of many people, the two screamed in sheer horror. After their screams rang out, a flock of crows flapped their wings and took flight. As the carriage continued onward in the present, someone explained that the dungeon's location had been identified by local soldiers who had been searching for the missing farmers. Damien stroked his chin thoughtfully, feeling that something about the situation was suspicious. He analyzed that for corpse play to lose their test subjects so easily, especially when they had never left any trail before, did not make sense. Margata agreed with his assessment, saying that even headquarters suspected it might be a trap. Damien then asked curiously whether they were still sending a subjugation squad regardless. She replied decisively that they were, but emphasized that headquarters was not acting recklessly. She explained that, assuming it was a trap, they had gathered elite members from 3 different orders. Damien questioned this further, pointing out that the elites of 3 orders constituted enough power to topple an entire nation, and asked why they had still sought his help as well. Agnes hesitated before admitting that it was because of her. Hearing this, Damien turned to her with suspicion. Lowering her gaze, Agnes explained that her master had originally opposed sending them on the mission, judging it to be far too dangerous, but she had pleaded with him, insisting that she absolutely had to participate. Damien remained silent as he listened. Margata then added that because the decision had been made at the last minute, only she and Agnes were able to come from their order. She explained that their master had suggested allowing them to go if they could bolster their forces, even if that meant bringing in an outsider, and stated plainly that if Damien had not accepted the offer, she would not have allowed Agnes to join either. Hearing all this, Damien finally expressed that he understood. He glanced at Agnes and, in his thoughts, admitted that although he could not tell anyone, he already knew how this subjugation would end. He recalled that in his past life, a massive subjugation squad had been mobilized in the same way, and the result had been total annihilation. As he reflected further, he remembered that through the words left behind by a single paladin who had barely survived, the true reason for that outcome had eventually become known. Looking out at the scenery beyond the carriage window, Damien pondered what that paladin had said. As images of each squad member surfaced in his mind, he reached a grim conclusion. Among the members of the subjugation squad, there had been a traitor. Thin clouds drifted high above as distant mountains faded into the mist, while deep green forests enveloped the entire area. Upon arriving, Margata excitedly announced that they had reached their destination and confirmed that this was the place. At the subjugation force camp, Damien quietly cast his gaze over the knights bustling about ahead. As he observed each of their expressions, he thoughtfully noted to himself that they appeared relatively well-trained. After looking around for a while, he further assessed that there were quite a few paladins who seemed to be only at a low-class level. Soon after, his thoughts grew heavier as he reflected that the Order had clearly gone all out for this subjugation. At that moment, Margata loudly called out to Damien, urging him to come over. Damien immediately acknowledged her and proceeded to follow the two of them with long strides. After entering a tent, Margata cheerfully greeted the people inside, remarking that they had already arrived and expressing her pleasure at seeing them again after such a long time. Gamal, a second-class paladin of the Swirling Blizzard Order, crossed his arms and voiced his dissatisfaction, complaining that Margata was late yet again. Dionisio, a third-class paladin of the same order, hesitantly tried to intervene and calm the situation. Margata sat down and laughed reassuringly, explaining that she had made a quick stop and joking that she would not be late next time. Gamal responded with deep suspicion, dismissing it as the same old excuse and expressing doubt over whether she even intended to keep her vow. Margata laughed loudly in response, teasing Gamal by saying that his bad temper was the real problem and warning him that constantly scowling like that would give him wrinkles on his forehead. Gamal, clearly irritated, retorted that instead of apologizing, she was spouting nonsense, which was exactly what he expected from members of the Scorchers, whom he described as ignorant and rude as always. Hearing this, Margata grew visibly angry and sternly warned him to watch his mouth. She declared that while he could insult her personally as much as he liked, she would not tolerate any disrespect toward her sect. Gamal angrily fired back, questioning whether he had said anything wrong and arguing that if her sect's teachings were truly respectable, she would not be behaving in such a manner. Margata continued to provoke him, remarking that although Black Snow had been thoroughly defeated by her master, it was petty for Gamal to still hold a grudge over it. Enraged, Gamal slammed the table and shouted in protest, demanding to know exactly when his master had ever been beaten so badly. Witnessing the heated argument, Damien asked in confusion who that man was. Agnes leaned in and quietly explained that it was Gamal, a disciple of Black Snow and a second-class paladin of the Swirling Blizzard Order. Upon hearing this, Damien responded calmly that he understood. Meanwhile, Margata puckered her lips and mockingly stated that regardless of anything else, the fact remained that Black Snow had lost to her master. Gamal furiously shouted back that his master had only been exhausted at the time due to completing a crucial mission. Seeing that neither side was willing to back down, Damien helplessly thought to himself that the two sects clearly did not get along at all. Just then, another person stepped forward to mediate, asking everyone to stop fighting. Sanus, a second-class paladin of the Dazzling Agony Order, spoke in a gentle tone, advising them not to waste their anger on each other and stating that such rage should be saved for tearing apart the filthy black mages hiding in the dungeon. Margata turned toward him and warmly welcomed him, remarking that it had been a long time since they last met. On the other side, Agnes quietly introduced him to Damien, explaining that the man was Sir Sanus, a disciple of Radiance and a member of the Dazzling Agony Order. Sanus sat down and asked curiously who the gentleman over there was, remarking that the man did not look like a paladin to him. Damien, noticing this, merely returned the stare with an indifferent expression. Margata then looked at him and introduced him, explaining that he was Sir Damien Haxon. Gamal froze in shock and exclaimed in disbelief, asking whether this was the knight who had taken down a Uran executive. Sanus, equally astonished, asked if this was the same Damien Haxon who had fought two black mages at once. Margata responded enthusiastically, saying that it was impressive, and proudly added that Agnes herself had personally recruited him, joking that although she had thought Agnes was clueless, she turned out to be quite the man-charmer, laughing afterward. Hearing this, Agnes became embarrassed and hurriedly protested, calling out to her senior sister. Suddenly, someone raised a hand and asked them to wait a moment. Dionisio reacted in surprise and questioned whether they were saying that an outside force was being added to the subjugation team. Margata immediately explained that Damien was not just some outsider, stating that Sir Damien had made significant contributions to the order and had therefore been designated as an associate. Upon hearing this, the man frowned in disdain and remarked that this meant Damien was just a mercenary after all. Agnes showed clear displeasure at this remark. Gamal then spoke calmly, saying that his junior had a point and questioning whether it was dangerous to recklessly accept an outsider into such a critical operation. Agnes clenched her fists and angrily demanded to know what he meant by dangerous. With his arms crossed, Gamal replied that an outsider might have ulterior motives, adding that black mages had been known to plant spies within the order before. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Margata slammed her fist down on the table and angrily shouted at Gamal to watch his mouth, warning him that he was crossing the line. Seeing this, Damien reflected silently to himself, noting that Gamal was simply being cautious. Sanis then calmly expressed his own opinion, apologizing but saying that he agreed with Gamal, as adding an unverified force did indeed seem risky. Margata frowned and asked whether even Sanus felt the same way. Gamal then coolly addressed Damien directly and asked if he could ask him something. He explained that the Paladins had joined the force to purge heretics and prove God's greatness, and asked what Damien's reason was for joining the subjugation. Damien fell silent, thinking to himself that he needed to answer carefully if he wanted to gain their trust, wondering what he should say. He then hesitantly began to respond, saying that as for the reason, before he could finish, someone suddenly burst in and shouted urgent news, reporting that the scouts had encountered a flesh golem halfway up the mountain. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned to shock. Elsewhere, the face of a child was seen screaming and crying in despair, calling out for their mother and asking where she was. A bald knight muttered a curse under his breath in frustration. The monster continued to howl gloomily, repeatedly calling for its mother, saying that it was dark, that it hurt terribly, and begging for help. The knight cried out in horror, wondering how such a horrific creature could even exist. Suddenly, a stream of blue energy lashed directly into the monster's body. It recoiled and snarled, screaming that it hurt and demanding to know why they were tormenting them, warning them not to touch it. The knight froze in fear at the sight. At that very moment, the monster struck him and sent him flying, screaming that it would kill him. The knight cried out in agony. Just then, Margata appeared and blocked the attack, shouting for him to pull himself together. Gamal rushed forward and shouted urgently, telling Margata to look ahead. In front of them, the monster's body released an eerie blue miasma that spread everywhere, withering grass and plants alike. Margata cried out in shock that it was poison and ordered everyone to shield their bodies with holy power. The others quickly complied. Gamal cursed loudly, saying that it was too strong and that they needed to focus on defense until the attack ended. When he noticed Damien standing in front of him, Gamal reacted in confusion. Everyone stared in shock and cried out Damien's name, unable to believe that he was pushing back such potent poison using only his aura. As Damien stepped forward, the monster growled and asked whether he was going to hurt them too, repeatedly telling him to stay back. Immediately afterward, it opened its mouth and spewed thousands of poisonous needles straight toward Damien. Seeing this, Damien calmly stepped forward. At the exact moment the monster raised its fist to strike, Damien lifted his sword and stabbed straight through its hand. He then coldly asked whether this was the reason they wanted to know why he was there. Under Gamal's stunned gaze, Damien continued, explaining that Agido, that damned black mage, had cursed his family's estate and attempted to slaughter every last one of them. He stated that after experiencing something like that at the hands of a black mage, killing just one of them was not enough to satisfy him. As he spoke, Damien drove his blade even deeper, piercing straight into the monster's core. Watching the monster's hand freeze in place, Damien continued, declaring that until every single one of those black mages was dead, he would not stop. Upon hearing this, Gamal's face filled with terror. Damien then cleaved the monster apart and added coldly that he would never stop. In a chamber filled with skulls and human corpses hanging from iron chains, Delrant sat silently before an enormous mirror. At that moment, someone approached and shouted at him, demanding to know why he had exposed their position and pointing out that the Order's holy knights were camped right outside. Another person also raised his voice, accusing him of planning to sever their last lifeline with his own hands when only the three of them remained in Euron. Ignoring their fury, Delrant remained seated and mockingly replied that he was merely carrying out his master's command. He explained that, as his master had decreed to shake the kingdom, wiping out the Order's military strength first was only natural. The man with the scar over his eye angrily questioned him again, asking whether he was going to continue with this nonsense about him and whether he even remembered the last time that person had responded. Hearing that, Delrant turned his head and glared at him in warning, asking if he was mocking his master and wondering aloud whether his master would be pleased if he fashioned a flesh golem out of a dark mage. The scarred man hesitated and clenched his teeth, while the man with teal hair stammered nervously, asking what Delrant was talking about. Suddenly, a shadow appeared and grabbed both of their heads before slamming them straight into the ground. Delrant calmly ordered that the procedure would begin immediately and instructed Kite to take the scarred man to the sealing chamber, asking if he understood. Kite remained silent, grabbed the scarred man by the hair, and dragged his body away. Staring intently at a glowing purple sphere, Delrant excitedly declared that this time he must craft a true masterpiece worthy of satisfying his master, adding that the corpse of an exceptional holy knight would surely earn his master's response once more. Afterward, he manipulated the monster from the previous battle using invisible threads, forcing it to rise again. Suddenly, Delrant widened his eyes slightly in surprise. Upon seeing Damien emitting a blue aura while standing opposite the monster, he muttered in astonishment that there was someone among them who was not a holy knight. Shortly after, the image of Damien's sword piercing the monster's core appeared within the sphere. Observing this scene, Delrant exclaimed in disbelief, marveling that Damien had located and pierced the core in a single strike. He expressed astonishment that someone who was not even a holy knight had dismantled the trial he had prepared so easily. He then raised his trembling hand and embraced his face in excitement, wondering what exquisite material Damien was. Waving his hand enthusiastically, he declared that he wished to be granted a moment, promising that he would certainly capture and forge the finest material imaginable. Gazing at Damien's image reflected in the mirror, he proclaimed excitedly that Damien would become the greatest masterpiece of his life. The next day, in the middle of a forest, Gamal stood atop a large rock and instructed everyone to listen carefully. Leaning on his spear, he seriously stated that if they were to succeed in the subjugation, each of them had to fulfill their role and duty without fail. Gamal then outlined the plan, explaining that he would lead the charge while the blended snowstorm division would carve open a path. He continued by stating that the burners division would remain at the rear to brace for any ambush from behind, while the blinding pain division would advance in the center by supporting both front and rear using their divine authority. Witnessing this, Damien silently reflected that it was a solid deployment which made excellent use of each sect's distinct authority, and he found it impressive. Agnes clenched her hand and bitterly remarked that it was unfortunate she had been assigned to rear support, insisting that she should have been at the vanguard executing heretics. Suddenly, someone stepped forward and declared that he would clear out the minor enemies and open the way. Recognizing him, Agnes called out in surprise upon seeing Dionisio. Dionisio extended his hand and urged her to conserve her strength for the greater battle. He then turned to Damien, placing his hand over his chest and praising Damien's performance from the previous day as truly remarkable. Damien politely responded that Dionisio was flattering him. However, Dionisio warned that although everyone seemed to acknowledge Damien after that display, he was not entirely convinced. Damien internally remarked that Dionisio's gaze was unnecessarily wary. Dionisio frowned and cautioned that an outsider would always remain an outsider, adding that he intended to observe Damien until the very end. Hearing this, Damien lowered his eyes indifferently and replied that he would keep that in mind. Agnes, dissatisfied with the exchange, ordered Dionisio to stop his idle chatter and return to his position. The two of them continued arguing, with Dionisio insisting that he was only worried about her, while Agnes criticized him for remaining immature no matter how much time passed. Watching the scene, Damien smiled faintly and thought that before capturing the corpse puppeteer, hunting down the traitor within the order might prove amusing. While considering this, he turned and gently asked Agnes whether they should depart to hunt the corpse puppeteer. Seeing her expression darken, Damien further wondered whether they would also uncover the reason behind Agnes's boundless hatred. Sometime later, a creature was seen trapped within layers of blue ice, its distorted face screaming. At that moment, Dionisio and Gamal swiftly charged forward, swinging their spears and slicing the creature's body apart inside the frozen mass. The two of them continued their assault, carving the monster into numerous pieces. Watching snowflakes drift gently downward, Damien extended his hand and absent-mindedly reflected that no matter how many times he witnessed it, the power remained fascinating. As a snowflake landed on his palm, he quietly concluded that even he could not replicate such an ability, acknowledging the divine authority of the order. Damien silently recalled that each sect's authority carried its own distinct nature, and that he had once clashed fiercely with the 5 saints who stood at its pinnacle. At that moment, Sanus skipped over and leaned close, asking what he thought and remarking that Blended Snowstorm was among the strongest sects within the order. She cast him a meaningful glance and added that, although their pride was somewhat excessive, they were perhaps overcompensating because they were conscious of his feat the day before and the suspicion that had surrounded him. Damien responded leisurely that he did not particularly mind. Sanus then continued mockingly, commenting on how cleanly they killed in order to show mercy to the creations of filthy heretics, and remarked that if it had been her, she would have torn out their entrails one by one and minced them before ending them. Hearing this, Damien cautiously thought that such behavior was to be expected of the disciple of Radiance, the most fanatical among the 5 saints, and that even this one was unhinged. Sanus then calmly reflected that when she had witnessed his skill the day before, along with the look in his eyes, she had known with certainty that his hatred for dark mages was genuine. She brightened with excitement and added that their blinding pain sect always welcomed those as sacred and powerful as he was. Damien, breaking into a cold sweat, wondered in alarm whether she was implying what he feared. Sanus, visibly thrilled, asked whether he would consider devoting himself to their sect. Damien stood firm as a wall and replied that he must decline. Sanus, disappointed, asked why he would not, arguing that as one of their holy knights he would become the most faithful servant of the glorious god. Hearing this, Damien cast his eyes aside and sighed in weary frustration, thinking about how many more times he would have to endure this same pattern when dealing with holy knights. Sanus continued by claiming that, above all, even his insufficient mana capacity would be resolved. Upon hearing this, Damien's expression filled with astonishment, and he pondered that an increase in mana capacity was admittedly tempting. Resting her chin on her hand, Sanus attempted to entice him further by explaining that holy knights could be granted divine power according to the depth of their faith, and that each time they executed a filthy heretic, the merciful god bestowed divine power upon them. She then asked whether that did not sound enticing. Damien, maintaining his composure, thought that there was still a problem, and then stated with satisfaction that he was fine as he was and that he was not yet worthy to act as the vessel of divine wrath. As he spoke, he silently calculated that his lack of mana capacity would be remedied once he completed the mana circulation method and fully absorbed the spirit's heart, and that he would not become the Order's hound for such a trivial reason. Afterward, he walked alongside them and explained that, for the time being, he wandered the world in pursuit of the footsteps of God. Seeing this, Sanus covered her face in admiration and exclaimed that he possessed such a noble heart and spirit. Ahead of them, Margada turned around and teasingly told Agnes to look, suggesting that at this rate they might lose Damien to them. Agnes stammered in response, insisting that she had merely been preaching and that it had just been ordinary preaching, nervously asking if that was not correct. Suddenly, Sanus spoke sweetly, remarking that Sir Damien was becoming more and more desirable. Hearing this, Damien felt utterly horrified. Sanus then coyly added that failing to possess what she desired was simply not to her taste, and suggested that later they might slip away together. As she spoke, she slightly parted her clothing. Damien, witnessing this, remained silent. He quietly raised his hand and summoned his sword, then lunged forward and cut straight through Sanus's body in a single strike. Seeing this scene, Agnes and Margada immediately froze in shock. Witnessing the scene, Damien rushed forward and slashed through Sanus. Agnes and Margada were stunned and turned to look. At that moment, Sanus froze as the cold, blazing soul energy of Damien surged forth, cutting through the chest of an invisible monster standing behind Sanus. After being struck, the creature shrieked in agony. Sanus turned back in astonishment and wondered aloud whether there was a golem capable of concealing its form. Damien, holding his sword at the ready and frowning, remarked that its armor was remarkably resilient and that he would dispose of it. Before he could finish, Sanus immediately waved the book in her hand. Instantly, a violent surge of energy erupted from the monster's body. Maintaining her friendly posture, she stated that she was in the middle of proselytizing and politely requested that he refrain from interrupting. Seeing this, Damien pondered in astonishment that she possessed enough authority to incapacitate a high-tier flash golem with a single book. At that moment, Agnes and Margada rushed over, each shouting in turn that there was an enemy raid from the rear and that they would respond, while also calling for Sanus to return to her position. Hearing this, both Damien and Sanus looked back in surprise. After subduing the monsters, Sanus leisurely remarked that it was a pity and suggested that they make time again on another occasion. Not far away, Agnes kept staring intently at them. Meanwhile, Sanus enthusiastically raised 3 fingers and mentioned that they also offered a 3-month intensive scripture program for outsiders. Damien politely declined. However, under Agnes's gaze, the atmosphere surrounding the two seemed tinged with a pink hue, causing her to purse her lips bitterly. At the same time, Margada landed and asked with concern whether Sir Damien was unharmed. He calmly replied that he was fine, and that he would lend his assistance as well. Margada then placed her hands on her hips, looked ahead, and insisted that they should leave it to her. Simultaneously, Agnes slowly stepped forward to the opposite side. Observing her overwhelming presence, Margada casually remarked that they needed to lower the blood pressure at their estate after all. Stopping before the group of monsters, Agnes slowly gathered blue energy into both fists. The monsters were visibly shaken. Watching this, Damien calmly reflected that she had been the foremost disciple of the Azure Flame. Shortly afterward, with her eyes shining brightly, Agnes clenched her fists and charged forward. Blue energy erupted around her arms, forming a sharp slash that cut through the monsters. Their eyes rolled back, and several of their heads were severed from their necks. Blue flames engulfed and incinerated their bodies. Gazing at Agnes standing amid the blue radiance, her slender figure filled with strength, Damien thought to himself that among the 5 great saints, if Luminance had been the most vexing opponent, then the Azure Flame had been the strongest. Not long after, the cave returned to its original quiet state. Gamal suggested that they sweep each entrance together, but before he could finish, Margada immediately objected that it was far too inefficient. Sanus agreed and added that they should divide the forces and proceed accordingly. Watching them continue to debate, Damien remarked in boredom that the discussion was dragging on. Seeing this, Agnes gently suggested that since it might take a while, she would fetch some food. At that moment, someone approached and stated that it would not be necessary. Agnes and Damien immediately turned to look. Dionisio presented what he was holding and gently explained that he had already prepared his sister's meal. Agnes accepted it and politely thanked him. Turning to Damien, Dionisio, wearing a displeased expression, coldly suggested that Sir Damien should take one as well. Damien responded half-heartedly with his thanks. After handing over the food, Dionisio hurriedly turned and left, but not before casting a sharp, resentful glance at the two of them. Meanwhile, Agnes earnestly reminded Damien that a great battle awaited and urged him to make sure he ate properly. Hearing this, Damien asked whether she meant corpse revelry. She answered firmly that she did and stated that they had come all this way to kill him. Watching Agnes bite into the meat in anger, Damien fell silent in thought for a moment before curiously asking why she was so fixated on corpse revelry. Agnes widened her eyes in surprise and, flustered, remarked that he asked about personal matters so casually and commented on how indifferent he was, even questioning whether he was a capital T type. Inside the cave, their conversation continued as one of them stated that she need not tell him, while the other responded that he had come at her request and that it would be discourteous of her to conceal it. Agnes then gently asked whether she had previously spoken about the village ravaged by corpse revelry. Damien nodded and replied that he remembered and that every resident had been slain. Agnes then sadly revealed that she had been one of the survivors from that day. Hearing this, Damien was utterly shocked and could hardly believe it. Agnes bitterly recounted that on that day, her elder brother, a holy knight, had come home on leave. She explained that whenever he returned, she would stay up all night listening to tales of the order, but on that day, they had been unable to do so. At that time, Agnes's older brother stood inside the house and slightly opened the door to observe the outside. The area beyond was swarming with undead roaming throughout the neighborhood, moving back and forth without leaving. Inside, Agnes's brother placed his hand gently on her head and urgently told her to hide there and not to come out under any circumstance, asking if she understood. Agnes, feeling anxious, stammered as she called out to her brother. He further emphasized that until someone opened it for her, she must not step outside and must not make any sound, again asking if she understood. Agnes then recounted that this had been the last time she saw him. By the time the Order's subjugation squad rescued her, both the villagers' corpses and the undead had already been reduced to ashes. After learning from the Order that the culprit behind that day's incident had been corpse revelry, she explained that she had decided to become a holy knight. As she said this, her past and present selves seemed to overlap. Hearing this, Damien bitterly reflected that she carried such a painful past. At that moment, Margada cheerfully approached and interrupted the conversation, asking whether they had been waiting long and informing them that the meeting had just concluded. Damien responded sympathetically, remarking that it must have been a delicate matter. Margada calmly gestured behind her and explained that they had needed to decide whether to inspect the 5 entrances together one by one or to split the subjugation force into separate units for entry. Curious, Damien asked which option had been chosen, and she excitedly replied that it had naturally been the latter. Recalling the earlier discussion, Margada complained that Gamal had insisted on moving as one, but both she and Sanus had opposed him. She added that the stubborn man had continued to stand his ground, causing the meeting to drag on, and commented that he had always been overly cautious. Damien, appearing thoughtful, remarked that it seemed they had known each other for quite some time. Margata responded with a grin, saying it was something like that, and laughed. Not far away, Gamal stood staring intently in their direction. He then covered his mouth and gave a light cough before raising his voice and ordering the units to assemble, announcing that from that moment onward, the subjugation force would divide into 5 squads and advance. Hearing the commotion, the 3 of them quickly turned to look, while Dionysio and Sanus also turned their heads to listen. Planting his spear firmly, Gamal loudly instructed that each unit was to break through at maximum speed and merge with any squad that fell behind, declaring that this day would finally be Uran's last. Suddenly, the cloak behind him flared upward. Sensing the overwhelming aura, Damien slightly furrowed his brow. The one casting the dark sorcery bared a chilling grin, and the ground beneath them cracked apart and shattered. As a result, everyone lost their footing and plunged straight down into the abyss. As the ground split apart, Damien calmly slipped his hands into his pockets and lightly kicked off the falling rocks to gain momentum. Looking straight down into the abyss, he thought that it was incredibly deep and vast. Glancing to the side and seeing someone screaming in panic, he silently observed that the gale unleashed by the sudden detonation was scattering everyone. Watching them fall freely, he mockingly reflected that the Holy Knights were as tenacious as cockroaches and had probably managed their own landings. He then pondered more seriously that hollowing out an entire mountain as a trap explained why the dungeon entrance had been halfway up the slope. A sinister smile formed on his lips as he coldly mused that Corpse Play had prepared quite a grand grave for himself. Upon landing, Damien noticed Dionysio meditating ahead of him and felt a flicker of confusion. He called out in doubt, addressing him as Dionysio. Startled, Dionysio turned around and exclaimed in shock that it was Damien Haxon. A moment later, Dionysio closed his eyes and concentrated, channeling divine power to envelop his body. Observing this, Damien cast a disdainful glance and thought that this was why he called him cockroach-like. Self-regeneration through divine power. Meanwhile, Dionysio trembled and cursed under his breath, angrily remarking that of all people to fall with him, it had to be Damien Haxon. Damien coolly noted that now that only the 2 of them were there, Dionysio had dropped the honorifics. He then indifferently suggested that if Dionysio hated it so much, he could go his own way, as he himself intended to head ahead. With that, he waved a hand and turned to leave. Seeing this, Dionysio panicked and hurriedly grasped his spear. His blue eyes flashed beneath his sharp lashes as his gaze narrowed with resolve. In an instant, he dashed forward at lightning speed, thrusting the radiant blue spear through the air. Not at Damien, but at an invisible monster floating before him. He warned Damien not to lower his guard, reminding him that they were inside a dark mage's dungeon and that acting alone was dangerous, so they should move together. Damien lowered his eyelids slightly and leisurely reflected that he had allowed Dionysio to be because he had been curious how he would act, never expecting him to move for his sake. With faint curiosity, he asked whether Dionysio had not hated him. Dionysio immediately turned his face away, hoisting the spear onto his shoulder, and proudly admitted that he did hate him. However, he declared that if Damien died, Agnes would be heartbroken, so he intended to keep him alive. Taken aback, Damien followed behind and teasingly remarked that Dionysio must fancy Dame Agnes. At that tone, Dionysio jolted, his face flushing red as he shouted for him to shut up, telling him to stop spouting nonsense and just follow. Turning away, he muttered through clenched teeth that he honestly could not stand him. Watching him, Damien silently thought that, for some reason, Dionysio overlapped with that bastard Abel. Suddenly sensing something, Damien's expression turned grave. Above Dionysio's head, a terrifying red-eyed head materialized. Dionysio froze in cold sweat. Just as a punch descended, Damien swiftly pulled him back. Stunned, Dionysio stammered in shock, asking what that was. As the dust cleared and a silhouette emerged, Dionysio hesitantly wondered whether it was human. Damien immediately denied it, telling him to look closely, explaining that it was one of Corpse Play's creations. Frowning as he stared at it, he thought that the more effort its creator had poured into crafting a flesh golem, the more human-like he had made it. A humanoid flesh golem, what Corpse Play had called his masterpieces. When it lunged forward, Dionysio rushed ahead with his spear, expressing disgust and proclaiming that he would purify it with the power of God. He thrust forward in fury, but the ice coating his spear shattered the moment it pierced the creature's body. Watching it continue its frenzied charge, he gasped as he realized that his divine power was dispersing. In the next instant, its punch struck him squarely, sending him crashing back into a rock wall. Falling heavily to the ground, Dionysio forced himself up, trembling as he realized in disbelief that his divine power was not working. Hearing this, Damien stared blankly and exclaimed in shock. Refusing to accept it, he stepped forward and summoned his sword, gripping it tightly before launching himself ahead and delivering a powerful slash down the monster's body. Glimpsing the core within, Damien coldly remarked that Corpse Play must have already known from this point in time. Fixing his gaze on the orb, he recognized it as a magic artifact and declared inwardly that he knew the son of a bitch who had made it, Dorgo. Snatching the orb out, he heard the monster shriek. Annoyed, he glared upward and ruthlessly swung his sword from multiple directions, crushing its body into pieces. Seeing Damien's blood-soaked hand clutching the orb, Dionisio shrank back, his face paling as sweat poured down. After a moment of silence, Damien tossed the orb toward him and told him to take it. Confused, Dionisio asked what it was. Damien coldly instructed him to have the Order examine it, explaining that it would reveal why his divine power had scattered. Recalling his previous life, Damien reflected that the Order had discovered the countermeasure far too late and the damage had been catastrophic, but this time he had struck first, so they would uncover a solution much sooner. Curling his lips faintly, he calculated with satisfaction that such a splendid chance to utterly ruin that bastard falling into his lap was truly delightful. Looking at Dionisio, he asked whether he could move. Startled, Dionisio immediately stood upright and affirmed that he could. Their voices echoed through the cavern as Damien questioned the sudden politeness, and Dionisio awkwardly replied that it had simply felt like he should. As they walked deeper, Dionisio asked how vast the place was, addressing him as Sir Damien, and remarking that it seemed like a massive cavern. Damien thoughtfully replied that if it had been carved out from inside the mountain, it must be enormous. At that moment, a delicate voice called out playfully. Both of them turned toward the sound. Across from them, Sanus waved cheerfully, asking whether they were both alive and remarking how glad she was to see them again in one piece. Dionisio stared in shock, while Damien calmly addressed her as Lady Sanus, noting that she had made it safely. However, he coldly inquired about the object she was holding in her hand and asked exactly what it was. Gamal, whose neck was tightly gripped by Sanus, gasped painfully. Seeing this, Dionisio cried out in alarm for Brother Gamal. Fixing Sanus with a frigid stare, Damien demanded that she explain herself. Elsewhere, Agnes gently touched the badge on her chest and activated her divine power to envelop her body. From ahead, Margata turned back and anxiously asked whether Agnes had fully recovered. Agnes replied wearily that she had, addressing her as senior, and then asked about the others. Margata could only shake her head. Looking helplessly toward the corpses among the rubble, she said that it was no use and that the regular holy knights were all dead. Suddenly, a sinister voice rang out, asking whether the materials were already there. Hearing this, the two women immediately turned around in vigilance. From the opposite side, Delrant approached and mockingly remarked that they had fallen right where he was and that they both had terrible luck. He smirked and asked whether the other man had landed somewhere else. Margata frowned and shouted, demanding to know who he was and telling him to show himself. Delrant sneered and retorted that asking who he was hurt his feelings, adding that they had come there to kill him, hadn't they? At that, Margata raised her voice in suspicion and asked whether that meant he was... He craftily introduced himself, confirming that he was the one they called playing dead, and expressing pleasure at meeting his new materials. Agnes gritted her teeth in fury, her eyes nearly blazing. Back on the other side, Dionisio cried out in alarm when he saw Gamal being strangled, calling out to Senior Gamal. Meanwhile, Damien stared coldly at Sanus and asked her to explain what was going on. She raised an eyebrow indifferently and stated that Sir Gamal had been ambushing their sect members while they were scattered, so she had taken him down. Dionisio immediately stepped forward and insisted that it was impossible, asking why his senior would ever do such a thing. Sanus replied coolly that she had no idea, adding that a traitor in a hellhole like that was cliché. Dionisio hurriedly insisted that it was a misunderstanding. Sanus provocatively asked whether Sir Dionisio was in on it as well. He quickly denied it and urged that if they did not believe them, they should arrest them and take them to the Order's trial. Damien, glancing aside, thought that something was not right. He then coldly pointed out that 2 second-class holy knights, both middle-class level, had attacked him at once, yet the place was not a total wreck. He added that compared to Gamal, Sanus looked far too fine. Observing that her body bore no injuries or signs of grime, he narrowed his eyes and firmly declared that the real traitor was her, Sanus. She responded with an embarrassed yet sly smile, and admitted that she supposed she could not fool him. Dionisio demanded to know what she was talking about. Without hesitation, she suddenly turned and punched him straight in the face, sending him crashing into a rock behind him. After striking him, she calmly remarked that it should be obvious she was ambushing them like this. Releasing her grip from Gamal's neck, she added lightly that he and Sir Gamal were both so weak and that weaklings like them should not represent the Order's main sect. Raising both hands in a fanatical gesture, she declared that dazzling pain should be the true face of the Order. Damien asked what she planned to do once she became the leading sect. She replied disdainfully that the current Order had grown too soft and mocked the so-called heretic Inquisition as a joke. With a sinister sway, she added that heretics deserved nothing but summary execution, and that they would fix the order and restore the glory of the old days. Damien waved the hand holding his sword and asked whether she would kill her own comrades for that. She calmly answered that of course not. The subjugation team had simply died in battle inside the dungeon, which would naturally make their sect the heart of the order since they were the only ones left with real power. As soon as she finished speaking, her subordinates summoned their weapons and advanced. Damien readied his stance and frowned, thinking that it was all complete nonsense, and that even her so-called grand betrayal had ended in total annihilation in his past life. At that moment, two of them rushed forward, swinging an axe and a shield at him. Seizing the opening between them, he swiftly unleashed Crushing Wave, slashing forward with his sword and defeating both at once. Sanus watched in shock, thinking that he had taken down paladins reinforced by authority in a single strike. In an instant, Damien dashed forward and appeared right before her eyes. He pressed the tip of his sword against Sanus's throat and unleashed Sword of Calamity. However, Damien suddenly became utterly horrified when his sword tip only grazed Sanus's neck. Sanus calmly asked whether he was really going to try her. At the same time, the ring in her hand abruptly began to glow. She swung it in a wide arc, launching a direct attack at Damien. In that instant, he hurriedly leapt into the air to evade. Nevertheless, the stone wall behind him shattered immediately upon taking the blow. Frowning, Damien thought to himself that it was a defense capable of blocking his Sword of Calamity, and that it possessed lethal attack power as well. Sanus then calmly asked how much he knew about the authority of Dazzling Pain, explaining that their authority was enhancement. She stated that it boosted physical stats, the density of objects, and even a weapon's sharpness, and that they could enhance almost any concept. The ring in her hand quickly sprouted a sharp blade. With clear excitement, she continued by saying that as one reached higher levels, one could stack the effects and use them more frequently, and asked whether he had known that. Waving her weapon enthusiastically, she added that she could go up to 30 times. While dodging Sanus's relentless attacks, Damien reflected inwardly that he was aware of it, as he had previously fought Radiance, one of the 5 great saints. He recalled that back then, Radiance had crushed thousands of undead simply by using 100 times gravity. As she continued attacking, Sanus remarked that she had heard Sir Damien possessed a special technique for deflecting incoming magic, and questioned why he was only dodging. Hearing that, Damien sidestepped and mockingly replied that although she was reinforced, her attacks were far too predictable. At the same time, he calculated inwardly that Insight of All Flows consumed more mana depending on the strength of the attack, and that with his current mana levels, it was becoming difficult to keep up. Suddenly, Sanus withdrew her weapon and took a step forward. In the next moment, she stomped violently on the ground, shattering the earth and sending Damien flying backward. Seeing him driven against the stone wall, she mockingly declared that she was done dodging now. At that moment, Damien cautiously thought that it was time to gamble a little. Immediately afterward, he gripped his chest tightly with all 5 fingers. Sanus could not understand what he was doing. At the same time, his hand clenched around his own heart inside his chest. As a crimson surge of energy radiated from Damien's body, Sanus was stunned and wondered whether it was aura, then realized his mana levels were changing. Staring at his chest, she angrily concluded that he had pulled some kind of trick. Sanus then decisively poured energy into her weapon, thinking frantically that she did not know what he had done, but she would finish him before things became dangerous. Just as her attack was about to strike, Damien curled his lips into a faint smirk. He released his sword and activated Insight of All Flows, causing Sanus's attack to veer off to the side. Seizing the opportunity, he drove a powerful kick straight into her. Under the astonished gazes of Gamal and Dionisio, Sanus was sent flying backward by Damien's kick. Maintaining his composed stance, he stated that if he could not cut her, he would simply have to get a little rougher. Pale and bewildered, Sanus observed that his mana was suddenly spiking and questioned how that was possible. On the other side, Damien unleashed his surging energy and fury and declared that it was time for a beating. He clutched his left chest in pain and thought with relief that it was fortunate the heart had been absorbed in time. John stared in astonishment as he saw him take his own heart out of his chest, realizing that it was the spirit heart, and he explained that he had originally intended to melt it down and consume it slowly, but if he had been even a little later, it could have been dangerous. With an overwhelming pressure radiating from him, he stepped forward and declared that since his mana problem had been resolved, it was time to deal with the traitor. Aenus stood frozen, staring blankly at him, and in the next instant, Damien closed the distance and drove a powerful punch into his abdomen. Observing the situation, Agnes frowned and began gathering power in her hand. Gritting her teeth, she muttered in disbelief that the corpse puppeteer's combat power far exceeded what the Holy Church could even imagine, especially that human-shaped flesh golem. A moment earlier, someone had shouted at the corpse puppeteer, declaring in the name of God that he would be purged. Kite and the others launched their attack, but he created a barrier that blocked it. Agnes realized something was wrong and stammered that divine power was not working. Before they could react further, he kicked back, sending the two girls flying. Struggling to regain her balance, she glared at him and exclaimed that it was impossible. Kite continued his assault, and Agnes called out to her senior, but the latter, consumed by anger, rushed forward to fight him hand to hand. Even so, she shouted for Agnes to run and get reinforcements. Corpseplay, who had been watching from the side, laughed in amusement and remarked that they were trying to run as if he would allow that to happen. Monsters suddenly appeared behind Agnes, and she trembled in shock, wondering when they had been surrounded. Corpseplay reassured her calmly that he would not kill her, explaining that the more valuable the sample was, the more important it was to stitch it up while it was still alive. Her face darkened with fear as she realized the danger, and more importantly, she saw that her senior had already been defeated by Kite. She concluded in despair that divine power did not work on him at all. Corpseplay laughed slyly to himself, marveling that it was truly nullifying divine power and thinking it was insane, just as expected of the artifact he had created. He then asked Agnes whether they should take her to the sewing room. Agnes slammed her hand onto the ground, releasing a surge of blue energy, and wondered bitterly if this was how it would end, with her enemy right in front of her. Trembling, she cursed that it was happening just when she had finally found her brother's killer. Corpseplay responded with interest, asking whether she considered him an enemy and remarking that they seemed to have some kind of connection, though he wondered where, since he had killed so many. Agnes shouted that it was Palmer Village, the one he had crushed for fun. His voice grew even more twisted as he recalled Palmer Village, the one he had wiped out completely, and asked if she had relatives there. Agnes, shaking with rage, declared that she was a survivor from that village and demanded to know why he had done it and for what reason, saying that because of him, the villagers and her brother, who had been a paladin, had died. Hearing this, Corpseplay was momentarily speechless before becoming even more delighted. He laughed loudly, calling it a masterpiece, and confirmed that there had indeed been a paladin in Palmer Village who had put up serious resistance, adding that he had been the best material. Agnes stared at him in shock, questioning what he meant by material. Corpseplay cheerfully explained that he did not kill people carelessly, but cut off the good parts first and then revived them as undead. As he turned away, he casually asked whether she wanted to say hello. Confused, she asked what he was talking about. He then revealed that her brother was right there and asked if she had missed him. Tears welled up in her eyes as Kite pulled down his mask. The sight before her was unbelievable, and she could only gasp in denial. The innocent face and bright smile of her younger brother flashed through her mind, and now Kite's face was clearly revealed as that very brother. She collapsed to her knees and screamed, while Corpseplay threw his head back in laughter, declaring how wonderful it was to hear. He reminisced about that day, saying that watching Kite struggle alone had been so impressive that even God must have been moved, bestowing a mark upon him. He added that he had almost lost every flesh golem he had brought that day, and asked if she wanted to know how he had solved that problem. At that moment, a voice interrupted, saying that was enough. Dionisio turned around to see a gigantic monster standing behind him, which demanded that if he wanted the remaining villagers to live, he should surrender. The villagers cried out desperately for help, and a woman tied to a pillar screamed, begging to be saved. Unable to hold back his tears, energy began to gather in his hand, while Corpseplay sat leisurely watching the spectacle unfold with a bizarre smile. He commented that, just as he had thought, Kite had been top-grade material. Returning to the present, Corpseplay held Kite's face and praised him as a masterpiece among masterpieces, addressing him as her big brother and wondering what he should do with her, whether he should make sibling flesh golems or perhaps fuse her with Kite, musing over the dilemma. He then pointed at Agnes and ordered his monsters to bring her to him as they began moving toward her. However, Agnes seemed to undergo a transformation. Through tears, she declared that she would never forgive the corpse puppeteer and demanded that he give her brother back. A tremendous power erupted, enveloping her entire body as a blinding light illuminated the entire cave, followed by a deafening explosion. A cross-shaped mark appeared on her forehead as she awakened her hidden power. Corpseplay stared in astonishment and breathed out in awe, calling upon God before tearfully expressing his sincere gratitude for granting him yet another piece of the finest material. The narration explained that stigmata was a state in which a person received immense favor from a god and was granted overwhelming power, and that Agnes had now obtained that formidable strength. Agnes frowned and declared that Corpseplay was the one person she would never forgive. Corpseplay laughed with excitement and said that it sounded fun, asking if they should begin the second round of interviews for his masterpiece. He then ordered the monsters to attack her. Streams of light flashed as Agnes smashed them apart, her punches so powerful that they produced dazzling streaks of light. Corpseplay watched with great amusement and exclaimed that the power of the stigmata was incredible, adding that even the stigmata itself was divine power. Margata was kicked toward Agnes, and she quickly caught her. Kite rushed toward them, declaring that they were facing a power granted by him. Agnes carried Margata to safety and then charged forward, striking Kite with a powerful punch. Corpse Play was surprised and remarked that the divine power was not dissipating, wondering if the power of a magic tool was useless against the stigmata. He speculated that those who possessed the stigmata were rare, so the creator probably had not gathered much data on them, before wondering if any pests were still alive. Suddenly, the cave began to shake violently and rocks started falling. Corpse Play quickly used his power to shatter the stones that were about to fall on his head, stammering in confusion as he asked what was happening. From above, Damien looked down and asked in confusion what was going on. Grabbing Sanus by the collar, her body covered in blood, he asked whether everyone was there. Agnes, puzzled, asked Sir Damien why he was with Sir Sanus. Damien threw Sanus to the ground and explained that he had dealt with him because he had committed an act of betrayal in blinding agony. Agnes and Margata were both shocked to hear this. Damien then noticed Agnes's appearance and called her name. Seeing that she had unlocked a new power, he asked if she had opened her stigmata. Dionycio loudly confirmed that it was correct, addressing her as sister. Gamal, astonished, called out to Sir Agnes and remarked that her appearance was... Damien smiled and asked Sir Gamal whether he would like to escape first together with Sir Agnes, saying that he would handle Corpse Play himself. Gamal's voice trembled as he replied that it was impossible. Damien frowned and asked what Gamal could possibly do there right now, thinking to himself that they needed to leave so he could interrogate Dorgo for information. Unable to argue, Gamal was supported by Dionycio, who said that Sir Damien was right. After saying this, the two of them carried Sanus away, apologizing and saying they would leave it to him. Corpse Play smirked and asked who had given them permission to take his subject away. His body began to transform as he called out to Kite. Kite turned into a monster, and Corpse Play ordered him to release his power and bring them all back. Everyone stared in shock at the scene. Sweating, Gamal said there was no way, remarking that the aura was comparable to that of a high-class being. Realizing the danger, he shouted a warning. Agnes stepped forward and struck Kite with a powerful punch, the impact cracking the surrounding ground. She told everyone to do as Sir Damien said and get out of there. As she struggled to hold back Kite's fist, Damien smiled and said that, just as he had thought, there was no need for him to step in. Agnes then called out to him and asked Sir Damien to please leave this one to her. Damien wondered about the golem and asked if there was a reason. Tears streamed down Agnes's face as she replied that it was because he was her brother. Damien froze in shock upon hearing this and repeated the word brother, realizing that her brother was being used inside that golem. He muttered that Corpse Play was still just as trashy as ever. Meanwhile, Corpse Play was greatly entertained and ordered Kite that, if possible, he should bring them all back alive. Gamal shouted that now was their chance and told Dionycio that they were useless there, urging his sister to leave quickly. Seeing them escape, Corpse Play became furious and demanded to know where they thought they were going without his permission, complaining that he did not have many flash golems left. He crushed an egg with a human mouth, and from the mouth of the egg, a horse emerged. He then ordered Kite to take responsibility and drag those two to the sewing room, especially that guy no matter what. Damien stared in confusion, wondering what was happening. When he tried to chase after them, Kite blocked his path. Agnes rushed forward and kicked Kite straight in the head, the force driving his head into the ground. She urged Sir Damien to go. After a moment of silence, Damien said he understood and that he would see her later. He then immediately dashed past Kite. The monster screamed angrily as Agnes gritted her teeth and threw punches to hold him back. Kite still tried to run forward, but she dug her feet into the ground to steady herself and used her body to block him. Straining with all her strength, Agnes pressed her feet down harder and apologized to her brother. She shut her eyes tightly, grinding her teeth as she said she had arrived too late, hadn't she? Meanwhile, Corpse Play was nearly catching up with Gamal's group, laughing loudly and telling them not to run away. Damien leapt across the rock walls and soon caught up with him. With a single slash, he severed the horse's legs, sending Corpse Play crashing to the ground. Damien walked up to him and stomped hard on his chest, declaring that now that they were finally alone, he had something to say to him. With a sword pressed against his throat, Corpse Play showed great excitement and remarked that Damien had actually bypassed Kite, his ultimate doll, laughing as he said that Damien truly was the best. Damien paused briefly before demanding that his opponent answer his question, his hand clenching tightly as he angrily asked who had given him that magic tool. Releasing a killing intent, he pressed further, questioning who had provided it. Even as he finished speaking, the monstrous spider behind attacked him, but he swiftly dodged and continued to demand where all those flesh golems had come from. Corpse Play responded with a sinister smile, asking if the undead had startled him, then provocatively questioned whether Damien had ever considered how he had managed to move all the undead there without leaving a trace. He then revealed the truth, raising the item in his hand and gleefully explaining that it was all thanks to a subspace magic tool. As numerous monsters began to appear behind him, he boasted that although they were not on Kite's level, he still had plenty left. Damien silently observed and realized it was a subspace pouch, his eyes filled with determination as he resolved that he would simply kill his opponent and take it. Corpse Play, brimming with pride, remarked that Damien was still not as refined as Kite, but added with a sinister grin that he was certain Damien would become a masterpiece surpassing him. He then commanded the beasts to charge, ordering them to capture the child alive. Damien took a fighting stance, noting that his mana had increased and that he should now be able to do it. As he channeled mana into his sword, he reflected that all this time he had only been using the 1,000-mile sword art at a superficial level, but now he could finally bring out its true power. Fixing his target on the incoming monsters, he unleashed his ultimate technique, releasing a devastating strike that swept them all away with a mountain-crushing roar. The sight left Corpse Play stunned, and he exclaimed in disbelief over his prized puppets. Damien casually flicked his hand, startling him, and mockingly asked if that was the end of the little surprise show he had prepared, adding with a pleased smile that they should continue their Q&A, with Corpse Play only needing to answer while he asked the questions. At this point, fear was evident on Corpse Play's face as he realized the situation was bad and that Damien's combat power far exceeded his expectations. Clenching his hand anxiously, he thought that it was not yet fully stabilized, but he had no choice. Damien, sounding bored, remarked that it seemed his opponent still had another puppet left to bring out. However, he was taken aback by what followed, as Corpse Play declared that he had never thought he would have to use this method in his lifetime. Transforming into a monstrous beast with a much larger body, he lamented that he had to stoop to such a level. Elsewhere, Agnes was engaged in battle against the transformed Corpse Play. She raised her shield to block his claws, but the force of the attack still sent her flying into the wall behind her. Despite being at a disadvantage, she refused to give up and charged forward again with weapons in both hands as they prepared to clash once more. This time, Corpse Play's attack missed as she swiftly dashed ahead, and her mana-coated fist struck directly into his thick hide. She unleashed a powerful blow, blue light filling the surroundings as he was slammed into the wall, debris scattering everywhere. Corpse Play cried out in pain while Agnes appeared to be running out of strength. Suddenly he began to call out her name, his broken voice uttering, "Agnes," causing her to freeze. As he continued calling her, she seemed to realize something and questioned in shock whether he was her brother. His image flickered as he pleaded for help, begging her to kill him. Agnes hesitated, her face filled with anguish as she called out to her brother. After a moment, she closed her eyes, as if making a firm decision, and delivered a direct strike to end him. Though she acted, her heart was filled with sorrow as she understood that the words spoken by humans turned into flesh golems were the final lingering thoughts they had while still alive. As Corpse Play collapsed, he continued calling her name, and Agnes reached out, assuring him that she was there. He pleaded once more for her to kill him, and she understood the pain he must have suffered, trapped in a body that could not die and crying out for rest. With tears streaming down her face, she acknowledged how hard it must have been for him. As his strength faded, he slumped against her shoulder and thanked her, calling her his little sister. Agnes's expression faltered upon hearing that, as he gently apologized and urged her to keep living bravely from now on. Sobbing, she promised that she would live well. As he softly caressed her head, she tearfully called him brother. Gradually, he began to disappear, bidding her goodbye. Agnes looked up at the fading remnants of him, tears still streaming down her face, yet a faint smile appearing through her pain. Her body trembled with emotion, and later, in the darkness of the cave, she finally broke down, collapsing as she wept uncontrollably. Corpse Play shifted into his strongest combat form and remarked that he had never thought he would have to use that method while still alive. Seeing this form, Damien stared in confusion and wondered what that form was, questioning whether fusing with a flesh golem was even possible. He reflected that it was a form he had never seen in his previous life, reasoning that since he had been on the front lines, that shut-in creator had never had a reason to become like that. Corpse Play then created a sphere of magic and declared that Damien was the first to make him use his trump card, adding that he must have him. Streams of magic shot straight toward Damien, who swiftly leaped aside to evade the attack. Observing the technique, Damien remarked that it was magic of the School of Ruin and speculated that Corpse Play had turned other dark mages into flesh golems as well. Corpse Play closed in, his hoof striking down with immense force and creating a cloud of dust upon impact. His grin slowly turned into confusion as Damien emerged through the smoke, gripping a sharp blade and charging forward. Damien slashed across Corpse Play's shoulder, severing his arm, but it quickly regenerated. Surprised, Damien questioned whether the Frenzy School was mixed in as well. Corpse Play launched another attack to widen the distance, knocking Damien backward, then gathered power in his hand and declared that struggling was useless and that Damien should quietly become material to be offered to him. Gritting his teeth, Damien placed his hand on the blade as Corpse Play unleashed a massive surge of magic. Laughing maniacally, Corpse Play boasted and asked how it was, claiming it was amazing and that Damien could not handle it, declaring himself the culmination of dark magic and a true masterpiece. Clenching his fist, Damien activated his glowing bracelet and remarked that those Euron fools believed their dark magic was the best despite not even understanding the basics. A tremendous surge of power enveloped his body. Stunned, Corpse Play stammered in shock, recognizing it as dark mana and questioning how someone in the Order's subjugation force could be using it, demanding to know who Damien was. Damien formed a magic circle and stated that he would show him what real dark magic was. Corpse Play stared at the formation in disbelief, admitting he had never seen such dark magic before and that he could feel ominous energy throughout his body. Sweating and gritting his teeth, he panicked and unleashed another attack, shouting that it was dangerous and insisting that, whatever it was, it had to be high-tier dark magic and that they had to kill Damien before he finished the incantation. However, his attack was blocked by an invisible barrier. Alarmed, Corpse Play exclaimed that the dark mana was dispersing and questioned whether Damien also possessed something like his artifact, before rejecting the idea and demanding to know what he really was. Meanwhile, Damien continued chanting as countless chains emerged from the magic circle, shooting out and binding Corpse Play's body. Forcing a strained smile, Corpse Play dismissed it as merely binding chains, claiming he could easily break free, but internally realized in shock that his body would not move at all. As Damien slowly approached, he stated that not only his body, but also his mana could not be used. Trembling, Corpse Play demanded to know who Damien was to wield such dark magic. With a slight motion of his finger, Damien forced Corpse Play's body to slam face first into the ground. Maintaining a stern expression, he said it did not matter and demanded to know where Dorgo was. Hearing the name, Corpse Play was utterly shocked and questioned how Damien knew it, wondering if he too was Dorgo's contractor. Damien's gaze sharpened as he raised his finger again and told him to simply answer. Struggling, Corpse Play laughed and replied that he did not know how or why a contractor would betray, and asked whether Damien really thought he would reveal anything just because of this. Damien responded that he could kill him and question his soul directly. Provoked, Corpse Play acknowledged that such a method was typical of a dark mage but sneered that it was a shame, as his soul was already under a restriction. Hearing this, Damien frowned and questioned what he meant. Corpse Play loudly explained that he had placed a restriction on himself so that he could not speak about Dorgo, and that the moment he was questioned, his soul would be destroyed. Internally, Damien cursed him as a madman for actually doing such a thing. Meanwhile, Corpse Play grew increasingly excited, saying that now Damien understood that he would learn nothing from him, urging him to go ahead and kill him, adding that although it was a pity he could not turn Damien into a puppet, dying for his master was an honor. Grinding his teeth, Damien stated that he would indeed kill him, but not by his own hands, rather by them. Confused, Corpse Play looked upward and questioned what he meant. Countless souls began to float before him, and Damien explained that they were the dead he had killed, noting that the dead always linger around dark mages but are usually hidden by dark mana. He added that with all of Corpse Play's mana sealed by his technique, he would now be able to see them, and reminded him that he already knew of this, the most painful execution spell among dark mages, where one's soul is devoured by vengeful spirits. Terrified, Corpse Play trembled violently and begged him to stop, saying the technique was too much. Desperately, he pleaded to be killed instead. However, Damien remained cold and stated that the pain of being torn apart by spirits was said to be dozens of times worse than being burned alive, telling him to experience it fully. As the spirits opened their mouths, Damien declared that it was the resentment of thousands of the dead. The spirits began devouring Corpse Play's body, and he screamed in agony. Elsewhere, in a room filled with piles of human bones and shrouded in darkness, a figure sat within a magic circle. With eyes as red as fresh blood, that person silently stared into the void. Damien coldly stated that he wanted him to feel it all. As he spoke, a set of sharp teeth appeared from nowhere, causing Corpse Play's pupils to constrict. He described how the resentment of thousands of the dead overwhelmed Corpse Play as countless vengeful spirits surrounded and tore at him. Even as Corpse Play gradually lost consciousness, tears continued to stream down his face. Damien then approached slowly and, with a single strike, severed his head from his body. He noted that the spirits were dissatisfied with his action as they began to complain, yet he paid them no attention and impatiently questioned how much longer he had to wait. He added that he needed to make it look like he had killed the church members and declared that he did not care and would achieve ascension immediately. Raising his bracelet, he explained that the paladins would return soon, and that before that happened, he needed to erase all traces of dark mana usage as he gradually sealed the power back into it. Smiling cunningly as if plotting something, he added that he would finish farming as well. After cleaning up outside, he slowly entered the room, observing its damp and musty air, the skulls scattered across the floor, and the human corpses hanging by iron chains. Glancing at the spirits following him, he remarked that it must be that man's research room. He wondered why the spirits had not achieved ascension and why they were merely following him, adding that if his memory served him right, the mirror in the center of the room had been connected to Dorgo as a magical tool. As he reached out to touch it, he considered that if communication with that man was possible, he might be able to estimate Dorgo's location. However, after making contact and sensing no response, he concluded that communication had likely been cut off for a long time and questioned why. He reasoned that Dorgo had valued that man enough to raise him to a general and was not the type to abandon him easily. Recalling their previous battle, he wondered whether, unlike before, Dorgo had cut off the tail, and questioned if it was because he had taken down Yulin too early. Frustrated, Damien destroyed the mirror and cursed that meticulous bastard. Yet, he soon discovered something behind it, a hidden door. Finding it suspicious, he decided to investigate and carefully pushed it open, wondering whether there might be another mana storage bracelet inside. Upon entering, he noticed something on the wall and realized it was a map. As he reached out, he decided to take it for the time being. Suddenly, he sensed glowing eyes staring at him in the darkness, and a figure lunged at him. Reacting instantly, he struck the attacker away with a single punch. Looking at the half-human, half-beast creature before him, he expressed surprise that it could still move even after its creator had died. Observing its ability to regenerate from the wound he had just inflicted, he noted that it possessed regenerative abilities and speculated that this might be why it had no stitching scars. Examining it with curiosity, he remarked on the creature's self-awareness, noting that it could even form a magic circle on its own. He concluded that the obsessions of the dead had likely intertwined to form a single consciousness, though it did not seem to have been their intention given that it had been confined in such a way. Despite finding it interesting, Damien maintained that the undead were still the undead and declared that he would help it achieve ascension. However, he suddenly froze in shock upon seeing two spirits protecting the creature and demanded to know what they were doing. One of the spirits pleaded with him, addressing him as Sir Knight and explaining that the child had been born hating the dark mage who created it. The spirit begged him to take the child and help it deal with dark mages, insisting that the child's abilities would surely be useful to him. Regaining his composure, Damien cautiously pointed his sword at them and asked whether they were related to her, though his tone was not threatening. He then asked for her name, and the spirit replied that it was Mia. In that moment, two flashes of light cut through the air and severed the chain around Mia's neck. Still unwilling to fully trust her, Damien set a condition, stating that if she attacked humans or failed to demonstrate her usefulness, he would kill her with his own hands. Overjoyed at being freed, Mia and the two spirits paid little attention to his warning. Damien then asked if there were no complaints and, turning away, led them outside, stating that he was done farming there and suggesting that they head back out. Dionisio and Gamal were said to have been leading reinforcements to assist Damien. When they finally encountered him, Gamal reportedly stood there stunned, staring wide-eyed at the sight of Damien holding a severed head in his hand. It was later recounted that when Gamal and Dionisio returned with reinforcements, they had run into Damien along with Agnes and the corpse puppeteer's head. Although they were somewhat shocked, they did not question him much, and it was said that despite their surprise at how he had killed the enemy without a single scratch, Damien managed to avoid excessive interrogation. Damien was also reported to have received news that the traitor Sanus had been safely transported to the church's trial court, and that his comrade Margarda, who had suffered severe injuries, had recovered safely. Everything was described as having gone smoothly, and it was noted that the church's core combat forces, which had been completely annihilated in his previous life, had survived this time. A few days later, the reinforcements began packing up to leave, and Damien prepared to depart with them. Before leaving, he expressed his gratitude to Agnes, stating that he owed her greatly. Agnes, noticing that he was about to leave, asked if he was departing already and offered to escort him by carriage. However, Damien politely declined, explaining that he had somewhere he needed to go and intended to head there immediately. Agnes, sounding curious, asked whether he was not returning home. Damien, somewhat embarrassed, explained that he had left home without a word and that his father must be quite angry. It was further implied that as the eldest of the house, running into danger without notice would surely provoke anger, so he intended to travel around until his father's anger subsided before returning. Agnes responded with an awkward smile and suggested that he should visit the church in the future. Damien appeared surprised and questioned her about it, prompting Agnes to explain that they had been able to complete the subjugation thanks to him. She added that he had also helped with Dame Sanus, and that the reward for his contributions was so significant that the main headquarters wished to bestow it upon him directly. Damien agreed without hesitation, saying that he would definitely visit when he had the chance. It was implied that he had already had his own plans in mind, as he thought to himself that he would not refuse such an offer and wondered what he should ask for. Meanwhile, Agnes, unaware of his intentions, warmly welcomed him and said she would show him around when he visited. She expressed sincere gratitude, explaining that thanks to him, she had been able to take revenge and save her brother as well. She then bowed deeply and thanked him earnestly. Seeing Agnes like that, Damien was said to have smiled in satisfaction, believing that the greatest outcome of the subjugation had been stopping Sanus and saving Agnes. He was described as looking forward to what would happen next, thinking that with her stigmata awakened, Agnes would become a major force in the impending Lapocalypse war that Dorgo would soon trigger. Not wanting to linger any longer, Damien bid Agnes farewell, saying he would see her next time, and then set off on his journey. As he walked, he reflected that even this was still not enough to face Dorgo's forces. He then took something out from his storage space to examine, stating that he needed to eliminate as many of them as possible before they were fully prepared. The object was revealed to be a map he had obtained earlier. Damien decided to begin from a dark and ominous mountain, suggesting that they should start there, specifically at the Ronguist Mountains Yulin headquarters. Inside a castle hidden deep within the mountains, a group of black-cloaked figures was said to be holding an internal meeting. They were heard discussing that the church had eliminated the corpse puppeteer, cursing their misfortune and lamenting that all the executives were dead, leaving only them behind. Suddenly, the door behind them exploded, and through the smoke, a voice was heard asking what dark mages and rats had in common. The group panicked and shouted in fear, demanding to know who it was and how their location had been discovered. Damien then appeared, holding a grotesque, mouth-like object in his hand, continuously compressing it as it absorbed dark energy. He declared that both dark mages and rats hid in the darkness and spread plague, questioning how he could possibly leave them alone. It was noted that Damien had brought Mia with him. One of the cloaked figures recognized her in shock, identifying her as the Nine that the corpse puppeteer had been creating. Mia was described as glaring at them with intense hatred, as if she wanted to devour them alive. Damien, wearing a cruel smile, called out to her and commanded that it was time to clean up those rat bastards, signaling the start of the battle. The people in the tavern were said to be excitedly gossiping, asking if others had heard about the dark mage who had recently been active around the Empire. Someone replied that they knew and clarified that it was the dark mage who only hunted other dark mages. Another confirmed that it was indeed him, adding that rumors said he had lost his family to dark magic and had become a dark mage himself. Someone else remarked that they now understood and commented that he sounded like a tragic hero. However, another scoffed and argued that calling him a hero was ridiculous, insisting that he was still just a dark mage. This prompted someone to warn them to watch their mouth, while another questioned what dark mana really was, answering that it was energy gained by tormenting souls. They concluded that, in the end, he was no different, though someone speculated that perhaps he obtained such power from the souls of other dark mages. The discussion then shifted to his name, with someone recalling that he was called that because he chopped dark mages like firewood, and they referred to him as Wood-Chopping Victor. At that moment, Victor was described as entering the tavern, drawing everyone's attention. He introduced himself by saying that Victor was his name and that he had come to pick up luggage left under it. He then looked around suspiciously. The people present were said to have panicked, screaming in fear, insisting they had said nothing, and urging each other to run away while calling for the order. In an instant, the tavern became empty, leaving Victor alone. He was described as confused, wondering what was wrong with them, explaining to himself that he had come because he had received a letter after 3 months, yet people were already terrified just hearing his name. He then turned his attention to the luggage, wondering if it was what the young master had left behind. At that point, a man in a black cloak was said to have spoken, asking if his name was really Victor. Victor turned back and hesitantly confirmed that it was. The man brought up the title Woodchopper, and Victor replied casually that he was quite good at chopping wood. Suddenly, the man released a surge of dark mana and exclaimed that it really was him, mocking his appearance and declaring that he would avenge the firewood Victor had chopped. Before anything further could happen, a sword strike came from afar, and Damien was said to have cut the man in half, shocking Victor. Damien then greeted him, remarking that Victor had become quite a big shot since they last met. Victor was described as shouting in shock, addressing him as the young master, Demian. Damien smiled and asked if he had been well. As sunlight shone over the rooftops, Victor was said to walk alongside Damien, laughing at the nickname Wood-Chopping Victor, and complaining that it was too much, especially being labeled a dark mage. Victor agreed helplessly, saying he hoped they would catch that person soon. He angrily added that he would really like to see what that wicked dark mage looked like. Damien, however, was said to think to himself apologetically that he himself was actually that person. He then changed the subject, asking whether his father had calmed down. Victor replied that he had calmed quite a bit and spent his days staring out the window, likely waiting for Damien's return. Damien asked if his father held anything while looking out the window, and Victor, smiling, asked how he had known, confirming that he always carried something. Damien sighed and concluded that it meant his father was still angry. He then asked whether the rest of the family was safe and if anything had happened while he was away. Victor reassured him that everyone was worried but doing well, though he added that there was one more thing. Hearing this, Damien became alert and demanded to know what it was, fearing it might involve dark mages. Victor instead revealed that Lady Louise was getting married soon. Damien was described as stunned, while Victor cheerfully explained that Sir Ballad Hugo had finally returned from his long post abroad and that the ceremony would likely take place as soon as he returned. He added that once she was gone, only the young master would remain. Damien reacted with disbelief, realizing that it was truly happening and thinking that the love he had ruined in his past life had now been protected. He excitedly said that Victor should have told him such great news first and insisted that they head home immediately. Victor, however, responded in exhaustion, questioning why they were leaving so soon when they had just arrived and had planned to rest for a day. At that moment, Damien was said to run past a girl as a faint trace of dark mana flashed by. He looked after her and remarked that, although faint, it was definitely dark mana, concluding that he should stay for a day after all. Victor, confused and out of breath, asked why he had suddenly changed his mind. Damien replied that he was not done cleaning out the rats yet. The scene then shifted to that night at a fortress on the outskirts of town. Maya was described as single-handedly slaughtering the guards, even breathing fire as one of them screamed in agony. Damien approached calmly with his hands in his pockets, praising her work and stating that he had heard the items those men had moved earlier were stored there, noting how well guarded they were. He wondered what they were hiding until he noticed a warning label indicating it was the property of his name and should be handled with care. He questioned what his name referred to and speculated that it might be the figure dark mages spoke of, realizing it was Dorgo. He declared that he had finally found it, explaining that he had been chasing him for 3 months and had at last discovered a trace. He then cut open the box and was shocked to find what was inside, realizing it was his former weapon from his time as a Death Knight, the demonic sword Erebus. He reflected that, besides destroying the Empire, Dorgo had also aimed to gather the fragments of this sword to complete it. He noted that, when he had wielded it before, it had already been half restored and wondered if this was all it was at this point in time. Suddenly, Erebus began to glow and float, emitting a blinding light. Damien was astonished, realizing that the sword seemed to recognize him as its master. He recalled that even as a Death Knight, it had taken him half a year to gain its recognition, and he questioned whether it actually remembered him, though he quickly dismissed the idea as impossible. At that moment, a beastman appeared behind him and threatened him, saying he had dared to touch the property of his name and would have to be killed. The beastman also identified him as the dark mage who had been attacking them with a strange undead and accused him of going too far, mockingly addressing him as wood-chopping Victor. Damien clenched his teeth, recognizing the face from his past life, and warned Mia to stop, saying the opponent was not someone she could handle. The woman seemed surprised that he knew her and asked if he did. Damien replied that he knew her more or less and identified her as Slay, an executive of Pandemonium, the continent's largest group of black magicians. Unnoticed by them, it was mentioned that someone was still asleep inside the box. Sla appeared amused and remarked that he had certainly done his research, adding that he must also know what she was capable of. As she summoned 2 figures, Damien realized she was an archmage. She released a powerful surge of dark mana and challenged whether he thought he could match her. Damien thought to himself that she was as strong as a master-class knight, while he himself was only at the upper high-class level, making it too early for him to face such an opponent. He considered whether to use dark mana again or Erebus, but concluded that the space was too cramped to use the sword's full power. At that moment, a loud yawn was heard behind them, startling both Damien and Slaw. A man's lazy voice was said to complain about the noise and wonder when he had fallen asleep. Damien reacted with unease, while the man casually asked where he was this time. Damien, confused, wondered why that man was there. Carl lazily scratched his belly and let out a long yawn, wondering why it was so noisy and questioning where he was and why that person was there. Hearing his voice, Damien turned in confusion and wondered if the shock of the battle had woken him up. Carl then lifted Mia's chin and questioned what kind of cat it was. adding that if he was not mistaken, the lizard over there was Slaw. Slaw, extremely startled, stepped back and questioned how it was possible, thinking that she had barely managed to put him to sleep after a month of poisoning him with sleep incense, while realizing what he had tried to do to her. Carl suddenly sprang up, while Damien thought to himself that if his memory was correct, then in an instant Carl had already appeared in front of Slaw with killing intent in his eyes, asking if she wanted to die and identifying himself as the mercenary king, Carl Hopper. Damien internally noted that Carl was an opponent he, even as a Death Knight, had barely defeated after fighting for a whole week, the leader of the strongest mercenary group on the continent and a half-dragon superhuman. Slaw quickly flew around Carl, forming a binding trap that tightly restrained him. Carl cursed in irritation and, filled with anger, broke free almost immediately before diving straight toward Slaw's head, calling her an annoying brat. At that moment, a powerful bolt of lightning descended from the sky, piercing through the clouds and lighting up the night. Slaw was completely defeated. Witnessing this, Damien thought to himself that crushing a masterclass opponent was like breaking a worn-out toy, just as expected. Carl stepped on Slaw and remarked that he had played along because she looked pretty, yet now she was acting arrogantly. Meanwhile, Damien continued thinking that there were only 3 transcendent beings in the world. Carl then formed lightning in his hand and asked Damien what he was. Carl soon realized who Damien was and cheerfully remarked that he was Damien Haxon, the Order's honorary knight. Damien smiled and explained that he had happened to be passing by while chasing a black mage, and that the situation had escalated into what it was now. Carl, still smiling, remarked that he had almost killed his lifesaver without realizing it, introducing himself as Carl Hopper, aged 72, a Grand Master and the commander of the Fafnir Mercenary Corps. Damien, puzzled, asked how someone of Carl's level had ended up in such a place. Carl explained that when Slaw approached him, he had already known she was a black mage, but upon seeing her beauty, he thought he would have a little fun, only for it to end like this. Damien outwardly smiled, but inwardly judged Carl as an impossible old man, recalling rumors that he had 100 wives even in his past life, and remarked to himself that the situation had been truly dangerous. He also wondered why Dogro had tried to kidnap the mercenary king, and why even Erebus was involved, thinking that he wanted to search through that man's soul memories but could not because Carl was watching. At that moment, people in cloaks appeared in the distance, calling out to their commander and to their father, asking if he had been there. Carl looked up and remarked that they only showed up after seeing his lightning. Damien then brought up the matter of cleanup, but Carl refused, saying he could not have his lifesaver do such work, and that he should reward him instead by opening his treasury and sending the contents to Damien's house. Elsewhere, Dogro gleefully remarked that this was all it took and that something so simple had brought inspiration ringing in his head. Log approached and reported that Slaw had failed to capture the mercenary king and had died. Dogro responded that it was a shame, as she would have made a good base for a Death Knight, and concluded that he would find someone else. Log then added that the demonic sword Erebus, which had been in transport, had disappeared. Hearing this, Dogro suddenly froze, his eyes turning sharp as he questioned what had happened. A few days later, on the outskirts of the Apple Kingdom, Damien lazily stretched and remarked that they had finally arrived. Victor excitedly said it would only take half a day to get home. Damien thought to himself that after parting with the mercenary king, he had searched for Slaw's soul, but, as expected, it had been sealed, leaving him with nothing. Victor happily anticipated the family gathering, saying that since the whole family was reuniting after a long time, there would be a feast that night. Damien questioned whether that would really happen, thinking that their father would not let things slide and angrily calling Victor a brat in his thoughts. Victor explained that their father had been angrier than ever when Damien had gone on the church mission, but that it was probably out of worry, and added that Damien was bringing plenty of gifts. Damien stroked his chin and thought that trivial items would not be enough to calm their father's anger, and that something greater, something that would raise the family's honor, was needed. At that moment, nearby citizens began discussing whether it was the year the Hylian tournament was being held. Damien noticed the information board where people had gathered, hearing them remark that even if it was happening, there was little point since the high-class fighters in the country were too old to participate, while others argued that there were still many low- and middle-class fighters. Damien then thought about the Hylian tournament, realizing it was a competition held in the Helios Empire, guarded by the Empire's greatest swordsmen and held once every 4 years, gathering knights from across the continent to test their skills. The winner would gain immense wealth and bring great honor to themselves and their nation. Each division had age limits, and the Apple Kingdom's high-class fighters had already exceeded them, though that division offered the best rewards. Suddenly, Damien stopped and realized he had found the key to calming his father's anger. He told Victor that they needed to prepare an even better gift. Victor, confused, asked what could be better than him getting married. Damien smiled, his body seemingly igniting with determination, and declared that they were going to the Helios Empire, thinking that this was the only way. Victor was left shocked and exclaimed in disbelief. Just then, a carriage driver passed by, calling out about an express carriage to the Empire for anyone heading to see the Hellion event. Damien quickly ran over, remarking that the timing was perfect and urging Victor to come along as they took the express. The driver politely welcomed them aboard. Victor trembled, forcing a smile as he remarked that this was just like their young master, while thinking he was crazy and rushing to follow him. Elsewhere, Weapon asked about the growth level of the demonic sword's user. Gray, standing before a mirror to communicate, reported that it had grown steadily and had reached the high-class level. Weapon, dissatisfied, remarked that it was too slow, noting that a year had passed since the sword had been bestowed and questioning why. Gray explained that if it grew too fast, it would attract attention. Weapon dismissed this as a trivial reason and emphasized that completing the demonic sword was the priority, explaining that it had been granted by a higher being and that it grew by absorbing the blood and souls of opponents, granting their talents to the user as well. He described it as a growth-type demonic sword where both blade and user became stronger together, noting that Gray's son, who had no talent, had reached high class because of it. Gray bowed and expressed his gratitude. Weapon then stated that Gray's wish to meet that being had been set as the reward for the next mission. Upon hearing this, Gray became agitated and eagerly declared that he would complete the mission even at the cost of his life, asking for orders. Weapon then commanded him to spread blood across the Empire's festival at the Hellion tournament. Gray loudly vowed that he would accomplish it without fail, addressing Weapon Master with unwavering determination. Damien walked lightly along what felt like an endless road and remarked that they had finally arrived at the Helios Empire. Victor followed up by saying that they had actually made it, then observed the scenery in front of him and added that it had been a while. Unable to hold back his curiosity, he asked whether Damien had visited the Empire during his travels, addressing him as young master. Damien replied somewhat awkwardly that he had, but only briefly, laughing it off before pointing ahead and suggesting that they head that way, adding that he would find them a place to stay. Victor agreed enthusiastically and proposed that they meet at the registration desk afterward. As they walked, Damien fell into quiet thought, reflecting that it felt strange to walk through that city, the very streets he had once destroyed. Just then, he noticed something and wondered if that was the place. At that moment, Michael spotted him and shouted excitedly, calling him Hyung Nim. Surprised, Damien turned toward the voice as Michael called out to him again. Damien responded in disbelief, asking if it was really Michael. Michael beamed with excitement and said that he had known Damien would be there, adding that he had a feeling they would run into each other and that it was great. Damien responded that it was good to see him too, though he admitted to himself that Michael had startled him so much that, for a second, he had thought it was his father. Michael continued eagerly, saying that it had been so long and that he had heard all the recent rumors about Damien. He then asked if the registration desk was over there and added that he had taken Damien's advice, worked hard without becoming arrogant, and had now reached middle class. Damien expressed surprise and congratulated him, but Michael puffed his cheeks and complained about the lukewarm reaction, saying he had hoped they could duel again. Damien asked what he meant by a duel and pointed out that they were now in different divisions. Hearing this, Michael shouted in shock, asking if Damien had reached high class. Damien calmly confirmed that it had turned out that way. Michael, his voice trembling, pointed out that not long ago Damien had been low class just like him. Damien corrected him, saying that he had actually already been middle class back then. Nearby onlookers began whispering among themselves, wondering if that was the famous Damien Haxon and questioning whether he had not been low class until recently. Michael shouted in disbelief, questioning how it was even possible and asking how someone could rank up so quickly in just a few months. Damien reminded him that Michael had done the same and told him to stop shouting and go eat instead. At that moment, an unseen shadow quietly observed them from afar. The scene then shifted to Hellion Arena on the day of the finals. Victor asked whether there were no masterclass matches that year, addressing Damien as young master. Damien responded by asking if Victor thought masterclass nights were common, explaining that the average age to reach master level was 65, and that most were likely over the age limit. Victor said he understood, but wondered whether the audience would be safe with monsters above middle-class fighting. Damien explained that the magic tower would deploy barriers, and that as long as it was not a masterclass fight, everything would be fine. Meanwhile, below, Michael warmed up his body and let out a breath as a grand announcement echoed through the arena, declaring that the Hellion Tournament Middle-Class Battle Royale would begin shortly and explaining that 100 knights would fight with the last one standing, declared the winner. Michael silently observed the situation and wondered whether the rival Damien had mentioned was among the participants. Drawing his sword, he expressed his hope that they were, saying that way he could show Damien what he was made of. As the announcer signaled the start of the match, the battle erupted fiercely. Michael stepped forward to join the fight, and with a single strike, he nearly overwhelmed his opponents. Watching from above, Victor exclaimed in amazement that at that level, Michael would have no rivals among ordinary middle-class knights. Damien, however, remarked that this would only be true if they were ordinary. At that moment, someone approached Michael and addressed him, confirming that he was Michael Lionbloom, before introducing herself as Rachel Lichtauer. She said that she had heard he was the only middle-class knight capable of rivaling her and asked if he would be willing to spar with her. Upon hearing her name, Michael smiled with excitement, recognizing her as a member of the prestigious high nobility from a renowned swordsman family and remarking that things were getting interesting. As time passed, the scene moved to the arena waiting room. Damien asked Michael if he was all right. Michael replied with a trembling voice, laughing nervously and insisting that he was fine, but admitted that Damien had been right about the vastness of the world. He confessed that he had never seen a monster like her since Damien, and explained that, based on reach and weapon compatibility, he should have landed a clean hit, but she had blocked it by coating her body in aura, a technique only high-class knights could use. He concluded that he had been completely helpless against her counterattack, and that it had been a total defeat. Hearing this, Damien crossed his arms and reflected that there had been nothing Michael could have done, explaining that in his past life, she had been considered one of humanity's strongest, alongside the Empire's greatest sword. He revealed that she was known as the Sword Queen, and that her specialty was full-plate aura, an aura blade wrapped around her entire body, making her truly dangerous. Suddenly, a voice from outside commanded everyone to rise, announcing that His Imperial Majesty was entering. Helios appeared before them and waved as he greeted the crowd. Damien spoke politely, noting that since the Emperor himself had come to watch, it seemed the real show was about to begin. Michael agreed, adding that the high-class division was starting now. At that moment, a strange surge of power filled the air. Victor commented that from that point onward, the tournament followed a different format, and mentioned that he had heard the Emperor would personally congratulate the winner. Damien replied indifferently that there were not many participants in that class. Victor then urged him to win, addressing him again as young master. Damien looked at his cheering companions with mild exasperation, but assured them that of course he would win. Nearby, another participant bit his finger nervously and admitted that he had only entered because his father had told him to, but everyone there looked so strong, including several famous individuals, and he questioned how his father expected him to win. At that moment, another voice responded firmly, insisting that he had to succeed, for his father and for someone else. His voice then turned eerie as he declared that he would do it for him. The narration described the Helios Empire Helian Tournament as a prestigious event where high classes from every nation gathered to prove their strength, noting that a few standout powerhouses were quickly dominating the competition and that the round of 16 had ended swiftly, leading directly into the quarterfinals. The announcer excitedly declared that student Damien was unstoppable and had advanced to the semifinals, before announcing the next match. Michael, filled with excitement, remarked that he had known it and praised his older brother as amazing, while a boy beside him shouted in admiration that the young master had done a great job. As a sudden noise on the arena drew their attention, Michael observed that someone had also finished his match in a single blow. The announcer then proclaimed that Joshua had achieved another swift victory and had advanced to the semifinals. Hearing this, Damien wondered to himself whether that person had also made it to the semifinals, finding it strange that despite seeming to lack combat sense, he was still a high-class participant. At that moment, someone approached hesitantly and greeted Damien, saying it had been a while and asking if he had been well. Michael, noticing her, asked whether it was Sengra and whether his brother knew her. Damien replied that he did not know anyone by that name. The girl then shyly revealed that she was actually Agnes. As Damien began to say her name, she quickly covered his mouth and urged him to stay quiet, explaining that her presence there was a secret. Confused, Damien asked what exactly she was doing and why she had revealed herself if it was meant to be a secret. Agnes awkwardly explained that she was on a secret training mission and wanted to test herself against various experts, so she had taken a leave of absence and entered the tournament in disguise, adding that the Order would be furious if they found out and asking him to keep it a secret. Michael, curious, wondered who she was, while the boy beside him speculated to himself whether this was some kind of opportunity, and asked if it was acceptable for her to reveal her identity to him as well. Agnes hesitated, unsure how to respond. Damien then remarked that, come to think of it, he had intended to visit the Order but had not yet had the chance, suggesting that they should go together after the tournament since he needed to collect his reward. Agnes reacted in shock, questioning whether they would go together, and Damien confirmed it, reminding her that she had said she would personally guide him, implying even more intimately that she would be his bride. Hearing this, Agnes quickly put her veil back on and nervously said that she understood. The announcer's voice rang out again, prompting participants to prepare for the next match. Agnes stated that it was her turn and that she would be back, to which Damien responded indifferently. She then nervously stepped onto the arena, blushing as she recalled his earlier words and wondering if that had been a request for a date, falling into a massive delusion. The announcer declared the final quarterfinal match as a clash between two queens, Sangra and Athene. On the arena, Athene commented that covering one's face like that must be stuffy, but Agnes remained silent. Athene then remarked that she was boringly quiet and deducted points. Meanwhile, Agnes was internally distracted, thinking that Sir Damien had just asked her on a date, but quickly tried to refocus, telling herself that she could not let him see her in a pathetic state and that she had to at least reach the semifinals. Athene, summoning a spear, commented that perhaps Agnes preferred to let her body do the talking and awarded her points for it. From afar, Damien observed that she had changed her combat style to focus on kicks to conceal her identity, noting that even he had not recognized her at first. As the announcer signaled the start of the match, both fighters charged at each other. Agnes launched a fierce attack, her eyes gleaming, prompting Athene to praise her dodge and award points. As Agnes continued attacking, Athene kept evading and casually awarding more points while counterattacking, warning that failure to block would result in a deduction. Watching from a distance, Damien reflected that her need to limit her divine power due to her identity was holding her back. Athene then expressed disappointment, stating that the only one worth watching might be Damien Haxon. At that moment, Agnes's fist began to glow, and she struck toward Athene, damaging her hair. Realizing something, Athene remarked that Agnes seemed to possess a unique mana affinity and awarded her additional points. Irritated, Agnes snapped at her to be quiet. Athene then launched into a frenzied assault. Damien continued observing, noting that Agnes had definitely improved since last time, but concluding that she could not win while hiding her divine power, and that even if she released her stigma, she would still lose. Smiling confidently, Athene said she did not understand why Agnes was holding back and challenged her to reveal her true strength. Agnes, now exhausted, silently endured the attacks. As Athene's pressure intensified and she pointed her weapon at Agnes, she declared that Agnes could not defeat her like this. Struggling to block, Agnes admitted inwardly that her opponent was incredibly strong, but feared that if it were discovered that a member of the Order had entered the tournament for personal gain, her master would either excommunicate her or beat her to death. Determined, she resolved to win, using only the basics, and launched a powerful kick. Athene, noticing this, questioned whether Agnes had no intention of getting serious and declared that she would end the match. Immediately, a powerful bolt of lightning struck Agnes as Athene coldly deducted points. Agnes took the full force of the attack, her body stiffening and her eyes going blank. Damien, slightly surprised, remarked to himself that he had expected the match to end this way. On the arena, Athene proudly announced her total score and, seeing Agnes motionless, declared her a failure. The announcer then proclaimed Athene as the winner who would advance to the semifinals. She looked toward Damien, smiling as she stated that they would finally get to fight and addressed him by name. Meeting her gaze, Damien responded only with a cold smile. Athene, smiling brightly, remarked that he was the man her father had mentioned and wondered aloud how he would score when they faced each other. At the arena, the announcer presented the first match of the high-class semifinals and introduced Jelizua Haribo as the Sword Emperor of Herculean strength. Jelizua silently evaluated his opponent, thinking that Javier Joshua was the knight who had finished every match in a single blow. As the announcer introduced Javier Joshua of the one-hit kill Swift Sword, Jelizua observed Javier's sword and thought that although the Swift Sword was incredibly fast, his eyes had gradually grown accustomed to it after watching the previous matches, so he would not allow himself to be defeated in a single strike like the others. The announcer then declared the start of the match. However, the moment the announcement ended, Javier's blade was already pressed against Jelizua's neck. Shocked, Jelizua wondered what had happened and realized that compared to the last match, Javier had become even faster. In the very next instant, Jelizua's head was severed. Javier frowned inwardly and thought that it was still not enough and that he only needed a little more blood for the Empire, or rather, to satisfy that person. He resolved that during the winner's ceremony, he would take that person's head as well, believing that only one more step remained. On the scoreboard, the list of winners from the previous round appeared as the announcer declared that only one match remained before the high-class tournament finals. Damien's friends loudly cheered for him, shouting about victory and love while claiming that the Viscount loved him and urging him to avenge their future sister-in-law. Damien, utterly speechless, wondered what they were even talking about. The announcer then introduced Damien Haxon as the invincible knight who had not drawn a weapon even once. Athene immediately scolded Damien for stepping onto the stage later than her and jokingly deducted 10 points from him. Confused, Damien asked what she meant by -10 points. Athene casually explained that it was simply something she liked to say before asking whether Damien's friends had actually been telling the truth. Damien questioned what she meant, and Athene clarified that she was referring to Sengra supposedly being their sister-in-law. Damien frowned and pointed out that she avoided answering other people's questions while expecting answers herself. Athene responded by noting that he was not denying it. Damien simply told her to think whatever she wanted. Athene then summoned her spear and remarked that none of that would affect Damien's score anyway, because what truly mattered was his skill. Damien scoffed and sarcastically asked whether the daughter of the mercenary king was evaluating him. Smiling, Athene admitted that he had figured it out and stated that, although she did not know how he had discovered her identity, she intended to keep things light by using only 20% of her power. Athene immediately launched herself forward and unleashed Dragon Tail as lightning wrapped around her spear. Damien silently observed her attack while a powerful bolt of lightning struck the ground, causing the audience to erupt with excitement as they commented that lightning was appearing right from the start and that the match would surely be interesting. Damien calmly stepped back and effortlessly dodged the attack. Athene questioned whether he still had no intention of drawing his weapon against her and awarded him another 10 points for his spirit before declaring that she would increase her power to 40%, then 60 points total. Damien gracefully avoided her attacks and thanked her for the generous score while effortlessly closing the distance between them. He then coldly informed her that she was not strong enough to evaluate him. The sudden closeness startled Athene, causing her to panic and recklessly swing her spear. Since the attack was full of openings, Damien easily evaded it, delighting the audience as they remarked that Damien Haxon was still toying with Athene without even using a weapon. Meanwhile, Javier watched the match from a corner and concluded that regardless of who won, both finalists were monsters. At one point, Damien's collar was struck by lightning. Smiling confidently, Athene declared that she would now give him 80 points and show him something worthy of such a high score. Lightning engulfed her body as she activated Dragon Thunder. Damien inwardly admitted that the technique looked rather dangerous. With lightning surrounding her spear, Athene explained that she had wanted to meet Damien ever since her father had spoken so highly of him, and that she was the type of person who only believed what she saw with her own eyes. Declaring this to be the final grading, she challenged Damien to withstand the attack barehanded as well. Sengra widened her eyes in shock, realizing that this lightning was incomparable to the attack she herself had suffered before. Suddenly, a dragon appeared in the sky and unleashed an overwhelmingly powerful lightning breath attack called Thunder Dragon's Extinguishing Breath. Javier narrowed his eyes, momentarily unable to say anything, while Damien's companions stared in complete astonishment at the terrifying technique. Damien finally spoke, saying that since Athene was attacking him with such intensity, he would show her something as well, his own mana cultivation technique, the Limitless Harmony art. The ground beneath his feet cracked apart as he activated the first ring. Athene's eyes widened in visible shock. In an instant, Damien rushed in front of her with overwhelming speed and calmly asked how many points that deserved. Damien then slammed Athene against the wall with such force that a deep crater formed behind her. With her eyes nearly rolling back, Athene weakly gave him a score of 100. Completely exhausted, she collapsed to the ground and admitted that it was a perfect score before conceding defeat. As the battle ended, the announcer declared Damien Haxon the winner and announced that the long-awaited final match would begin after a 10-minute break. Damien approached Athene and offered her a hand while joking that he had heard the old man treasured her the most among his children, so hopefully the mercenary corps would not storm into his territory just because he had bullied their daughter. He nervously added that he hoped the reward would simply be delivered instead. Athene burst into laughter and asked whether that was really how Damien viewed her father before deducting 1 point from him. She assured him that the Fafnir mercenary corps would not be occupying the Haxon Viscounty. Relieved, Damien admitted that hearing that was comforting. Athene then stood up and declared that she would now give him the reward for achieving a perfect score before asking whether he would accept it. Curious, Damien replied that he would never refuse a reward and asked what it was. Smiling brightly, Athene pointed at herself and declared that the reward was Athene Hopper herself. Damien stared blankly in confusion and asked what she meant. Flirtatiously, Athene explained that if the two of them had a child together, there would be no issue with that child becoming the next mercenary king. Panicking, Damien stammered in disbelief and asked what she was talking about. Athene then straightforwardly proposed marriage to Damien Haxon, while Sengra, witnessing the entire exchange, became absolutely furious. Athene teasingly told Damien Haxon that they should get married, causing Damien to become flustered as he asked what she was talking about. Michael looked at Sengra with anger and a hint of fear as he stammered that his sister-in-law had been hiding her strength. Damien then made a disgusted expression and declared that he refused such a bizarre proposal, grumbling that becoming the son-in-law of that lecherous old man was unbearable. Shocked by the rejection, Athene cried out that Damian Haxon was rejecting her and angrily deducted 50 points from him. Damian merely shrugged and remarked that they should not see each other again because there was not a single normal person in that family. The announcer then informed everyone that the finals would take place tomorrow at the same time for the contestants who had competed that day. Somewhere within the arena's inner passage, Michael wondered what on earth had happened over the last 3 months. Damian casually explained that he had taken requests, found and consumed elixirs, and collected mana cultivation techniques. Hidden within a corner, Javier silently observed Damian and thought to himself that he had finally arrived. Javier resolved that he had to defeat Damian in order to achieve his goal, and for that reason, he needed to witness Damian's true strength from up close. As Damian walked past him, Javier suddenly sensed something abnormal. His body stiffened instantly as he trembled in disbelief, wondering what that pressure was. The aura Damian emitted reminded him of his father, Silva Javier, the pinnacle of the Deltine Kingdom's military power and a master-class warrior. Javier bitterly reflected that compared to his father, he had possessed no talent and had only been a stain on his father's reputation until he had received that person's grace. To repay that favor, he had made winning the tournament his highest priority. However, realizing that his opponent in the finals resembled a monster made him understand that victory would not come easily. Clenching the sword in his hand tightly, Javier desperately thought that he needed to find a way. As night fell, a voice echoed from within a house, praising Damian for completing his own mana cultivation technique. Inside Damian's lodging that night, Damian calmly explained that the method reduced the burden on the body by using an external independent organ for the mana flow instead. Hearing this, Michael became incredibly excited and admitted that he truly could not wrap his head around it. Damian then looked toward the young boy and assured him that with his talent, he would learn it in no time and that he could teach him later. Michael's eyes sparkled brightly as he excitedly begged Damian to teach him. Damian chuckled softly to himself and internally vowed that he would make Michael even stronger than he had been in his previous life so that he could continue fighting once the Apocalypse War broke out. Sengra then asked whether she could learn the technique as well, causing Damian to frown thoughtfully as he admitted that he was unsure whether it could be used together with divine power. Still in high spirits, Michael suddenly remembered that Damian needed rest for tomorrow's match and announced that he would head out. Damian waved him off and told him that they would see each other tomorrow. Meanwhile, Maya lay lazily atop the roof while silently watching Michael's departing figure. She yawned sleepily as the spirits reminded her to properly stand guard over the familiars Damian had gathered during the last 3 months. As Michael walked away, he quietly muttered to himself that perhaps he should try creating an independent mana cultivation technique as well. Suddenly, a shadow emerged from the darkness. Javier instantly rushed forward with his sword drawn. Although Michael managed to dodge quickly, he still received a slash across his chest, groaning in pain as he realized he had failed to avoid the attack completely. Javier stared in astonishment, unable to believe that a mere middle-class fighter had reacted to his attack. Michael immediately drew his sword and angrily demanded to know who Javier was. Javier, however, ignored the question as he wondered whether Michael had grown even stronger through today's match in such a short amount of time. Feeling insulted at being ignored, Michael furiously declared that if Javier intended to ignore him, then fine, because he had been feeling restless after the match anyway. Meanwhile, Javier continued analyzing him internally, wondering whether Michael possessed some kind of super sense that reacted instinctively to danger. Regardless of the reason, Javier admitted to himself that it was a truly enviable talent. Frustrated, Michael charged forward with a shout. Javier immediately entered a battle stance while wondering whether Michael was so reckless that he failed to realize he was facing a high-class opponent or whether Michael genuinely believed he could handle someone like him. Either way, Javier thought mockingly that Michael's lowered guard would make things easier. A massive explosion then tore apart the silent night. Later, it was said that dozens of middle-class fighters were either killed or injured that night. Fortunately, Mia arrived quickly after investigating the commotion and managed to save Michael's life. Damian blamed himself for the incident, bitterly admitting that it had been a mistake to only have the spirits monitor the area around the lodging. He swore that he would find whoever was responsible and avenge Michael. The next day, the announcer enthusiastically proclaimed that the long-awaited finals of the Hylian tournament had finally begun. Standing within the arena, Damian suddenly noticed something strange about Javier and wondered whether he had always looked like that. Javier ground his teeth together and declared that now he knew for certain that if he faced Damian again today, he could defeat him. Damian, already in a foul mood, coldly told Javier to stop acting up while internally recalling that Javier specialized in swift swordsmanship and deciding that he first needed to read the flow of Javier's mana. The announcer loudly declared that without further ado, everyone would now discover who would become the glorious winner. As Javier prepared to draw his sword, he arrogantly laughed and remarked that Damien was truly arrogant. However, the instant the announcer shouted for the match to begin, Javier exploded forward at blinding speed and roared that everything would end today. Damien remained motionless as the sword rushed toward him. A spray of fresh blood burst into the air, causing the audience to gasp in shock. Even Athene widened her eyes in disbelief. A small cut had appeared on Damien's cheek. The announcer exclaimed in astonishment that for the first time ever, Joshua's opening strike had missed. Veins bulging across his face, Javier demanded to know whether Damien had seen the attack. Damien calmly touched the blood on his cheek and admitted that he should have first read the movement of Javier's mana. Javier smirked confidently and warned Damien that it was far too early to be surprised because he still had much more to show him. The audience marveled in amazement, shocked that Joshua possessed such techniques and realizing that these were attacks they had never witnessed before. Damien blocked the incoming strikes with his bare hands while calmly analyzing that this was not some hidden technique. Although the power was certainly impressive, the movements were clumsy, almost as though the power did not truly belong to Javier. Javier praised Damien for successfully parrying attacks without even drawing his sword, but mockingly asked whether Damien could handle his next attack with his bare hands as well. Javier then unleashed a powerful technique, roaring out the name Fierce Roaring Lion Sword Strike. Witnessing the attack, Damien could not hide his surprise. A tremendous explosion erupted within the arena, and thick smoke spread everywhere, obscuring the audience's vision. Through the smoke, Damien recognized the technique as the Fierce Roaring Lion Sword Strike and realized that even the current Michael could not produce that much power. Javier, having nearly exhausted all of his strength, panted heavily in disbelief upon seeing Damien still alive. Damien's sword became enveloped in a pale blue aura as he coldly pointed out that Michael had been attacked and collapsed the previous night. Yet Javier was somehow using Michael's great lion sword art, a technique that should never have been leaked. Damien concluded that Javier was the bastard responsible for what had happened to Michael before activating the first ring of the limitless harmony art. Grinding his teeth, Javier laughed wildly and shouted that Damien was finally going all out. However, before he could finish speaking, Damien instantly closed the distance between them and coldly reminded him that he had already warned him not to act up. A voice suddenly rang out, accusing the man before him of being the bastard who had done that to Michael. Javier let out a thrilled grin and remarked that finally his opponent was actually going all out. Though even so, the Javier of today was different. Damien furiously charged forward and reminded him that he had already told him to stop messing around. The sound of two swords clashing screeched through the arena before both fighters pulled their blades back and prepared for the next strike. Their fierce sword fight continued as the commentators excitedly shouted that those hotly contested exchanges were exactly what a final match should look like. During the clash, Javier's arm was struck and blood began to pour out. As he continuously retreated while suffering more wounds, he panicked inwardly, wondering what was going on. He could not understand why, after stealing the power and talent of elite middle-class knights, he still had not already won and taken the Emperor's head. He desperately questioned just what kind of monster Damien truly was. In the next moment, Damien unleashed a final blow that sent Javier flying away, causing a massive explosion. Damien then calmly walked toward Javier's collapsed body and coldly declared that he should not go down yet because he was nowhere near finished with him, ordering him to get back up. Struggling to breathe, Javier admitted that he had to confess something. Confused, Damien asked what he meant. Javier responded that defeating Damien was going to be much harder than he had expected, but he still had a job to do. Hearing that, Damien immediately became suspicious and realized that Javier was planning something. Suddenly, the eye embedded within Javier's sword began glowing brightly. Javier rose to his feet and declared that from that moment onward, he would sacrifice himself for the cause and for him. The spectators were thrown into confusion, with one person loudly screaming in terror while asking what that thing was. Damien stared in shock as he realized that the weapon was actually a demonic sword. A crimson light erupted instantly afterward, and thick smoke engulfed the entire arena, obscuring Damien's vision. Damien thought to himself that although the sword's design had always looked bizarre, he had never expected it to truly be a demonic sword, despite how obvious it now seemed. At that moment, Javier tightly gripped the blade and roared out Damien Haxon's name alongside the Empire's, declaring that the world which had looked down on him should remember him as Javier, a dark knight of Pandemonium, and a loyal knight of the Great One. The entire arena descended into chaos upon hearing the name of Pandemonium. Terrified spectators screamed that a knight from a black magic organization had infiltrated them, and desperately urged everyone to run away. Damien calmly analyzed the situation in his mind, concluding that there were only two possibilities regarding where the sword had come from. He wondered whether Javier had already been completely consumed by it, though regardless of the answer, Damien realized the root cause remained the same. Immediately afterward, Javier charged forward at incredible speed, his body twisted grotesquely while he let out an inhuman roar. Damien froze in shock for a split second because of Javier's overwhelming speed, but in the next instant Javier had already appeared right before him. Javier swung his sword, and although Damien narrowly managed to dodge, the blade still grazed his arm, causing blood to gush out. Javier, seemingly having lost all reason, continued roaring as his arm grotesquely transformed into something resembling a monster's limb. Seeing this, Damien tensely concluded that the demonic sword must grow stronger by absorbing blood, which also explained how Javier had been capable of using other people's abilities. Javier then viciously lunged forward again with his sword, but Damien blocked the attack and immediately counterattacked. The audience watched the battle in suspense while the commentators shouted that Damien was refusing to back down against the evil clutches of Pandemonium, the Empire's ancient enemy and worst black magic organization. They exclaimed in disbelief that Joshua had apparently been one of those devils. Watching the fight, Helios seized the opportunity to praise Damien, remarking that it was incredible how he was managing to hold his own against such a monster while wondering if the battle was finally over. However, the armored knight beside him warned that it would not end so easily. He explained that although both fighters were displaying power beyond the high-class level, Javier's energy had continued rising ever since his demonization began, and his strength was already nearing the realm of the master class. Below the arena, Javier wore a horrifying smile as he declared how amazing it felt to look down on everyone from above. He arrogantly proclaimed that everyone now looked like nothing more than insects to him. Damien stared at him with killing intent burning in his eyes. At that moment, the sword in Javier's hand radiated a crimson glow as Javier screamed that those disgusting bugs who had once looked down on him would all be wiped out at once. Right after shouting those words, he pointed the tip of his sword directly at Damien and unleashed a technique called Crimson End. Seeing the terrifying attack, Damien was horrified and realized that Javier was attempting to level the entire city. He grimly noted to himself that his own blood must have been extraordinarily potent. The armored knight beside Helios panicked and urged the Emperor to get behind him immediately, while a nearby mage shouted for the Tower Master to strengthen the barriers at once and protect the citizens. As the blinding crimson light continued growing larger, Damien tightly gripped his sword and thought to himself that using such a technique on a mere mosquito was extremely inefficient. He had originally intended to save it because of the immense strain it placed on his body, but he realized he no longer had time to worry about that. Activating the Infinite Ring Integration Art. Second ring, Damien resolved to temporarily seize the power of a master-class warrior so he could use a technique only attainable at that level. The instant Damien completely drew his sword, an overwhelming flash of light burst forth. He unleashed an aura blade, sending the massive wave of energy directly toward Javier. Javier stared at the approaching attack in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend what he was seeing as the light rushed closer and closer toward him. Suddenly, a voice rang out in shock, cursing loudly in surprise. Out of nowhere, a cloaked man appeared. In an instant, the powerful aura blade was destroyed, leaving Damien utterly stunned. The mysterious man landed on the ground and calmly drew another sword radiating a strange purple light. He swung it powerfully once before immediately slashing again toward Damien. Fortunately, Damien managed to dodge the attack just in time. Realizing the terrifying truth, Damien thought to himself that the newcomer's aura blade was even stronger than his own, meaning that man had undoubtedly reached the master class. Furious, Damien shouted that Imperial security was a complete joke. However, before he could react further, a slash suddenly cut straight across his body, sending blood spraying everywhere. Gray coldly watched Damien collapse to the ground. Damien stared blankly in disbelief, unable to comprehend what had happened as blood poured from his throat. In his fading consciousness, he continuously questioned what exactly had cut him. Looking down at the fallen boy, Gray coldly called him a foolish child. Witnessing everything unfold, Javier himself was left horrified as he stammered in disbelief while calling the man father. Gray sternly ordered him that they would leave the place first. Gray's eyes flashed with determination as he said that they had to get out of there first. Jay immediately rushed forward, shouting angrily as he demanded whether Gray really thought he would simply let those dogs of Pandemonium escape. He also called out to Damien in concern, asking if Sir Damien was all right. However, Damien had already completely lost consciousness and could not respond, causing Jay to call his name again in alarm. At that moment, a flash of light appeared across Gray's sword. With a single slash, he split the entire arena in half, sending the crowd into chaos as terrified screams echoed everywhere. Fortunately, Jay reacted quickly and instantly created a shield, preventing himself from being injured. Even the barrier array drawn by the mages began to crack apart after the force of that strike. Helios ground his teeth in fury, his entire body trembling with rage as he cried out in despair over his people before demanding to know where the enemies had gone. Jay regretfully informed him that it seemed they had already fled, unable to stop them in time. Furious, Helios immediately ordered his men to capture them and ensure that not a single one of them left the place alive. After the tournament, Damien, the victor who had fought against Pandemonium, recovered safely under the protection of the Empire. The Emperor subsequently ordered a complete lockdown so that nobody would be able to leave. On the following day, Damien's award ceremony was quietly held within the Imperial Palace. Before entering, Jay reminded Damien that when the doors opened, he should stop at 50 paces and pay his respects. Damien, veins bulging across his face in frustration, cursed bitterly to himself, unable to believe he had been knocked unconscious by a single blow. He admitted inwardly that the wall separating ordinary fighters from true masters was indeed overwhelming, and he even wondered if his durability had weakened because he had not taken many hits lately. Regardless, he felt that those people needed to be captured quickly so he could finally return home. Jay then formally announced the arrival of Damien Haxon, the tournament champion from the Apple Kingdom High Class. Upon seeing him, Helios greeted him warmly and enthusiastically called out his name. Damien stared blankly in confusion before suddenly realizing that the Emperor was actually the same man he had encountered before. He respectfully attempted to greet His Majesty, but before he could even bow, Helios hurried toward him and declared that a hero who had stopped evil should never lower his head. Damien froze in confusion at the Emperor's reaction. Meanwhile, Helios himself felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity toward Damien. Embarrassed, he admitted inwardly that he had rushed out without thinking and remarked that although this should have been their first meeting, the strange feeling between them made him wonder whether they had met before. He apologized for holding such a modest ceremony and asked Damien to accept his gratitude instead. The servants around them became visibly flustered and nervously reminded the Emperor about maintaining his dignity. However, Helios could not understand his own behavior, internally admitting that an indescribable surge of gratitude toward Damien was overflowing within him, almost as if he owed the young man a debt that could never be repaid. Unable to comprehend the emotion, he passionately urged Damien to tell him whatever he desired, promising to reward him with anything, even if it meant emptying the national treasury. Damien was stunned upon hearing that offer. After a moment of thought, he recalled that according to the timeline, the item that would later be stolen and passed to Dorgo should still be within the Empire's possession. Realizing this was the perfect opportunity to strengthen himself, take revenge directly, and return home sooner, he carefully asked whether he would be allowed to return home once the members of Pandemonium had been captured. Helios immediately nodded and assured him that of course he would be allowed to leave, apologizing once again because Damien must surely want to share the good news with his family. He explained that matters would have progressed much faster if the first sword of the Empire had been present, but the man was currently away on another mission. Nevertheless, Helios confidently stated that the Empire still possessed 5 additional masterclass knights, so the situation would be resolved swiftly and Damien only needed to wait a little longer. Damien smiled faintly and replied that although he understood, sitting around waiting simply did not suit his personality. He then cautiously asked whether he truly could request anything as a reward. Helios immediately confirmed that he could. Curious and excited, Damien asked whether the Empire possessed any elixirs capable of strengthening both mana and the physical body, such as a dragon heart or an elixir. Without hesitation, Helios enthusiastically replied that not only did the Empire possess such treasures, but he intended to give Damien everything. Damien gave his final conclusion, stating that he would also like to receive Hemira. The man stared blankly before stammering in shock. At the central district of the kingdom, Damien happily looked over the rewards he had just received, thinking that he was more or less prepared now thanks to the Emperor's incredible generosity, while also wondering why the Emperor had been so kind to him. He reflected that Pandemonium was ultimately a syndicate created by Dorgo to bring down the Empire, and since he had lived closely with Dorgo, he could predict their behavioral patterns to some extent. He reasoned that they could not have gone far and were likely hiding somewhere, waiting for another opportunity or searching for a way to escape. He also thought that the spirits he had gathered were especially useful at times like this, and if he managed to find their base first. At that moment, Victor announced his arrival. Athene was already sitting in the living room and sarcastically asked whether he had really made the person he summoned wait, deducting 10 points from him. Damien quickly entered and explained that it had been his first time at the Imperial Palace, so it had taken him a while before apologizing. Athene smiled and praised his quick admission and apology, immediately adding 10 points back. Damien admitted that he had been surprised when someone arrived from the Imperial Palace because he had assumed the wedding would be held there instead. Agnes showed a disgusted expression and told them to stop that scoring game, pointing out that Athene herself had only just arrived. Athene laughed and mockingly asked whether a weakling was really talking back to her, deducting another 20 points. Agnes angrily demanded to know who Athene was calling weak, while Athene teasingly replied by asking who else she could possibly mean. Damien silently analyzed the situation, realizing that his opponents were all master-class fighters, meaning he would also need to prepare himself completely. He believed he would grow stronger with the items he had received from the Emperor, though he knew that alone would not be enough. He reflected that Agnes was a first-class paladin who had awakened her stigmata, and things would have been different if they had fought properly before. Athene smiled and suggested that they should fight again sometime. Damien then considered Athene Hopper as well, the future mercenary king and daughter of the Grand Master Mercenary King, concluding that even a master-class opponent would struggle against a team like theirs. Elsewhere, Javier screamed in agony while calling out for his father. The demon within him continued raging, demanding his body while laughing maniacally. The surrounding mages struggled desperately to maintain the magic formation, warning that the demonization had progressed too far and that if it continued any further, everything would collapse. Others shouted at them to suppress it immediately, otherwise everyone there would die. Gray silently observed everything from the corner of the room. The mirror beside him suddenly began reacting, and Weapon soon appeared within it. Weapon calmly stated that, as expected, assassinating the Emperor had been an impossible task. Since he had not expected much in the first place, he claimed he was not disappointed. Trembling, Gray fell to his knees and begged Weapon Master to save his son because the demonization would not stop. Weapon reproached him, saying that even if killing the Emperor had failed, the enhancement of the demon sword should at least have been completed. Instead, even that had become useless because of the uncontrolled demonization. Terrified, Gray insisted that his son had done his absolute best with the task he had been assigned. He desperately reminded Weapon that he was the master of all demon swords and weapons, pleading with him once more to stop his son's demonization. Weapon coldly replied that it was impossible because his authority only extended over armaments, whereas the thing Javier had become was now the incarnation of a demon itself, something beyond his control. Hearing his son referred to as that thing, Gray went pale and shakily questioned whether his son was truly no longer human, before wondering if that person might still be capable of saving him. Weapon immediately became furious and warned Gray not to overstep his boundaries by mentioning that person for selfish reasons. Gray instantly bowed his head and apologized in fear, realizing that even the pressure transmitted through the communication mirror alone was overwhelming. Weapon then warned him that it would become troublesome if the demon ran wild because the Empire could trace it back to them. Therefore, before Javier completely transformed into a demon, he ordered Gray to dispose of him and remain hidden until contacted again. With that, Weapon's image gradually disappeared from the mirror. Gray tightly embraced his son in disbelief, unable to process what he had just heard, before finally releasing a furious and grief-stricken scream. The roar unleashed violent gusts of wind, causing the terrified mages nearby to cower in fear while wondering how a mere shout could emit such terrifying pressure. Gray then ordered them to return his son to being human by any means necessary. One of the mages stared at him in shock and protested that such a thing was impossible, but Gray glared at them threateningly and declared that failure meant death. He insisted that they could not simply be abandoned like this and admitted they could not suppress the demonization much longer either. Still, he believed that if they sought out that person, there would surely be a solution. Gray convinced himself that if he personally offered the Emperor's head, that person would undoubtedly grant his wish. Holding his son tightly, he urged Javier to endure just a little longer because his father would solve everything somehow. Athene explained that she was only tagging along because she wanted to fight a masterclass, but she had no other particular reason for joining them. Agnes asked how Damien had known that they were hiding in the Imperial sewers. As Damien kicked the door open, he replied that he had a reliable informant, though he could hardly tell them that his familiar had found the location. Agnes expressed concern and asked whether it was really okay for only the three of them to raid the enemy hideout. Seeing her hesitation, Athene teased her by asking whether she was scared and jokingly deducting 10 points from her score. Agnes shot back by asking whether she even had any points left to deduct. Athene responded that Agnes could sit the mission out because she alone was more than enough to cover her share. Agnes firmly declared that a paladin would never run away from dark mages. Throughout the journey, Damien remained silent as he thought to himself that Pandemonium wielded demon swords and that if the enemy leader was truly present, then he knew exactly who it was. He resolved to use that opportunity to hunt them down and wipe them out. He then addressed his party members and urged them to move out. The group immediately picked up their pace and rushed forward. Meanwhile, as water trickled through the underground sewer, Gray impatiently asked whether they had found a solution yet. Carrion awkwardly replied that, for the time being, the best they could do was maintain Joshua's current condition. Gray sternly ordered him to do whatever it took to turn Joshua back into a human, by any means necessary. Carrion explained that there was only so much they could accomplish with the life force and mana of ordinary civilians, and that they required higher quality sources, at least knight-rank individuals. Gray glanced behind him and assured him that he did not need to worry about that. Confused by the statement, Carrion asked what he meant. At that moment, Damien kicked the building's door off its hinges. Gray revealed that he had already sensed their presence and stated that he had felt sacrifices approaching. Damien smirked and announced that they had come to clean out the sewers, specifically the Pandemonium bastards. Gray's eyes flashed with killing intent as he remarked that he had sensed someone coming but had never expected it to be Damien. He admitted that he could not believe Damien had survived that attack and demanded to know how he had managed to find the place. Damien simply smiled and replied that he had his ways. The members of Pandemonium immediately launched attacks using demonic energy. Athene swept her spear through the air, effortlessly extinguishing their power. She scoffed that they were not even worth awarding points to. Upon noticing Sengra, she mockingly wondered whether he was dead and remarked that if he was truly that weak, he should have stayed home. She further joked that since he had died, perhaps he no longer qualified as a concubine. A blue light suddenly flashed before everyone's eyes. A voice questioned who had appeared. With a single punch, Agnes crushed her opponent. Witnessing her strength, Athene stared in shock. As immense power surged through Agnes's body, she coldly asked whether her opponent had just claimed that she was dead. Athene excitedly remarked that, as expected, Agnes had been hiding a trump card. She awarded her 50 points and praised her appearance. Caught off guard by the compliment, Agnes embarrassedly told Athene to focus on the battle. Damien immediately shouted for both of them to get down. The entire team ducked at once, narrowly avoiding Gray's powerful slash. Athene was stunned and exclaimed that it was an aura blade. Agnes shook her head and stated that it was something different. Damien explained that it was an invisible sword, a state in which a formless blade was fired at extreme speed. He added that it was the same attack Gray had used after his aura blade during their previous encounter and asked if he was correct. Gray praised him, saying that for a mere high class to see through his mastery was commendable. Agnes noticed the figure behind Gray and asked Damien whether that was the demon he had mentioned. Athene narrowed her eyes and guessed that it was Joshua, the runner-up. Agnes frowned and observed that for some reason, the demon seemed incapable of combat. Seeing Joshua's condition, Damien let out a relieved sigh and remarked that it was good news because it would have been troublesome if the demon had also run wild. He suggested taking Joshua out while they still had the opportunity. Gray swung his sword and mocked them, saying that since they had arrived without any Imperial Knights, they clearly had no understanding of their place. He declared that even 3 high-class fighters could never match a single masterclass and warned that their arrogance would lead to their deaths. Damien shouted that Gray was coming and reminded his companions to do exactly as he had instructed. Athene quickly confirmed whether he meant that they should first read Gray's mana flow and sword trajectory. Gray unleashed a barrage of invisible slashes and scoffed that merely being able to read them did not mean they could react to them. All 3 of them widened their eyes in surprise. As they skillfully weaved through Gray's attacks and gradually closed the distance, Gray admitted his surprise and remarked that he had never expected mere high classes to react to such attacks. Athene rushed into close combat and declared that his invisible sword was useless at close range. Gray immediately swung backward to block her attack and angrily demanded to know whether she truly believed that 3 high classes were enough to defeat him. Just as Gray's blade was about to strike Athene, Damien dashed forward and blocked the attack with his own sword, sending sparks flying from the collision. Damien asserted that they were not ordinary high classes. Gray angrily cursed them as a bunch of brats. Their swords moved so quickly that streaks of light became visible. Seizing the opportunity while Gray was distracted, Agnes circled behind him and drove a powerful punch into his abdomen. A flash of light erupted. Gray coughed up blood and groaned in pain. Athene and Damien attacked simultaneously, but Gray narrowly avoided them. Athene slammed her spear into the ground, shattering the earth beneath them. Breathing heavily, Gray questioned what kind of monsters these youngsters were, and admitted that they had already surpassed the level of ordinary high classes. Athene and Agnes launched a finishing attack together. Gray nervously glanced behind him and cursed, realizing that Joshua was directly behind him. He declared that he would never allow anyone to lay a finger on his son and immediately activated Aura Barrier. His shield successfully blocked all of Damien's team's attacks. Upon hearing the word son, Agnes reacted in shock and repeated it in disbelief. Athene suddenly understood and remarked that Joshua's rapid sword had always resembled Gray's invisible sword. She concluded that they were father and son. Damien silently wondered whether Gray had sealed Joshua because he could not bear to lose his son. Planting his foot firmly into the ground, Damien launched himself forward and stated that, in that case, he would send both father and son off together. Gray's body was suddenly paralyzed by lightning. As his muscles locked up, he cursed and realized that the lightning had immobilized him. Damien charged forward at overwhelming speed. Gray's eyes widened, veins bulging across his face. Suddenly, Damien's sword snapped in half. Everyone who witnessed the scene froze in shock. Joshua had broken free from his restraints and escaped. It was Joshua who had bitten through Damien's sword. Gray stared in disbelief, his voice trembling as he stammered Joshua's name. Joshua slowly opened his eyes and saw Gray and Damien fighting. He wondered if that was his father and asked what was going on, admitting that he could not remember anything after the arena and only felt incredibly sleepy. Looking at the battle, he thought that if he were hit by such an attack, he would surely die, and he silently pleaded with his father to stop. At that moment, Joshua caught sight of the fear in Gray's eyes as the man stared at him. Gray drove his sword into the ground and erected a magical barrier, declaring that he would never allow anyone to lay a finger on his son. The barrier's radiance flashed before Joshua's eyes, causing him to stare in disbelief. He realized that it was not a dream and that his father was truly trying to protect him. Refusing to let Gray suffer because of him, Joshua desperately searched for any way he could help his father. In an instant, Damien's sword was bitten clean in half. Everyone who witnessed the scene was stunned. Joshua had used his own mouth to snap the weapon in two. Gray stared at him in shock and called out Joshua's name in disbelief. Suddenly, Joshua dropped to his knees. Rushing to his side in alarm, Gray asked whether Joshua had finally regained his senses and whether the demonization had ended. He desperately urged him to come back to himself. Joshua's entire body trembled violently as tears streamed down his face. A faint cry escaped his lips. Then his body slowly began to shrink and merge into the sword. With the last of his strength, Joshua weakly called out to his father. Gray's voice shook as panic overtook him. He stared at the disappearing boy and called Joshua's name again, unable to comprehend what was happening. Meanwhile, Damien realized in horror that Joshua had somehow suppressed the demonization and chosen to become a demon sword himself. Joshua had completely fused with the blade, leaving behind only a silent plea not to die. The moment Gray saw that his son had been transformed into a weapon, something inside him broke. A furious scream erupted from his throat as darkness consumed him. The immense power radiating from Gray forced Damien to shield his eyes. He warned that the tragedy between father and son had amplified the dark mana to a dangerous degree. He pointed out that if a master-class warrior wielded a demon sword, they would be at a severe disadvantage, and urged everyone to continue attacking without hesitation. Athene immediately acknowledged the order. The three of them charged forward simultaneously. Grinding his teeth, Gray muttered Joshua's name repeatedly, calling his son over and over as grief and rage overwhelmed him. Then he unleashed a tremendous slash while screaming Joshua's name. Damien urgently warned everyone that it was already too late and ordered them to defend themselves. However, Gray's strike tore straight through their defenses and crashed into their chests. The destructive force shattered the ground, sending rubble flying in every direction. All three warriors suffered multiple wounds across their chests and blood sprayed everywhere. Clutching the hilt of his sword tightly, Gray swore that he would kill all of them, including the Emperor. He vowed that he would destroy the entire world itself. Water from the damaged underground waterways began leaking throughout the sewer, soaking Damien's body. After lying unconscious for some time, Damien's arm twitched slightly. He painfully coughed up blood and forced himself upright. His torn clothing revealed the sturdy Hemera armor beneath. Realizing what had saved him, he reflected that he would have been torn apart if not for the Emperor's treasured gift. He recalled requesting Hemera, the divine artifact capable of absorbing all impact, and remembered that it was the magical armor Dorgo had given him during his days as a Death Knight. Cursing under his breath, Damien lamented the destruction of his 1,000-mile sword. He reasoned that Dame Agnes, being a paladin who had manifested a stigmata, was unlikely to be dead, while Athene's dragon blood probably meant she had merely lost consciousness rather than her life. Nevertheless, both were incapacitated, leaving him as the only one still capable of fighting. Though he admitted to himself that he was still inexperienced with the second ring, he resolved that he had no other choice. Determined, he vowed to finish everything within a single minute. Gray's eyes had become blood red. He was horrified to discover that he could no longer track Damien's speed. Damien rushed behind him with a spear. Gray immediately leapt backward to evade the sharp thrust, then created a mana net and slashed it forward. Gripping his weapon tightly, Damien countered with a powerful strike that completely shattered the net. His eyes widened in surprise. When he turned around, Gray was already behind him. Damien blocked the incoming blade with his spear and launched himself upward. A brilliant flash erupted from his sword. Yet Gray had already raised a hand toward Damien's face. Mana surged through Gray's palm as he seized Damien by the throat. Frustrated, Damien wondered whether everything he had done still was not enough. He bitterly reflected that he had not even seen Dorgo's face yet. Gray lifted him into the air and coldly ordered him to die. Damien clenched his teeth and refused to accept such an end, insisting to himself that he could not die there. Suddenly, the mark on his arm began to glow. In an instant, Damien was transported into a different dimension. Looking around in confusion, he wondered where he was and questioned why the place felt strangely familiar. Then realization struck him. He recognized it as Erebos. Sweat rolled down his face as he carefully surveyed his surroundings. Within the silent darkness, a glowing sword floated before him. Addressing Erebos, Damien asked whether it had called him there and wondered if this had always been one of its functions. He speculated that the sword might have acted to protect him. He could clearly feel the weapon's will urging him to wield it. Although he had always avoided using its power because of how overwhelming and dangerous it was, he finally relented. Accepting the risk, he told Erebos that he would borrow its strength just this once. A flash of light erupted. Gray's right arm was severed instantly. His blood-red eyes widened in shock. Everything had happened so quickly that he had been unable to react. Damien's eyes gleamed with killing intent as an immense torrent of mana surged around his body, far greater than before. Gray gritted his teeth in fury as veins bulged across his face. His severed hand suddenly regenerated, and the muscles in his arm rapidly reconstructed themselves as he let out a strained groan. He then charged forward once more with his sword, screaming at the top of his lungs. Putting all his strength into a downward slash, he brought the blade toward Damien. Even though the sword was only moments away from striking his head, Damien remained perfectly still, his eyes glowing faintly. In the next instant, Gray's body exploded into countless fragments. Both he and his sword shattered into pieces that hung suspended in midair. As their eyes met one final time, Damien inwardly reflected that Black Collapse was a power that pulverized anything it cut at the molecular level. He thought that it was exactly what he had expected from Erebos, and noted that even with only the hilt remaining, it still functioned. Relieved that the immediate crisis had been resolved, he called for Erebos to return. However, Erebos ignored his command and refused to return to the sword. Instead, it circled wildly overhead, its immense power causing the surrounding ground to sink. Damien desperately struggled to restrain it, wondering if Erebos had gone on a rampage. He quickly realized that if it continued, the entire surrounding area would collapse, and his thoughts turned anxiously toward Agnes and Athene. He desperately pleaded with Erebos to stop, insisting that he was no longer the Death Knight who had brought only destruction. To his surprise, Erebos suddenly ceased its rampage. The surroundings had already been devastated, with the underground sewer ruptured and water flooding everywhere. Damien's body trembled from exhaustion as he wondered whether it had truly stopped and questioned how it had happened. He also realized that the time limit of the third ring had expired. Sensing something unusual, he felt that his authority had changed and speculated in disbelief that perhaps his second authority had finally awakened. The following day, after Damien submitted his report, the Empire searched the Imperial sewers and eradicated the remnants along with their stronghold. Based on the evidence and traces of mana that had been discovered, the accomplishments of Damien's party were officially acknowledged. The Emperor was delighted that 3 high-class individuals had achieved such an extraordinary feat, though in truth his satisfaction stemmed primarily from Damien's actions. As a reward, Damien received the title of Heavenly Sword, and in recognition of his contributions, the Haxan Viscounty was elevated to the Haxan County. Embarrassed, Damien scratched his head and explained that he and the others had merely been unconscious before Victor had intervened. Helios simply smiled, grasped Damien's hand, and replied that none of that mattered because they had accomplished something even the Empire's knights had failed to achieve. As a result, Damien Haxan's name spread throughout the entire continent. Once the lockdown had been lifted, Damien suggested that they should continue their journey. Agnes reminded him that Victor, whom they jokingly called the Firewood Beater, was clearly no ordinary dark mage. Athene agreed, remarking that she still could not believe Victor had effortlessly defeated a masterclass opponent whom even they had struggled against before disappearing without a trace. Victor responded with visible annoyance, asking why they kept talking about him before mentioning that Count Leonbloom had taken him away. Athene then waved her hand and announced that she would be taking her leave. Curious, Agnes asked whether she had something urgent to attend to. Athene nodded and explained that she had accepted a nearby mercenary request, although it was in a different direction from theirs. Feeling somewhat guilty, Damien admitted that he had broken her spear and had intended to buy her a replacement. Delighted by his concern, Athene teasingly remarked that he had earned 10 extra points in her book. She assured him that her people had plenty of spare weapons in storage, but then jokingly added that if the replacement was intended as a dowry, she would gladly accept it. Damien could not help laughing at her nonsense, while Agnes looked at Athene with obvious irritation. After chatting for a while, it was finally time for them to part ways. Athene quickly departed, cheerfully saying that they would meet again, whether for another mission or even a marriage. Before leaving, she also complimented Agnes by saying that she looked prettier with her hair down and playfully awarded her another 5 points for her appearance. Watching her disappear into the distance, Damien commented that Dragonkin were truly strange. Meanwhile, Victor secretly rejoiced to himself, thinking that he would support anyone at all, so long as the young master eventually got married. As night gradually fell, moonlight illuminated the mountain path. Damien sat quietly atop a hill, gazing up at the star-filled sky. Victor was fast asleep beside the warm campfire after the long day's journey, while Agnes rested peacefully inside the carriage. Countless spirits drifted silently around them. Feeling relieved, Damien reflected that he was grateful his companions did not suffer from insomnia, before deciding that it was finally time to have a serious conversation. Gray's spirit remained silent, staring at Damien with undisguised hatred before identifying him as the Dark Mage who controlled a mysterious familiar and targeted only other Dark Mages. He concluded that Damien Haxon was none other than the so-called firewood beater Victor. Smiling calmly, Damien turned toward the spirit and remarked that Gray seemed to have grasped the situation. He then warned Gray not to waste his time and demanded straightforward answers, threatening that if Gray attempted any tricks, even the destruction of his soul would become unimaginably painful. Damien ordered him to reveal the location of the Weapon Master, also known as Dorgo. Shocked, Gray asked how Damien had discovered his connection to them. Damien coldly explained that Pandemonium was an organization dealing with demon swords, and that under Dorgo there was only one faction fitting Gray's description, the Weapon Master. Since Gray and his son had already exposed themselves as members of Pandemonium by wielding demon swords, Damien stated that reaching such a conclusion had been perfectly natural. He further declared that his ultimate goal was to erase Dorgo from the world because he believed Dorgo to be the root of all evil, and he intended to destroy everything connected to him. Filled with rage, Gray shouted that Damien's claim was laughable, insisting that someone as insignificant as Damien could never hope to kill Lord Dorgo, the benefactor who had helped his son grow stronger. He swore that he would remain silent for Dorgo's sake. Damien sighed, remarking that he had hoped to resolve the matter peacefully, but had evidently been mistaken. He clarified that Gray should not misunderstand the situation, since there were no restrictions placed upon his soul. Damien explained that he could simply read Gray's memories before erasing him entirely. Nevertheless, he considered destroying such a powerful soul to be wasteful. Finding it ironic that Gray still displayed unwavering loyalty despite having been used and discarded, Damien changed his mind. Instead of erasing Gray, he decided to preserve his memories and transform him into a puppet that would obey only Damien's commands. As Damien began drawing a magic circle, Gray finally panicked and demanded to know what Damien intended to do to him. With a cold smile and glowing eyes, Damien replied that he intended to claim Gray's loyalty for himself. He appointed Gray as his Spectre Knight, declaring that Gray's lost body would be replaced by Damien's dark mana and that, for as long as Damien lived, Gray would never perish. Gray screamed in utter despair. Suddenly remembering something, Damien admitted that he had never even asked Gray's name. Since that no longer mattered, he decided to give him a more suitable one instead. After a brief moment of thought, he settled on the name Domenico, proclaiming that from that moment onward, Domenico would serve as his Spectre Knight. Just then, an unfamiliar figure suddenly appeared and remarked that although he had already suspected Damien was no ordinary knight, reality had exceeded all of his expectations before addressing him directly as Damien Haxon. The moment Damien saw the newcomer, he froze. Cold sweat soaked his back as he realized that, aside from being caught using dark magic, he had not even sensed the person's approach. As he listened more carefully, he became convinced that he had heard the stranger's voice somewhere before. The mysterious man's eyes gleamed as he muttered that he could hardly believe the destiny that had been foretold belonged to a dark mage. He wondered whether this truly was the one he had been searching for before, quietly adding that there had to be a reason for everything. Suddenly, Damien's vision tilted sideways. Only then did he realize that his severed head was falling toward the ground. Until that very instant, he had not even noticed that it had already been cleanly separated from his body. The opponent did not move at all, yet Damien suddenly saw his own head severed from his body. Even as his head tumbled down the cliff, he remained wide-eyed in shock, while the opponent silently watched it fall. Damien instinctively clutched his neck before jolting awake from the illusion, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. He stammered that he had been seeing an illusion and had known there was something unusual about that man. Eos lowered his hood and quietly remarked that the moon was unusually bright that night. The familiar face made Damien frown as cold sweat broke out across his forehead. He realized that the gap between their abilities was so immense that his head could have been severed before even his extrasensory perception had time to react. He reflected that such overwhelming strength was exactly what he had expected from the greatest rival of his previous life, humanity's strongest knight and the Empire's strongest swordsman, Eos. Remembering how unreadable Eos had always been, Damien wondered if he had followed him there despite supposedly being occupied with other missions. When Eos reached into his coat, Damien panicked and hastily insisted that although he used dark mana, he was not a dark mage, begging Eos to hear him out before taking any action. Instead of attacking, Eos produced an object wrapped tightly in cloth. He explained that the first key had begun resonating at some point, and that he had followed the resonance to Damien. Believing the item was better suited to Damien than to himself, he presented it to him. Staring at the mysterious bundle in confusion, Damien asked what it was before suddenly recognizing it in disbelief as a fragment of Erebos. Eos calmly explained that he had merely come to deliver the item along with a message. Startled, Damien asked whether Eos truly did not know what the object was, or whether he was entrusting it to him despite knowing its nature. Eos answered that he was fully aware it was a dangerous item, but that she had instructed him that it could safely be entrusted to Damien. Confused, Damien asked who she was. Eos explained that the moment Damien Haxon had begun his journey, destinies that had once seemed immutable had started to change, and with those changes, the fate of the item had changed as well. Looking at the sword-shaped mark on his hand, Damien quietly wondered whether Eos was referring to the fate of the demon sword Erebos. Puzzled, Eos corrected him by saying that it was not a demon sword at all. Shocked, Damien asked what he meant. Eos explained that it was actually a key in the shape of a sword, adding that even he did not know what it was meant to unlock. Unable to understand, Damien asked how Eos knew all of that. Eos transferred mana into Damien, whose mark gradually absorbed it while the fragment of Erebos drifted toward him. Eos clarified that the knowledge was not his own, explaining that every word had come from her. He said that she had instructed him to deliver both the fragment and a message. Damien was to gather every fragment, complete the key, and once he had collected as many key fragments as before, he was to seek her out. Hearing that, Damien was startled and asked what Eos meant by, as before, desperately demanding to know who this mysterious woman actually was. Before Damien could receive an answer, Eos vanished, leaving behind only the information that she was in Elfheim. Watching him disappear, Damien stood frozen before wondering if Elfheim was not the legendary kingdom of the elves. Elsewhere, Dorgo angrily rebuked Ahotep, saying that although he had only been away for a short while, every report he had received had been disappointing. He criticized Ahotep for losing both the soul-absorbing demon sword and a masterclass Dark Knight, while also suffering a humiliating defeat before the Emperor himself. Dorgo admitted he was beginning to question whether the demon swords should continue to be entrusted to Ahotep. Lowering his head in fear, Ahotep apologized and explained that one of his foolish students had disgraced himself. He dismissed Silva as the weakest among his masterclass disciples and claimed that his death was insignificant. He further condemned Silva's son Joshua as utterly worthless, arguing that by ruining the Empire's event, the pair had actually done their organization a favor. Dorgo frowned in annoyance and replied that the loss of a demon sword far outweighed such trivial gains. He reminded Ahotep that his true responsibility was to improve both the quantity and quality of the demon swords, warning him never to forget that duty. Ahotep obediently acknowledged the order before cautiously asking how Victor the firewood cutter should be dealt with. Upon hearing Victor's name, Dorgo turned around and asked whether Ahotep meant the dark mage who had recently been attacking their syndicate. Ahotep confirmed that, according to the Empire's informants, Victor had indeed been responsible for Silva's death. Surprised, Dorgo questioned whether a mere corpse puppeteer had truly managed to kill a masterclass Dark Knight. Ahotep reported that although almost every trace of dark mana had been erased, making it impossible to reconstruct the battle in detail, the battlefield itself had displayed an extraordinary phenomenon. He explained that the surrounding land had appeared to have decayed for 1,000 years, and that investigators had confirmed the occurrence of black collapse. Hearing those words, Dorgo was astonished. He immediately wondered whether it was Erebos' black collapse and questioned whether Victor had stolen Erebos. Concluding that the weapon had to be recovered if that was true, Dorgo also reasoned that someone obsessed with armaments could not be entrusted with the task. He feared that if Ahotep learned of Erebos' existence, he would try to claim it for himself instead of handing it over. Finding the situation intriguing, Dorgo decided that Victor should be captured alive. Ahotep looked up and asked whether Dorgo no longer trusted him. Rather than answering directly, Dorgo asked whether Ahotep did not have other responsibilities to attend to. Ahotep immediately replied that he had not forgotten his duty to search for talented individuals who could be transformed into Death Knights. He added that he had already identified one particularly promising candidate, Pleased for the first time, Dorgo remarked that it was the first encouraging news he had heard in quite a while. Ahotep reported that before Victor had killed Silva, 3 high-class fighters had attacked first. He explained that all 3 possessed exceptional potential: a stigmata awakener of the church, the daughter of the mercenary king, and above all, the knight whom the emperor had granted the title of Heavenly Sword. He revealed that the individual with the greatest potential among them was Damian Haxon. Dorgo sighed and complained that Ahotep's explanations were unnecessarily grandiose before commenting that Damian Haxon was an unfamiliar name. He found himself repeating the name aloud, remarking that although he had never heard it before, it rolled surprisingly well off the tongue. Several days later, Damian and Victor arrived at the gates of the Holy Church headquarters. Looking at the imposing structure, Damian remarked that they had finally reached the Holy Church. Agnes warmly welcomed Sir Damian to the Holy Church. Damian politely acknowledged the greeting. Blushing deeply, Agnes shyly explained that, as promised, she would personally guide him through the church. Since the headquarters was enormous, she asked him to stay close to her. Observing her cheerful mood, Damian wondered whether she was simply happy to have returned to her hometown. As they entered the main gate, 2 guards stopped them and informed them that outsiders were not permitted to enter the church grounds. Agnes immediately introduced herself as Agnes of the Burning One and explained that she had been assigned to guide Sir Damian Haxon, who had been officially invited by the church. The moment the guards heard Damian's name, they reacted with astonishment, asking whether he was truly the famous student Damian who had distinguished himself during the recent subjugation. Excited to meet him in person, they expressed how honored they felt. Confused, Damian wondered whether they were referring to the corpse play incident. Before long, more and more church members rushed over, eager to catch a glimpse of Damian. They excitedly asked whether the honorary knight Damian Haxon had really arrived, admired his handsome appearance, praised him as a lay knight whose devotion surpassed even that of many paladins, and repeatedly expressed how honored they were to meet him. Watching the chaotic scene unfold, Damian sighed to himself, remembering why interacting with people from the church had always exhausted him. As the crowd pressed around him, numerous members desperately tried to recruit him into their own sects, shouting over one another while arguing and refusing to let others cut in line. Damian inwardly described the situation as nothing less than a fanatic rush. Sensing something was wrong, Agnes suddenly cried out in alarm and urgently warned Sir Damian to dodge. At that very moment, an elderly man leaped high into the sky with astonishing martial skill, soaring like a bird before diving straight toward Damian. Damian immediately pulled Victor away to evade the attack. Landing gracefully, the old man laughed with satisfaction and remarked that Damian had actually managed to evade his surprise attack, concluding that the rumors about Damian's abilities had not been exaggerated. Recognizing how formidable the old man was, Damian admitted that had the attack been serious, he would never have been able to avoid it. He observed that no ordinary person could evade a strike from a grandmaster, and correctly identified the elder as Chung Yom, the church's strongest combatant and one of the 5 saints.